with getting that airport back online. Same thing with Montego Bay Airport, again, to the west of us on the north side. Those winds are going to be intense over there. They've already seen wind gusts nearing 60 miles an hour, and we don't even have a landfall yet. And as it makes its way up, the situation is just going to degrade. Power outages, cell phone service, and then roads that will be likely impassable on most of this island. We are very concerned about aid coming in here in the aftermath and how Jamaicans will fare in the coming days and weeks and frankly months ahead. Guys.
And Robert, let's spend a little time talking about that, the aftermath. You know, when you're looking at natural disasters, it's kind of like a two-headed monster. First, you have to get through the direct impact of going through the storm, but sometimes the aftermath can be worse than the actual storm itself. What is your biggest concern moving post-storm?
Well, I mean, Britta, you're right. You know, this current situation that I stand here in this neighborhood on this driveway right now with the team, yeah, our immediate concern, right, is our safety and the safety of everyone around here and the logistics. And you're correct to mention that the aftermath often can be more difficult. And it's one step, right? For the past 4 days, we've been on the ground reporting how people are preparing, whether it be the government and residents, and that's a whole other situation. There's different nerves and anxiety in that element. And then you have, yes, the impact. And what will happen? What is the unknown during the impact? How do we keep our lives, you know, standing? How do we help others who potentially could need help during it? And then the aftermath. When you have no power and you potentially have no cell phone data and you have no way to move around because the roads are impassable, that is a major problem, and your structure is gone in some instances. And then perhaps 24 hours go by, and then 48, 72, about 3 to 4 days after impact, if indeed the catastrophic situations become true and we have no modern services, then what happens is that people internally and physically begin to degrade. Medicines cannot be accessed. People cannot get around. They lose the ability to get food and water. And frankly, the mental state breaks down. And that's a huge concern. And my biggest worry is the fact that this storm, as it exits the north end of Jamaica as a Category 4, the prediction right now, and heads to Cuba, Turks and Caicos, Bahamas, is that aid trying to come in, well, first of all, they can't come in on vessels because of the sea. The sea will be tumultuous at that point. It will take a long time for the system to move out and eventually move and track toward Bermuda. That's very far away. And airplanes or choppers, how do they get in when the actual airports are done? Well, they're going to have to find ways to maneuver around and have landing areas and makeshift bases to get aid in. The long haul here is going to be unprecedented for Jamaica and frankly, globally. This will likely be the biggest story in the world in the coming hours and days. And I will tell you, if anyone is watching this and they have a way to help the people of Jamaica, nearly 3 million people, please begin to think of processes like that, because everyone here is going to need it. And we have not even had a landfall. That is unbelievable.
Right.
And we stand here awaiting it.
Yeah, and I'm thinking as it exits, that's when in St. Anne's Parish, we will probably see the worst of conditions, because that's, as you had mentioned, it's on the north side of Jamaica. And this storm, I mean, it's an all-day event. So we have that core, that eye wall getting very close. So it is something to watch. We're fortunate to have you throughout the morning, Robert. So we, of course, will be checking in throughout the morning. Appreciate the report. That's Robert Ray Forrest in St. Anne's Parish. We do want to dive into this latest advisory. This is a look into Spanish Town, Jamaica. It's been one of the camera views that our team has found. This is west of Kingston. It's close to Kingston Harbor. What you're looking at is what used to be a bridge. It wasn't just 24 hours ago, there was dry ground there. Now as the rain has started to fall, you might be looking at Robert Ray's shot thinking, yeah, there's not a lot of rain that Robert's dealing with. It's manageable. The winds aren't too crazy. This is a compounding event. We've had rain that's continued. So that bridge no longer can be accessed. We are keeping track of Kingston Harbor. We have high tide that's expected about 3:30 this afternoon. Those tropical storm force winds, They've already been reported at Norman Manley International Airport in Kingston. We had recently a 39-mile-per-hour sustained wind, which is tropical storm force, a gust of 58. It's just a remarkable storm to look at when we're seeing those winds of 175 miles an hour, that north-northeast movement. So we have more of a northerly component with this movement right now. It is expected to make more of a northeastward jog. So there are still some hours, I'll say hours because it's only moving at 7 and it's a little more than 60 miles away from Black River, that this thing could shift east. And that's what the National Hurricane Center is saying. Obviously, we've got plenty of time to watch it, but it's a remarkable sight on infrared.
Well, and a shift east would be concerning for a place like Kingston.
Yeah.
If you keep it on a trajectory that is having the eye wall and the most intense part of the winds on the western side of the island, that makes a big difference. Kingston, of course, is the economic groundhold of Jamaica.
Yep.
Over 1 million people live there. They already will have tremendous impacts with freshwater flooding, the surge impact, and the threat for mudslides and landslides. If you throw in the fact that we could have powerful wind gusts, that's going to be another factor for the infrastructure that would be a huge concern, because that wind field and those strongest winds, they only extend so far out from the center. As of the latest advisory, about 30 miles out from the center are the strongest winds. And so, it's those areas that will have the biggest impact to infrastructure in regards to the winds.
Looking at how close this thing is, because you talk about from the center, so this is roughly the center, and we've got about 30 miles or so away. So we are probably a mere minutes away from those hurricane force winds being
getting
felt
onto the South Shore
in Black River. Yeah, and Black River is one of those more rural communities, but it's a big hub when it comes to farming. It's known as the breadbasket part of Jamaica. So when we look at the agriculture, this is a big town, big community for it. With it being about 30 miles away or so, we're going to feel those forces. We can't overstate how intense the core of Melissa is. Don't be fooled by Robert Ray's live shot. It is in ways unsurvivable.
Well, think about the size of the island itself.
It's a bigger island, 146 miles across, right, from west to east. But you have this hurricane, which is a guaranteed landfall now, and it's a Category 5, and the National Hurricane Center saying there isn't going to be probably huge fluctuations in the intensity here, so we will have probably a Cat 5 landfall. Yeah.
Looking at the timing here, roughly 30 miles offshore the eye in regards to Black River, if we stay on this trajectory, about 4 hours from landfall.
Yeah.
And again, landfall is the direct center of that circulation. I always find landfall more of an academic point, to be quite honest, because the experience of having the most intense winds get on to an island and then moving off really represents the whole experience of landfall.
It's true. And a place like Black River or like Mandeville, we will see the eye wall twice. We'll experience the inbound and then we'll experience the outbound. Yeah, Kingston, we were talking about that. You had made the valid point that Kingston will probably have, for the most part, tropical storm force winds. They've already had those, and it's possible it could be a bit more, it could be more intense. Yeah, and also being on this right side, I'm telling you, when we start getting that surge to move in, that's going to be significant. Tornadoes
also will be an impact for the eastern half of Jamaica. So I think it's important as we move forward in this journey to realize that there's going to be different impacts felt on different parts of the island. And we're going to do our best to give you different vantage points, to give you the ground truth of what's actually happening in different areas so you can be apprised of the situation. As we move forward, then we'll brace for Cuba. The scary thing about Cuba is that it's an overnight landfall. It's going to be overnight. And also the intensity has been nudged up. As of the 5 o'clock advisory, if you were checking in yesterday, go back over water. Yesterday, the intensity could be a strong Category 4 hurricane as this makes a landfall just to the west of Guantanamo. 165-mile-an-hour hurricane over land in Jamaica is just remarkable. There has been discussion. We're going to have Brian Norcross at the bottom of the hour.
NHC is saying that there is some sort of eye wall replacement cycle.
It looks like it's looming, but we haven't seen it engage yet.
Not
but
yet.
The signs there.
Time's running out, though, for that to happen. But if it were to happen right as it's making a landfall, maybe we would see those weaker winds.
A disruption in the eye wall.
But you would see an expansion to the wind field as that ERC occurs. But as you look at this thing, Britta, I don't see evidence.
I think you're kind of pulling at hairs too, because honestly, if we got lucky with an eye wall replacement cycle timing out landfall, which does happen, it happened with Imelda actually. So Florida, at a lower scale has seen that type of an impact. It is a double-edged sword because it, yes, disrupts the eye wall, but to your point, grows the wind field, meaning that more people are exposed to hurricane force winds.
We'll talk much more about this. From a wind standpoint, this won't be among the top 5, but from a pressure standpoint, with Melissa now down to 901 millibars, that is the 6th lowest pressure ever from an Atlantic hurricane in the basin. It's remarkable. Katrina was 902. This one now dropping down to 901. It just speaks to just how powerful this storm is.
Yes. And certainly the most historic storm to hit the island of Jamaica. And all eyes are on Jamaica. The verbiage coming out from the National Hurricane Center, very alarming, saying that infrastructure likely will not survive the eye wall. That is a live look in Kingston Harbor, where they will not be impacted by the eye wall, but they will have a big impact when it comes to storm surge. The angle of approach, critical for storm surge. This could be one of the most detrimental setups for Kingston Harbor in regards to the storm surge threat that will be dealt by Melissa. Stay with us as we await landfall. We'll be right back on Weather Command.
We are a matter of a few hours away from Hurricane Melissa making its first landfall, and that landfall will occur in Jamaica. It's a certainty. Now, this is a live look in Kingston, Jamaica, over the harbor. Tropical storm force sustained winds have already been reported at the airport in Kingston. In fact, those tropical storm force winds have been measured essentially island-wide from Montego Bay to Kingston. The 8 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center is in. We, of course, will wait for the next one, but I'm telling you what, as we head through the next couple of hours, Melissa is getting closer and closer. So pretty soon we'll probably be getting hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center. Between Montego Bay and Kingston, that of course is where we're expecting landfall. Sun is up. It's been up for a couple of hours, and we're able to just look at the remarkable imagery that is coming in regarding Melissa. This is the powerful eye that we have, and it does look as if it's heading right toward Black River. Now, the forecast, according to the National Hurricane Center, is for the northeastward movement that we're seeing right now with Melissa to make more of a northeasterly jog. We'll see if that in fact does occur. Of course, that could affect who sees the worst of the eye wall. But keep in mind when we're looking at this, there's something that caught our eye over land. Check out what we've been seeing over Jamaica, and perhaps this is evidence of that orographic lift. You've got moisture moving in, very rich, abundant moisture that's pushing in as it rides up the mountains. Now, this is closely connected to the town of Ville, but maybe we're seeing a little bit of that enhancement to some of the moisture. All that said, we've got several hours here where we'll be paying attention to what Jamaica will experience, but of course, Melissa's story is not going to be done after Jamaica. It's going to move into Cuba. It'll move into the Bahamas. It could affect the Turks and Caicos as well, so something that we'll be keeping close tabs on. Of course, though, Jamaica has that imminent threat.
And after Jamaica comes Cuba. So Cuba is in a very precarious situation because landfall will be happening while everyone is trying to sleep tonight. Whether you can chalk it up to just plain psychology, an overnight landfall is terrifying, but sometimes presents more challenges in terms of keeping public safety at hand. Of course, it is going to be hard to access some of these areas. You think about the challenges that we're discussing for Jamaica. A lot of those also hold true for Cuba because we're, again, talking about what still will be a major hurricane. Right now, the NHC forecast calling for a Category 4 hurricane to make landfall on Cuba later this evening. Here's the timeline using our exclusive Fox model. We get through Jamaica, comes off of the North Shore somewhere around 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then it's back over warm water. Folks, believe it or not, that's enough to cause a little bit of an oomph. Give a little extra push before we have the second landfall in Cuba. Now, of course, the circulation is going to be jostled a little bit going over the mountainous terrain of Jamaica. We do have 2,000 to 3,000 foot mountains that the circulation will be going over. Landfall is overnight for Cuba. It does exit the North Shore of Cuba by sunrise. So this is a quick hit, not only because we're talking about less land that this circulation will be moving over, but also the forward motion of Melissa that has been noted to increase. Right now, we're up to 7 miles per hour with that forward motion. It looks like that trend is going to continue. So hopefully we can get it in and out of Cuba at a quicker pace than what they're going to be dealing with for Jamaica. But unfortunately, everything holds true. The intense rain, the surge element, and then, of course, the wind damage. Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, they're looking at their own impacts during the day on Wednesday. Let's focus in on the rain impact for Cuba. Yeah. Easily 2 feet of rain. Again, similar setup to Jamaica, mountainous terrain, landslides, mudslides. The cutoff situation for some of these rural communities is a real threat. It
really is. And from the key messages that we had from the NHC talking about landslides are expected to begin soon in Cuba. So even before we've got that landfall in Jamaica, I mean, the effects are there.
Rain surpasses and moves ahead of the storm itself.
Moves ahead. And the winds, I can't stress this enough either. The winds could be intense, especially if we don't see this eye wall replacement cycle happen before Jamaica. It moves over the mountains, it emerges back over water, and we have a 140-mile-an-hour hurricane, one of the more powerful hurricanes that has struck Cuba to
now,
happen.
on mountaintops, we're going to have more extreme wind gusts. Because you hide from the wind, you run from the water. Communities are being asked to head to higher ground, which will expose them to stronger winds. The integrity of the infrastructures where sheltering is happening will be crucial, because there will be infrastructure that cannot handle the strength of the winds that will be dealt out. Here's a look at the winds that we're anticipating for Cuba. Again, wind gusts can surpass 90 to 100 miles per hour. This is a look at landfall happening tonight, which, by the way, the timing our exclusive Fox model has bumped up. A couple hours ago on Fox Weather First, our computer models were suggesting maybe landfall around midnight, bounce saying 10 p.m. So we're getting that sense of the trend that the forward motion is really starting to increase. The winds, by the way, with Cuba, they won't come back into check until we get to lunchtime on Wednesday.
We've seen with that advisory that tick up, right, in intensity. So if it can move over Jamaica rather quickly, still going to do the same damage. In fact, if we've got some slightly faster forward motion, you add that to the winds that the eye wall will be unleashing on the island. But yeah, some of these top wind gusts, Guantanamo, far enough to the east, we might have that landfall just to the west, according to our Fox model, right? It's going to happen a little closer to
landfall, most likely in here.
Yeah. Then you've got the system itself. The core will be disrupted as it moves over Cuba, but we've already seen the hurricane alerts, the watches, warnings eventually that will be in effect for the southeastern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. It's a different story as it moves into the Bahamas because they're low-lying islands.
And the surge element is going to be very concerning in regards to that. 6 feet of storm surge on flat islands like the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, very different than a stark landscape in Jamaica and Cuba where you go from sea level to 6,000-foot mountains fairly quickly. That does complicate the scenario. And so the storm surge element for the Bahamas is extremely concerning. Again, anticipating a Cat 2 hurricane for the Bahamas. The timeline will be during the day on Wednesday that we're feeling those impacts for the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos.
Yeah, and I should say they are hurricane warnings now in the Bahamas and Turks and Caicos. I've been, as you've been talking to, it's been remarkable. I know you guys were showing it in first. The eye of Melissa as the hurricane hunters yesterday were flying through it. It has been a remarkable thing. You can see some of the video below us. This is from space, but to see and capture something like that.
Here it is.
The comments, too, have been just how dry that air is in the middle of this eye. Just a sight to behold as hurricane hunters were penetrating that eye.
There's so many examples where the hurricane hunters have not only captured the stadium, in fact, in all of its glory to the max that we can see it, but, you know, because it has to be perfect timeline and also perfect, you know, execution of the flight.
Yeah, incredible, though, that the stadium effect where it just rises up to the top.
You can see the circulation in the cloud formation itself. I mean, just the signs of this, the ventilation at the top, those light wispy clouds that you see up by the blue, that's the ventilation of this storm literally airing itself out. Once you get to this strength of hurricane, it's like a monster that is self-feeding and self-sustaining itself. It's an incredible process.
It's wild. And the vertical development of these clouds, we always talk about, you know, cumulonimbus clouds. Those are the clouds that produce storms. The fact that you're seeing those created because of the warm Caribbean, it's just a sight to behold. And it is concerning because we have seen no signs of this hurricane weakening as it's approaching Jamaica this morning. In the meantime, our coverage of Hurricane Melissa's landfall and journey to the Bahamas, it continues here in just a couple of minutes. We are live in Jamaica with Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. We're also going to be joined by our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, throughout the morning. So you'll want to stay tuned for that as we wait for landfall. Our live coverage, it continues after the break.
This
We're back here live. Hurricane Melissa strengthening on Monday. It's now this morning eyeing the south coast of Jamaica. Fox Weather, we're your Hurricane HQ. This is going to be a historic hurricane for Jamaica, the strongest in recorded history. This is a live look in Spanish Town, Jamaica, as we're showing you how the water is beginning to rise. Melissa's rain bands already beginning to lash the capital and then just outside of Kingston in Spanish Town. For perspective, and we'll show you, look at that, Britta.
That's what's under the water.
Before, it was Monday night, yeah, and even before the sun rose this morning and that rain was starting to fall, it speaks to while we haven't felt the worst of the winds, that rain's been persistent.
I mean, easily just estimating by eye, you're talking about at least a 10-foot increase, and that's a rough estimate just off of a visual of what this looked like before and what it looks like this morning. But in, a span of 12 hours, we've lost one access, one road, one bridge in Spanish Town, Jamaica. And unfortunately, this will be a scenario that outplays so many times for Kingston. I think Kingston will really struggle with infrastructure in regards to the flooding.
Yeah, it's true. And when it comes to wind, as the National Hurricane Center has mentioned, this could be total structural loss, where we see the eye wall of Melissa move through. It's the bottom of the hour. We're here in Studio W, of course, keeping watch of that just a few hours away, that landfall of Melissa.
And ticking down, we will at least have daylight on our side. That will help us tell the story. It will be a little more complicated for Cuba as their landfall will be overnight tonight through early tomorrow morning. But that's a live look at the harbor. Folks, this is a harbor. It should be flat as a mill pond, and we have breaking waves. High tide, by the way, 3:30-ish local time this afternoon. So this threat of flooding and surge is kind of coming in as we're building up towards high tide. By 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, probably Melissa will be exiting the North Shore of Jamaica.
Yeah.
So, this is going to be a wild ride that kind of unfolds. Surge-wise, this is a troublesome approach. It's not the worst approach. When it comes to storm surge, the angle of attack is incredibly important to look at. Melissa's going to be coming in from the northeast at this point, which does provide a lot of onshore push. Yep. Probably the worst angle of attack would be something from the south-southwest for Kingston Harbor. Yep. But still, you're talking about hours of exposure to an onshore push. This is probably going to be most significant surge that they have seen of any hurricane.
All right, let's bring in Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. He's joining us from St. Ann Parish in Jamaica, of course. Robert, from the perspective of what you've been experiencing, wondering, this storm, when we look at it, not necessarily a large storm, and that often means the most intense portion of the hurricane's going to be near that eye wall. But I would imagine in St. Ann's, those conditions, at least by this afternoon, will start to dramatically go downhill.
Yeah, guys, they will. And by the way, we're getting some gusty winds and rain right now. What are we, an hour and a half, 2 hours away from landfall, and then it will trek up to the northeast into this area with significant winds. And you may be wondering, why am I holding an iPhone right now? Maybe you look at the shot and the perspective, peek behind the big camera and the lens that you're looking at right now. And I'm going to give you another perspective because we moved locations. We are in a fortified structure home with multiple different variables as far as what we can show and the safety right now. And I'm going to move slowly because we are experimenting essentially with the signal here in Jamaica and St. Ann between Runaway Bay, about 50 miles from the airport in Montego Bay. I'm going to zoom in on the iPhone and I want to show you that's as far as I can go. But in the distance beyond all the fury of those trees and the clouds, that's the Caribbean Sea. And maybe you can make out some of the waves there, and clearly you can see the rain. And as I pull out this camera, give you kind of a 180 or maybe a little bit more of what we see. This home, it has a pool in the backyard. It has multiple rooms. It is safe. We are in a good position. What I am concerned about, and by the way, we could see the mountains in the distance over there just moments ago, but this outer band is really making that difficult. But I am concerned about, you see all of this. Look at all of these, pieces of a home and debris, which will be debris when we get well over 100-mile-an-hour winds coming in here, and the vegetation that will get ripped up, unfortunately. And that is going to be a major problem here as the day progresses and all of these winds and the rain continues. And the airports and the roads, Montego Bay Airport will likely be put to sleep for some time, unfortunately, because of all this. And you see Pete right here, and this is how our setup. This is just one of the places that we can broadcast from on this balcony. We're on the second floor. We were in the garage earlier, and we will essentially try to navigate our way through this structure and give you the best views that we can as the day progresses. Power is going to go out in full. We've had spotty outages throughout the day so far, and the night as well. And we hope that we can maintain our cell phone data. We have a Starlink. We're also operating on T-Mobile, Super Mobile, which is unbelievable, and that partnership that we have. But rain and winds kicking up. And let me just kind of give you this view, guys. Here we go. This is exactly what you expect with outer bands, especially when they begin to kick up. And we don't even have a landfall. Look at this. See, this is exactly what we're going to go through, and this is nothing right now. When this storm comes in, you can expect catastrophic damage in so many different spots. I'm just going to pull out. I'm trying to monitor this and maneuver through this, and I hope that our signal is not degraded. We may have stalls in the signal. Bear with us. That is just the way it goes in this. And frankly, you know, the move that we made yesterday from Kingston up into this area, St. Anne and Runaway Bay, was because we wanted to document the wind field, because the track of Hurricane Melissa kept going west, and we knew that if we stayed in Kingston, yes, there would be flooding, there will be tropical storm force winds, but in order to truly document some of the wrath of this and then be on the ground for the aftermath in the areas that are so affected, we had to reposition ourselves into north central Jamaica. And so that is why we're here. And safety is number one, clearly, for not only this crew, but also the nearly 3 million residents of Jamaica. It is paramount. There are shelters everywhere. There's been evacuations in lowlands to the south. I hope people did heed those warnings and get out, because they may not survive if so. This is a historic, remarkable scenario that will impact Jamaica for not only days and weeks to come, but months and years, guys. Back to you.
No doubt about it, Robert. When we're looking at your location, because you had mentioned Runaway Bay, I'm wondering, as you made your way through, because you went through some pretty hilly terrain, mountainous, you could even call it, and we're looking in Spanish Town, which is outside of Kingston this morning, already seeing some overwash because of the rain. Was there any signs of that beginning yesterday? Because this is right now relatively light, but was there any evidence of flooding that you saw as you made your way to the north side of the island?
Well, once we got up here, we took the highway that runs from Kingston to the north side. It's a four-way highway, and then you get up here and the roads are two-lane. And on the coastline, with the rain that was falling yesterday, yeah, we did see some ponding of the rain or of the water. So, I mean, the sewers here on a good day really don't handle precipitation. And then when you put this much down, they're not going to be able to handle it at all. And it's dangerous. And some of the roadways are already compromised with significant potholes in some areas. And when there's water over that, and if you're driving in, say, 2-3 inches of water, you don't know what you're about to run over, and your car could be in very bad shape. We had a moment like that yesterday where I just didn't see what was below us. So we're very cognizant of that. And, as I move continually with this iPhone and trying to test and push this technology, which is exactly what we're going to do the entire time, this team out here is really doing a stellar job. And that is what we're up against here. We're trying to give you the most immersive behind-the-scenes look at not only what we're about to experience, but for people to understand, whether it be first responders or government officials, to see exactly what Hurricane Melissa is going to bring in real time. We hope that we can have our signal continue to last, guys.
And so far, Robert, your signal looks great. I know that you're trying your best to give us different vantage points and testing and trying out a couple different ways of doing that. And so far, we see everything crystal clear. Just to provide a little feedback to you and your mighty group of three right there in Jamaica. That is Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. Thank you so much for the update to our viewers. Stay with us. We're going to have Robert back in just a little while, but we'll let him and his crew crew take a couple moments of respite as they have a long day ahead.
Looks like we are getting to that movement of Melissa, getting closer and closer to that coastline. Of course, you'll want to keep it here. We are watching at landfall. I'm thinking we're just a couple of hours away from it. It's it seems to be moving on through. On the other side of the break, guys, we are going to be joined by our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. So keep it here. His analysis is coming up. And we are back here live on Fox Weather, and we're giving you a live look into Kingston Harbor, Jamaica. We're right by near mid-tide this morning. Of course, the rain has been falling for several hours now, and we've already seen reports at the Norman Manley International Airport of sustained tropical storm force winds. We've seen some gusts approach 60 miles an hour, so those winds will likely increase. But we're also going to see the rain become so much more intense. We also have to pay attention to that storm surge as Melissa's getting closer and closer to the island. We want to bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross now. Brian, so Melissa is about to make landfall. I'm wondering, since we're talking to you finally this morning, any big changes that you saw that maybe caught your eye with the latest advisory or perhaps overnight trends?
Well, nothing with the new advisory so much, but we are seeing on the satellite, I think, that the system, the eye may be expanding, maybe a sign that it's trying to finally do that eye wall replacement, make a bigger eye, which would lower the top winds but expand the storm, and that's not good. You actually make more storm surge with an expanded storm, and you cut a bigger corridor through the country where this thing goes from southwest to kind of the north central part of Jamaica. Here is the 8 a.m. advisory with 175 mile an hour winds. There's that incredibly low pressure number at 901. Now, hurricane hunters just got into the eye, just on the report that is coming in right now. I'm seeing them flying right through the eye. That's the Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters. So we'll get kind of an understanding of exactly what's happening with the pressure and the winds here very shortly from them. Let's look at it close up here with the track. And if you were watching last night, I was on last night with Ari, and we saw this thing kind of go like this, and then it kind of turned around and got back on track to the National Hurricane Center track. What was happening there is it was being driven by a flow, a very light flow this way, and then it was going to get taken over by a stronger flow going this way. And it was just kind of in the midst of getting handed off, so to speak, in that spot right there, and it made that sort of loop. But you can make out with the eye, you see it kind of expanding. Look at the dark part of it, and watch here as it very tight there, and then here it comes, wider, wider now. So we think that's probably what's happening, is trying to form a Y wall, but it's probably not going to have time to do that. Maybe we'll end up with a slightly weaker top wind. I don't know. We'll see what the hurricane hunters say. It's an extremely impressive looking hurricane on that satellite. Here are the winds now as modeled, and you can see that over here, this is the Kingston area over here, the winds are blowing onshore here, blowing right toward the Spanish Town part of the metropolitan Kingston area. So in these bays over here, the water is piling up. Over here, where it looks like landfall is going to be, in the Treasure Beach, Black River area, right now the wind is kind of pushing the water off, but that's going to switch absolutely incredibly dramatically in the next few hours as the core of the storm. You can see where the strongest winds are. They're just down here. They're just offshore. So this is going to all really go downhill here just in the next few minutes. And this is the area where just a lot of bad things are going to happen. It really depends on where this center comes ashore. It's going to be so close to Black River, somewhere in there. This is a vulnerable coastal area from two reasons. One is the town of Black River, most of it is elevated, but it has all this coastal section and then resort and kind of homes right on the water all the way down to Treasure Beach, which is kind of a resort town. And from everything we're seeing here, this is going to be the end of that for quite some time. There's where the analysis is of the wind, and you can see here Kingston right now reporting sustained at 38 from the east, which is interesting. I think that we were losing data there. We just lost Montego Bay. Both have been reporting, as you said, winds, tropical storm force gusting up near 60 miles an hour. And you can see that it makes a huge difference whether the wind is coming off the water here or up here. And you can see the kind of packing of the lines together. But over here, where you have these mountains, you don't see much wind because it's getting blocked by the mountains there. So it makes a big difference on the island, whether you're right near the coast or somehow you're getting blocked by the huge mountains there that really will affect how people are affected by this hurricane. All right, so here's the forecast from the Hurricane Center, reminding you that the yellow areas are tropical storm force winds over 40 miles an hour, maybe gusting up to 60 or 70 there. Then these are the hurricane force gusts here, and you see they occupy from Maypen, which is a significant town in Jamaica, up to Mandeville, which is about the third biggest town, if you count all of metropolitan Kingston. So Maypen and Mandeville are quite large. And then all this area here under the hurricane force gusts right now, but we don't have any reports out of there. Then here are the hurricane force sustained winds just offshore. You see them right now. So remember now, the winds are coming in like this. So wherever the center is, let's say the center is right there, the winds are coming in like that. So this is where all the storm surge and all the serious impacts at the coast are going to be, and then it goes on across the country. Okay, so let's go forward in time. So estimating 11 a.m. Eastern time, 10 a.m. local in Jamaica, time for a Category 5 hurricane to make landfall somewhere around Black River, which was a former very important city in Jamaica, second only to Kingston before Montego Bay was built. And as I said, it's kind of elevated, but the Black River is drainage from all those mountains that are all around it, and you'll see that in just a second. So very, very vulnerable area, bad day here for them. And then just look at this, Mandeville, pretty significant city at 2,000 feet, and the winds get stronger as you go aloft. So this is going to be a very bad day, we think, in Mandeville, all the way in this corridor going north. Hurricane Center continuing with a Category 5 over the mountains. So they're just thinking formidable vortex that it's going to survive significantly over those mountains. And then the hurricane force gusts departing the north coast at about 8 p.m. In the east and 7 p.m. in Jamaica, and then the whole thing gone overnight in terms of the tropical storm force winds. And then tomorrow morning they'll be able to evaluate what exactly has happened with this storm. All right, take a look at this. This is an interesting way to see Jamaica. There you can see where the heaviest rain is over the mountains. Notice very heavy rain forecast, Montego Bay area over here. Montego Bay is actually right up in there. And then over the big mountains outside of Kingston, a peak. Not as much as was forecast because the system stayed south of Jamaica. Now it's moving fairly quickly across Jamaica, but still a foot to maybe a foot and a half of rain forecast, maybe in some places 2 feet forecast over the island, over the mountains. It all has to come downhill. So look here, we talked about Black River. You notice, can you see that all this goes in here? That's kind of a coastal plain, and then all the rain that falls in these mountains has to come out somehow, and even down the Black River, which is a major river right there. And you can imagine all that rain funneling into rivers and then coming out. And that's not going to happen immediately today. That takes time. Over in the Kingston area, again, you see Kingston and Portmore and Spanish Town kind of in this coastal plain here. All the rain that falls in these mountains has to come down and through Kingston, and that comes out right there. This is kind of the exit area here. It's a low area. Actually, I drew that wrong. It's actually over here. Between Portmore and Kingston is where the drainage is, and it comes through Kingston. So this is going to take time for all that water to get down, maybe even days, maybe even a week before all that water clears out. And then we have the storm surge issue we talked about here. There's the line for the National Hurricane Center track. The wind is coming this way, up to 13 feet in here somewhere, looks like the highest part. But Kingston Harbor and this bay here trap the water that's pushed in there, so they get an enhanced storm surge as well. I don't think it'd be 13 feet, but significant there. And also, this water being pushed this way is holding that rainwater that's trying to come out from getting out into the Caribbean. So until all this clears later today, the water is not going to be able to drain really well, as it will when we don't have that big push of seawater up against those rivers. All right, so here's the watches and warnings. Looking ahead, hurricane warnings at the eastern tip of Cuba, including Guantanamo Bay, also for the central and southeastern Bahamas, tropical storm warning, Turks and Caicos here. And also, you know, we didn't mention Haiti. I meant to do that, but it's still getting pounded, by the way, on Tiburon Peninsula. So here's Cuba, and here you see 140-mile-an-hour winds making landfall. So this is really scary. In Santiago de Cuba, which is a major city, and of course at Guantanamo, U.S. interests at Guantanamo. Hopefully everybody is hunkered down there, because this is going to be a significant hurricane hit. And then through the Bahamas as a weaker storm, but still a significant storm surge. But there is high ground on those islands. The Bahamians know how to deal with it, but still, it is going to be a significant storm. And then on to Bermuda, where we'll see exactly how close it comes. But it looks like a Category 1 storm in the vicinity of Bermuda overnight, Thursday night into Friday morning. I just wanted to go back to this because I didn't mention it at the beginning, Stephen. And look at this band out here, still pummeling the Tiburon Peninsula. The heaviest rain in this storm might end up being on this peninsula here, which has some mountains on it that enhances the rain and so forth. It's still going there this morning. Stephen?
Oh, and we've been looking at it, Brian. Even the National Hurricane Center saying that communities could be cut off in the Tiburon Peninsula because of the catastrophic rain. In fact, when you look at these systems, sometimes there is a predominant rain band that sets up over a given area well removed. So it's concerning. You had mentioned the Black River, and from a perspective sake, we've been talking about Gilbert. And from 1988, Gilbert was a huge hit to the agricultural center of Jamaica. Well, St. Elizabeth's Parish, which is where Black River sits, is known as a breadbasket of Jamaica. I would only imagine, and I was reading the local paper, I mean, they talk about the fertile plains and the parish's topography. It's harmonious. It's a harmonious blend of towering mountains and expansive plains. I mean, if you consider that with a Cat 5, this could be devastating to the agricultural sector of Jamaica.
Yeah, and the basin there, that is the Black River Basin, is actually quite wide and quite fertile, and it's like a nature area, but it doesn't have elevation. It's like a real valley in those mountains, and if the angle of the push of water is exactly wrong, that water will go a long way inland up the Black River. Now, you know, there are only real people in that part of the coast, right at the coast. I mean, there are homes right on the beach there, looking out on that bay below Black River. But the water, the seawater, according to the National Hurricane Center's projections for a Category 5 going into that part of the coast, the seawater will go inland a long, long way. I've never been to Black River, but everything I've read about it, it sounds like it's quite a wonderful place there in St. Elizabeth Parish, and a very, very historic place going back to the 1600s. So exactly how they fare here, I don't know, because they are going to take an extreme hit. Yes.
Time will tell. Brian, thank you so much for the insight, diving into the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. We'll check in with you soon, as very closely we're approaching the time frame where we will get updates hourly from NHC.
Yeah, and we do have to take a quick break, but as Brian had been mentioning, the hurricane hunters, they are currently flying through the center of Melissa, getting some really crucial data as we're talking about a landfall in just maybe a few hours. Might be less than that. Hurricane Melissa continues to lash Jamaica. We're looking at Kingston Harbor. The wind is certainly up. This camera wasn't shaky yesterday, but it is today. Of course, the Whitecaps in the harbor too, keeping it tabbed. We're keeping close watch of it here. We'll be right back. Hello, it's a brand new hour here on Fox Weather. You're watching Weather Command. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Britta Merwin in for Marissa Torres. Thanks for staying with us. It is Tuesday, October 28th, awaiting landfall. Melissa is heading right for Jamaica.
What a powerful storm. It strengthened from just 24 hours ago, now up to 175-mile-per-hour winds. We have the hurricane hunters, which are currently in the storm. And there have been evidence. Look at this, Britta. We've just seen the pressure drop to 896
also, the
millibars.
winds up
My goodness.
180 miles per hour. This is not only historic for Jamaica, but for the Atlantic Basin.
It's one of the top 5 strongest, most intense hurricanes that we have seen in recorded history. That's when we're looking at the pressure. It's powerful that this is now sub 900. The fact that we're watching in just a matter of a couple of hours, possibly a historic landfall from Melissa to Jamaica, and it keeps getting stronger.
And there's no limiting factor. At this point, the only limiting factor is interaction with land. But that's not going to help Jamaica. Possibly it will help Cuba. But Cuba even bracing for a major landfall later tonight.
You're right. This is significant with the special advisory that's just been issued from the National Hurricane Center. We do want to take it live, though, into Jamaica. We have views from the West Coast to the east coast of the island. This is Spanish Town. The capital of Kingston's not too far away from Spanish Town. There was a bridge there, which last night was dry.
Now it's
not
under,
anymore.
More than 5 feet of water.
Right, and we have also Kingston Harbor, which is mid-tide. They're heading toward a high tide cycle at about 3:30. The National Hurricane saying that within this eye wall, total structural failure is likely. In addition to the catastrophic winds, storm surge, and flooding will be destructive as well.
Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray is joining us live from St. Ann Parish, Jamaica. That is on the north shore of Jamaica. Robert, we just got a special announcement from the National Hurricane Center. Internal pressure now sub 900 millibars. The winds up to 180 miles per hour.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. And I'm going to bring Jared Maloney, a meteorologist and producer, in here, and we're going to talk about that new update. He's a scientist, and it's remarkable. But before we do that, guys, I just want you to see the secondary camera. You notice I'm holding an iPhone here, and we are streaming, and I want to give you a look into the ocean, the Caribbean Sea, actually in the distance, about a quarter mile. So I'm going to just kind of move my camera, and you're going to see part of our compound that we're at that's going to keep us safe. And look at that as I zoom in there, and you see some of the activity, the winds and the ocean just getting churned up out there with those rains. It's interesting to see because these are outer bands, that we're experiencing. We have not even had landfall, and yet this is the beginning of hours upon hours of fury coming in to Jamaica. We are in the north central pocket of Jamaica right now, and we made the move from Kingston yesterday because we knew that we would be in heavy winds here, not winds like what they're going to experience in the southwest part of Jamaica. Those potentially, well, they are unsurvivable if you are on that shore. We did not want to put ourselves in that position, but I do want to show you in the distance here before I bring Jared in. You see some of the mountainsides here with the fog and the clouds moving over and some of the rain, and the biggest concerns here is the flooding and also the debris when the winds start. All of this that's on the ground down here will be flying debris, projectiles, and then you have the 2-lane roads with the power outages that are going to happen because the poles will go down, and we will likely lose cell phone data, and the airports will be compromised. And how will that work for the aftermath with aid getting in here? Jared Maloney, please come on over here, and you can see Jared walking over. Jared, I want to ask you about the latest update right now from the National Hurricane Center and what we're dealing with.
So right now, if we do not strengthen even a little bit further, this is the second strongest landfall on record in the Atlantic. The only one that is stronger, the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, hit the Florida Keys. There was a railroad that connected the entire Florida Keys that was very well built and strong. It stood up to the sea for decades. That railroad was ripped apart and destroyed by the winds. In Jamaica, a lot of homes are really well built with reinforced concrete.
Like the one we're in right now, and if we can take the second shot as Jared continues to talk, I'll show you. Go ahead, Jared.
So a lot of people are very confident in those homes standing up. In the landfall location, through experience and past history, a lot of those homes will fail. Even the most well-built structures are at risk with these winds. You can look at the footage and destruction of that storm to see that. And this is comparable to the strongest storms worldwide: Typhoon Haiyan, Typhoon Megi, Typhoon Meranti. This is as high end of a landfall event you can get pretty much worldwide, and we are still not done strengthening.
Jared, how did we get here? It is October, and this has been meandering. Melissa's been meandering for well over a week. How did we get here?
The ocean heat content in the Caribbean has been untapped this entire year. It's been extremely, extremely warm, and when storms stall, usually they churn up cooler water, and they weaken if they stay in the same place for too long. Because of how deep and warm this water is, despite how slow it was moving, it was able to keep intensifying, was able to keep working through its structural issues, its shear. And that has made this absolute monster this morning. I could tell you, I have never seen a satellite image as impressive as this. This is as impressive as Hurricane Patricia's at peak, as impressive as Haiyan's at peak of that satellite loop. And this landfall is going to be absolutely devastating on that southwest side, and it's going to maintain a lot of its strength even as it weakens crossing the island.
Jared, your knowledge of the history of hurricanes and landfalls is beyond impressive, and I have to ask you, what are we going to experience in our location in the coming hours?
So depends on how far east we wobble. We do have a large, strong wind field to the east of this eye. If we wobble just into the eye wall, we will experience very, very strong windy conditions, mainly in gust form. They'll be in and out due to the land friction. It will be slightly less consistent than right by the coast. But at the spot we're at, about a quarter mile from the coast, is where the winds are going to actually start accelerating as they head offshore again. That'll be a little further down to the coast. But as that friction effect slows, the winds over the water are going to be much faster, and the winds behind that can move just a little bit quicker inland as they're fanning down.
What do you expect in the aftermath here? And while you're talking, I'm going to ask you to hold the mic, because I'm going to push in on the Caribbean Sea here in the distance. So for our viewers, go ahead and tell our viewers what we should be expecting.
The western side of Jamaica will be completely unpassable. There will be massive tree destruction, like a tornado. If you saw the London tornado scar satellite images earlier this year, you can imagine even something like that over a wider area. The roads will be completely unpassable on that portion of the island. Now, granted, the other portion of the island isn't out of it. With all this heavy rain we're getting, the orographic lift off those high mountains to the east is that we're going to be dealing with flooding and blocked out roads, and the wind field will still take down power lines there too on that side of the island. The entire island will be incapacitated, and travel will be very, very limited in the immediate aftermath. Getting these roads cleared is the first priority to establish these supply lines. After that, aid can really start to come in. The other concern we have is how much surge gets into Kingston Bay, and does it take out the road leading to the airport? Right now, the winds are likely going to be high enough in Montego Bay to take that airport down for a while. If Kingston Airport is also incapacitated, there will be very difficult to impossible to get air travel into this island, and everything will have to be done by boat coming in, which is a little bit slower, and it's harder to get that immediate aid in. At this point, we should expect, we would need a massive international response to go and make sure that Jamaica can make it through this storm, because this will be the worst storm they've experienced in their history, and really in the Atlantic. Worldwide, this will be one of the worst landfalls we've experienced in the modern era, or really across history.
Jared, thank you. Guys, if you're not going to learn any more than what Jared Maloney, meteorologist, field producer, just explained, we will continue this coverage live from the field. Thank you, Jared. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, and Robert, to you as well, getting the different shots. We know that the hurricane's going to become more intense as we watch this make that landfall. We do want to get to some analysis, though, Robert. We'll be checking in with you again at the bottom of this hour, so just in about 20 minutes or so. But let's analyze this thing, because it is remarkable what we have seen. Spanish Town, Jamaica, we've seen that live camera. We've been watching that. We also need to pay attention to what's going to be happening in Montego Bay. Montego Bay, we We've already had reports of some sporadic power outages there. That's on the northwestern side
and
of
we
the
haven't
island.
even gotten a taste of the stronger winds at this point
Not
for
yet.
Montego Bay.
And this has been a camera we've been able to use. It does look like that water is rising just a little bit. Just a remarkable storm when you look at the winds. 180 miles an hour, that north-northeast movement at 7 miles an hour. Jared had mentioned that it might do a little bit of a jog. The National Hurricane Center explicitly saying that this might take a slightly more northeastward jog, which would be in theory a little closer to Kingston, but still not going to have the eye wall move over Kingston, which is some good news.
Yeah, when we're talking about jog, we're talking about slight deviations, distance.
Yeah, just a little bit. 896 pressure, though, is a remarkable sub-900 pressure reading that we've had. And looking at where we're getting some of the data, Britta, this is so important, too, because we've got NOAA. It was the P3 yesterday that researchers pilot on that flight. They encountered some severe turbulence in the southwestern portion of Melissa's eye wall. They had to go back to Lakeland. But the Air Force, the C-130s, they're the ones that just made that pass through the center. That's where the data is coming from, 180-mile-per-hour winds. And you look at what we've seen, it's obvious and evident that we've got the eye wall. This was their inbound flight winds. They are going to be heading out, and so you're going to see the outbound winds. That's also going to skyrocket, but it's right around here. You can clearly see where that eye is. I mean, plummets. It's
Yes, very, very evident. Yeah. Also, when you're talking about an eye of this size, there's going to be a very eerie, at least 45-minute, and you have to estimate, because again, the forward motion of this storm is trending faster, which is actually a good trend. We're already in a really tough situation. We don't need this to be drawn out any longer than it does. But can you imagine 45 minutes-ish of complete calm when you just had what felt like an EF3 or EF4 tornado ripped through for hours on end? It's a wild experience that is very rarely captured, especially during daylight. We're going to have some images come in that are just incredible. Where Robert's team is set up, if you can sort of put, it's kind of by Ocho Rios. It's just to the west of there. So they're not going to have interaction with the eye or the eye wall, but they will have that ferocious east dirty side of the storm. Black River to Treasure Beach, that's going to be the impact zone, and where we will have infrastructure likely fail completely. That is what is expected. We
have the eye, which has remained roughly 10 nautical miles. That's a little less than 12 miles in diameter. And looking at the size of this eye, and how, I know Brian had even mentioned how it maybe, if you track it from overnight, it has tried to maybe appear like it's expanding. Maybe it is going to be going through an eye wall replacement cycle, but it still looks very healthy from this perspective.
And there's not enough time, if perhaps we are entering that ability for an eye wall replacement cycle, for it to complete before landfall.
And I think that when we're looking at just maybe a few hours, the special update that we got from the National Hurricane Center saying that it will be making landfall in just a few hours. If it's moving, I can pause it here, if it's moving to the north-northeast at 7 miles an hour, when you look at landfall, it's when half of the eye is over. Let's assume that Treasure Beach is going to be the epicenter, and where we have that eye move over, we're about 30 miles away or so. So it's got 30 miles to go. It's going 7 miles an hour. You're talking about 4 hours or so. It's possible that we'll begin to see, I mean, that eye wall, which you're looking at from yesterday, that's imminent. We're going to feel those winds reach Treasure Beach that will be exceptional. We talk about 180-mile-an-hour winds. This, I don't want to relate it to a tornado because I know it's different, but the magnitude, if you think of what 180-mile-an-hour winds will do, it's an EF4 tornado. Well-built homes are leveled. It's catastrophic damage.
And to your point, how the human brain works is by comparison. That's how our brain can relate experiences. And in a comparison to a tornado, that is a very short duration event. But if you can think about a tornado that lasts for hours upon hours upon hours, that's the type of damage that you end up with. And that's why they're saying from the National Hurricane Center that they're expecting infrastructure to fail. These images of the eye taken yesterday, by the way, it almost looks like an atmospheric version of Mount Everest.
Doesn't it? I know.
It is incredible and terrifying at the same time. It is very rare to get images like this, and also very rare to have a storm like this. If you were to talk to a meteorologist about this type of an area of low pressure, that dramatic drop behind and under 900 millibars, I think most of us would say you're talking about a typhoon.
It's true.
Which,
and
again, is the same thing. It's a tropical cyclone, but it's the basin. You would guess something that's not in the Atlantic basin.
We've witnessed too past storms where that stadium effect is on full display, but the air specifically with Melissa is so dry in the center that people that are going to be living through this, there will be that moment where you can look up. I was talking to my family yesterday about these storms making landfall, and we talked about Hurricane Idalia, because as that eye made landfall, there were flamingos, there were birds that got caught up in the eye, and they landed and were found in Ohio, in the United States. Flamingos were. It's a remarkable thing to witness. It's spectacular. But when you're looking at what Jamaica is going to endure, this is a historic hurricane for them. You've got 180-mile-per-hour winds. We look at Gilbert. While Gilbert's pressure, to not get too technical, but Gilbert's pressure was 888 millibars, but that was at its peak. It made landfall in Jamaica as a Cat 4. It briefly strengthened right before, and it was devastating to Kingston. It's the costliest, a multi-billion-dollar storm for Jamaica
Also,
back in 1988.
The track of Gilbert was very different. It literally went from the east side of the island completely over to the right. If you don't, do you mind if I lean over?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay. So this is what they saw with Gilbert, a track like this. What we're experiencing with this particular hurricane is highlighted in orange. That makes a big difference for who gets the wind impact, who gets the surge impact.
Yep, it's true. And it's one of those storms that we watch it move over Jamaica. We have to also eventually, and we will throughout the hour, talk about the impacts to Cuba, to the Bahamas, into Turks and Caicos, which is the topography. Once you get into the Bahamas, much different, and storm surge is going to be a much greater concern. But this is going to be an extreme wind event for Jamaica, and we will see that happen just within the next few hours.
And we will bring you that ground truth, those images, as long as we have a signal out of Jamaica. And Jamaica is sheltering in place, bracing for what they fear could be the worst. We'll be right back here on Weather Command. We will also touch on what we're expecting for Cuba, which braces for an overnight landfall tonight. This just into Fox Weather, we are getting images from Cuba. Evacuation shelters are filling up in Cuba, which is next in line from Hurricane Melissa. The concerning fact will be overnight tonight, but you can see the urgency of Cuba as they start to respond. Right now, by the way, Melissa is 265 miles southeast of Guantanamo, Cuba, and they are bracing for what will be a very terrifying night. As we take a look at satellite, impressive imagery. This is a true monster. We got an update from the National Hurricane Center not long ago. The winds are up to 180 miles per hour. The internal pressure now sub 900 millibars. Again, we don't see storms of this magnitude very often. Now, of course, Jamaica is bracing for the first landfall, but after the storm moves past Jamaica, we will have impact with Cuba. We have hurricane warnings that have been in place. Again, this is those last hours that are available for any type of preparation as weather conditions will go downhill very quickly. Here's a look at the timeline as we go into this afternoon. The core of Melissa is going to be re-exposed to that warm water. We're expecting it to get off the north shore of Jamaica by 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Eastern time, and then we will have exposure to warm water. This is still anticipated to be a major hurricane, most likely a strong Category 4 as it makes landfall in Cuba after sunset. It is going to plow through eastern Cuba during the overnight hours, moving north of Cuba before sunrise. So this is going to be a wild 6-hour experience in the dark of night.
Yeah, while we have daylight landfall for Jamaica, it's going to be darkness over eastern Cuba. And you look at what the island could endure with a 140-mile-an-hour hurricane, because it's solidly going to be a Category 4, according to the NHC, and that with Jamaica and, yes, the rugged terrain, that core will be disrupted somewhat, but that's not going to affect the amount of rain that we're going to see in eastern Cuba. In fact, that's been the key message from the NHC regarding what we'll get and what we'll deal with in eastern Cuba.
I mean, we're looking
rain.
at the potential of possibly 2 feet of rain, and this is very mountainous terrain, not unlike some of the conditions that we're discussing for Jamaica. Cuba will also be faced with the fact that we're working this intense moisture and rainfall up mountainsides, and it's a stark climb. We go from sea level to 6,000 feet, more than 6,000 feet. And so, you know, the most dramatic rise in the topography is lining up with where we will see the most dramatic amount of rain, and that will lead to mudslides and landslides. The other aspect of this, of course, is the winds. As we look at landfall, it looks like it's going to be happening on that south-facing shore, well to the west of Santo de Cuba. Again, winds will be gusting probably over 100 miles per hour as we take a look at those peak wind gusts per this computer model, suggesting 100-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts along the south-facing shores of Cuba.
There is going to be a significant, even life-threatening storm surge. That's been the messaging regarding Jamaica and the South Coast because of that very, very likely rise of about 12 to 13 feet, up to 12 feet from that city, Santiago de Cuba, all the way into Guantanamo. I mean, we're looking at a stretch of coastline.
And then it will be pushed into Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah, and from a perspective
every bay amplifies storm
of the
surge.
U.S., we know Guantanamo, we know Guantanamo Bay, and the fact that you've got the dirty side of this hurricane that's going to be lashing eastern Cuba. Now, as it does move through, in fact, the topography here in Cuba, from an elevation standpoint, is very similar to eastern Jamaica. We've got peaks, the one peak that rises to about 7,300 feet in Jamaica, but that'll be the last mountainous stop that Melissa has. I mean, it will be the second landfall that we have with Melissa later today or overnight tonight, but then it's going to be emerging into the Bahamas, and the storm surge threat is going to be great there too, up to 6
feet. Up to 6 feet, and that's on very flat islands.
Yeah.
Gosh, you think back to Dorian, which is the benchmark really for the Bahamas. This is a spot that struggles with storm surge, and anything above 4 feet is considered what can be unsurvivable for humans.
And from actually with Dorian in mind, that was the last time a Category 5 made landfall in the Atlantic Basin You go back to 2019. So we're about to have something that hasn't happened in 6 years in the Atlantic Basin, that Category 5 landfall, which is going to be Jamaica, where that's never happened before. It is going to, and you had mentioned it, as we've noticed the trend, it will be picking up in intensity. As that trough is picking this storm up, it'll probably start to get stretched out just a little bit, so it's not going to look as symmetrical as it is this morning.
The wind field will grow, that forward motion will
Yeah.
increase, which of course, the faster you can get it in and out, the better off you're going to be. But, you know, no matter how you slice this, this is going to be historic for the entire Caribbean, but we're talking life-changing for likely millions of people.
And for the Bahamas, life-threatening storm surge. That's still on the table.
Up to 6 feet.
So,
that is still on the table.
Yeah,
and there's fewer spots that you can run to get out of storm surge in the Bahamas in comparison to some of these other islands.
Okay. Well, our coverage of Hurricane Melissa's landfall and the journey to the Bahamas, it is going to continue. We have to take just a quick break. We are going to be getting now hourly updates on the position of Melissa because we are nearing that landfall. We are live in Jamaica with Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray and meteorologist Jared Maloney. We're also going to be joined by our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, throughout the morning. Our live coverage continues after the break. Hurricane Melissa strengthening yesterday as it's eyeing the southern coast of Jamaica this morning. Fox Weather, we're your Hurricane HQ. This is going to be a historic hurricane for Jamaica, the strongest in recorded history. This morning, Melissa is strengthening. Now, with hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center, this is Spanish Town, Jamaica, as the rain has been filling up the rivers across the country, across the island. There is a bridge here, but it's now washed over by the rain and the heavy rain, which we have seen pockets of the island already picking up quite a bit. So we'll be keeping tabs on that, also watching nearby the island's capital of Kingston, Jamaica. We're back here in Studio W. It's the bottom of the hour, and it's remarkable to watch now this powerful Category 5 hurricane. Probably within a few hours, we'll see that landfall.
To see the strength of the winds, but that drop in pressure, sub 900,
Yeah.
It's very few times that you see a storm of this magnitude. And I think it's just awestruck.
Yeah.
I think that's the right words to capture how I feel. It's hard to really find words to put into motion what is unfolding.
Yeah.
By the way, these images coming out of Spanish Town, there's a bridge under that water.
Right. Yeah.
That
and
was
overwashed. Right.
Able to be crossed as of last night. And so that's just one example of the infrastructure issue, what we will see with the water, the flooding, the mudslides, the landslides. But then you think about the infrastructure challenges upon landfall.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, you're talking about as if a bomb has gone off. That's the intensity of the damage that we will see somewhere between Black River and Treasure Beach.
And we're going to be getting out live to Robert Ray in a minute, but because we are getting close, just a few hours away from landfall, we do want to focus on the analysis element of this. With winds of 180 miles an hour, it is a very powerful hurricane. And you had mentioned some of the names that we use when we talk about intense hurricanes. Wilma, the most intense, 882 millibars. Gilbert, 1988. Rita,
Americans
2005.
think about Wilma and Rita.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you're following of hurricanes, you look at these numbers and a sub 900 one, and this is the latest advisory, and there are indications that it might be even lower. I think hurricane hunters made another pass, and they recorded a pressure reading of 892. Not that that's what the Hurricane Center will go with, but it's a powerful storm. It's moving to the north-northeast.
And there's nothing that is weakening the storm. There is no limiting factor between now and landfall that will take place. The only thing that will start to work against Melissa is its interaction with land, but that is not helpful to Jamaica. It is helpful to Cuba, but even Cuba will be facing dire consequences later tonight.
We are looking at where this eye is right now. It's moving off at about 7 miles an hour. It's less than 30 miles, the center of the eye. It's less than 30 miles away from Treasure Beach. It's a rough estimate that we've been doing. There's no doubt.
Is probably just starting to unfold.
The eye wall that we have, hurricane force winds extend out 30 miles from the center. So we're beginning to watch that eye wall move into Treasure Beach, Black River. This is St. Elizabeth's Parish. St. Elizabeth's Parish, while it is a tourist hotspot, it really is the agricultural hub of Jamaica. It's known as the breadbasket of Jamaica, and you're looking at this Category 5 hurricane that's bearing down in this parish, Treasure Beach. It's devastating. Look at this vortice. So it might be hard to see, but you see that rotation right in the center. The sun's coming up, so we're beginning to see that shadow. That's
perfect, Matthew, if you can keep doing that.
Remarkably strong. Remarkably strong what we're seeing. And we're talking about a wind that was detected 180 miles an hour within that eye wall, and then it's calm here in the center. The most powerful force that nature can produce.
Incredible to see that little, if you can just highlight the vortice in the middle that Matthew's highlighting on satellite. These are features that are rarely observed and just incredible to see.
Yeah, pretty neat.
Wild.
There have been 2 passes that the hurricane hunters have had. The first pass that they made with that pressure that's been interpolated down, 896 millibars. Maybe it's a little bit deeper. The storm itself is still chugging. It's not shown any signs of weakening, and according to the Hurricane Center, we're probably not going to see a huge fluctuation in the intensity before it makes landfall. And you think of how much time we still have a couple of hours technically before landfall.
I mean,
this is going to be
technical landfall is the crosshairs of the center. I always like to think about landfall in 2 ways. The academic landfall, which of course is when the center reaches land, that will be called by the National Hurricane Center. But the experience of living through a landfalling hurricane, which for me is when you start feeling the hurricane force winds to when you stop feeling the hurricane force winds. And we're talking about at least a 6-hour process, give or take, that communities will be feeling the wrath of this eye wall?
We've had the tropical storm force winds from Montego Bay to Ocho Rios down to Kingston and Mandeville. We actually want to head to the north side of the island now. I mean, really, truly is island wide, where every square inch of the island will feel the effects of Hurricane Melissa. Kingston is the capital, and you're looking in the harbor as we are heading toward a high tide now. Low tide happened just shortly after 7 o'clock this morning. And in Spanish Town, Jamaica, which is just outside, of course, we're continuing with some of that flood threat that we already have this morning. The National Hurricane Center, with this special advisory, I'm going to quote them. They said residents in Jamaica should not leave their shelter as winds will rapidly increase within the eye wall of Melissa. In addition to the catastrophic winds, storm surge and flooding will also be destructive.
Yeah, let's bring in Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray and his team. They are joining us from St. Ann Parish, Jamaica. Robert, getting a taste of a rain band as we speak.
Yeah. Yeah, we are. These are the heaviest rains that we have gone through here this morning since the sun has come up, no doubt. Though, you know, it's the ebb and flow of these outer bands as massive, destructive Hurricane Melissa makes its way into Jamaica, and it's only going to get worse in the hours to come, many, many hours. And this is what we're expecting. You know, in some areas, 2 feet of rain, in some other areas, maybe even more, 3, 4 feet in some of those higher elevations. And that is the scary situation. Then you add on historic winds on top of everything, and then on an island nation where there's nowhere to run and hide, no matter what the preparations have been in the past 4 to 5 days by officials and the government doing a good job of trying to relocate people from those southern shores in the agriculture belt, Stephen, as you were talking about, the breadbasket of Jamaica. But yeah, we've got some pretty intense rain going on here, and Pete behind the lens doing a masterful job. Pete, if you can, just start training your lens on whatever you're seeing in the distance here, our location, and zoom in, give the viewer close proximity looks at these rains and winds. We are in St. Ann Parish, in between Runaway Beach, about 50 miles to the east of Montego Bay Airport, and the tourist mecca, essentially, of Jamaica, where all those resorts are. Honeymoons, weddings, anniversaries. So many people from around the world have come here to Jamaica over the years to celebrate not only the beauty of the island, but the culture. And everything is in peril right now. Life and death situations across. Nearly 3 million people in the crosshairs of Hurricane Melissa, historic Category 5. Where we are located in this fortified structure, this home, where we have multiple locations that we can bring this images and the impacts of this hurricane to you. We hope we can continue to broadcast as the system moves onto the island and moves up into this central area. It has a northeast cut after it makes landfall. We're going to lose power. Well, we have lost power multiple times since last night. It's in and out, but eventually we will ultimately have zero power. The hope is that communications at least can get out at some point, because that is going to be the key to help people that are in very bad situations, perhaps structures that are collapsed and flash flooding. There's going to be major issues with first responders trying to get to places because of down power poles and debris on these roadways. And then we have the mudslides and the rock slides that will come off these mountains, affecting all of these areas, and Kingston especially. You know, it will take time for a lot of that water to move down the mountainside. So it's not like it's an immediate scenario where all the issues are right now. This will go on for more than a day as far as the impacts of the hurricane. And even after Melissa leaves, you know, what will occur? How will aid get in with the airports being compromised? Won't be able to open those up anytime soon. And so as the days progress, after we get past the impact part of this storm, then we look at, you know, how is the human element happening? How are people surviving? Is there enough food, enough water for everyone? Are the shelters okay? How are the elderly and young children doing and going to fare? The animals on the island, so many different dogs and cats on this island, they're everywhere. How will all of this turn out? Well, we'll have to continue to report, and that's why we're giving you the ground truth. And we hope that we can maintain our reporting based upon the technical abilities that we are given at this point in 2025. But one thing we know is that what is going to happen right now in the immediate future is going to be historic and looked at for hundreds of years ahead. And in the years to come, Jamaica will be in a rebuilding process. Guys.
Yeah, and Robert, I mean, we are living in the moment right now because, as you know, we're probably just a couple of hours away from that landfall to occur. With your current situation, I mean, you've been up since 6 a.m. Eastern time. The rain itself, is it a bit more steadier? I'm thinking because Spanish Town, for example, with this rugged terrain, if you're getting this consistent rain island-wide, this is what's going to grow that flood risk, which is going to be catastrophic.
Exactly. And what is falling right now, I can guarantee you, is starting to create pooling and ponding scenarios on the roads up here on the northern end. There's no doubt about it. It doesn't take a whole lot of rain to create those scenarios here in Jamaica. And on top of that, the sewers are just not going to be able to handle this. It's not a sewer system on planet Earth that can handle this much rain coming in. Mind you, all of the winds. I got to tell you, the strengthening of this storm and the fact that by the time it exits where we're at on the northern end, the fact that it will be a Category 4 still, and gosh, guys, I mean, it's anybody's guess. Maybe it's even a Cat 5 at that point when it exits. Melissa has been so volatile in the forecast and the meandering that I think, we are ready for anything that occurs here. Head on a swivel is an understatement at this point. And I could say that I think that we will likely be perhaps in the worst hurricane that many of us have ever endured. And I worry about the population here in the aftermath and, quite frankly, during all of this. A lot of the structures here are not as fortified as where we're at right now. We're at a beautiful neighborhood, and thank God our logistics are top notch at this point. But there are many people that don't have the ability to be in those situations.
Yeah, and
and
officials even in the capital of Kingston, there were evacuation orders that were mandated, and one of the evacuation routes into the mountains, into those sturdy structures, which that's the place to be, ones that won't flood. But given the power of this hurricane and how we've seen it increase, Robert, we're talking about a 180-mile-an-hour hurricane. It's really hard. I know Jared had mentioned when we look at actual landfall systems, we don't have much of a sample group from the magnitude of this hurricane with 180-mile-an-hour winds. He had talked about that scarred landscape. Looking behind you, a lot of trees. Those trees under winds that intense will be gone. And you consider the mountains, as you know, Hurricane Center is saying that the winds will be 30% stronger than what they are right now observed.
I mean, this is a lush island. When you fly in and you see it from above, you realize how much vegetation is here, and you realize how hilly and mountainous the landscape is. And indeed, I mean, just look at the palms in the distance. In fact, right behind me, Pete, if you could just train in. I mean, and by the way, guys, this is nothing compared to what we're going to see in the coming hours. I mean, what you're looking at right now, I'm not even sure those trees will be there by the time the system makes its way up here, and let alone what the southern southwest coast is going to look like. I mean, nothing can survive 180-mile-an-hour winds. It's just a fact. It's very scary.
Really is. And watching as those outer rain bands continue to move in, and we're talking about a landfall which could happen here within just the next few hours. All right, Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray for us. Yeah. Along the coastline in St. Ann Parish on the north side of Jamaica, we appreciate the report. We'll see you again at the top of the hour or close to it. Stay with us. We are closely watching as Hurricane Melissa, a powerful and exceptionally strong hurricane, is bearing down on Jamaica as that eye now moving the storm at 7 miles an hour, picking up a little bit of pace. All the while, it's strengthening. Breaking news, too, the eye wall moving ashore now. We're receiving an update from the National Hurricane Center. Is that the case? Our special coverage continues after the break.
to
And we continue to track Hurricane Melissa as Kingston, Jamaica is under the threat for some catastrophic floods, also some strong winds. Kingston Harbor is where we're looking at. And as we continue to follow where Melissa is, the eye wall of Melissa is beginning to move onshore. Now, the technical definition of a landfall is when half of the eye is on land. That's not happened yet. But this landfall is not really a single point. It is a process, and that process is beginning to unfold as the eye wall is approaching the southern coast of Jamaica in St. Elizabeth's Parish, very close, as you'll see, to an area that is huge into agriculture, the breadbasket of Jamaica. Hurricane hunters are en route, and this is what happens when we're dealing with a landfalling storm. To get the most accurate, precise data, we've got NOAA. Those are flying the red line. You'll see that coming in from Lakeland, Florida. NOAA is actually about to penetrate the eye. And then you also have the Air Force in their C-130. They've been making passes throughout the morning. The latest advisory that we just got in came from the Air Force. In fact, that's the recon that we're able to show you with this. So this is from the Air Force flight, and it's going to be making another pass. You can already see that they're heading out, dropping additional drop zones, about to move on through. The remarkable eye wall that we're seeing, once again, this is inbound and outbound, and how we've seen that wind just increase in intensity. The latest pressure that we have, as it's well removed, you can see what it is, pressure of 1,000 millibars. That number was down to 892. That's remarkable, and we'll see if the National Hurricane Center ends up reflecting that with the special advisory. I'll bring in Britta here. We're looking at this eye wall that's beginning to move ashore, and Black River is one of the many communities along the coastline here in Jamaica that's at risk of seeing the worst of it. It's wild to watch a Category 5 hurricane make that closest approach. One of the beaches, Treasure Beach, is in another town. If this thing jogs just a little farther to the east, it's very possible that we could see the eye wall move over Treasure Beach. It's going to be somewhere between Black River and Treasure Beach, it seems.
You know, it's so few times in your career that you are in this moment and see this type of imagery. And this is an incredibly powerful storm, not just for Jamaica, but for the Atlantic Basin. When you look at what is going to be unfolding over the next 6 to 8 hours for Jamaica, we are going to see everything. I think the wind damage is going to obviously be heavily weighted on the western side of the island. We'll have the initial impact zone, which is what you're looking at between Black River and Treasure Beach. But again, as that eye continues to go all the way to the North Shore, roughly about a 50-mile, stretch here, you're just going to see prolific damage. I mean, we're talking about the removal of vegetation. Infrastructure is anticipated to fail. That's what the National Hurricane Center has put in their messaging since early this morning, and they do not use those words lightly. Now you have to take into account what will island because this storm is approaching from the south to the north, very heavily weighted wind-wise for the impacts that is on the eastern side or the western side of the island. The eastern side of the island, we not only will see gusty winds, but I think the biggest impact for folks in Kingston, it's going to be the floodwater.
Yeah, floods.
And the storm surge.
And it's possible, that's according to our Fox model, that some of those peak wind gusts could certainly approach hurricane force, maybe get close to 90, 100 miles an hour. Getting caught up in the actual wind speed, though, we're missing, in fact, the point, because this is a Category 5 hurricane that's going to be making landfall. This is what radar could look like, and this is going to be later this morning. Keep in mind, these forecast models initialize at a certain point, and they might be slightly off with where the center of Hurricane Melissa is. Our Fox weather model is a bit too aggressive or fast with this most recent run, so it's showing that by 10 o'clock Eastern time, we already have this ashore, as we know is not true. So
we're a couple hours off for this particular computer model.
But you get the drift that the rain that we're seeing where Robert has been just to the west of Ocho Rios near St. Anne's Bay is going to be intense. The winds are going to be strong.
And you're talking about hours of exposure from Kingston to Ocho Rios.
Yeah.
You're talking about hours of being under strong winds, heavy rain. It's going to lead to mudslides and landslides. We already have images of bridges that are washed over in Spanish Town. And so these infrastructure problems are going to be more prolific and common as we work our way through the afternoon.
Montego Bay wanted to point this out into the afternoon. We are going to have an onshore push, too. So
the
we
storm
will
surge
be
on the north side of the island will be an issue and threat.
Dealing with it, yeah. It really depends on where you're at. This is eventually going to lift off to the north, and as it does lift north, the rain will move on with it, but the damage will be done. There are several threats that we have, and even beyond what it's going to do and its assault on Jamaica, we're going to see it in Cuba. We're also going to see it, of course, in the Bahamas and in Turks and Caicos. But this Category 5 hurricane, it is a remarkable force that you see in the Atlantic Basin. Of the likes that we haven't seen, we've not seen a Cat 5 make landfall in 6 years. It was Dorian back in 2019 that happened. This could very well be a Cat 4 as it makes landfall in Cuba tonight or overnight.
And then we move on to the Bahamas. You talk about Dorian back in 2018. It sat over the Bahamas. Now, the Bahamas will have a shorter time frame of interaction with Melissa. The forward motion of the storm is already trending faster. That is a positive solution for the Bahamas because they'll have a matter of hours to be dealing with what at that point most likely will be Category 2 conditions. But first we have to get through the first landfall, and that's going to be somewhere between Black River and Treasure Beach as a powerful 180-mile-per-hour Cat 5 hurricane at a minimum. Because again, this is not weakening. No signs of weakening at this point. No
signs, if anything, strengthening, because the last hour that we got, it was a 180-mile-an-hour hurricane. The hurricane itself, as we're watching, the sun's growing higher in the sky because we're heading toward the afternoon. So we are beginning to see more of that eye. And the ability that we have from space to peer down into
it.
and see the water. We saw those remarkable images yesterday from the hurricane hunters as they were penetrating this eye, showing us that stadium effect, and a lot of meteorologists remarking on how dry this eye is. And I think from a perspective of symmetry, it doesn't get more symmetrical than this. There's been discussions, even our Brian Norcross, which he's going to join us at the top of the hour, talking about maybe an eye wall replacement cycle. Still waiting on seeing that. Radar is the tool that we would use to really confirm that. That's what the National Hurricane Center has been paying attention to. If I'm looking at this thing, it's got a focus, and it's St. Elizabeth's Parish.
And unfortunately, it is just continuing to bear down.
Yeah.
Once we get through that first eye wall for Black River and Treasure Beach, there will be a 45-minute-ish window of calm before they have to go through the backside of this.
Yeah, it's going to be two. Yeah, they get hit once as that eye wall is moving ashore as we speak. We'll have landfall, and then you're going to get the backside of Melissa, too, as this thing's lifting off to the north-northeast at 7 miles an hour. As I had mentioned, we are going to be joined at the top of the hour by our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. Our live coverage continues throughout the afternoon. Hurricane Melissa assaulting the island of Jamaica. Keep it here. We'll be right back as we leave you with a live view of the harbor in Kingston. Hello, welcome to a new hour here on Fox Weather. You're watching Weather Command. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Britta Merwin. Thank you for staying with us with our continuing coverage of Hurricane Melissa. It is Tuesday, October 28th. We are still awaiting the 10 a.m. advisory, kind of looking behind our shoulder because it's in any minute.
Yeah, the 9 a.m. was quite surprising as we saw that pressure drop below 900 millibars, sitting at 896 millibars. The movement of Melissa, which is a Category 5 monster, heading directly toward Jamaica. A landfall there is a certainty, and we're going to see that within the next few hours. In fact, the eye wall already beginning to move ashore.
Yeah, the process being felt for sure is those most powerful winds on the northeast eye wall starting to work on shore between Black River and Treasure Beach, where likely we will see winds that are strong enough to take out infrastructure. Those are the aggressive words being used by the National Hurricane Center this morning.
If we do have any changes with the numbers, we'll of course be bringing it to you. It's not been dropped yet, but we want to go live into Jamaica. We've been taking a look at Spanish Town and Kingston. We're going to go ahead and take Kingston's camera right now as the harbor. We've seen this since really yesterday, white capping, right? The harbor, which is generally speaking a slightly quieter part of the bay. It's surrounded mostly by land, but unfortunately, even the winds that we have with Melissa, while the core of Melissa is going to miss Kingston, which is some good news for Kingston, it's bad news for their friends and neighbors farther west in the parish of St. Elizabeth. The eye wall of Melissa is a sight to behold on satellite, and those are the tools that we have at our disposal. We also have the hurricane hunters, which continue to fly through this storm. Tropical storm force winds have already been reported at the International Airport in Kingston, which is Norman Manley. A 39-mile-per-hour sustained wind there. It gusted upwards of 60 miles an hour, 58 miles technical. The advisory, still waiting on it, still showing the 9 o'clock numbers, but the storm's still moving. Melissa's not going to stop, and it will be approaching Black River, the eye wall itself moving ashore now, but the center probably around the noontime hour. I mean, we're just a couple of hours away from that center moving ashore, and as we watch, just remarkable how this storm has been able to maintain its intensity since really 2 days ago when it became a major hurricane. I'm distracted because we just got the new numbers in, Britta.
Okay, so let's go ahead and bring up the new numbers again.
Even stronger.
Happening in real time. 185 mile per hour winds, pressure down to 892.
So it's even stronger. It is now as strong as the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, which dropped down to 892 millibars. This thing is still strengthening. The third most intense hurricane on record. We only have two that were stronger. We've got Wilma from 2005, and we have Gilbert from 1988. That's a remarkable stat that we have. And the winds also being ticked up because that pressure was dropping.
Of course. To be talking about a storm that finds itself in the ranks of the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. If you're familiar with the Florida Keys, there is a tremendously famous railroad that is in shambles. Beautiful bridge by Bahia Honda cut in half. Actually, I have a photo of me and my husband right by it. It is a classic staple of the Keys. That railroad was demolished and taken out by the Labor Day hurricane. You're talking about forces of nature that are rarely seen on the globe. So this is a historic moment, not just for Jamaica, but for the Atlantic Basin in regards to tropical weather. Here's a look at the brave men and women that are getting the data for us. That's how we're getting these updates of this internal pressure dropping so dramatically low.
We just had the NOAA hurricane hunters. They went through the center deriving some of that data. It was interesting because the Air Force, I can actually show you their recon. We're able to show it to you graphically. Of course, they're outside of the center. Pay attention to where that's at. They'll be making another pass, and they'll punch that core twice, right? You go through the eye wall twice. It was that second punch as they were moving out of it where the pressure dropped to 892 millibars, and that's what we're seeing reflected in this latest advisory. So because of the hurricane hunters, we're able to see it. I wanted to look back on infrared, though, because it does look like, I might be splitting hairs here, but it looks like maybe around the eye, we're beginning to see some warming take place, and that might be an indication of this eye wall trying to go through that process of replacing itself.
There's been multiple hints
Yeah.
of an eye wall replacement cycle trying to get itself going, but these hints end up just kind of staying as hints. And at this point, time is limited. I mean, the landfall the process is occurring right now. That northerly eye wall is starting to work its way onshore. The technical landfall, of course, probably 2 hours away at this point.
Yeah. Hard to get data out of St. Elizabeth's Parish here when we're talking about wind speeds, how much rain has fallen so far. But notably with this part of the hurricane, it is about the winds. I mean, we're talking winds that are 185 miles an hour, and you're looking at damage that would be unthinkable. I think back to Hurricane Helene and the widespread wind damage that we endured through Georgia. This storm is stronger than Helene, and we've got trees, mountainous terrain in Jamaica, in the breadbasket of the island, St. Elizabeth's Parish, and it's going to be in probably ways unrecognizable if these winds do verify at the surface. And we have reason to believe they could even be stronger because of the mountains.
Well, and when you think about where people are seeking shelter, it is in the mountains. You have to get away from the storm surge because that's a guarantee life ender. You cannot survive at the coast with 12 feet of water coming in, so you go up to the hills and the mountaintops, but that's where you have the exposure to these winds, and so the hope is that you picked a strong enough structure to withstand the winds.
Yep, and we want to leave you because we are going to be heading out live to Robert, but with this latest advisory, Matthew just being able to update the numbers here, remarkable that this is tied for the lowest pressure that we had with the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. As you'd said, only two other storms have been stronger, Gilbert and Wilma. Gilbert, of course, hitting Jamaica as a Category 4. It wasn't at its peak intensity, though.
But also, it is worth mentioning there's a difference between breaking records with a storm that is over water and breaking records with a storm that is making landfall. And when you take a look at a storm making landfall, making those records, Labor Day kind of holds, you know, the benchmark.
Yeah. So we are watching. I know that when we're looking at the landfall component, this could be the strongest landfall we've seen in the Atlantic Basin on record, because that goes back to the Labor Day storm of 1935.
We're having those conversations with our meteorologists just 5 feet from us. I mean, I think all of us in this room and also our meteorologists on staff, you know, a floor from now are also thinking the same.
Let's head out to Jamaica because we have our Robert Ray, which is standing by. We know every square inch of Jamaica going to feel the effects as Spanish Town as well as Kingston Harbor. Total structural failure is what the National Hurricane Center is saying will happen within the eye wall of Melissa. Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray is joining us from St. Ann Parish in Jamaica. Robert, you're close, very close to the ocean, just beyond, and watching how these advisories are coming in, and Melissa just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
It is terrifying, Stephen, and everyone watching, to see these advisories and what is coming here. And that's the thing. And if we could see our second shot here, I'm holding a rig with an iPhone that's streaming, and you see our camera position here in a fortified home where we will continue to report as long as we can. And I want to show you the ocean that you mentioned. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to bring in Jared Maloney over here, meteorologist and field producer, because I want his assessment of what you all have been talking about as well. And Jared, I'm going to give you the mic because I want to zoom in on the ocean, and let's, if you can, just talk about the significance of this latest advisory as well. Well, I'm going to push into the ocean.
So at this point, we have tied the Great Labor Day hurricane of 1935 with an 892 millibar pressure as confirmed by the reconnaissance planes and 185 mile per hour sustained winds. At the time, we did not have planes flying into hurricanes quite like that. Today, these observations that we are seeing in the drop zones that are measuring winds dropped from the plane falling down to the surface of the ocean are unbelievable. They are stronger than Dorian's were in 2019. The flight level winds are higher. The central pressure is the record strongest that will be making landfall anywhere in the Atlantic Basin and worldwide. You can only compare it to the worst of the worst. Thankfully, it is on the west side of the island where you will see these winds. The east side, while lower winds will be felt in the major population centers around Kingston. That flooding will continue to make this just an incredibly difficult situation to recover from. The humanitarian response needs to be absolutely massive, as it will be overwhelming to go and get the roads back online, to clear the power lines, to clear the downed trees, to clear the flooded out roads that get destroyed. Just the island as a whole, even if people do wake up okay tomorrow, power will be out for like who knows how long at this point. On the west side of the island, it may be over a year with how much infrastructure is going to be destroyed. It will be suffering on an unimaginable level in the modern day on the western side of Jamaica, and it is all about how can we get the routes and the supply chains back online as fast as possible as soon as the storm passes.
Yeah, Jared, you know what? I'm going to give you this rig real quick, and I'm just going to zoom out and put it like this for our viewers to look at what we're doing here and how we're staying safe. Incredible analysis by Jared, a scientist, a meteorologist out of University of Miami, has been with Fox Weather now for almost the entirety of our 4 years, and we are bracing for what is to come, everyone. It's not going to be a situation that is going to be easy during the impacts of the landfall, and as it makes its way up here into the north, makes that northeast cut. We're in the central part of Jamaica, essentially, 50 or so miles from Montego Bay Airport, which will likely take very bad destruction, as well as the Kingston Airport. And as Jared was referring to, the humanitarian effort that's going to ensue after this, with lack of power, lack of modern resources, and the inability to get aid in very quickly. That is going to be major issues as the rain falls and the wind picks up on these outer bands. This is only going to get worse, and conditions will deteriorate on the mountains with mudslides, with down power lines, debris flying, and all this beautiful vegetation behind us. Much of it could be ripped apart. One of the strongest hurricane landfalls in world history is what we're about to experience. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, we're just a couple of hours away as that eye wall is moving ashore. Okay, Robert, we know you got to go, so we will let you be. We'll be talking again, though, throughout the hour. Robert Ray for us in St. Anne's Parish, Jamaica. Thanks, Robert.
So that's what it looked like on the north side of Jamaica. This is a look from space via satellite. The latest info as of the 10 a.m. advisory showing a strengthening Melissa. 185-mile-per-hour winds, that pressure down to 892, tying the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. Folks, this is not only historic for Jamaica, but also in terms of tropical weather across the Atlantic basin. Stay with us. We'll get right back to Jamaica and the impacts that will be unfolding throughout the next several hours.
We are taking another live look into Kingston Harbor, Jamaica. We have high tide that we are approaching. That's about 3:30 this afternoon. The harbor is churned up as Hurricane Melissa is just off the coast of Jamaica. Fortunately, in Kingston, we are going to be spared the worst impacts. But we've still already at the airport, which is closed, have felt winds gusting upwards of 60 miles an hour. A powerful hurricane with the latest advisory, the special advisories, which we're getting every single hour, 892 millibars. That is the pressure reading that we have of Hurricane Melissa, the third lowest pressure for an Atlantic hurricane in recorded history. Not only that, this could very well tie and be the most intense hurricane to ever make landfall in recorded history. We have to go back to the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. We are carefully watching every step of the way. But there are people that are on the island. In fact, take a listen to this.
Now they get boards for the building. Boards. This is real. Like they're really preparing.
They are really preparing. That was Dawn Harper Nelson. Dawn's been in Jamaica on a business retreat with 17 other people this week. As word spread that Hurricane Melissa was bearing down on Jamaica, a couple of people from her group, they were able to leave before the airport closed on Sunday. But now Dawn, her husband, and 14 others, they're stuck in Jamaica. Dawn Harper Nelson and her husband Alonzo Nelson join us now. We need to mention that this retreat was the National Scholastic Athletics Foundation. Dawn is a two-time Olympic medalist, winning gold in the 100-meter hurdles during the Beijing Games back in 2008. Dawn and Alonzo joining us now. First off, thank you for joining us. I want to make sure you guys are in Montego Bay, Dawn. Is that correct? Just give us an update of what you've been dealing with over the past, 12 hours or so.
Yes, well, yes, we are in Montego Bay. It has been pretty much a drastic change. Earlier, everyone wanted to make sure people stay calm, don't, panic, but we didn't really have an evacuation plan. We knew that they were turning the convention center that you saw before boarded into the evacuation center. We were informed, you would be in this space, this area, but once it was time to evacuate, people were supposed to leave at 9:30. They were showing up at 6 o'clock, standing in the rain, panicking, people being turned away. Trying to push through the door. All plans change. You have people here with children, elderly. And so there's actually where this convention center is, there's an upstairs area, but downstairs there's a movie theater, and they have people, imagine a movie theater, they're in there. And the panic for them, and the lady was yelling out, I was in Katrina, I don't want to experience that again.
Oh, no.
And so you have mindsets, and so we're upstairs. So the flooding portion, we feel like we may be safe, but the winds have picked up. You can see the boarding behind us. You can hear the winds going by. So it has been a huge change. Flights, everything have been.
So it's a lot of anxiety around here because last night we thought we heard wind, but that was just the blow dryer in the bathroom. But being in this area, the lobby area, you can actually hear the 70-mile-per-hour wind pushing against the boards. And there's some leaking in the roofs as well.
All over the building.
Already beginning to leak, and we still haven't even seen this hurricane make landfall yet.
Yeah, the worst of the wind is quite a distance from you, but you remark that woman, obviously tapping into her previous experience. And I think that all of us as humans can relate to that. Your mind goes to what you've lived through. And I can only imagine for that poor woman, but for all of you in this situation. So what's being done to sort of keep the cool? Because obviously we have a long way to go. You guys haven't even gotten to the worst of the storm. And then sometimes the aftermath can be very troublesome. So what efforts are being made to sort of keep the temperature low in this moment?
Well, right now they've notified us. Everyone kind of first got into the building. They said, listen, we're going to do numerous announcements. So try and stay calm, bear with us. There's a big projectors in each room. So imagine a big ballroom, and there are partitions, four ballrooms, where the big partitions, about 80 people in each room. So they have projectors in there. So they're going in, pulling up the map, kind of showing people where it is right now, when it's projected to hit. You're going to be okay, stay safe. They're letting us know they have plenty of food and water, they said. And obviously we'll deal with the day as it kind of comes, and they said they've never experienced anything like this, so they're like, bear with them. That's their main comment.
And the cool and calmness of Jamaicans is also what's keeping us calm, because as we were getting closer and closer to the evacuation, all they played was reggae music, and it was real soothing and calm. And the employees here have been really, accommodating and really nice, and just even kill. So big blessings to like everybody that's working through this.
Yeah,
you know,
because it got chaotic because there was a lot of misinformation with the evacuation plan. But literally, they're like, please just stay calm with us because they're like, we're actually nervous too. So trying to have grace.
I mean, they end up becoming almost crisis managers, right?
first
As you've got a lot of people that are dealing with some nerves from ones who have lived through past storms.
And ones that have no idea what's coming.
Yeah, I guess from your perspective, Alonzo, when we're looking at, and Dawn, perhaps you know, the amount of time that you might be there, when was your flight supposed to leave, and is there a timeline?
Oh my gosh. So that's the hard part. I'll give the beginning. Yes. So we were supposed to leave on Sunday, this past Sunday.
Yeah.
And once we heard people trying to get the earlier flights, that's why some of the members from this group were able to get out. But now it's Wednesday that our flight was booked for, but they alerted us yesterday that flight is canceled. So, but they're saying we don't know really when you're going.
Hopefully we can get off Friday, but it'll probably be sometime maybe Saturday or maybe even next week. So
yeah, because of the aftermath.
And Don and Alonzo, is the flight through Montego Bay? I'm assuming because both airports located on different shorelines will face different things. So you are trying to get out of Montego Bay.
Yes, it closed on Sunday.
On Sunday at noon.
Yeah,
Yes.
and they're
I
like,
was supposed to go out at 1 o'clock Sunday.
So how is staff preparing you for what's to come? Dawn, you had posted, I think that they are beach chairs that are going to be serving as cots.
Yes.
So you all are going to essentially be sleeping in these different rooms tonight or tomorrow
So we
too?
already did like this. We just did our first night last night on those cots and everything.
And remember, downstairs is the movie theater,
So
where
they're
they
in movie
spent their
seats.
night in
In
movie
chairs.
theater seats. And I'm not, no reclining, so that's where we are. And that type, they gave us a sheet. We brought over our blanket and a pillow, and that's all we have. They said, bring your essentials. So, as you said, IDs, passports,
One
that
change
type
of
of thing,
clothes.
one change of clothes. And that's just one room. It's about 3 or 4 more of those. And that looks very organized. Just imagine people are sprawled out all over the place now. I mean,
Yeah. You got to try to make do, right? I mean, as this hurricane's
Absolutely.
bearing down. So with mandatory evacuations that are set, I mean, you got to be ready to go by this afternoon. What is the game plan for you guys? You have to stay indoors? Are you allowed to venture out still?
oh, no. So this board behind us, this is what let me
So we
see.
put it in.
Like literally, you cannot exit at nothing. There's no way to possibly get out. And so that is the part that makes it kind of hard because you can hear the wind, but in the room, the ballroom that we're in, we can't hear anything.
Yeah.
And so that's why they're just going to update us and our phones as long as we have service, which it actually now has been starting to cut out a little bit. So I'm in this space. That's why we're not moving, but it's starting to cut out a little bit. We're just like literally we're waiting.
We're at the mercy of the storm because the wind is not going to get any less than what it is right now. Like, when we woke up around 6 a.m., the wind was at like 60 miles per hour. And now it's probably closer to 80 miles per hour. So,
And so family members have been panicking. I've been every hour. I didn't get a 4-hour sleep because every hour on the hour, I have a group text of his family and my family, and I've been texting them, we're okay. We're still okay. Everyone, like Alonzo's sleep is just trying to ease their mind,
so
even
I'll
though we're
take the
nervous.
shift. If she's going to get some sleep after this, then I'll start notifying the family.
Yeah, trying to keep everybody in contact as long as you
Exactly.
can.
Exactly.
Just the human element here. I mean, just listening to both of you talk about this, I can feel my anxiety going up and my blood pressure responding. How are you two as a couple dealing with those physical reactions to this experience and trying to just weather the storm quite literally?
Well, so I did have a moment because this is just real conversation, and I want you all to understand mentally where our minds go. I talk to my sister and I tell her, hey, you're our emergency contact, the U.S. Embassy. If anything happens, they'll be letting you know if we can't contact you. And she says, okay, Dawn, let's have a real talk. Am I getting your girls if something happens to the two of you? We have a 6 and 2-year-old. And I just break down crying because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a real thing. So that's where we are. I mean, at any moment, anything just triggers the fact that this is real. And so the helpful thing is we have each other, we have the other members, of the group that I'm here with that, you're able to kind of have a little fun moment. And then it's an emotional roller coaster.
But
Well,
yeah,
and
no,
taking
we're
those turns to help each other out of those moments, I would assume.
Yes.
I'm looking at you guys at a table, that retreat, the group that you
This
were
is
with.
before.
This was before. I would assume that, does the resort have plenty of food for everyone in the several days ahead? We always talk about having that stuff with you. You need drinkable water and you need the food. Are they plenty stocked up?
They are. That's what
they just served us breakfast, and they have several stations with water and juice and hot tea and coffee.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you guys have been getting the updates, but the National Hurricane Center, every hour they've been providing updates, and this could very well be the strongest landfalling hurricane that we've ever seen in the Atlantic Basin. That's breaking all records, all landfalling hurricanes, a Category 5. The power thing that you had mentioned, Dawn, I was curious. With the idea of power being out, have they been encouraging you guys to keep those electronics powered up? I'm thinking of the U.S. Embassy. You might want to write that phone number down on a piece of paper if the phone ends up going out, right?
For sure. We have it down.
Yeah, everything you just said, that's exactly what we're going through. When I finish this interview, like, we're not using his phone, we're going to keep it fully charged. We have our portable charger. Our group has portable chargers. They have charging stations because everyone's fighting for a socket, a wall socket. And so that's where you want to be. But they have stations that they've set up for you to charge. And so after I get off of this, I'm charging my phone and I'm not using it again. It's just, do not use it unless you have to.
Yeah, that's the advice. That's well taken. I'm curious, do you have a head count about how many people? I know within your group, am I correct? It's you both and then 14 others. How many are at the resort?
Yes. It says 650.
650?
Wow.
50 people.
Wow.
And how many rooms? You have a couple of floors that you guys are all in.
So, yes, the convention center, we have the front room. So I'm going to do a quick span.
Yeah.
Thank you for the perspective.
So that was right, because I don't want to, put people out there in a vulnerable space.
And we want to respect their privacy as well.
Right. So that's an example of what's in the front of the convention center. Then you have the ballrooms. Then downstairs, they said they were putting people in the bowling alley area, and then there's another room that they're putting. So they're just squeezing us in.
Yeah.
My word.
So up here, it should be somewhere around 450 people.
Well, we are certainly thinking about you guys and hoping you can get back to the kids, Dawn. I know that it becomes unnerving, especially when you're away for so long. So we're thinking about you guys. Please stay safe, and let's keep tabs too, because this is an all-day event and it's only going to be going downhill. So we'll be keeping tabs on it. Dawn Harper Nelson and Alonzo Nelson, thanks for joining us.
We're praying for both of you and your families and every one of you that are in this situation.
Thank you so much.
Right, take care. Our coverage here of Melissa, it is going to continue. We are watching as the eye wall of Hurricane Melissa moving onshore. Hard to get reliable data as far as how strong those winds are, but certainly hurricane force, if not felt yet, imminently will be felt. That 185-mile-an-hour Category 5 hurricane. Pressure at 892. We're back after a quick break. It is the bottom of the hour, and we are back here on command, continuing to watch as the water is rising in Spanish Town, Jamaica. There is a bridge here, and we've got overwash as the rain over the island continues to fall. And as you know, with the rugged terrain that Jamaica is known for, that water flows down, and it will eventually empty out into the ocean. But this has been the scene that we've seen since the sun has risen. Tropical storm force winds have been reported across the island from Montego Bay all the way down to Kingston, which is closer to where Spanish Town is. Welcome back to Weather Command. We're watching as these hourly updates, impressive to watch, keep strengthening this hurricane. Hurricane hunters finding that pressure even lower, and the eye wall, as we speak, now moving ashore.
Still have time over water, the exposure to that concerning. I mean, you think, can it get any worse? But unfortunately, there are no signs of weakening at this point. Looking at Kingston Harbor, it does sort of give you that sobering reminder that we're going to have every facet of hurricane damage leashed out for this island. Depending on where you are looking, you're going to have a different impact zone.
Yeah.
Kingston likely will not have, you know, the prolific wind damage that we're going to see on the western half of this island, but they certainly will have the surge and the flooding.
The National Hurricane Center saying that this is the last chance to protect your life. That's what they just said to the folks in Jamaica as those who are going to experience Melissa's eye wall moves onshore.
Let's bring in Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. Him and his team are riding out Melissa on the north shore of Jamaica in St. Ann Parish. Robert, we just had a very emotional conversation with two individuals, a husband and a wife, that are riding this out in Montego Bay, which is about 50 miles to the west of you. And everything is boarded up. They can't leave. They have 650 people, Robert, in that resort.
My goodness, that is it's frightening, and that's the thing. Montego Bay, exactly, 50 miles to the west of us, and really the heart of tourism and the heartbeat of what makes the economy run here in Jamaica. And I cannot even imagine what some of those people are going through right now as we await the fury, the landfall, and then this historic hurricane to come up into this area, decimating so much of what is Montego Bay. I hope that everyone is in a place that is going to protect them, and then everyone can get through this, because as these winds and the rain begin to pick up, and even at this point, these are outer bands, and the power flickers, and the power's been going out, well, basically since yesterday, in and out. I think the reality of this storm, one of the most powerful hurricanes to make landfall in the world since record-taking, will take hold of this island of Jamaica. And that's what we're bracing for. That's what the nearly 3 million residents and all the tourists that are here that could not get out of the airports in the past few days. We are ready and bracing, but, and there's a big but, unfortunately, when power goes out and the winds rip apart the landscape and the floods begin and communications go down, then we are in a crisis, because aid will not be able to get in here quickly enough to help those that are in peril, suffering, or even deceased. And that is what we're against right now. We are going to continue our reporting, throughout this as we await the winds to come up through here after the landfall. The current trajectory, right? For it to cut to the northeast, to the central zone where we're at, and then exit Jamaica as a Category 4. But it's entering in a historic mode, meandering Melissa for the past week or so, all around the Caribbean Sea, and really just making its presence and history known on this dynamic, powerful, and already deadly hurricane. Back to you.
Robert, I do want to have a conversation with you about infrastructure. Obviously, you guys are in a well-built home. On your journey across Jamaica to this home, would this be representative of the infrastructure that will be touched by these winds? Because the National Hurricane Center from this morning has been extremely intentional and aggressive with their verbiage, saying that the winds within this eye wall infrastructure is not anticipated to survive. Obviously, there's a lot more infrastructure outside of where the eye wall is going to be. So on your journey here, what is the landscape like?
Well, it depends on where you're at in Jamaica. In this neighborhood, These are fortified structures, perhaps not exactly U.S. code, but where we're at and some of these homes around here are at least going to be, most of them, standing. I mean, the roofs might be peeled off and other, elements around here are going to be destroyed, certainly. The resorts up and down this highway, 2-lane road that goes all the way up and down into Montego, those will have damage. There's no doubt about it. Blown out windows and peeled roofs, and a lot of the ancillary structures around will be destroyed. But those buildings should be at least standing. The problem is that up and down these roads are other neighborhoods that are not fortified structures and businesses right on the sides of the roads, whether it be a little store, convenience store, or a gas station or a restaurant. None of those are secure structures. And I think that's why the warning from the National Hurricane Center, and you see a lot of that even in Kingston. I mean, downtown Kingston is put together very nicely, but some of the surrounding areas are compromised already. And the topography, the hills, and the water coming down into these areas, and the vegetation, that's another thing. All the vegetation here on the island, much of it will be ripped apart and become projectiles. That can damage the structures. So there's so many variables and so many things that are just going to be so catastrophic in the coming hours, as we have a blowing wind right now. And maybe you see some of the trees over here as Pete zooms in. We're starting to get some of the most intense gusts here, and it's only the beginning. It's only going to progress and get worse as the hours go by. This imminent historic landfall on the southwest, and then going to cut across the island, damaging so many people's lives.
They got big exports here at Jamaica, Robert, as I'm sure you're well aware. Tomatoes among the crops, yams, sugarcane, those are all grown in what is affectionately known as the breadbasket of Jamaica, St. Elizabeth's Parish. We look at what Hurricane Gilbert did, and one of the key points from Gilbert's damage was the loss of agriculture. I mean, we had nearly half of the country's agriculture wiped out. This is a different storm. This is a more powerful storm, and there is going to be a direct hit. But I wonder, when you look at how these winds are going to be moving over the island, there will be parts that are probably unrecognizable. We're talking wind intensity of damage that could be that of a EF4 tornado.
Stephen, you're so correct, and there's not even an exaggeration in what the National Hurricane Center is saying and what you guys are saying in forecasting and what we're reporting out here. You're right. It'll be unrecognizable in some pockets in the southwest quadrant there. And you're right about the breadbasket and sugar cane. And all the farmers, that's their livelihoods. And these are small places down there. These are villages. And most of them, are right there close to the water. And the slope up that comes in, and the vegetation and the roadways that go through. It's a beautiful part of the planet Earth and in this country of Jamaica. And I can tell you, I went through that entire area during the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl in July of 2024. And mind you, that was not a direct landfall, and that was not even a major hurricane force winds that came through, and yet the roads were compromised all over the place, impassable in places, with power lines down and trees down and people trying to chainsaw their way through that beautiful agriculture sector that leads all the way, winds around and into Kingston, the capital city. The entire island is not going to have one pocket that is not affected by this storm. It's hard to wrap your head around what winds like that feel and sound and can do. It's almost impossible. Really, how many people have ever experienced that? And that is why this is going to be one of the worst landfalls in hurricane history since data has been taken.
Yeah.
We are very, very nervous, as are everyone here on this island at this point. We have prepared, everyone has prepared as much as they can. And now we will wait these impacts. And then the aftermath is just going to be hell on earth.
Born and grown in the Caribbean, no doubt about it. In Jamaica, one of the many beautiful islands within the Caribbean, but going to see just how furious that Caribbean can be during a season like this. Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray for us in St. Ann's Bay. Appreciate it, Robert. Thank you. Our coverage of Hurricane Melissa's landfall, it continues. As we've been saying, the eye wall of Melissa already beginning to move through. We are going to continue with our live coverage. We'll also be momentarily joined by our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, as we await the newest update from the National Hurricane Center, that 11 o'clock update due in probably within the next 20 minutes or so. Keep it here. We are back here on Weather Command, and we're taking a look at the latest advisory. Those stats still just remarkable to see. The strongest landfalling hurricane that we will likely see. This in the Atlantic Basin, previously the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. 892 millibars, strengthening with each pass that the hurricane hunters have been doing. We're also watching conditions deteriorate across the island, but we do want to bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, I know that we've read many of special advisories, but reading the protect yourself from the wind, the best thing you can do, put as many walls as possible between you and the outside. It sounds like I'm reading a tornado warning, and we have winds that are that force.
Yeah, well, it's essentially an EF5 tornado. Remember, in tornadoes that the winds are measured by gusts, and here the gusts are over 200 miles per hour. There's no question about that in the storm, and so this will be maybe a 50-mile wide or 30-mile wide EF5 tornado coming into Jamaica here. So very few structures will be able to maintain their integrity in that kind of a wind, and the best thing people can do is to hide behind some kind of concrete, if you have some way to get multiple layers of concrete. We hope that's happening right now in the western part of Jamaica. We'll look at this close up in a second. But before we get off this particular view, I just want to mention Haiti here. Look, it's still getting pounded, and they've had tremendous rain there on this Tiburon Peninsula of Haiti. So they are getting a different kind of storm, but probably the heaviest rain, the totals will be over here in Haiti. 185 miles per hour, incredible, 892 millibars. 185 miles per hour is the same as Hurricane Dorian that hit the northwestern Bahamas. So there you see it. Now, the latest little wobble in this thing is a little bit to the left, and see this bay right in here? That's Black River, and boy, this is extremely concerning there. That's a real viable town. There you see on the super close-up, we look into the eye. Notice the stadium effect. Notice it slopes out in both directions. That's because the force of the wind is spinning faster as you go up, but also the pressure inside is higher than the pressure outside, so it pushes out as you go higher in the atmosphere, and it creates that stadium effect. But you can see that this is right now, the strongest winds are right around here, right now, coming ashore from Treasure Beach up to Black River here. And this town here is a significant town. It's a very historic town, and we'll just see what is left of it. Mandeville, a significant city in the mountains, they are 2,000 feet up, is going to be on the right side of this as well. So there's the analysis from the Hurricane Center. These are the hurricane force winds right here. You see already ashore in southwestern Jamaica, in that this parish here is called St. Elizabeth's. It's a very significant, important part of Jamaica, and they are taking the head-on hit from this incredible storm. So the idea is about noon Eastern time, about 11, and so coming up within an hour or so, landfall according to the latest National Hurricane Center projections. We'll get an update here any minute. And then 2 p.m. this afternoon, they're continuing to carry it as a Category 5 over the mountains, because this is moving along at a decent clip now, and as such, a well-established structure that it's just not going to tear up easily by the mountains. And those aren't the tallest mountains in Jamaica right there, by the way. And then this evening, 8 p.m., showing the hurricane force gusts departing the coast. The yellow or the tropical storm force winds, 40 miles per hour or higher. And then finally, that's moving out in the overnight hours, about 2 a.m. Eastern, about 1 a.m. In Jamaica. So that's the timeline for them. Take a look here at the rainfall, and then I want to show you this topography, because it's so important. So first of all, here you see the bullseyes where the heaviest rain is over these mountain areas, and then it all drains downhill. So it's not the rain falling from the sky as much as it is the drainage out of the mountains that's so dangerous. And I talked about Black River. Remember, this is where this storm is making landfall. With incredible wind is coming in here. So the way this works, this is the town of Black River here, and I think you can see the higher elevation there. So this area in here is all low, and it's kind of a nature area, and the river, Black River, drains here. So all the rain that falls on these mountains up here comes down in various kind of tributaries into the Black River and comes down. There are other rivers that come in there, but this area here is a lower area. And remember, the storm surge is coming the other way. So the storm surge is coming in this way, and it can go way inland in this low drainage area there, just to the east of the town of Black River. And we're very fearful for what's going to happen all along this coast here, Resort Coast and down to Treasure Beach. There are homes all along that road there, that coastal road, all below the mountains, but all the rain in the mountains has got to come out, and all this, the storm surge is going in, so this is all bad. Over in Kingston, obviously we're not going to get the same storm surge because it's displaced and the wind is not pushing as much, but harbor. And here you can see right in there, that's where all the water has got to drain out of Kingston right there. That's one of the output of the gullies that go through the city. But look at all these mountains here. Rain falling in the mountains, it's going to come down these canyons here into the city and then through gullies. You've seen up in Spanish Town, again, rain in the mountains coming down, and it's got to get eventually down to the Caribbean. So that's what they're facing there on those coastal plains where the cities are. This whole thing here is metropolitan Kingston, including Spanish Town and Portmore, that all together makes up something near 1 million people in that area. So here's the storm surge up to 13 feet above normal high tide, and you can see there's where it's going ashore. This is where that 13 feet is going to happen. But all along here, everywhere you see a bay, you're going to have enhanced storm surge. Every scallop in the coast going to have more storm surge than on the flat part of the coast, or if the coast were flat, you would get less. So looking downstream, we have the hurricane warnings up for eastern Cuba and the central and southeastern Bahamas, tropical storm warnings up in Haiti and the Turks and Caicos. So here's Cuba and Guantanamo, Santiago de Cuba, very bad there. Holguin, that's a big city there. They may very well be in it as well. Then up into the Bahamas, you see there through the central and southeastern Bahamas. Exuma is kind of the dividing line. Exuma looks okay, but then we get down to Long Island and Crooked Island, and then down Turks and Caicos on the fringe. So this is the corridor where this is going to happen, and it's going to be a category 2-ish, 2 to 3-ish hurricane moving through the Bahamas, and then a category 1 to 2-ish hurricane here in Bermuda. Looks like that's going to be late Thursday into Friday. We just got the new advisory from the Hurricane Center. Let's see, 185 mile an hour winds. They're still have the same pressure, 892 millibars there. If Cody is updating the track, so we'll take a look at that here in just a moment, but I'm sure it's not going to be anything significantly different. The government of Cuba has issued a hurricane warning for the province of Las Tunas and a tropical storm warning for the province of Camagüey. So they've just expanded the area in Cuba that is under the warnings. The Bahamas has discontinued the hurricane watch for the Turks and Caicos, so just a tropical storm warning now in the Turks and Caicos is the idea. The eye of Melissa moving toward the northeast at 9, and let me see, what's the location of it? It's 40 miles southeast of Negril. So let's go close up here again and look at this, and there you see. So this is the point they're anchoring on here, and they say 40 miles down there. Extremely dangerous, Category 5 Melissa about to make landfall in Jamaica. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge occurring on the island as we speak right here, right now. All right, guys, so here, let me see. We have the new cone, so let's take a look at it here in terms of the timing. I don't know that we have anything significantly different. There's where it is right now, and we go forward in time. There you see just, moving across the island, no significant change. The timing here, you can see 2 p.m. there, Category 5. Looks like, remember, Robert Ray is right up in here in St. Anne's. This is St. Anne's Parish over here. So he's going to be on the edge of this core as it comes across the island this afternoon, and then moving on out. Same timing, 8 p.m. hurricane force gusts, and then overnight the storm moves away. So guys, this is one of those. It's the same feeling I remember working during Dorian, and my friends in the Bahamas were under that, and it was just just a horrendous feeling to know that they were going to be facing this 185 mile an hour hurricane, essentially as strong as a hurricane can be in the Atlantic Basin. It's the top of the scale.
And you're dealing with mountains here in Jamaica, which will only enhance some of those winds as well. It's worst case scenario for Jamaica. Brian, we know we have to take a quick break, but we're going to be joined by you again at the top of next hour. So we will talk to you in a little bit. Of course, our coverage, as Brian had mentioned, Robert Ray is in St. Anne's Bay. That's located within St. Anne's Parish. We're going to get a live report from him as well. Keep it here. Fox Weather will return. It's a brand new hour here on Fox Weather. You're watching Weather Command. Thanks for joining us. And the latest advisory, it is in on Hurricane Melissa, a powerful, dangerous, and soon-to-be catastrophic hurricane making landfall in Jamaica within the next couple of hours. That movement ticked up just a bit to the north-northeast at 185 miles an hour with that pressure combined at 892 millibars. One of the most intense hurricanes soon to make landfall in the Atlantic Basin in recorded history. Thanks for joining us. I'm Stephen Morgan alongside Bob Van Dillen.
Yeah, good to see you, buddy. And I'm watching this thing right now. I've been following your coverage all morning long. When you're talking about the third strongest ever intensity hurricane in the Atlantic Basin, and this is what we're looking at right now, ready to slam into Jamaica. This is a huge story.
Different league of its own. And watching how this thing has been able to intensify as it's gotten closer to the island this morning.
It's even worse because you thought, okay, maybe we're going through an eye wall replacement. We haven't had a full-scale eye wall replacement. In fact, that eye is still 10 to 11 miles wide in diameter, and the pressure keeps on dropping now that it's even getting close to land.
Yep, we're going to see it perhaps this hour or next hour. We have been showing the live looks around the island from the west side to the east side. Kingston Harbor has been a reliable camera that we've had this morning. The winds haven't quite reached hurricane force at the international airport there, Norman Manley, but we have had tropical storm force winds throughout the morning. I should mention the airports throughout Jamaica, they're closed. People hunkering down. In fact, the National Hurricane Center telling people within the eye wall, this is their last chance to protect themselves. They need to get inside the most sturdy structure. It's wild to see those white caps on Kingston Bay. We have high tide too, Bob, that's coming up later at about 3:30 in the afternoon. Maybe a little bit of surge, but clearly where this eye is, that's where the surge is going to be worse on the eastern side.
We still got the winds on the other side, though, and you can see the white caps out there in the bay. And then, listen, that's about as bad as it's going to get for you right around Kingston. But as you move up to the north, it's going to get towards Montego Bay. And that's the area that we're concerned with once it makes landfall, which will probably be within the next couple of hours.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see this thing move over the island all today, and we could actually have a second landfall in Cuba before midnight tonight. We'll have to see. I mean, it was noteworthy because you mentioned it too with the update. That speed has increased just a little bit, but it's one of these sites, and I don't know, I've just been stuck on enhanced and visible, toggling between the both of them right now. Hard to get reliable wind measurements here in Jamaica.
Two areas, one in Montego Bay, one in Kingston. Those are the reliable areas. And it's going to go towards Montego Bay, but we haven't had an update from there in about a couple hours.
No, you're right. We're really relying on Hurricane Hunter data as they continue to drop these dropsons down into the storm.
Look at that picture right there. This is the infrared satellite imagery. It is a perfect circle. I mean, it is not deviated in the last 24 hours. It's if you look at it, if Jamaica wasn't there, it's a beautiful storm to look at. But you zero right into that region, and you can see the edge of the eye wall now getting very close to land. Now, you talked about it before. When you make the landfall, the center of the eye has to go over land. I still think that's about an hour away at least.
Yeah, that's the unique thing, and perhaps maybe the illusion that we've got. Matthew Blue brought it up, how the coastline here in Jamaica, it juts north, and so it really gains a little more latitude there. So that might allow the eye to stay over water. Bob, you've seen the video from yesterday, the eye wall. This is from Monday, so this isn't even what we have today. I'm sure that the hurricane hunters, a few of them are probably filming what's going on right now. But yeah, you see that. Clear as day, that stadium effect.
I was doing the measurements right there with the visible. You put the measurement tool on right there. And at the bottom right there, you can see the darker shade, all right? That's the Caribbean Sea, okay? That's the water. You're looking straight down the gut into it. That's about 10 miles. And then you measure the top part, it's about 20 miles. So it's shaped like a funnel. That's your stadium effect right there. And that's exactly what you're thinking. This is what you call it when you call stadium effect. And it is absolutely clear inside that thing, sinking air. It's higher pressure inside that eye itself, just unbelievable.
Yep, that's the point right there. So clearly the eye wall beginning to move ashore somewhere between White House and Treasure Beach in Jamaica. We have a live look for you. We've been taking the Spanish Town camera. This is just outside of the capital of Kingston. Every square inch of Jamaica is going to feel the effects of Melissa. No doubt about that. And the National Hurricane Center, they've been stressing this. They said within the eye wall, total structural failure is likely. In addition, we've got the catastrophic winds, storm surge, flooding is going to be destructive.
Yeah, so that's why we got Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray joining us live from St. Ann Parish in Jamaica. Robert, been watching you all day along with Jared Maloney out there on the deck. Looks like the rain's starting to pick up on you for sure. Right now, the beginning stages of the downhill effect is headed right towards you.
Yeah, Bob and Stephen, it sure is. We've got consistent rain at this point. This will go on for hours upon hours. No significant wind here yet, but obviously, yeah, that is coming with this 185-mile-an-hour landfall that is imminent, going to happen shortly in the next hour to the southwest of us. And we are essentially in north-central Jamaica, as you said, in St. Ann Parish, about 50 or so miles to the east of Montego Bay Airport, where all the resorts are, where so many tourists are hunkering down in boarded up hotels, resorts, or rental homes like where we're at. We're in a rental home, a fortified structure. We think this is the best place to protect us. We think this is a place that we can document this historic storm coming in. But some new numbers out of the Jamaican government here, about 35% of the island is out of power at this point, and about 25% of cell phone service is now down. That is only going to get worse and deteriorate. I expect fully for our power to go completely off at some point this afternoon. We've been in and out since last night on the power. I also expect communications to go down, unfortunately. The roadways are going to be seriously compromised in this part and all over Jamaica. But so many of the restaurants and businesses and small homes on the shore, just about a quarter mile from us here on the Caribbean Sea, that roadway lined with people's livelihoods. I hope that some of them survive this. But to the southwest, in the Bread Belt Agriculture Center of Jamaica, so much will be in ruin, and so many lives changed forever and history made with this storm. The anticipation has been overwhelming for the nearly 3 million residents of Jamaica over the past 4 to 5 days. The government has opened up shelters on high ground. They've removed people from the shorelines in the southern area, and with the hope that everybody did evacuate. If they did not, I don't know how you survive it in the area where landfall occurs. We expect a complete degradation of the landscape here at some point later today, with flying debris and power outages and anything of hell that you can possibly think of at this point. I just had a discussion with the crew moments ago, my photographer, Jared, and then our security team here, and I asked everybody to please call or send your loved ones messages now. Right now is the time, as at any point we could lose communication. We will survive this. Many people will survive this, but it is going to be perhaps the most difficult period of anyone's life here in Jamaica. And the aftermath could be as catastrophic and devastating as the impacts of Hurricane Melissa. Guys?
The concerning thing too, Robert, because as we look at these winds and we're seeing how this thing has maintained its strength, the fact that the NHC has been talking about it, how in the mountains the winds could be even stronger. You've covered your fair share of tornadic damage. It is going to look like a tornado. Brian Norcross mentioning that when you account for the gusts, this is like an EF5 tornado.
Absolutely, and to consider that verbiage is scary. I can't tell you guys. There is a shake to me right now, and I feel very, very nervous and anxious about what is to come. And Jared Maloney, for our viewers that are just tuning in, on the ground with me, meteorologist, scientist, just said that there's a possibility, that this canyon, this wall could go across the entirety of the island. And if that's the case, I mean, usually there's a dissipation upon land. But when you have a storm that is this strong, all bets are off the table. And the rain consistently falling again. Thankfully, we don't have the wind, but there comes a point where the emotions are going to take over, and you're just going to have to hunker down and realize there's no way out, and everyone's going to have to protect themselves and everybody they love here.
Yeah, the concerning thing too is that those winds extend now 30 miles out from the center. That's been maintained. Yeah, we haven't really seen that eye wall replacement cycle, so the intensity is going to remain the same, and this thing's going to emerge still as a powerful Category 4 hurricane, even if it's done with Jamaica, and then it's going to move into Haiti. All right.
Yeah. Then you worry about the rain too, Robert. You're going for 40 inches of rain, highest elevation. So yeah, wind, rain, storm surge. Category 5, a storm that I'm sure that you've never been in a storm this strong before, and it's coming right for you.
No. No, I will never experience anything, I don't think, like this, maybe again in my lifetime. I hope I don't.
Yeah, let's hope
certainly.
not.
I mean, I've been in a lot of storms dating back to, 2004 season with Charlie, and then 2005, the hell of Katrina. But I think this may take everything, guys.
Yeah, and it's widespread rain, too, because you're far removed from the eye right now, but that's beginning to move ashore, and it's only going to grow more and more intense. All right, Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray for us in St. Ann Bay. Appreciate that, Robert. Jamaica going to get the brunt of Melissa as it continues to bear down. The eye wall already moving ashore. You see how it's just right along the coastline. Our continued live coverage continues after the break. We'll be right back. And we are back here live on Fox Weather as we continue to watch the eye of Hurricane Melissa move ashore, making that landfall imminently along St. Elizabeth's Parish. We also have vantage points from Kingston, where we are tracking the possibility of us getting into that high tide around 3:30 or so later this afternoon. Tropical storm force winds, they've already been felt and measured across the island, from Montego Bay to here in Kingston, Jamaica, where the airports are closed. But we've had those wind gusts reported up to 60 miles an hour. But with that eye now moving ashore, we know that those winds are going to skyrocket. Just like we've seen throughout the morning, that pressure, the lowest pressure that we've seen from Melissa is down to just 892 millibars. Wanted to make note of it, too, as we've got the hurricane hunters, which are now leaving the storm. They've been flying into it as it approaches that landfall. And as we have the eye wall that's moving, we've got the Air Force as well as NOAA going back to their respective places. But what a journey that they have seen. We'll be interested to see some of the data you can see that we have from them right now. But this storm itself, as it has been picking up intensity as it's approached land, the messaging in large part has remained the same. And the National Hurricane Center telling folks now is the last moments that you have to protect your life if you're going to be found in that eye wall. We want to bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross now, as he's been analyzing it too. Brian, we got to go back to Dorian. The last time that a Category 5 made landfall, it was 6 years ago, and as you had brought up, the winds the exact same with Dorian, 185.
Yeah, and it was stationary over the Northwest Bahamas, which was unbelievable. I mean, I hesitate to say at least this one is moving, but the big difference between Dorian, as horrendous as that was, and this one is in Jamaica. You have these tall mountains, and so the mountains exaggerate the wind, and they create so much more rainfall that all runs downhill into the towns that are near the coast. And by the way, they drops on what it's called, an instrument package dropped out of the aircraft, measured 250 mile per hour winds, something less than 1,000 feet above the ground, which is relevant in an island where you have mountains. So this is just a spectacular meteorological phenomenon that we're witnessing here. The official wind speed at the surface of the Caribbean Sea and at the surface of the land there, 185 miles per hour, spectacularly low pressure, third lowest pressure ever measured, actually, and northeast in an Atlantic hurricane, northeast at 9 miles an hour. So you can see here the system moving north, and notice that it is jogged a little bit since the 11 o'clock advisory, a little bit to the left, which is really terrible for the town of Black River. Let's look at that close up. And there you see this spectacular satellite. Notice the 11 o'clock position would be about here, and it's kind of going a little bit due north. Well, what's bad about that for Black River is that here's the circulation, and so the wind is coming ashore here, and so it's just pushing the Caribbean water into that kind of bay where Black River is. The farther left it gets within reason, the worse it is, because you get that onshore, continuous onshore wind pushing water into that town. We're very fearful about what's going on in the city there. The good part of the town is elevated a bit, so away from the storm surge, but right along the coast, obviously that's going to get just obliterated with up to 13 feet of storm surge in this area right in here, where the worst of it will be. You also have storm surge in these bays over in here, and then this is Kingston way over here, but this is the core of it coming ashore right in there. All right, so here's the timing. We're 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Jamaica time right now, and thinking that the landfall is going to be in an hour to 2 hours, somewhere in that range. Looks like by noon Eastern time, 11 local time, it will have made landfall as a Category 5 somewhere near Black River and Treasure Beach in southwestern Jamaica. Then moving across the island, so by this afternoon here you can see the corridor right here of hurricane force winds, and then these are the hurricane force gusts. So this is not a huge hurricane that's going to be more like a giant tornado going across those mountains. And I'm sure we're going to be able to see where it went from the satellite when this is over, just like you see in a tornado, and then moving away. And so by 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. local time there, looks like the hurricane force gusts should be departing the coast up there where Robert Ray is, up in St. Anne's Parish up on the northern coast near Ocho Rios, and then it moves away. So by 2 a.m. the winds are dying down and people can begin to recover, although it's likely there will be no power in Jamaica overnight tonight. So probably not until tomorrow morning will people be able to go out and look. And here, this tells you the real threat there in the Black River area. You see this bullseye up in here in the couple of foot range, so 1.5 to 2 feet. Another one over here. We have another one sort of over the Kingston area. So the rain falls in the mountains. It all has to come downhill. Either has to go north or it has to go south, one or the other. And this is not called Black River for nothing over here. Let's look at that. And here you can see, look, see the low area all in there? That includes the river. So this is storm surge going in here, and this is rainfall in these mountains coming out here. And so this is, prone to major storm surge flooding there. How much that affects the town and what part of the town, certainly some of the town, but part of that is indeed elevated there. And then you have this coastal area here, Treasure Beach, where again, the rain is coming down the mountain and the storm surge is going in. So it's all bad. There's absolutely everything is bad there. And then you have in Kingston, here's the drainage coming out of Kingston is right in there. So the rain is going to come down and through the city, and it ends up over here. Same story here in Portmore, rain coming all down into this drainage area right there. But exactly how much that the drainage systems can handle in this case, that's an open question. Fortunately, they're not going to get the worst winds in Kingston, but between the rain and the surge holding the drainage back, we'll have to see how significant the flooding situation is there. Surge. Here's the storm here. There's well, actually, this model is not too good because there's where the hurricane center is. So the storm is actually over here. So the storm surge coming in here into the coast. This is the part I was telling you about down to Treasure Beach down there. Was just going to be devastated with incredible storm surge and flooding coming from the land. Just amazing. And then over here in Kingston, which holding the water in, so we're going to get storm surge in there, just the winds aren't as strong, so it's not going to be as bad, but that's where all the people are. So this is still a mixed message, sort of. All right, looking ahead, we have the hurricane warnings here for eastern Cuba and the southeastern Bahamas, tropical storm warnings on the edges there. Here's the story in Cuba, forecasting 115-mile-an-hour wind after it goes over the mountains, so hitting harder than that as it goes ashore there in that mountainous area of extreme eastern Cuba. Guantanamo Bay here is going to be affected by this overnight tonight, and then by tomorrow evening working through the southeastern Bahamas. Here, this is well south of Nassau up here. So Nassau not affected, Turks and Caicos on the edge of it, tropical storm warnings there. It's mostly here in this core southeastern Bahamas. Not too populated, but south of the Exumas, you still have towns there for sure. And 100-mile-an-hour to 90-mile-an-hour hurricane for Bermuda, but it's tough to tell whether the core of it, which be a fairly small core, is going to hit this small island here. You have to get pretty unlucky to have that happen. But it's really all about Jamaica today. This incredible event that we rarely ever see is happening here right in front of us. That no sign of this storm weakening. As a matter of fact, the eye is growing. You might have seen it's up to about 17 to 18 miles wide now. So that just the whole idea that the bigger the storm, the more storm surge it puts at the coast, because it's like not using your hand, it's like using your arm to push water in the bathtub. You push a lot more water with your arm. So the bigger the diameter of the eye, the more storm surge gets pushed in there. And unfortunately, that eye is growing just a bit, up to about 17 miles at last report. Guys?
Yeah, Brian, we're looking at it right now. Relatively speaking, the storm itself is pretty compact. You got hurricane force winds out 30 miles from the center, and the Category 5 is only, right around the eye wall itself. Since it is a smaller storm, is it more susceptible to getting messed up by the mountains of Jamaica before it exits back into the water and goes towards Cuba?
Yeah, you would think so, although it's not super small, and it is what's called an annular hurricane, where you don't have big bands coming in and feeding it. It really is more of a disk in and of itself, and those kinds of storms are much harder to disrupt. Once they get going in that form, they continue and are much less susceptible or subject to wind shear and other negative factors. So Hurricane Center is thinking that this is going to survive its trek over the mountains, weakening some, but still be a fearsome storm all the way into the Caribbean on the north side of Jamaica.
Yeah, it's like a bowling ball with a hollow core as opposed to a big donut.
Yeah.
Right, the annular hurricane.
And I mean, we're only looking at the past 45 minutes or so, but that thing wanting just to hug the coast, it's remarkable to watch as we're approaching that landfall, but it's still half of the eye has to be over land, right, Brian, in order for that landfall to be technically accounted for. We get it in the noon hour, you think, Eastern time?
Yeah, I think it'll happen between noon and 1 now, because it's taking this wobble to the left, so kind of in some sense parallel to the coast. I mean, it could wobble back to the right, but this, when you get down to these fine details like this, a wobble can make the difference between devastating an area and not, just a slight wobble, because if the full thrust of the storm surge comes in one place, the difference between 10 miles or 20 miles over, it can be a completely different thing. Like in Black River, you have the town and the river, and then you have this kind of nature area where nobody lives, and it's a big drainage area. So, if it goes in there, it's sort of who cares, as opposed to going right into the town. So just the slightest difference on the width of the river can make a tremendous difference in the effects.
It's continuing to maintain its strength, too, as of the latest advisory. All right, Brian Norcross, appreciate, as always, the analysis. A Category 5 hurricane about to make a landfall. Our coverage of Hurricane Melissa's landfall and the journey to the Bahamas, as we just highlighted, it continues after the break. We're going to leave you with a live look. Kingston Harbor, Jamaica, where around the harbor we have had mandatory evacuations. Those were instituted earlier this week. Now we're dealing with that landfall, which is imminent just west of Kingston. We're joined again at the bottom of the hour with Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. He's on the north side of the island. Stick around for that. We'll be right back.
Time now for Fox Weather Deals, where we bring you exclusive discounts on fantastic products just for you. And to start shopping, just scan that QR code on your screen or head on over to foxweatherdeals.com. And joining me now is lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen to introduce us. Listen, Courtney, if you have a car, this is an absolute must-have.
Well, this is your new co-pilot, because this sits in your windshield. It attaches just like our old school GPSs that you and I remember so well. But this is from Minolta, and it is their dash cam. And of course, you know their company for being leaders in digital optics for decades. Now, when you turn your car on, this powers up automatically and can capture everything from a great road trip. But heaven forbid there's an accident. Maybe there's bad weather. It can actually sense when there's an abrupt collision, and it records everything so that you have that proof and protection should you need it later on. It comes with a 16 gig memory card, so it's just going to record on a loop, and then it puts in new footage, but this shoots in 1080p HD, so you can see with crystal clarity a license plate or the road in front of you.
But like an Uber and Lyft driver, this is an absolute must-have.
You bet. And for the deal price that you're getting today, $59.99, you've got a 60% savings, worth the investment.
I love this product. Courtney, thank you so much for your time, as always. Absolutely. Well, of course, to purchase what you just saw, scan that QR code on your screen, or you can check out foxweatherdeals.com for more.
Certainly going to have some memorable footage there. This is a live look right now of Treasure Beach, Jamaica. This is the eastern eye wall of Hurricane Melissa. We have the sound, and you would imagine it's cutting in and out, but the ferocious winds that we have associated with Hurricane Melissa. I mean, 185 miles an hour. That was the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. And we're not in the eye yet, but Treasure Beach will probably be within the eye maybe the next half hour or so.
Yeah, we're looking at it right now. The eye itself is about 15 miles away from this area. So the closer you get to the eye before you punch into it, the stronger the wind. So we're probably not at 185 here, but we're definitely closing in on 100. Look at this.
There have been indications, too, that Melissa, while that landfall is going to be happening any moment now, I mean, we're taking a look as that eye wall is moving ashore. It has been. It's been slow to actually move over land. It's essentially been paralleling the coastline just for the past 45 minutes. But no doubt this is the most intense portion, a wild sight to see. Of course, the winds have been ferocious. Tropical storm force winds have been felt throughout the island. Of course, the hurricane force winds just beginning to be felt and will continue to be felt in Treasure Beach. And Bob, this is just the first run at it. In Treasure Beach, if we continue with this overall motion, there's a chance that we'll get the western eye wall eventually. Southern eye wall, however you're looking at it.
And then the wind starts changing direction on you, too.
Yeah.
And that's
right.
what one of the National Hurricane Center's points was. If you're in the eye, don't go outside just because you think it's clear, because on the back side of it, the wind's come screaming around again, just like that, and they're coming from the opposite direction. So if you're in the eye, listen, you still need to be hunkered down and safe.
Yeah, no doubt. Total structural loss. That was how the National Hurricane Center described it. So we have structures here. You see power lines. I just wonder if those will be able to sustain the force of winds. This is a live look. We're going to continue to watch it. A couple of other notes, too, to make as we watch it. The hurricane hunters with the Air Force, they were heading into the wall, the eye wall. They encountered heavy turbulence, and they've had to go back to Curacao. It actually happened yesterday with NOAA's P3.
Right.
Their flight had to go back to Lakeland. It's just standard safety procedures. Not that there was damage on the plane, but this storm has been strengthening up until landfall.
Yeah, their quote was, they experienced forces stronger than normal due to turbulence. That was the one that just went through. It's like 185 mile per hour winds you measured out there in the eye. Well, yeah, I would say you're going to get some bounced around effect.
And the crazy thing is they fly into all the storms.
I know.
And they have flown in previously into Category 5 hurricanes. But the turbulence is exceptional when you look at how this thing has been able to grow and how the pressure is so remarkably low. 892 millibars. That live shot.
Looking at the picture, look at the wires dancing right there. I mean, the palm trees are just bending pretty quickly right here. Poles are still up, though, at least right there.
Yeah.
You're 15 miles away from the real inner core of the storm itself, the steeper. But once that goes over, which it looks like we'll probably use the picture.
Actually, and we could switch on to my max, and we can oscillate between the two because we've labeled where Treasure Beach is and where the eye wall actually has been trying to move ashore. It's been riding essentially to the north-northwest, making that north-northeast turn, but it's the eastern eye wall that we're seeing with Treasure Beach. The eye itself, though, as we're looking at it from space, remains symmetric, Bob. I mean, we've not seen this eye wall at all get degraded. If anything, Brian had mentioned how it's kind of expanding just a little bit, but, you know, just a couple of miles here.
But the pressure's been falling. I mean, when you showed the pressure at 892 a couple of hours ago, it was the entire newsroom was like, oh, and it's the third strongest, most intense hurricane that we've seen in the Atlantic since we've been keeping records.
It's hard to fathom.
Third strongest.
And if we were to just look at storms from a wind perspective, Brian brought it up, Hurricane Dorian achieved those winds of 185 miles an hour. The pressure wasn't as low, but yeah, it's now in the list of memorable and unforgettable hurricanes. So Treasure Beach, that's where that live cam is.
Right.
We're looking at this from a visible satellite perspective. It almost looks like this thing is drifting north.
Right.
It might continue. It's not great news for Treasure Beach, but when we look at where maybe White House, Jamaica, Savannah, Lamar, some of these smaller fishing villages are going to have to pay close attention to it. I mean, that's
going right where it is.
Agriculture capital of the country.
It's going to go right over them. They're going to get the eye wall. They're going to get the eye itself, and then the backside of the eye wall as it pulls up from the south up to the north. The only saving grace is not that much. It's that the forward progression has picked up speed just a bit.
Yeah.
Remember before yesterday, it was moving at 3 miles per hour. Early this morning, it was moving at about 5 miles per hour. Right now, it's moving to the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. So it has picked up a little bit of speed, and that's anticipated as we get that trough coming in from the northwest and high-pressure divot. It's going to aim for that little circulation, but you can see what it looks like. Now the hurricane force winds clearly onshore.
Yeah, we've seen the tropical storm force winds, right, island wide, but there are people, I mean, there are people all over the island, but in Montego Bay, people having to take shelter, those hurricane wind gusts, based on the Air Force reconnaissance that we had, measuring those hurricane wind gusts, which extend some 30 miles from the center, but we get occasional gusts even beyond that. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I can't tell you what the measurement of the winds are here. We just have a camera.
Right.
But you've got the winds that are persistent. That's the thing about a hurricane when you're talking about winds that could reach upwards of 185 miles an hour. Wouldn't be surprised if you see these palm trees.
And then the amazing part, too, is the National Hurricane Center is saying if you go into the hills and the mountains, you can add 30% more winds to that 185. So now that brings it up to 240.
Yeah, you're right.
That's an incredible amount of wind coming in at the islands. And we were talking to Brian Norcross before. Are the mountainous terrain right here, is it going to disrupt the circulation at all? It will. But it's still going to be a major hurricane once it gets offshore and goes right towards Cuba. Most likely it's Category 4.
Yeah, you're right. And with that fast movement,
right,
it's not hanging out as long over land, so it's going to emerge back into the Caribbean or just north of Jamaica within the afternoon. Some progress. I mean, we're watching as that eye wall is beginning to move ashore. It's just north of Black River. I'm just captivated by the satellite imagery.
You can put the X marks the spot where that center of the circulation is, because we have to get the center of the eye to go over to call it a landfall. And it's clearly still out there across the middle of the water.
Yeah, it's right here, essentially. That's what we'll be watching for once half of that goes on through. But you pay attention, obviously, to all the details. And one of them, with the newest package that we got from the Hurricane Center, is the cone, an important element here. It is expected to emerge as a 150-mile-an-hour hurricane in the Caribbean after it moves over Jamaica. That is a little stronger than what it was. Yeah, it was initially 140. So the intensity is still going to be there, but this storm has a long journey still, even when you go into the Bahamas and the elevation's
By the way,
lower.
you're looking at Bermuda again. Bermuda, they're right there in smack dab in the middle of that air cone.
Right.
That's for Thursday night and early Friday morning, and it's still going to retain that hurricane force wind structure. You're talking 90 to 100 mile per hour winds when it approaches Bermuda, and it looks like it could be on the dirty side of the storm too.
I know. I think within every major hurricane, Bermuda's found themselves in a cone this season with each one that we have had. The alerts are, of course, posted. That's for Jamaica into eastern Cuba, the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos. All morning we were trying to get access to some cameras, and this was
this one we got.
Yeah, it was a great get. I mean, you look at how those winds are behaving, though, and the fact that we're able to still maintain a stream of this.
I can't take my eyes off it. So this is east of the actual eye wall and stuff. The core of it is right around here and then off to the east by about 15 miles. So it looks like they're not going to get into the eye. You're not going to see a clear sky out of this one as it moves away. But, man, neighbors up to the north, to the north and to the west, they're going to get the full brunt of the eye wall, the eye, and then the backside of the eye wall. So you picture about you're getting smashed by winds going in one direction. It finally loosens up, and everything is loose because it's been going this way. The winds come the exact opposite way, and that's going to just destroy everything on the backside.
You hate to see it, too. And in some cases, as we're watching how the eye of Melissa's getting very close, we might, like in Treasure Beach, not even actually see the calm eye, because that might head just to the north.
Away from them, right?
Yeah, might head just to the north of Treasure Beach. So they're going to be in one of the most intense bands. Look at those.
For a long period of time.
Yeah, those trees. It's crazy. It's in the parish is St. Elizabeth's Parish. We've talked a lot about it this morning.
It's really gone down. Look, now you can barely see that.
Yeah, it's a huge agricultural hub.
Yep.
These are fishing communities along the southern shores of Jamaica, and you see the types of winds, as the Hurricane Center has said, total structural loss.
Amazing.
If you're within the core. Well, coverage of Hurricane Melissa's landfall and then the eventual journey into the Bahamas, it's going to continue after the break. Keep it here. We'll be right back. Back here live on Fox Weather, and we're going to keep this camera up for you. This is a live look in St. Elizabeth's Parish. This is on the south coast of Jamaica, the town of Treasure Beach. That beach, it's a known beach, a 6-mile stretch of coral-colored and sometimes black sands, as has been described by the Visitors Bureau out of Jamaica. Local bars, a rich taste of the country's culture, and it is feeling among the most intense portions of Melissa that we have over land as we speak. The latest advisory that we have from the Hurricane Center, this is a Category 5 hurricane. Melissa will be the first Cat 5 to make landfall in the Atlantic Basin in 6 years. We have to go back to Hurricane Dorian, the last time that a Category 5 made landfall. That was in the Bahamas. This is by and far the worst hurricane that Jamaica will ever experience. Those winds, it's the persistence of those winds. The winds that are capable of producing what would be like an EF4, even an EF5 tornado. And the bottom left part of the screen, you're looking at where that camera is, circling Treasure Beach. So that's the perspective. It really is, as you're looking at the eye, as it's beginning to move ashore, even just the faintest sliver of the eye beginning to move ashore, but it's still wanting to essentially hug the Jamaican coastline. It will soon, here within the next hour or two, make that landfall. But the most intense part right now being felt from Black River all the way down to Treasure Beach. For perspective, a little farther to the east, well east of there, you'd eventually get in to Kingston. But from this vantage point, as we're going to continue to keep watch of it, visibility continues to drop, that rain essentially moving sideways. What a mess, a ferocious storm. We also want to go up to St. Anne's Parish. Now that's on the north coast, so that's removed, but St. Anne's Bay is within the cone. And it's possible that later this afternoon, we will feel those impacts. We want to bring in Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray as he's been watching this. Robert, I don't know if you have a return, if you've been able to see what we're seeing in Treasure Beach. What a ferocious storm.
I do not have a return, but I just got word from Jared on site here, meteorologist, that, yeah, you guys do have a live camera down there, and he tells me it's amazing. I can't imagine what the images are. And, you know, we've got a bit of a lull in the rain here, considering that last time we spoke, an hour ago, less than an hour ago, it was an absolute downpour. But winds are kicking up as those outer bands move through here, and trying to give you guys some different looks. But we fully expect when the system makes its way up here, which we should start feeling significant impacts in the 1 o'clock hour, is what our prediction is, that we're going to start to see the degradation here. But honestly, Stephen, I cannot even fathom what is happening down to the southwest on Treasure Beach and some of those other areas, the breadbasket of Jamaica. Remarkable and unsurvivable, likely.
You, Robert, from the perspective of the rain, we had Brian Norcross on. He's going to be with us throughout the afternoon, describing the characteristic, the nature of the system. It's more annular. It's more like a disc. We often associate hurricanes with these rain bands that spiral in, and certainly we've seen those with Melissa. But in this case, and maybe you can speak to it, the rain has been persistent. And if anything, it's just going to grow more and more intense. We're not looking at so much these bands as much as this is just a solid shield of rain that continues to move over the island, and it's only going to grow more intense as the winds pick up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what we're going to feel. I mean, we've had the ebb and flow of rain and breezy conditions, at least here in north central Jamaica, throughout the day, and even began last night. But as soon as this landfall occurs and it begins to make its way on that predicted northeasterly track up into the Montego area, and where we're about 50 miles away from Montego Bay. Yeah, we expect consistent downpours. And, you know, as predicted, maybe upwards to 3 feet plus in some areas. And, and that's just gonna, you're gonna have water that is just rushing down the road that I'm on right now. Any slight decline is gonna have that. And as a matter of fact, the camera cannot move out of his position. Pete can't move out of the garage that he's in right now for protection. But I mean, Stephen, I'm looking actually on the upslope of this road right now, and water going into a sewer, just draining down into the sewer, doing a fine job right now. But I don't think that's going to be the case as the deterioration of the atmosphere continues after this landfall here, and particularly where we're at. And a quarter mile down this road is the Caribbean Sea. And up and down the stretch that leads into Montego Bay, full of restaurants and businesses and homes and structures. And I have to think that there's just going to be a lot of destruction from the wind field, and clearly the flooding is a major issue, the flooding that is on the way for the entire island.
Where we see the most intense winds, there's no doubt that those trees could be uprooted from the ground. They could certainly snap in half. I know you've been reported on the power outages, Robert, throughout Jamaica.
Yeah.
Wondering what you would make and what could make of what you've seen in Jamaica, because when you talk about storm preps, it is twofold, because you've got flooding, you've also got the wind, and people will board up their homes because of the wind. And we've made a lot of this landfall that we're going to see on the south coast, but it's very well possible that we could have a Cat 5 go through Jamaica, not just at the shore. So that would include up in St. Anne's Bay. People boarded up, fortified for that wind.
Right. The resorts are. That is a given. The resorts are boarded up, and they've taken really big precautions. Like the neighborhood we're in, I mean, I have to be honest with you. There's no boards on windows that I'm seeing. People have put tape on there in case there's a blowout, but I just don't know if that's going to do the trick as far as what you just said. And isn't it remarkable that indeed we could have a hurricane that crosses 60, 70 miles inland here across the entirety of Jamaica, and it could still be a Cat 5. And then you've got the backside. This is going to go on, obviously, all day today, but we're going to be feeling effects into tomorrow morning as well.
We've seen the speed of Hurricane Melissa increase, too. It's gone up from, it was 5 miles an hour this morning to 7, now 9. It's certainly feeling the tug of the steering. In fact, when we look at how this thing has been born and grown in the Caribbean, this is the fastest movement that we've had out of Hurricane Melissa now. But what's remarkable, and we've been showing the enhanced satellite from space, Robert, this thing's still intact, and this one could very well go down as one of the strongest or the strongest hurricanes to make landfall, certainly in this generation. But we have to go back to 1935. Before we let you go, because we've only got a couple of minutes left, from your perspective, this thing's going to move in later this afternoon. From your vantage point, you can see the ocean. What are you guys anticipating?
Well, I can tell you, we're anticipating full power outage. We are anticipating losing communication on mobile service. Last update an hour ago from officials was that 25% of the island was out of cell phone coverage, and over 35% was already out of power, and that is before landfall. That's pretty amazing. And indeed, we're up on the hill here. So about a quarter mile is the Caribbean Sea. So we are anticipating the structure that we're in, which is well built and fortified to hold up. Having said that, we are getting water from the rain that we've gotten this morning leaking through roofs and windows and ceilings, and starting to come down into our first floor, leaking down on the stairs. It's not a rush of water, but it is water. So that is going to be dangerous inside this house. And we're going to hunker down here and cover it. And the second we can leave this compound, we will go out into the streets and try to capture, if we can drive. You just don't know what the debris field's going to be.
It's true. Going to go down to hill pretty quick. Okay, Robert Ray in St. Anne's Bay up in Jamaica. Robert, we appreciate the report. He's going to continue with us throughout the afternoon. You'll want to keep it here with the season marked with now 3 Category 5 hurricanes. The strongest is about to make landfall in Jamaica. Our coverage continues here on Fox Weather. We leave you with a live shot of Treasure Beach, Jamaica.
I'm Brian Norcross with a Hurricane HQ Minute on the question, where is the hurricane capital of the U.S.? There is no official definition of hurricane capital, of course. Eastern North Carolina has more tracks near it than any place else on the U.S. coast. But if you're talking about direct hits, you're talking about Miami. Look at the historic storm tracks. Two hurricanes took essentially the same path in 1906 right over downtown. Then the giant eye of the Great Miami Hurricane of 1926 passed over the city. Then a freak hurricane in November of 1935 came from Bermuda. An October storm in 1948 came over downtown. Then Hurricane King from the south came just 2 years later in 1950. And finally, Hurricane Cleo in 1964. 7 hurricanes in 7 decades came over downtown Miami. You might be surprised that Hurricane Andrew is not included in the list, but its center passed about 20 miles to the south of downtown, damaging or destroying well over 100,000 homes and businesses. And we don't include the great Labor Day hurricane of 1935 that swept away Alamorada and the surrounding part of the Florida Keys, and the railroad that connected Key West to Miami. This map from the National Hurricane Center shows the historical hurricane hotspots. Look for the red dots. Besides South Florida, there's near New Orleans and the North Carolina coast. The numbers on that map indicate the average number of years between times that historical hurricanes have come within 60 miles of each of those locations. But you probably noticed that every place from Texas to New England has a hurricane history. Fox Weather has you covered this hurricane season. Find out how to stream us free at foxweather.tv.
panicking, people being turned away, and the lady was yelling out, I was in Katrina. I don't want to experience that again.
Oh, no.
It doesn't get any scarier than that. Hurricane Melissa marching into the all-time record books as it slams into Jamaica currently. This is one of the most intense hurricanes we've ever recorded in the Atlantic in the history. We'll be recording these things. It could be a devastating blow, and it's already starting to be that way. Western Jamaica is taking a direct hit right now, powerful winds, and we're talking about feet worth of rain flooding and some storm surge, about 13 to 14 feet as well. We're going to take you out there with a live report on the northern end of Jamaica. Look at that. That is visible. And now the infrared satellite imagery as it moves up to the north. The eye wall already is shore. The center part of the eye is about to make landfall. Will probably do so within the hour. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. Followed up with you from the Studio W to Studio N. Stephen Morgan, you were on the air for the last 4 hours watching this. Now it's clear that it's making a landfall within the next probably hour.
And not that it was serious before, but this is when it gets real serious, because this is when lives start to get affected. And to see a storm like this, we've not had a Cat 5 in 6 years make landfall.
That's such a good point. Now the rubber's hitting the road. I mean, this was the forecast as a major storm. That's Category 5. Winds are incredibly strong. 185 mile per hour sustained wind storm right now. The pressure as of 11 o'clock was dropping still. 892.
Yeah, and who knows what it could have been, but there was some severe turbulence the hurricane hunters ran into, so they had to go back. The Air Force Reserve had to head back to Curacao.
Yeah, I mean, when you're getting bounced around in that eye for 185 mile per hour winds at the surface, you know those winds aloft are most likely, going on 240.
It's insane.
It is. It's mind-boggling, and we're watching this thing right now. And this has been the story for the last couple of hours now. It's been gradually drifting up. It's picked up its forward speed just a touch. Now we got the brand new advisory for the noon as well. So that came in. So every hour now we start getting a brand new advisory. Look, was that 185?
Yeah. Okay. Compared to the 9 o'clock, I think that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
It's remarkable because even the Hurricane Center talked about it in their 5 a.m. discussion this morning that Melissa might be trying to go through this eye wall replacement.
Right.
We've not seen that.
Haven't seen it
not
at all.
happen up until this landfall.
It's one of those, and Brian Norcross pegged, it's one of those annular hurricanes where it's just a big ball of rain across the center with no huge spiraling rain bands that have come in. And that's, with the spiraling rain bands, you start seeing the eye wall, and it's very evident on the radar satellite. This has not happened yet.
No, and when you get something like this, you think of dry air. Sometimes you get some dry air that's fed in. There's none of that. This is just an environment in and of itself, and the most intense part. It's wild that the most intense part, though, is so close to the calmest part. I mean, it's just
really
something you get that's a force of nature that's mesmerizing.
Yeah, Stephen, let's get up to the northern part of the storm. This is where it's headed. To the north, the northern part of Jamaica. These are pictures right here from Kingston, Jamaica. That's the harbor. You can see the whitecaps. They're not even getting the worst of the winds, even though they're getting tropical storm force winds right now. They could see some hurricane gusts out there right there. It's a life or death situation. And Robert Ray right now is in St. Ann Parish, Jamaica. Robert, the rain has picked up over the last few hours. Now we're watching, at least on the leaves, looks like the wind's starting to pick up just a touch as well.
Yeah, it's the ebb and flow, Bob. You know how this goes, certainly. But now that, we have an imminent landfall, things are going to really deteriorate here. But, I'm walking through this neighborhood where we're broadcasting from in this house where we think we're going to be safe. And, I'm walking on a bit of an incline. And the water from the rain is slowly trekking down here. It may be tough to see on the camera, but I can see it. It's almost like ripples of water, about quarter of an inch coming down. I'm going to make my way up into this area and just kind of give you a view. The sewers will not be able to handle all of this water as it really comes in full force in the coming hours, and we get the effects of the winds. We got a little bit of gusty wind even right now, as you can see on some of the vegetation. It's not significant, but all of this will get more serious certainly by, I'd say, mid-afternoon here in Jamaica. Remember, we're an hour behind. And so, this neighborhood full of very well-built structures, and that's why we are in here. And we're about a quarter mile from the Caribbean Sea. And so we feel that at least for safety reasons, this was an excellent spot. We did not want to be down by the water by any means, but it's just it's so concerning to watch where this system is trekking in Montego Bay, 50 miles to the west of us. I think is going to be in some real trouble as the system comes up, potentially even exiting Jamaica still as a Category 5. It's just remarkable to think about that, and all the resorts that are there, and the places that people, have vacationed and for many, many years, and it's a special place to people from around the world. And I think there's major concerns as to what the impacts are going to be in the Montego Bay area in the coming hours and certainly days. We're positioned appropriately at this point to not only cover, the winds and document all that and the rain and the impacts, but then as soon as we can move, we are positioned to try and make our way to the west into Montego to cover the aftermath, though a lot of the roadways could be very much compromised with power poles down and structures that are disabled because of the wind field, and not to mention the flooding that could occur. So, I mean, already, and this was about an hour and a half ago, the officials here in Jamaica had put out a statement saying that 35% plus of the power was out across the island, and over 25% of mobile activity, cell phones, were down. Nearly 3 million people on the island, and that's not including tourists that are at all these resorts up the road. So we're going to wait for significant impacts here, but some of the video, the live video that we have on our air from Treasure Beach down in the southwest in the breadbasket is just frightening and unbelievable, actually, this system. Bob?
All right, Robert, thank you very much. And we're just getting a look at the 12 o'clock advisory. It came in. No change in strength, Robert. No change in pressure. The winds are still 185 miles per hour sustained with higher gusts. So that wind field is going to be upon you within the next couple of hours. So heads up, Robert. Thank you very much. Great report. All right, let's see where it is right now, because it's interesting. We've got exactly where Robert Ray is located on our map right here, and he's going to be on the bad side. I mean, we're still going to see winds over, hurricane force.
The cone has become so small. I know sometimes there's some criticisms regarding the cone, but with this storm, that's very important. And yeah, Robert finds himself in that. I mean, St. Ann Parish and St. Ann Bay is just right along that coastline. So already feeling the rain, but that's been happening for the past few hours. That wind is right there near the Black River.
Look at the wobbling going on right here, too, with the actual center of circulation.
Wild to see.
I mean, when you have a major hurricane like this, it's going to wobble.
Yeah.
But the general motion has picked up speed. Now it's moving to the north-northeast, still, 9 miles per hour? So we do have some movement on this thing. It's not just stationary like the one was, what was it, Dorian over the Bahamas?
I can't even remember how many days, but that thing,
unreal.
It was for days over there.
And Brian Norcross said the same thing. He's like, well, I guess the only sliver of good news is the fact that it is moving and it's not stationary. But that's the visible satellite imagery. Zoom right into it, and you can see the swirling nature. And you're right. The eye has expanded just a touch. It was 10 nautical miles before. Now it's getting up to be about 17 actual miles. 17 around there.
And it's always unique, too, because the satellite that we're seeing this from is at the equator, right?
Yeah.
And we've got you'll always see the northern side of that. You won't see that other end. You can't see it because of based on where the satellite is in space. But this type of look is just not something that we have the privilege of seeing. Not that it's a privilege because it's about to make landfall, but it's a force of nature.
We could try to measure just a little bit, right? That's what it looks like. But again, we're probably getting obscured just a bit. But we do know that it's shaped like a stadium. So it's going to be wider at the top and funnels down as it gets closer.
Right. And most of it is, I know with the 12 o'clock advisory, the National Hurricane Center officially said the eye is about to move into southwest Jamaica.
Yeah.
But
show the last frame. So
the majority of the eye is still over water. It's still finding that fuel.
So that's the center of the eye right there. Okay. So it's still gonna be another hour or so before it does make landfall. We'll see. But you can see the only winds that we have, the only report that Montego Bay has not reported now in a while, right? That we've either lost connection or whatever's going on there. Kingston's only 25 miles per hour. I'm guaranteeing these gusts are more than that at this point.
Yeah, we saw a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust.
Yeah.
That was noted by the Hurricane Center in at Norman Manley, which is the Kingston International Airport. There were also similar gusts up in Montego Bay.
And you can see overnight tonight the winds do start to come down, but they're still going to be onshore, especially on the eastern side of the island, which means that storm surge is going to remain elevated at least for the next 24 hours.
I know, and you see and talk about this storm surge. While that's going to be a bad element in Jamaica, I mean, you've got the winds and the rain to deal with. Storm surge is going to become a growing threat for the Bahamas, much lower lying. When you look at this coastline, the Treasure Beach camera that we were showing, that coastline, there is a little bit of elevation to it. It's not just right up in the sand. So you've got some elevation to work with, but I mean, you're still talking about a devastating storm surge.
Right. So where does it go from here? It goes over into the water again later on this afternoon through the evening hours, approaches into Cuba. Cuba starts getting those hurricane force winds out there by late this evening.
Yep.
Overnight tonight could make a landfall. And you're right, if it's before midnight, that's 2 major landfalls in less than a day.
And it could be a Cat 5 and then a Cat 4. It could be among the strongest landfalls we've seen in Cuba. And this is, I mean, it's a powerful storm. And that forward motion is what's probably going to assist in maintaining its intensity, its strength.
You were talking about this too. The surge right there, potential now. You're talking about 13 feet. Probably not as much when you get towards Kingston, but you still have the storm surge warnings. When you get on the other side, remember the winds are coming around on this side too, so you're getting a storm surge on that northwestern quadrant of the island itself.
Yeah, it's true. And up in Montego Bay, I mean, that's a hot spot too. It's certainly popular among tourists, but as well as people who live there. Montego Bay has an international airport. That's another access point that you can get out, but that airport's closed, and we're going to see perhaps more rain in Montego Bay than we will in Kingston. I mean, we'll see how it plays out, but.
And if you're wondering why we can't show radar pictures, because Jamaica, it's just clogged.
Yeah.
The traffic on the website right there, trying to get any kind of a radar out of here, you're not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, no, we were able to show it yesterday, but not today.
No. And you see the winds, and we're going to peek at it right around here. You're talking about St. Anne's Bay. This is where Robert Ray is located. It's going to peak at it, probably closing on 100-mile-per-hour winds. Look at the gusts right there. Are you talking gusting to 130 where Robert Ray is?
I know, and that's on the northern side of the island. That's after the eye has been over land and not receiving that energy, but it takes a while when it's a Category 5 hurricane to weaken, to go through that weakening phase.
That's amazing. All right, Stephen, you've been here for the last 4 hours doing this. Appreciate you.
It looks like you'll be handling the landfall. It's going to be happening. I mean,
keep it tuned here. We're going to see it. I mean, Robert Ray is going to be, his conditions are going to continue to go downhill throughout the afternoon. We'll get a landfall update here probably within the hour. You want to keep it here. We're Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ. We'll have it for you as soon as it happens with pictures, live pictures, the satellite, the whole schmear. Be right back, everybody. Welcome back to Fox Weather, everybody. We are tracking Melissa's a live look right here from St. Anne Parish. It's right close to where Robert Ray is. The rain has been coming down in sheets now for several hours. The winds have not quite picked up yet. Remember, this is a relatively compact storm. The hurricane force winds only extend out about 30 miles from the center right there. But when they do extend out, you're talking about 185 mile per hour sustained wind storm. It is drifting now to the north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour. So that forward speed has picked up its pace just a hair. Earlier yesterday, if you're following along, it was as slow as 3 miles per hour, up to 5. Now it's moving up to the north-northeast at about 9. So it is on the way, but it's going to be stretching right through Jamaica over the next several hours. Haven't made a landfall yet. Definition of a landfall is when the center of the eye works its way over the coast. That hasn't happened. It's still about maybe 45 minutes away from that actually going down. But we'll get the update from the National Hurricane Center as soon as that does happen. But you can see with the stats right there, and if you're any kind of a weather buff, you're looking at that 892 millibars. That is an incredibly low pressure. The lower the pressure, the more intense the storm is. That ties for third behind Wilma, Gilbert, and that Labor Day storm from 1935 that went into southern Florida. So it ties that one from Labor Day of 1935 for strongest storms in the Atlantic Basin. The other two, the strongest ones, were in the Caribbean Sea as well, but they're in the western side of the Caribbean, not near Jamaica. Look at this, 185 mile per hour winds, 892 pressure. It has dropped and continued to drop up until the last hour. We'll see what we're at right around landfall, but it is moving to the north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour. Here's the infrared satellite imagery. I mean, it's a clear donut shape, right? You can see it right here as it goes from the south and just up towards the north. Zoom into the middle of the circulation. You can see the eye is still, the center of it is offshore at this point, but this is putting that Black River area in the worst spot imaginable. So that's right there is where the eye is. It's going to put Black River. You guys have been in that eye wall now for the last 2 hours or so. That is the strongest part of the storm right here as it moves ashore. That eastern and northeastern quadrant, guys, are getting slammed. It's moving away from Treasure Beach right now, but it's working its way inland into more mountainous terrain. Look at the visible satellite imagery, and it shows you what's going on. You've got the entire island right there covered up with the clouds. The rain is there also. Look at the thunderstorms that are bubbling up and smashing in towards Haiti also. Got tropical storm warnings out across Haiti. Ultimately, you've got hurricane warnings for Cuba. And you're looking at the southeast Bahamas going to take a big shot by tomorrow afternoon also, but not quite what Jamaica is seeing. Right now, Jamaica has the most powerful storm on the planet so far this year, bearing down on them. You're talking 185 mile per hour winds at the moment. That's what it looks like zoomed in. You can clearly see that eye, and what that dark space is in the eye, that's the Caribbean Sea. I mean, that's the water. You're looking straight down the gut about 10 miles from the cloud top all the way down into the water, and that's what you're looking at. So that's a cleared out eye. In the latest looking at the winds, you have the sustained hurricane force winds well ashore, stretching towards Montego Bay. So that will be there within the next few hours at the very latest. And you can see also getting into St. Anne Parish right about here. So Robert Ray is. You're going to start feeling these hurricane gusts out there within the next few hours as well. So you can see the sustained hurricane force winds moving in towards the Black River. It's already been there, stretching very close to Montego Bay. Those are strong winds. You're talking when you get closer to the core, closer to the eye wall. That's where you have the 185 mile per hour winds. Now, when you go up the mountains a little bit more, those winds are going to be even stronger. National Hurricane Center says 30% stronger winds when you get across the hilltops and the mountaintops. That means western parts of Cuba, you can see winds gusting to over 200 miles per hour. And that is going to be a tremendous swath of destruction. And when you see the before and afters, unfortunately, you're talking about western parts of Jamaica and then stretching in towards Cuba. It's going to look like for Jamaica, a EF4 or 5 tornado slice right through the western part of the state. You're going to see defoliation going on for sure. These trees are not going to be able to take 200 mile per hour winds. All right, let me show you what's going on across the board. You do have the mountains that are out across the east by Kingston. So Kingston, you might not be getting the strongest winds by any stretch, but as that rain continues to cycle in off of the Caribbean, it's going to go right up the mountains and condense out as even heavier rain. That all flows down into the harbor area. So when you have the winds that are constantly on shore and the freshwater rain that's falling right now with the flooding out there, that's going to be pinned in. So we're going to see massive water rises across all the rivers, all the tributaries, all the streams, and that is going to last for several days for sure. How much rain are we talking? Once it slices away from Jamaica, it goes back over the water, and it goes into Cuba. And you can see the darker shade of red right there. You're talking about 8 to 12 inches of rain, possibly around the eastern part of Cuba, including near Guantanamo Bay. And then it slaps right across the Bahamas, ultimately getting closer into Bermuda by Thursday night and a Friday morning. So the timeline looks like this. It is going to pick up its forward speed, but notice this, the winds, even when it emerges back into the water, you're still talking about a Category 4 storm, 150-mile-per-hour winds. That is so close to Category 5 strength, which is 157. It will lose a little bit of its bite with that land interaction across Jamaica, and it starts encountering a little bit more shear the higher north it goes, but it's going to take some time before it finally winds down. So we're even looking at winds of near 100 by the time it reaches Bermuda. All right, we said it. Hurricane Melissa making a landfall here shortly in Jamaica as one of the strongest hurricanes in the Atlantic record books. It has maximum sustained winds right now of 185 miles per hour. Catastrophic forces are already ripping up now lower parts of the island nation itself. Joining me live from Jamaica is the Honorable Darrell Vaz, MP, Minister of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications. Minister, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. I know it's a tough day.
Tough, very tough.
Do you have any updates what's going on right now? Any news what's coming in as we're watching this thing make landfall?
So I can confirm that that it has made landfall just outside of Black River, and they are feeling the effects of it as we speak. I'm in Kingston, which is the capital, which is 100 miles away. So our weather is not too bad here. We're having rain and wind, but definitely nothing like what's happening in the western part of Jamaica at this point in time.
Have you had any updates on the power grid, how it's holding up across the island?
So the power grid has been holding in those areas where the hurricane is due to hit. We have probably lost about 75% of the customers' base. And now with it hitting, I expect that 100% of those parishes will be down. As a result of other issues, we're having electricity problems in other parishes as well that are not going to get a direct hit. So I suspect that our grid is going to be badly affected in the short term in terms of restoration of electricity.
And Mr. Vaz, we knew it was going to be a powerful hurricane. We didn't think it was going to be maybe 185. How did you prepare for the storm in the days before it came?
So the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, which takes control during times of disaster, and all the government agencies and entities, and we as a government have done everything that we could possibly do to prepare for the event, save and except obviously trying to get those persons in low-lying areas to evacuate. That always is a problem that we face. So as of this point in time, we are as ready as we can be and into now the recovery phase of the post-hurricane. But it's going to be a long day and a long night and a long few days. I'm hoping that we'll be able to get the Norman Manley International Airport, which is in Kingston, up to accept relief flights as early as Thursday, depending on the assessment tomorrow. So I know there's a lot of people who want to help. So you can stay tuned for that to know exactly when we'll be open. And of course, we look forward to all the assistance from our brother and sister countries across the world.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the western part of the country right now getting the brunt of it as we speak. We're talking about this Category 5 moving in with 185-mile-per-hour winds. Once this thing begins to peel away, how are you going to get the information as to who needs the most supplies first?
Well, as I said, we do have the Office of Disaster Preparedness, and we have shelters all around Jamaica, and we have satellite communication. So we're going to try as best as possible. I think the biggest challenge that we'll have is actually getting into those areas by road, because we expect our infrastructure to be badly damaged. So it's going to be a lot of airlift in immediate response to try and get supplies into those areas, medical supplies, food supplies, and whatever other supplies that we will be called on to provide. But it's going to be a very difficult period for Jamaica and for Jamaicans, as nobody can prepare for a Cat 5, and there's very little, if any, structure that can sustain a Category 5. Whether it is block and steel, whatever it is, it just doesn't have the capacity. So we expect major devastation of infrastructure and of life and livelihood.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, you cannot prepare for a Category 5 of this magnitude. There's no question. But Let's talk about real quickly Jamaica, the population. Where is the population in the country mostly concentrated in? Is it the west side or the east side of the country?
Thankfully, it's the east side. Between Kingston, St. Catherine, and Portmore, we probably have 1.5 million out of 3 million people. And that's the eastern end of the island that's getting the least effect of the hurricane. Right. Kingston is also the epicenter. It's the capital, and it's where everything happens in terms of business and commerce, etc. So that's a distinct advantage, because at least we'll be able to get up and running in Kingston to give the support to the westerly parishes. Mm-hmm. But again, it is going to be a long road to full recovery. But the government is committed. Yeah. We have made provisions. We have limited insurance, obviously, catastrophe insurance. So we'll be able to start with the recovery immediately. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure that, as I said, our friendly countries around the world will help us with the assets and the relief that we'll need to sustain the population during this period of time.
Yeah, the best of luck. Honorable Darrell Vaz, Minister of Energy, Transport, and Telecommunications. Sir, thank you so much for taking the time and talking.
Thanks
I really
so
appreciate
much.
it. Yeah, listen, we hope to get back to you again, hopefully as early this week, and you can tell us, give us an update. So God bless and good luck, sir.
Anytime. God bless Jamaica.
Yeah. All right, listen, we got our hurricane expert too. You just heard from down in Jamaica. We know that we're preparing for the worst. In fact, it looks like it's happening right now. We'll get the latest from our hurricane expert, Brian Norcross. He's on deck. We got the 12 o'clock numbers coming in, and we know that it's going to get bad. Will we see the landfall within the next half hour? Probably. Brian Norcross is going to break it all down for us when we come back after the break.
Please subscribe. We'll show a little bit of damage here. If I can get it to work right. Thank y'all. Please hit the thumbs up. I found a little bit of Hurricane Melissa damage over here on X. I'll enlarge it. Hopefully you can see it. That was at the Banda Sea, Rage. Banda Sea, yeah, 6.5 magnitude earthquake. Found a little bit of damage over here on X. Yeah, scenes from St. Elizabeth Parish, southwestern Jamaica, which is the first area impacted by Hurricane Melissa. Jamaica's Energy Minister Darrell Vaz says about 240,000 people are without power across the island as Hurricane Melissa makes landfall. Heavy wind. Why? Let me get this one here up for you. Appreciate it, y'all. I know we're eager to see the damage out there. Yeah, I see it now. I got a different type of notification, 6.1 over from another app. Let me check the quake feed. Banda C is the last one I see. That must be an old notification, Rage. Y'all subscribe to the channel. I will keep up with some of the damage throughout the day. Let's read the title on this. Video of damage and flooding in the Black River area from Hurricane Melissa. The Black River area. You know, there's a lot of poor people in that area. And I know somebody was in the chat asking about shelters. I don't know a lot about shelters. I know if they had good stone-built motels like they do in America, that I would be flooding in them motels.
Look over here, look what is in there, what is in there, it's only for them. See there? Look over here, look what is in there, what is in there, it's only for them. See there? Look over here.
I know Rebecca Lynn. I'm down at the bottom of the screen. I've done it this way so we could see, get people from around the world, hopefully, subscribing to my channel. As long as you can hear me, it's all good. I appreciate everybody coming in and hitting that thumbs up, y'all, and subscribing to the channel. I really do. Thank you.
Like coach, you go broke. Yeah, broke man. Watch it, see people that broke coach. I never see. No boy. See people see the big when you say finally gone. This is like one of me say. And this I get protected. Like coach, you go broke. Yeah, broke man. Watch it, see people that broke coach.
I don't know if you all can see that good. Low volume live feed from Treasure Beach, Jamaica. Hurricane Melissa's eyewall is bearing down on the southwestern coast. Black River Bay area is at extreme risk for loss of life. Montego Bay will feel extreme impacts too. Praying for everyone in its path. Hello, Kipling. Please subscribe to the channel. We're watching and keeping up with this hurricane today. Hurricane Melissa hitting Jamaica, Small Island. 2.8 million population, 240,000 without power, approaching 60, 80 mile per hour winds right now. I'm going to go back in a few minutes to the Fox News, but I wanted to show everyone the winds that are involved. These winds can get up to 175, 180 miles per hour. Appreciate y'all watching. Let me scour through a little bit before I go back. As we've seen the eye of the hurricane, this hurricane seems to be well defined. I've never seen one so defined. I know we don't have much there in that video, a little bit of wind. But yeah, these videos are starting to trickle in.
Look over here, look what is in top here, what is in there? Don't look up, you know. See there? Look over here, look what is in top here, what is in there? Don't look up, you know. See there?
Long as you can, y'all hear me? I appreciate y'all coming in. Thank you. Let me read this. Roof ripping off structures now in Black River, Jamaica, as the town is now stuck in the eye wall and likely will not hit the eye of Melissa. As of now, Hurricane Melissa has now made landfall nearby. So it's like ripping roofs off.
Jesus Christ. Stay where my zinc can blow from, I don't know. Be a zinc. Who zinc can fly? Who zinc can fly? You don't see no play thing in a man. Jesus Christ. Stay where my zinc can blow from, I don't know. Be a zinc. Who zinc can fly? Who zinc can fly?
Do I have a 5x5? Let me turn the volume up here. I don't even.
Cousin can fly. Cousin can fly.
Do I have a 5x5? I got a 5x5. I hear myself good. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, the most news is coming out from areas that have more resources than these guys on YouTube. I don't care who says is live over there, over where, whoever. These news places coming out of Fox News, CBS, wherever, has better news than anyone on YouTube or anyone anywhere because they have more resources.
Coming out of the mountains that isn't all going to come today. The storm may be gone today, but the rain is going to take time. So what kind of flooding there is going to be in Kingston, we may not know for a while.
I'll search a little bit again for more videos. I appreciate y'all watching, hitting that thumbs up. As videos trickle in, there's not a lot coming in yet, but as they trickle in, every hour or so, I'm going to show videos.
Until that water gets downhill. All right, the storm surge, I talked about that in this area, Black River, with the wind coming in like this. Hurricane Center forecasting up to 13 feet above high tide. Let me see, tide is, well, we're kind of at mid-tide now. So, all right, won't be maximum high tide, but there isn't a big tide swing in this area. So tremendous storm surge here in St. Elizabeth Parish there in southwestern Jamaica, and up to 4 feet up here around Montego Bay and to the east as the storm goes by and the winds come around from the north. Now the airport in Montego Bay is right on the water, so if they get the full 4 feet, there's a berm there. I don't know. This is going to be close to getting the water into that airport and over that runway or not, whether that berm can hold it. But in any case, obviously everybody in Montego Bay needs to be hunkered down and through this evening at the very least. All right, looking ahead, we have hurricane warnings in effect for the central and southeastern Bahamas and also for eastern Cuba. This is going to be a very hard hit in Cuba here. Santiago de Cuba is the second biggest city in Cuba. It's a big metropolitan area there. And then, of course, Guantanamo Bay over here.
where you see Guantanamo Bay right there, actually. And Holguin up here is also a significant city. So this is going to be very bad for the Cubans, even with it being down, estimated at Category 3 at the time that it comes through there. And then moving through the Bahamas as a 2 or a 3. This is going to be this evening. And so that's going to be reasonably hard hit in here. The Bahamians are pretty good at this, but the southeastern Bahamas is just going to have to deal with this, and everybody's going to have to get to higher ground on the islands. These islands have higher ground. That's a good thing. All right, then Bermuda is down the line. It looks like late Thursday into early Friday in Bermuda. They'll know the storm is going by because it's going to grow in size when it gets there. Whether they get the core of it, that's another thing. It's be a little unlucky, be on a little tiny island and get hit by a fairly small core in a hurricane. But it's not out of the question. So, Bob, this really an historic event that we're witnessing here in Jamaica. Just feel for our Jamaican friends what they're going to confront when the sun comes up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, are you getting the same feeling you did in like Hurricane Andrew, Hurricane Dorian? Is that still hitting you right in the gut with this one?
Yeah. I mean, Dorian, I remember so clearly that it kept getting more intense and more intense and more intense. And I mean, having spent quite a bit of time in the Bahamas, I know that intimately there. And, you just feel for these folks that you look at it. And what I remember about Andrew, which relates to this, is, it was a beautiful sunset the night before. Everything looked normal. And I remember thinking, okay, nothing is going to look like this tomorrow when the sun comes back up. I remember that very well that Sunday. I think I said that on TV, to look around, because this is not what you're going to see when we get sunrise tomorrow.
Wow, incredible. And way to put it in perspective too, Brian. We appreciate it. Brian Norcross, our hurricane specialist, talking about Melissa, a huge storm and powerful one. Thank you, Brian. All right, coming up, listen, we've got live reporter down there, Robert Ray. Jared Maloney's down there as well. We've got live pictures in from the northern part of the country. Right now, we also have some webcams coming up from just outside of the eye wall. We've got live shots from Kingston also. We've got reports from down there. We've got the latest updates, and it will most likely be making a landfall here within the next half an hour or hour. We'll talk about that coming up right after the break. Tracking Melissa right now. Live look right here from St. Ann Parish, the northern side of Jamaica. It's where Robert Ray is. The rain has been steady. I mean, that's going to be the case for the next few hours. The winds are going to start picking up, and once the winds get very strong, we're going to have him go for cover. So that'll be later on this afternoon. But that's what it looks like right there in St. Ann Parish. Now, this is the satellite imagery, and it's one of the most intense storms to ever make landfall. And it's as simple as that. We're looking at this storm right here with 982 millibar pressure. That ties for third on the all-time list for the Atlantic Basin. That ties with a Labor Day storm from 1935. The only two storms that were stronger was Wilma. That's it was lower than 880. It was 890. It's lower than that. And you thought Wilma was 882. Gilbert was 888. So the lower the pressure, the more intense a storm is. So Gilbert, I mean, that was also in the Caribbean when it made that 888. That's pretty amazing. But this is what it looks like right now. 185 mile per hour winds. It's still tough to tell you that, but this is what it looks like over the last few hours. Not much of a change. In fact, now it looks like the eye is beginning to shrink just a little bit. Brian Norcross had pointed that out. I'll show you satellite imagery, and this is what it looks like as the whole entire path moves up towards the north. A little land interaction is going to buzz it down just a hair, but by the time it reaches into Cuba overnight tonight, you're still looking at a major hurricane as a possibility. There's the satellite imagery, and once the center of the eye makes its way across the coast, which is going to be here shortly, that's when it's officially made landfall. But they're already getting the worst part of the storm in Jamaica. In fact, it's been like this for the last 3 hours now as that eye wall has moved in. So the most intense part of the storm is around that ring. It's the eye wall itself. When you get across that circle right there in the blue, that's where you're looking at the calm winds. And that is now working right over the shore. So it's so close to making landfall. And once it does, National Hurricane Center is going to give us a heads up when that happens officially. But they're still getting the worst of it. Whether it makes landfall now or a half hour from now, they're getting blasted across the western part of Jamaica right here. Look at Montego Bay. You guys are up next. You're going to be in the bad side of the storm as a possibility if it continues to drift over towards the west. But Montego Bay, right now, you've got hurricane force gusts. You're ready to get the sustained wind right there, hurricane force or more. And again, we're looking at the hurricane force winds extending out 30 miles from the center. The Category 5 storm winds are most likely about 5 miles from center or so, then go all the way out to 30, but you're still going to get those very strong and intense winds in gusts going right across the western half of Jamaica. You're going to get some hurricane gusts out there around Kingston as well. Hurricane warnings, areas that are shaded in pink. Let me tilt that and show you what it looks like when you're watching the terrain. The wind goes right up the mountains right there, and those peaks north of Kingston, they top out over 7,000 feet. So that's going to add more rain. That rain is all going to start flowing down towards the sea, but it's not going to be able to exit until that storm surge pulls away. So many dynamics, so many bad things are happening in Jamaica right now. It's almost unimaginable. All right, let's talk about this again. Melissa, one of the most powerful hurricanes we've ever seen in the Caribbean. It's moving on shore right now, and you can see this picture looks a little bit better. That was Treasure Beach, Jamaica. Look at the dog running across the road. See that? See, there's a guy out there, too. So things are actually loosened up just a bit. When we were first looking at this about an hour ago, the core was about 15 miles away. Just saw a dog run across right there. So that's just, it's sad. Here to chat with us about it, it's Mike Boylan, storm chaser and blogger with many followers. Mike, it's great to see you this afternoon. I appreciate it. Wish we were having a better conversation, but this is the most intense hurricane that I can remember. Besides Wilma, this is stronger, though, and it's making its way across Jamaica as we speak.
Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, we watched this last week. We were talking about it, and some of the models teased it, right? And now you're looking at it happening. It's like, how did this happen? It's one of the strongest on record in the end of October, right? When everybody thought the season was done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the most amazing thing. So if I was to tell you, all right, Mike, how can you form the most powerful storm that we've seen so far this year and put it in the Caribbean? Everything has to work out perfectly.
Yes, I mean, with that ocean heat content, we've talked about that in the past. It was just untapped. Even last year, the Helene and Milton really didn't get going down there, so we really haven't had a real Caribbean storm, in several years. It seems like. So yeah, it's just mind-boggling. It's 800 millibar system. Even typing updates today, I was typing 982 because you're not used to typing 8. You're used to typing 900.
Right, and I was just remarking about Tropical Storm Sonia that's out in the Pacific with a low pressure of 1,003. I'm like, okay. Jeez, this is incredibly strong when you're talking about this, and you like to dive into the models too, Mike. And my question is, which model do you think is prepared better for this one, and which one is performing better right now?
Well, I love the Haas models, you know, Haas A, Haas B. They've been really good with intensity predictions. And they were predicting 880, 890, you know, almost a week ago.
And we were like, really?
Yeah, I remember we talked about it. I got called out on it. I'm like, are you kidding me? But they did really well last year. It seems like the Euro track is always solid, really good. The GFS was terrible. It was going over Hispaniola, and the UK was like going over the Yucatan. So it's disappointing that two of the top models we used to use, you know, it makes it frustrating. You know, that's why we got to take a blend of models. And overall, I think the track was pretty on point. It's just sad looking at the maps. You know, I was Googling that area and, you know, seeing some of these videos popping, you know.
Yeah, let me pull this up real quick. I think I found a little bit more video. I'll come right back to that. Now it's got me full screen. Appreciate it, y'all. I've kind of done it this way, so yeah. Let me get to it real quick. A little bit more damage coming in. You might want to see this. Let's see. I'll take it down after I show it. St. Elizabeth Parish, southwestern Jamaica, is the first to be struck by Category 5 Melissa. Winds of 185 miles per hour are tearing up the area, causing severe flooding and destruction. These videos here are kind of, two of them are vertical. I don't know why it won't let me do like I normally do. Maybe I have to enlarge each individual video. I'll do that.
Oh my God. Respect your rules,
I'm tired for a piece of Black River, you know. I'm tired. When I get no motivation. Hey, somebody come in Black River. Come in.
All right, let's go to the next one. These winds are pretty strong. The computer has a mind of its own. It always does. As you can see, there's some flooding. Hello, Mike Smith. These pictures and video are coming in from Jamaica, St. Elizabeth Parish. Down trees, down power lines. 240,000 are without power. I didn't see the first few seconds of this video, so let me start it again, please. And this is just the beginning. This will go through this. They could go through this for most of the night. Just saying, I don't know. There was one other little video over here before I go back. I don't think I've shown this one yet. So let's show this one real quick. StreamYard only allows you to do one screen at a time. I have the upgraded StreamYard, but I don't have the, the premium. It's just my little channel here on YouTube. So yeah, here's some damage here. Let me read where it's coming from. According to the Meteorological Service of Jamaica, the powerful storm made landfall in the vicinity of Parity shortly after 11 a.m., unleashing destructive winds, torrential rain, and flooding across several parishes, including Manchester, Westmoreland, and St. James. This is just a short video. As you can see, a roof is torn off. I'll go back to the main Fox News till I find a little bit more video. I want to show video as we go along.
Online and just what folks must be going through, because we know what a Cat 5 is like. I mean, we've seen the destruction afterwards, so you know what's happening right now, and it's just, it's going to be a nightmare for these folks. And like you mentioned, it's going across the island, and it's not going to lose much punch. And when it emerges, we're going to have wraparound bands hitting the northwest side.
Right.
So there's a lot of folks really dealing with this right now.
And if it keeps on jogging to the west a little bit more, I mean, it's running out of time to do that. But it's going. The farther west it goes, the less interaction it's going to have with land, at least the inner workings of the core. I mean, that's a bad situation for Cuba. That means it's not going to die down that much.
Yeah, and they did bump that next advisory up to still Cat 4. So it's going to go through the whole island as a Cat 4. And it's a little flatter terrain on that side, so they're getting the rain still on the east side, which is terrible. I saw some flooding videos there. I had a friend of mine that I've met through doing my chats and stuff, and he just messaged me and said he's heard the southwest part of the island is just getting beat up bad. Like, being a local, he said he's lived there his whole life. He's 63, nothing like that. So we just won't know. I remember watching past storms, Michael and others. You don't know what's going on right now until tomorrow, let's say.
Even then, right? Even then, with the infrastructure that's going to get destroyed like this, what I'm worried about also, Mike, is looking at before.
Yeah, this is catastrophic, y'all.
And after of the satellite, it's just the deforestation of that stripe of the core that's going to go over there. It's going to be a drastically different west side of the island.
Yeah, we've seen that in the past. I mean, you're going to see, land scarred. And to see a storm like this with the lightning, this morning, just never lose that warmth. Broke a record, right, for the most intact eye ever. And it's just the worst case scenario for anybody. And the good news I told people on my little chat this morning. One thing I learned is always folks ready to help. I've seen so many people ready to fly in, wanting to help. And I have a feeling that we're going to see a good outpouring of support to Jamaica afterwards.
Yeah, I hope you're right.
So
I agree. We had the Minister of Energy and Transport and Telecommunications on, and he was touting that as well. Our good friends around the Caribbean are going to help, is what he was saying, and I agree. And then one more thing, Mike. When I look at the track itself, it goes through the Bahamas. We know Bermuda has a "Hick Me" sign on it. I mean, here we go again with Bermuda.
Yeah, this still might be 100-mile-an-hour winds there. I mean, and they're going to be on the dirty side looking at some of those models again. You know, you always feel guilty not talking about other weather, but when there's a huge story obviously going on, but there's still impacts down the road. We got the Bahamas and the Turks, you know, and Caicos there, and of course Bermuda. They're going to be dealing with it next. It's incredible. I still, you know, you watch these things this one came across Africa, right?
Yeah, it was a wave.
We were talking about this 2 weeks, and here we are. It's like, I can't believe what we're looking at.
The EMDR didn't develop until it got to the untapped Caribbean. You're right. We've been watching this wave for you. I appreciate you taking the time out and talking again.
They're expecting this to go east. It may not. They've been talking that all morning long.
Yeah, next week, hopefully we won't be talking about anything, but maybe throwing maybe you're taking a first hockey puck slap or something, you know, something fun.
Yeah, I was teasing going up to Gatlinburg. There was supposed to be a little bit of mountain snow.
Yes.
But a couple of these buddies of mine that have planes, I might be jumping on one of those and flying and helping with some of the recovery. So might be sharing some of that with you. We'll see. Anything I can do to help. But, you know, the one thing I want to point to that I saw the NHC started talking about this was the elevation winds. You know, we saw that with Helene, you know, and I flew over the Appalachians after Helene and just seeing those trees down, you know.
That's crazy.
They didn't have surface winds. It was that upper level winds, and this is what they're going to be experiencing here. So I'm really curious, even though the hurricane winds didn't like reach as far as they say, I'm really curious the upper elevation, if they really get beat up more than they thought.
Yeah, I mean, the scar on this land right there with the trees coming down, it's going to be a scar for at least a decade. We'll talk about that again next week, Mike. Mike, always great to talk to you, my friend, and you can check him out, Mike Boylan, the weather page, Mike's weather page. Good stuff, Mike. We'll talk to you next week. Yeah. All right, buddy. All right, coming up, where does it go from here? It's going to make landfall here shortly. I mean, look how close that center of circulation is to the coastline. We're talking within the next at least 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Either way, they're getting blasted with the worst part of the storm on the western side of Cuba, 185-mile-per-hour winds with gusting over 200. We've got live reports from that region coming up right after the break.
Gentlemen, is okay. We are about 50 miles to the east of Montego Bay, and where all those resorts are. You know, so many people, and we got official word actually from the tourism minister and his people that there are 25,000 visitors in Jamaica right now. That's a lot of people that couldn't get out of the airports before all of this started to happen this weekend. And so they're very concerned, and they're telling us that they are making sure that the priority is that everyone is safe in those resorts. But certainly with these winds and this activity about to head up into Jamaica and into Montego, there's going to be major issues. Boy, this is a pretty good gust that we got here right now with some blowing, driving rain. As a matter of fact, I think it's blowing into the garage that the team is in right now, unfortunately. And so we are expecting mass power outages. We have up to 40% of the island right now with no power and mobile service as far as data. Cell phones, last update 2 hours ago was 25% of comms were already down. So flying debris is going to occur. Roadways that potentially in many areas are impassable because of power poles that fall, or houses or other structures that are ripped apart. And so getting around is going to be difficult. But I can tell you, I mean, we're going to feel the impacts of this for hours and hours to come, well into the dark of night. I just hope that we can keep our communications so we can continue to broadcast and hit the Fox Weather stream and all the Fox Media platforms for all this information. So we've got a degradation already, guys. It's just the beginning. And Jamaica is as prepared as they can be. But what country could be prepared for 185-mile-an-hour winds and an historic hurricane? Not many. In fact, not any. Not even in the United States.
Robert, you're right. We're confirming it for you. 185-mile-per-hour winds at landfall. 892 millibar, low pressure. That was near New Hope, Jamaica at 1 p.m. That was our landfall officially made by the National Hurricane Center. New Hope, Jamaica.
New Hope, Jamaica. And guys, you know what's so terrifying is the fact that there is a possibility that as it comes up and, wobbles to the east as expected, more toward Montego and where we're at in St. Ann Parish, there is a possibility that when it exits Jamaica, about 65 miles north to south, it's going to be heading south to north, that it's still a Category 5.
Yep.
This system does not cease to surprise. Anything it does, I said it yesterday. I don't trust Hurricane Melissa at all. Any move she makes will not surprise me.
I'm right there with you. I mean, we're looking at, hopefully we're getting a eye wall replacement. That didn't happen. In fact, it looks like the eye, when it was coming on shore, began to shrink just a little bit, probably because of the mountain influence up to the north. But Robert Ray, yeah, your conditions are going to start getting worse and worse every time we check in with you later on this afternoon. So stay dry, my friend, because we will be back with you a little bit later on this hour. Good stuff, Robert.
Yeah, not only has the ERC not taken place, but this thing jogged to the left a little bit, stayed over water longer, super warm water, which has been fueling this.
Right.
And to Robert's point, I mean, you could shave 25 miles per hour off the maximum sustained winds and still be a 5 as this comes off Jamaica.
The amazing part. And the other thing that's amazing, and the higher up you go in elevation, the less interaction you have with any kind of friction, the winds pick up in speed.
20, 30% easily.
We make it 240, 250 mile per hour winds on the hilltops.
That's the EF5 equivalents that we've been talking about.
I mean, the strongest tornadoes ever, what, 300 miles per hour?
Yeah.
This is just shy of that, but it's mega. You're talking about 20, 30 miles wide of an EF4, EF5 tornado slam into the west side of Jamaica right now.
So by the numbers here, this is top 3 for pressure.
Right.
That's anywhere in the Atlantic basin at any point in the season.
Including the Gulf, including the North Atlantic and the Caribbean.
Across the period of record. And for landfalling storms, if you go by wind speed instead of minimum central pressure, 185, it's what, Labor Day? 1935.
1935, yeah.
Dorian, and now Melissa.
Amazing. And by the way, Gilbert and Wilma, they were both in the Western Caribbean when that occurred.
Right.
Which is, generally speaking, this time of year, the hottest water on the planet.
That's the sweet spot.
It really is. And then you had the fact that we didn't have any shear. And you're looking at this, the track of this new Melissa. The European model pretty much had this. It was drifting, and it basically moved it up to the north. I mean, it took a while for everything to come into play. But it's just picking up a little bit of forward speed now. But who's next after Jamaica? It's Cuba.
Right. And I know they've been watching some of these subtle changes that have taken place here.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a real uneasy feeling because we know that this isn't hitting much disruption now at all in Jamaica. I mean, yes, there's mountains, but it's 2,000 to 3,000 feet. It's not the 7,000 feet on the other side of the island.
Right, which, it is kind of a blessing on that regard because that's the most populated area. We were just talking to an official out there in Jamaica, and it's not going to hit Kingston with its full fury. But the people that are in it right now, it's so hard to
I
even
wonder,
imagine.
with some of the conversations that we've seen on Fox Weather, because we know Kingston, the Jamaican people live in Kingston, over 1 million people, residents. But you have a lot of these places where I spoke with a woman yesterday who was in Montego Bay. You have a lot of tourists that are on the northwestern part of the island, and they don't have the lay of the land. They don't have the same reference to draw back on in Jamaica.
Montego Bay right there, right?
And that's where it looks like the worst, people that are out of their element is what I'm saying in that part of the island.
I mean, you're on vacation. You don't know really what's going on.
Right.
And it's really difficult when you're in a foreign area. It's tough to tell. One thing I am noticing on right here, though, and they said it too in the National Hurricane discussion, Ian, if you're in the eye, stay where you are.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see the calm conditions, but it's not going to last for very long.
Yeah. I mean, they've been saying get to where you're going to be and stay there. And in this case,
the whole thing is gone.
24, 36 hours.
Could be. Hey, wait, listen, we got some new video right now. Let me show you this. This is on the eastern side of the eye wall, okay? This is Black River. We knew they were getting smashed the hardest. And, all right, now the winds were supposed to be cranking up to about 185. We already saw one of the portions. Look at that stuff flying around, Ian.
Yeah, tin too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be caught outside
Being
with
outside,
flying guillotines. You don't want anything to do with that whatsoever. Wow. So that's new video coming in right there from the Black River, Jamaica. We got more video. We've got more live shots. We got more reports from down there. We're just getting some information in now. We'll have it for you. We'll share it with you right after the break, everybody.
Let me pause this. Apparently, there's some kind of breaking news. Thank y'all for hitting that thumbs up, y'all. As I overload my computer, yeah, it's going to skip a little bit. Things aren't lined up the same way that I got it. It's kind of like messed up a little bit. So I don't know what my breaking news thing is now. It's crazy, y'all. That's not it there. I'm fixing to get back to it. Sorry about the interruption. This is just put out by Rawls Alerts. I don't know how important it is, but listen, as terrifying screams of extreme wind reaching 185 miles per hour. I'm just messing myself up, y'all. Village food season, man. 185 miles per hour winds tear through Treasure Beach, Jamaica, where a catastrophic, life-threatening Category 5 hurricane is unleashing its full force. The storm's powerful eye wall is now directly over the area, battering everything in its path. I got to stop the screen share over there, don't I? Let me see. Let me get caught up in the chat here. Yeah, okay. My chat froze up on my phone. It was supposed to be, can't hear it. I can't hear it. So I apologize for that, y'all. Let's go back. This seems to be getting the most views right here.
Watching is it's going to rake right through here and then end up edging towards Cuba, the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, and then Bermuda. Look at the pressure right here.
Yeah. This is the first landfall, we should point out. Yeah, there's going to be at least two, maybe three or up to four.
Maybe two in one day if it gets to Cuba before midnight tonight.
Right.
So
and it may not be a whole lot weaker than it is right now for all the reasons we've been talking about.
Not a lot of land interaction. Even if it comes down 15 miles per hour, like you said, that's still a Category 5 storm.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And there's the record books right there. And we want to point out
These are the winds. These are the winds.
These are storms that have existed anywhere in the Atlantic Basin, not at
landfall. Now, Dorian made landfall at 185.
Yeah, right? And the Labor Day.
Yeah, and Wilma was not 185 when it made landfall, I don't believe.
No.
But Gilbert was 185. Gilbert, by the way, did hit Jamaica in 1988 as Category 3 or 4 storm right around that neck of the woods, and then it gained strength across the western part of the Caribbean.
Yeah, so it was stronger farther west. So folks are comparing it to that. This is by pressure now.
It's intensity, yep.
It's a top 5, I guess, tied for top 3.
Yeah, Labor Day. And I just asked you, I said, how accurate do you think the Labor Day storm measurement was in 1975?
Very accurate.
You said the dude was out there.
Yeah, that's the story. He measured that by hand in the eye down on the Keys.
Wow, 90 years ago. I mean, that's crazy. Gilbert, 1988 was 888. I remember that one specifically as a kid. I remember Wilma charting that one out. It was such a long season, 2005. We're like, here we go with the W-named storm, and that was back in mid-October.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. This is the last season since 2005. I say last, it's the only 2 that have featured 3 Category 5s. And anytime you're talking tropics and you bring up 2005, it's never a good thing.
No, it's 2020 was bad.
Yeah.
2005 was bad, too. So here we go. You can see the center of the circulation now, Ian, as it wobbles inland, is now ashore. That's why it's made landfall. Notice this. It does look like, and Brian Norcross, I'm going to put this on the last one so you can see it. Brian Norcross did point this out before, that the shape of the eye actually contracted a little bit.
Yeah.
Right when it's making landfall.
Right. So those winds were tightening up once again.
It's just kind of refracting and maybe bouncing off a little friction with the mountain.
You had mentioned it does look a touch oblong, too.
Yeah, it's still healthy as heck.
I wonder if that's a
incredible
function of the land interaction, too.
I imagine it has to be, right? Because it's not going through any kind of eye wall replacement. Now, if you're interested, we can't get a radar picture out of there. Jamaica doesn't have it. They've got one, but it's all clogged up. We can't access it at this point. And I mean, we're talking about power outages, obviously, as it goes right through the region. You saw the video coming in from the Black River area. Where does it go from here? It's going to immediately hop off of land later this afternoon.
Yeah, you look at tonight, 150.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see, because, I mean, this still has serious health. It's picked up the pace a little bit.
Right.
That's a good thing for Jamaica, at least limiting the duration of these extreme impacts. That's going to bring it to Cuba faster, likely as a healthier hurricane.
As that momentum. So even if it drops, this is assuming it's going to drop 35-mile-per-hour sustained wind once it gets out and across the water. That might not even happen, to your point, right?
Yeah, we'll see. We know that there's going to be some disruption with the land interaction. We'll have a better idea, obviously, when it reemerges out over water. But you look at the whole western part of the island, and we had talked about regionally how it breaks down. The whole western third quarter of Jamaica is seeing hurricane conditions right now.
Sustained.
Yeah.
And we were talking about the hurricane force winds going out 30 miles. Well, that is not accounting hurricane force gusts that go way farther out than that.
That's half the island
Exactly.
right there.
So
and you look at those trends, and you look at where Kingston is. Yes, they're seeing some of these impacts, but man, was that a big deal, what we saw play out last 36 hours.
Unreal. I didn't think 185 coming in here this morning.
And this far west.
No.
I guess those two things kind of go together, though, because it's spent more time out over the water.
Sure, warmer water. And the heat content, we're talking about it. Bath water, it's been out there undisturbed for the entire summer long. We've got the warnings now. You saw this. Now the Bahamas, you see Southeast Bahamas. It's hurricane warning. That's new for this morning, too. And you can also see the Turks and Caicos still with a tropical storm warning. You're going to get a lot of rain. Don't want to leave Haiti and Dominican Republic out of this. They're going to see tremendous amounts of rain, flash flooding. We're going to see some mudslides as a possibility for them as well.
Yeah, southern-facing shores, that Tiburon Peninsula there in Haiti,
and there you
tall
go.
mountains.
That's Jamaica, right? That's Blue Mountain Peak. Now, it came ashore right up in there, okay? So the winds are coming out in that direction. That means all the rain that's coming across the mountains right here is going to drain down across Kingston Harbor. That's going to be a mess for
all the while with the Caribbean coming in.
Yeah.
So you have the coastal effects, you have what's going on in the high terrain.
Hitting it in right
It's
there.
trouble on all flanks.
It really is. All right, that's a look at Jamaica. Let's look at Cuba first, because we've got this going on too. Cuba's going to be in direct line for this later on this evening. They're going to start to get some tropical storm force winds by later this afternoon, and then the hurricane force winds coming tonight.
Yeah, and this is, I guess you can make the argument that the pace, it's a bad thing on arrival for Cuba.
Yeah.
Same story, though. It'll get in and out of it faster.
Right.
But that terrain in eastern Cuba, unlike what we saw play out in western Jamaica, they have high slopes. They're up to 7,000 feet or so. That's going to be exacerbating all the problems that you were just talking about in Jamaica.
Look at the video from yesterday afternoon as we're trying to get ready in eastern Cuba. Remember, we have Guantanamo Bay out there also, so we've got our people that are right there on the eastern part.
Folks evacuated from there.
Did
Many.
they?
Yeah.
All of them?
I don't think all of them, no, but a lot of personnel did get out.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that, because here we go. You can see the visible satellite imagery, and one more time. It's impressive to watch as you zero in towards Jamaica. But let me show you this as I flatten it out. Look at the track as it moves up to the north-northeast at about 9 miles per hour. It takes it right over the eastern part of Cuba, then ultimately through the southeast Bahamas. Turks and Caicos gets a shot with heavy rain, and T and C, they're going to be in the bad side of the storm too.
Yeah, I like how you have the transparency down a bit. You could see some of the terrain there in Cuba. Hurricane warnings are up because hurricane conditions are imminent. Those will be there tonight in Cuba, later on this evening, truly. And the surge, this may end up being, for Cuba, a favored zone. We may see, I know those numbers came up a touch from yesterday.
Right.
It may be as bad in Cuba as some of the worst that we see in Jamaica.
It's a big channeling of water going in there. It's a big effect. And the winds are already started because they've already seen the winds coming up and over Jamaica into the lower part of Cuba. So the storm surge is already starting.
It's a good point, as opposed to the approach east to west and then north. It's a longer duration onshore.
The duration and fetch is going to take it that way. Watch this. We're going to pause here. I can't remember. Yeah, I paused it about 5 o'clock. All right, so we're still over Jamaica, ready to emerge back across the water. And here you are at midnight tonight, and that's when it's just offshore from the lower part of Cuba. So that's Cuba. That's the line right there. That is our center of circulation.
Yeah, and there's that whole mountain chain, southeastern part of the country right there, just like that, yeah. And it's almost being represented there on future radar.
It's pretty good, right? Our radar is picking it up very well. And now it goes right over there. It's going to get buzzed down even more once it gets with that land interaction.
That's going to be much more disruptive than what we see this afternoon.
And the farther north it gets, the more latitude it gains, the more shear it's going to encounter, too, with that trough off to the east coast of the United States, the southwesterly breeze. And then you get to the westerlies once it gets towards the Bahamas. So now you look at the structure. It's still tight. I mean, we're still looking at possibly a Category 3 storm right there.
Yeah.
This is tomorrow afternoon into the evening hours at 10 p.m. tomorrow.
You wonder what that core looks like at that point and whether or not...
How stretched out they're going to get.
Is there another, by definition, landfall?
Right.
We'll see if the center of that moves over another island. That
You know,
would be
the
number
Bahamas,
3.
the Bahamas is not just one, it's many islands. So you can see many landfalls when it goes to the Bahamas. So
and then if you get really unlucky, you got folks in Bermuda that are saying, you got to be kidding me.
That's what I said before. I said, does Bermuda have a kick me sign on it?
Yeah, it's like head on a swivel.
Every time we go around, they're in the air cone. That's what it seems like. All right, what about the rain for eastern Cuba? Not quite as prolific because it's going to be moving quicker, but still a foot to a foot and a half of rain is in the forecast.
Yeah, and you can see some of those locally higher amounts, not necessarily labeled, but that has everything to do with the terrain.
Yeah, let's tilt it for you. I love how we do these maps because you can see the terrain right there. You're getting up to 6,400 feet. And again, picture the winds, and it's right there by the coast. I mean, as soon as it hits it, boom, goes straight up. And what does that do? It condenses out even more in a way of rain. And where does it go? It all floods down to the coast. And if it's pinned in, you get the coastal flooding, salt water coming in, and then the fresh water coming in behind you.
Yeah, that's formidable. And the thing here is there's no missing it, like we saw in Jamaica, where there's 50 miles of tall mountains.
Right, in a couple of gaps. This is a solid sheet.
You're not missing that. They're just going to go right over the top.
You're right. Let's do the wind forecast for you quickly. You can see they're going to continue to pick up this evening, 50 to 60 to 30 to 40 Guantanamo. They should peak out around, I mean, this might be underdone. I'm thinking it probably will be. These are just the sustained winds to the gusts. And later on, by tomorrow evening, it's going to be clear. But you talk about winds, we could see them as high as 100 miles per hour or more, lower part of that island country. They're going to get slapped.
Yeah, it's what we talked about with the increasing pace of the storm. It's in and out. But this is going to be an extreme hit as it moves through. Likely still a well-formed Cat 4.
Wow. There we are. All right, where should we go from here? Let's talk about Bermuda. We hit on it. The models are all pointed in that direction. You can see the way it looks in the Bahamas. We're going to start with the Bahamas first, and then you know where it goes from here, right through the Bahamas, where it could make several landfalls on some of those smaller islands. We will see. That will be tomorrow, and then it picks up its pace, and it'll get close to Bermuda by Thursday night and Friday morning.
Yeah, and unlike the islands farther south, there isn't terrain in the Bahamas. Like, these are all low-lying.
Exactly.
And this thing's going to roll right over the top, still with some considerable intensity.
And some storm surge, too. Several feet of storm surge also coming in. That's going to be out there. Here's the latest as it continues to move over. I always start with the big picture. Where is it? Just because, number one, Ian, when was the last time you saw that? Hopefully we never see winds like this again.
Yeah. And if anybody's just joining us, top of the hour, NHC called it. This made its landfall in southwestern Jamaica.
Near New Hope, Jamaica. So that's up there. Now move up to the north. Where's it going? In that direction. You see the United States, a lot of cloud cover right there. Trough low pressure developing. It's going to essentially jet it out of that direction. U.S., we don't have to worry about a direct impact. What do you think waves, though? I'm thinking by the end of the week, we're going to start seeing these wave swells move.
And some of that additional moisture that gets lofted north. It's not some direct connection between the storms, but there's some influence
It'll
from
feed.
Melissa.
Looking at all the models, it'll feed. When was the last time you saw such a nice long duration agreement in all the spaghetti models. That is a solid straw going right up the gut.
This is kind of the only scenario that would produce that, right? A trough, picking it up and just
high
launching
pressure
it
over
out.
to the east and just jetting it out across the region. Consensus puts Bermuda on the bad side. But again, this is Thursday night and a Friday morning. We're talking about 3 days from now.
Yeah, and it's a much bigger storm at that point, though. So, I mean, it's going to be tough to avoid some considerable impacts again.
Exactly. So it might be just whether you get the impact fully or not, depends on where it's going to go to the west or the east. You're going to get some impacts no matter what.
I guess, if there's any good news in this, Bermuda is super hurricane hardy.
It's a castle.
They've been through this. I mean, this is what, the fourth go around, I think?
Yeah. And it is.
So
this year.
They're in practice. They're in mid-season form with hurricane prep.
Even I know the roads in Bermuda. I've been looking at the map so many times.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. But thanks for sticking around, buddy.
You bet.
You're up at the top of the hour, too. I'm going to watch this thing probably during your show, jetting off the coast and aiming towards Cuba.
Yeah,
Apart.
we're going to be in touch with Robert as long as we can maintain connectivity. Yeah. We've got Brian Norcross with us every hour, so keep it here as we. There's a lot of Melissa's story left to tell.
A lot of moving parts. This right here is a live look at Kingston, Jamaica. It's on the east side of the island. They have the hurricane force gusts going in and out. Power outages. We're going to check back in with that as much as we can also.
That's great.
Empty streets. Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. Hey, listen, we are Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ, everybody. We've got live reporters down there. We've got live cameras. We've got the whole thing set up to take you through Melissa as it chugs right through as a Category 5. We'll be right back. All right, we're getting some new video from the eye wall of Melissa as it crammed through the Black River. You can see some of the roof pieces getting torn off right there. This is the Black River, Jamaica area, and you can see the structural damage, just flying sheets of metal flying through the air. This is when the eye wall itself was cramming into town. You're talking about 185-mile-per-hour winds around that thing. That is breaking news. Just had a landfall about a half an hour ago near that very spot, a little farther over to the north and west. But the videos that we're going to see like this are going to be stunning, they're going to be amazing, and they're going to be heartbreaking. Here to take us through it all is our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. Brian, I know you just saw the 1 o'clock advisory, the update. We have a landfall, but where does it go from here?
Yeah, so it's going across the island. This landfall was interesting in Black River there. We've been talking a lot about Black River because as the storm eased farther and farther west, it looked like the worst of the winds were going to go through Black River. I'm really interested to know how that person that shot that on their phone, obviously, got that signal out. Maybe they have robust enough infrastructure to survive those kind of winds, or maybe that was early in the process before the worst of it arrived in Black River. But here we are right now, still rated 185 miles per hour, pressure 892 with the 1 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. And we can finally see some degradation in this incredibly pristine hurricane that made landfall there. I also want to mention that, look at this, the moisture is still being kind of pushed out toward Haiti, where on this peninsula here, the situation has been very, very bad with flooding, and into the Dominican Republic, although not as bad there. All right, let's look at this close up, and we can see that degradation in the last few frames as the part of the circulation is interacting with the higher terrain on Jamaica. So what happens is the air comes around the storm like this, goes up the mountain, and then comes back down the mountain over here. Well, when the air comes down the mountain, it's compressing. It's like a Santa Ana wind in California, in Southern California. When the air comes down the mountain, it compresses and it warms. So that tends to suppress the clouds and so forth. So that's what we see, that degradation caused by that. But we also see the eye kind of shrinking just before landfall. It'll be really interesting to see what the final analysis is on this from the Hurricane Center. Look at it super close up here. This is just the last hour, and there you can see the center of the eye going right over this town, New Hope. Bob, I looked up New Hope. Turns out there's the Sandals Resort near New Hope, and they funded for New Hope, and there's another town there called White House. Places have about 4,000 people each. They funded a school and water purification for that school, and the school would become a shelter. So we hope that all that worked out and the people in New Hope are in the shelter or in some safe place there, and also here in Black River, because you can see, remember, this is the strongest part of the hurricane right here, over top of Black River and maybe down the coast just a little bit. White House is right here. This line right here is the parish line between, over here is St. Elizabeth Parish, over here is Westmoreland Parish, and New Hope and White House are kind of one community there, just inside the Westmoreland Parish line. The other thing to notice here is, noticing the eye gets a kind of a little elongated looking. Again, that's interaction with the land. When the air comes over the land, it starts slowing down, and it just affects the circulation here. Usually it gets kind of diverted off to the left. But we also have mountains up in here, remember, that are affecting the flow of air around the storm. All right, look at the wider view here, and you can see where this is going. So it's going, here's the cone. It looks like it might be going a little to the left side of the cone, but when it gets to the northern coast, now you have winds coming like this back into Montego Bay. The Montego Bay Airport is right on the water, but it's kind of a berm protecting the runway from the Caribbean. But when the wind comes in from this side, the question is whether that's going to be, the berm is going to be enough to stop that water coming into the, over the is there at the airport. We also have the city Mandeville here on the right side. So they're going to, it's about 2,000 feet up. And the winds elevated winds, maybe at 1,000 feet or so, were measured at 250 miles per hour. That's the highest they've ever been measured in any storm. Of course, we have new instruments now and better instruments, but incredible winds that are going to affect these higher elevations. Like I said, a 30-mile wide tornado is what we have going on here from this area here, Black River and New Hope and White House here up on across the island. All right, so here's where it is now, just past landfall as a Category 5. Here you can see where the tropical storm force winds, these are tropical storm force winds in the yellow. These are hurricane force gusts in the orange there. So the wind is coming around like this, and it's blowing the water still into Kingston Harbor. Winds in Kingston are up in the 25 to 30 mile per hour range, gusts higher than that, but they're continuous from the south, so that's going to push water into the harbor. It's going to make it harder for the water from the rain to drain, so we still have this flood threat, but the major impacts for this thing, the flood threat can be significant in Kingston, but the wind, flood, and storm surge in the western part of the country are going to be just critical. Then the system moves about 4 p.m. today, should be on the coast up here, moving north. But remember, a circulation like this bringing the water into Montego Bay, and then we're going to worry about elevation there, the airport, and so forth. Even though it's on the weak side of the storm, the west side would be the weak side of the storm, but when you have a Category 5 hurricane, you're still talking about a strong, strong storm. And then it moves out, so you get the hurricane force gusts leaving about 8 p.m., and then the whole thing is gone about 2 a.m. So we'll see what happens tomorrow morning, or they'll see what happens tomorrow morning when they can finally see, because odds are there's not going to be a lot of electricity on Jamaica after this storm goes through. All right, in terms of the rain, you can see there's two areas, one on the highest mountains over here catching the moisture, but up in the mountains here north of Black River and Mandeville, and then on the other side you have Ocho Rios and Montego Bay. This is where the moisture gets caught initially on this side as the winds come this way, and then on the other side as the winds come around that way. So look at this close up in this Black River area. Remember, it made landfall just up here, so the wind coming around like this, and notice this flat plain here. See how low this is right in here? That's where the Black River comes down, and this is all a flood zone right in here. So no doubt water is pushing in there, kind of surrounding the town of Black River, but also rainwater drains down like this and conflicts with that. So this is a high flood zone here. Much of the town of Black River is elevated, but then there's this coastal communities here and Treasure Beach down here, obviously seriously threatened by storm surge, not to mention the water running downhill out of the mountains. And in Kingston, less rain now forecast for Kingston itself, but up in the mountains, all that water up there, and maybe a foot to a foot and a half of water in the mountains, all has to come down. And so you can see here's the drainage where it comes out into Kingston Harbor. So it kind of comes these various areas here like this, draining down through the city. Can the gullies, they're called, in Kingston deal with that? This is what remains to be seen, and this is the big concern there. All right, there's the storm surge. We talked about that over in this area here, Black River, and over to near this Portland Point here, the maximum storm surge here in St. Elizabeth Parish. We're just fearful for anything being remaining there along the coast from Treasure Beach on up toward Black River. Downstream we have Cuba ahead, and that's a major city there, Santiago de Cuba and Guantanamo Bay, of course, and then central and southeastern Bahamas under hurricane warnings. Fringe effects here for wind, Turks and Caicos, and Haiti still dealing with the effects of this storm. So there's the forecast for Cuba, 115 mile an hour Category 3. Santiago de Cuba is right on the right side. There's Guantanamo Bay right there. And then moving forward through the Bahamas, Category 2-ish, and that's going to happen So when it says Wednesday p.m., it means in the afternoon tomorrow, and then moving on to Bermuda and moving quickly by this time. So this would be Thursday p.m., be Thursday afternoon, Thursday into Friday by the time it gets up to Bermuda. So Bob, an historic event here today that we've been witnessing. We'll never, I don't think, ever see a hurricane more pristine than we saw with this one before it made landfall here. Just almost, like you would draw an annular hurricane there that was just a perfect circle. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions in the Caribbean, we knew they were untapped, and unfortunately, that is the end result. Brian Norcross, excellent report. Very good. Thank you very much. All right, coming up, we got more live reports. Brian Norcross is going to be here throughout the afternoon. Take us through it because we've got that. The Bahamas, we're going to see that later on tomorrow. Cuba's up next after Jamaica. Some pictures right here coming in from Kingston. Not quite as bad, obviously, as it was about 2 hours ago. But you talk about the west side of Jamaica. They are getting slammed. They have a Category 5 sitting over the country right now. One of the strongest hurricanes we've ever seen. Live reports from that island nation coming up pretty soon. Be right back, everybody. A brand new video coming in right here from a resort in Lucia. You can see as Melissa's making landfall in Jamaica. It's probably before the heaviest winds came screaming in, but this is brand new video from the resort. And you can see the palm trees are taking a beating, dancing around a little bit, but you can see a lot of rain. The visibility absolutely poor in this region. I'm not exactly sure where this was taken in regards to the actual landfall of the storm and what time it was. That's the northwest side of where it came in. So it was actually, wow. Look at I'm just looking at it with you guys right now. Visibility looks pretty poor. And we're going to see this continue as it rides right up from the Caribbean over Jamaica and ultimately into Cuba later on this evening and overnight tonight. Then to the Bahamas and then Turks and Caicos. You talk about that region getting brushed. And then right through to Bermuda by Thursday night and a Friday. So here's the latest, and we're going to get the 2 o'clock advisory coming in here shortly. But what's still remarkable is just this, 185-mile-per-hour winds. That pressure is continuing to drop. It was at 992. I imagine now that it's over land, the 2 o'clock advisory pressure is going to go up a little bit. Wind should start coming down just a touch as well. Most likely peaked right when it was making landfall, unfortunately for Jamaica. 185-mile-per-hour winds, still just absolutely incredible. I haven't seen anything like this in quite some time. All right. Here's what it looks like officially near New Hope, Jamaica. Again, there was a sandals resort there, apparently, so people were taking shelter there, apparently. Category 5 hurricane, 185-mile-per-hour max sustained winds. When you got across the mountains, you're talking about 240, 250-mile-per-hour winds. And Brian Norcross was just talking about it right, and he hit it right on the nose. You're talking about when the hurricane hunters were flying through, dropping the recorders of how much wind there is, about 1,000 feet up. The winds were clocked at 250 miles per hour. That's 1,000 feet up. These mountains are well above that. You're talking about these mountains going up over 6,000 feet. So clearly, these mountaintops are going to see winds gusting to over 200 miles per hour. That's just going to be incredible. It's going to be devastating. It's going to be very sad. We start seeing these pictures coming in by either late today or tomorrow. So where is it in the record books? You can see wind-wise, yeah, it's tied up there with the major ones, Gilbert, Wilma, Dorian, and Melissa. But pressure-wise, it was third on the list, tied with that Labor Day storm from 1935. Only fell just a little behind Gilbert and Wilma. Wilma was in 2005. That was in the Western Caribbean. After it hit Jamaica, it just strengthened up right before it hit the Yucatan, if you can remember that. Gilbert, that was back in 1988. So some of the past, the Labor Day storm, again, 1935, rivals this one right here. And they still talk about the infrastructure right there in South Florida getting decimated with that storm. This one is going to be just as bad for Jamaica. Montego Bay, they are up next. You can see they're now getting buzzed by the outer eye wall almost. Give it another hour or two, and you can start seeing the outer eye wall approach into Montego Bay. Robert Ray is to the northeast in there, so his conditions are really going to start going down here also. But here's the way it looks right now. The back edge of the eye is almost back on shore. So if you were out there, let's just say, for instance, you were sitting right here, it's clear skies at this point. It looks nice. You can see the wall around you for sure, and the eye itself goes out over 10 miles. But now you can see the back edge coming around, and it's coming wind direction-wise in the exact opposite of what it hit you before. So everything that's loosened up being blown this way is going to get torn apart as it blows the other way real quickly. Here's what it looks like on that visible satellite imagery. Zoom right into it, and you're getting that land effect right now. Remember, these are all mountains, so that's going to disrupt the airflow as it comes in off the Caribbean and starts getting messed up just a bit. You can see a little oblong face right there. That's what we've got going on across the board. So, yeah, that's what we're watching across western part of Cuba. But storm shelters have been set up for those trapped in Melissa's path for a while now. Storm has made landfall. It was catastrophic as it blew ashore earlier. Fox Weather spoke to a couple trapped on the island about their experience dealing with the storm so far. Check it out.
Everyone wanted to make sure people stay calm, don't, panic, but we didn't really have an evacuation plan. We knew that they were turning the convention center that you saw before boarded into the evacuation center. We were informed, you would be in this space, this area, but once it was time to evacuate, people were supposed to leave at 9:30. They were showing up at 6 o'clock, standing in the rain, panicking, people being turned away. Trying to push through the door. Of course, all plans change. You have people here with children, elderly. And so there's actually where this convention center is, there's an upstairs area, but downstairs there's a movie theater, and they have people, imagine a movie theater, they're in there. And the panic for them, and the lady was yelling out, I was in Katrina, I don't want to experience that again.
Oh, no.
And so you have mindsets, and so we're upstairs. So the flooding portion, we feel like we may be safe, but the winds have picked up. You can see the boarding behind us. You could hear the winds going by. So it has been a huge change. Flights, everything have been.
So it's a lot of anxiety around here because last night we thought we heard wind, but that was just the blow dryer in the bathroom. But being in this area, the lobby area, you can actually hear the 70-mile-per-hour wind pushing against the boards. And there's some leaking in the roofs as well.
All over the building. Everyone kind of first got into the building. They said, listen, we're going to do numerous announcements So try and stay calm, bear with us. There's a big projectors in each room. So imagine a big ballroom, and there are partitions, a big 4 ballrooms, where the big partition is about 80 people in each room. So they have projectors in there. So they're going in, pulling up the map, kind of showing people where it is right now, when it's projected to hit. You're going to be okay, stay safe. They're letting us know they have plenty of food and water, they said. And obviously we'll deal with the day as it kind of comes, and they said they've never experienced anything like this, so they're like, bear with them. That's their main comment.
And the cool and calmness of Jamaicans is also what's keeping us calm, because as we were getting closer and closer to evacuation, all they played was reggae music, and it was real soothing and calm. And the employees here have been really, really accommodating and like really, really nice and just like even kill. So big blessings to like everybody that's working through this.
Because it got chaotic because there was a lot of misinformation with the evacuation plan. But literally, they're like, please just stay calm with us, because they're like, we're actually nervous too. So
we just did our first night last night on those cots and everything.
And remember, downstairs is the movie theater,
so
where they spent their night in movie theater seats, and I'm not no reclining, like, so that's where we are on that side. They gave us a sheet. We brought over our blanket and a pillow, and that's all we have. They said, bring your essentials. So, as you said, IDs, passports,
one change of clothes.
And that's just one room. It's about 3 or 4 more of those. And that looks very organized. Just imagine people are sprawled out all over the place now. I did have a moment, because this is just real conversation, and I want you all to understand mentally where our minds go. I talk to my sister and I tell her, hey, you're our emergency contact. The U.S. Embassy, if anything happens, they'll be letting you know if we can't contact you. And she says, okay, Dawn, let's have a real talk. Am I getting your girls if something happens to the 2 of you? We have a 6 and 2-year-old. And I just break down crying, because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a real thing. So that's where we are. I mean, at any moment, anything just triggers the fact that this is real. And so the helpful thing is we have each other. We have the other members, of the group that I'm here with, that, you're able to kind of have a little fun moment. And then it's the emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, you just feel for it, right? Some video coming in right here from the Black River. Just want to share it with you one more time. Not exactly sure the time frame when this was. I'm pretty sure it's not when the direct eye wall was overhead. It's just ramping things up. But look at what it did to the structures right here. You're talking about sheet metal flying through the air. This person's taking the video. It looks like right by some glass. So I'm thinking most likely this is right before the worst of it hit them. Either way, you can see the intensity as it picked up right there. So what are we looking at? That's the Black River area. Got the satellite imagery on here right now. The entire core just about is over western part of Jamaica right now. That's the Black River. That's where that video came from, and you can see what it looks like. If you're sitting there wondering how long is it going to be over land, it is gradually picking up and moving to the northeast at about 9 miles per hour. So give it another 2-3 hours, and the entire core is going to be edging out across the ocean again, across the Caribbean Sea, ultimately getting into the warmer water, where it's going to retain its strength as it heads towards Cuba later on. Will it be this strong once it hits Cuba? Probably not, because we've got all that land interaction going on right now. Plus, it's going to start running into a little bit of shear from the north and west later on in the period. So that also should help buzz this thing down. But it's a land interaction right here. It's the only thing that's slowing it down. Unfortunately, that land interaction is Jamaica. Here's the way it goes by the Black River. Look at that eye walls. It moves on ashore. You can see the darker shade right there. Also, if you look at it right here, right, the first few frames, when you're looking at the darkness, that is the Caribbean Sea right there. There's the coastline. Once it gets inland, that's when you start seeing the land underneath that. So still clear skies in that eye as it peels away. I'm actually going to move. I have to move it up now because it has moved directions now. It's moving up to the northeast at about 9 miles per hour. We should start seeing another update here within the next 7 or 8 minutes. So something we're watching. Who's up next? It's Montego Bay. And it's very hard to tell if you're going to take a direct hit on the dirty side. The dirty side is that northeastern quadrant, but you can see where it's headed towards you right up in that region. So I'm going to pause this, the last frame. This area right there, this is the bad quadrant you're talking about. Either way, you're still looking at winds wrapping around this thing at over 185 miles per hour at times, especially in the higher gusts. Unbelievable. All right, still to come. Northeast of there, we've got some wind going towards Robert Ray. We'll show you that in just a bit. But I want to start out right here with Weather for Heroes, brought to you by Tunnel to Towers. And we're going to go up there to Norfolk. That's Virginia Beach right there. The rain has been heavy at times. Naval Station, Norfolk. I want to give you the forecast over the next couple of days because they got a coastal low that's pulling in right now. The rain has been heavy. Another one coming in, same one on Wednesday, and then possibly getting some stronger showers, maybe some thunderstorms out there for Thursday. PT outside. It's going to be a wet one for today, tomorrow, all the way out through Thursday afternoon. So that's a forecast for you guys. We appreciate your service for sure. All right, still to come with Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ. We've got our eyes on Melissa, a Category 5 storm, almost entirely overland the core of it across Jamaica. You can see the eye as it rolls very slowly through the western part of that country. Where does it go next? And we've got a live shot right there from St. Anne's Bay. That's who's next. That's coming up in just a little bit. Be right back. Hurricane Melissa marching into the all-time record books in a bad way as it slams Jamaica. We just got the 2 o'clock advisory in. You can see it right here. The winds are down just a touch. It's down by 20 miles per hour, and it's still a freaking Category 5. Unbelievable. This is one of the most intense hurricanes that we've seen in the Atlantic, and it gained strength as it was making its way towards New Hope. That's where it made landfall officially at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. Western Jamaica taking a direct hit right now. The entire core is over land. It is weakening a touch, but not much. It's going to head towards Montego Bay, St. Anne's Bay, where we have our live reporter Robert Ray stationed. We'll go to him here shortly as well. I've got meteorologist Kiana Lewis joining me right now. Bob Van Dillen, great to see you this afternoon. And Kiana, good stuff. And if you've been following along, you saw just this tightening up as it went in across Jamaica and the pressure dropping all the while.
I mean, this is now what, top 3 in terms of pressure being so intense. I mean, this is a monster storm, and for it to move over an area where the infrastructure is already very iffy, is the scary part about this.
That's a good point. And I guess the only saving grace for Jamaica is that the most populated part of the country is on the east side. But still, if you're in the way of Montego Bay, you're still looking at a Category 5, almost on top of you at this point. Give it a couple of hours, and you can start seeing these winds gusting to Category 3, 4 strength. You can see Category 5 still, the 2 o'clock advisory. We knew it was going to happen, right? You said it before when you walked in the door. It's that land interaction right here.
Yes, so thankfully that land interaction is kicking into full gear right now. We're starting to see the storm kind of weaken. Even though the winds are down 20 miles per hour, this is significantly better than what it was maybe a half an hour ago, and that pressure starting to...
Our Fox weather correspondent, he's hanging out also with Jared Maloney. This is kind of close to where he is, Lucia. Jamaica is just to the west of him on the top side of the island. And you could see this. When Robert was reporting earlier this morning, the conditions were not like this. Robert, things have changed.
Yeah, they sure have. We've got the landfall, and now we're starting to see what we expected and anticipated all morning and into this afternoon is these winds beginning to pick up and the driving rain that comes alongside with that. It's only going to deteriorate even more where we're at right now in north central Jamaica, about 50 miles to the east of Montego Bay. And Montego Bay is in trouble, according to the trajectory of this massive historic Hurricane Melissa Cat 5 that made that landfall, about an hour ago in Hope City, southwest Jamaica at 185 miles per hour. Good to hear that the winds have dropped down about 20 miles an hour to 165, but nonetheless, guys, the variables on that, everything is going to be catastrophic that is in the path of Hurricane Melissa at this point. The interesting, or maybe concerning thing, I should say, is in Montego Bay, there are about 25,000 tourists that are hunkered down in those resorts and hotels. That's according to the Minister of Tourism office. They sent that note to me a little earlier. They are trying to take care of the health and safety of all these people that could not get out on airplanes in the past few days, as the country of Jamaica, nearly 3 million people, and all the officials here have been preparing for this moment, this impact moment. But the confusing and unsettling part of all of this is the fact that, the different wobbles and the meandering Melissa over the past several days have just been so unpredictable at this point and hard to figure out exactly where we would see a landfall and the biggest impacts. I could tell you right now, where we are at in St. Anne Parish, we are officially out of power. It is gone. It was going in and out all morning, and now it is done. We are in the black here, and we will go into that as the darkness falls and try to maintain our signal and our communications as best as we can, guys. Power in the island, at least as of 2-3 hours ago, according to officials, unless there's an update that I've missed, it was approaching 50% of all the island out of power. Communications is failing as well. Well over a quarter of the mobile cellular services are gone. If there's any silver lining to this, it's the fact that Kingston, the capital, about 1 million people that live there, that was originally thought to be taking a real hardcore wind field. It is not going to do that. Of course, flash flooding is on the table with feet of rain coming down and sliding down those mountains and creating flash flooding scenarios and degradation of roads. But I say that that's a silver lining only because the airport may be spared in Kingston, and that is going to be key to the fact that humanitarian aid may be able to get in here faster than anticipated. If that airport does not able to open up, and Montego Bay Airport, which it looks like is going to be in big time trouble, then we are in for it for multiple days until we can figure out how to get help into this great island of nearly 3 million people, because they're going to need it. We may have a humanitarian crisis on our hands, especially in the Montego area with all the tourists and the residents and infrastructure infrastructure that is ripped apart. There is no infrastructure that can handle winds like this, nowhere in the world, certainly. So as I stand here now, driving rain that is coming off the mountainside, and by the way, about 15 or so miles right outside of here, still in St. Anne Parish, up the mountain, we are getting pictures of submerged homes with water up to the roof line and roads already in peril. A quarter mile down the road from where I'm at, the Caribbean Sea and the roadway that leads into Montego, about 50 miles, and dotted on each side of the roadway are businesses and then homes and neighborhoods up and down. We hope that those structures can last based upon the wind field, but the closer you get, the less likely that is going to be for any structure that is not fortified. Our team right now is sitting inside of a garage in a concrete home, but they are safe and able to broadcast. But we have water coming into the home because of the driving force rains, and no power, unfortunately, right now. That's the situation that we're going through, and so many people around this island nation of Jamaica right now. I mean, we'll continue to try to get as many updates as possible and give them to you, but as this progresses, I fear the communications will falter. That just is an obvious with a storm of this magnitude. Bob and Kiana?
Yeah, Robert, great reporting out there. We knew the power was going to go out. It's out right now. You talked about the flooding. We knew it's going to be storm surge around Montego Bay. And you talked about some of those houses starting to get submerged. Is that storm surge you're talking about, or is that the freshwater rain coming down?
No, freshwater rain. Freshwater rain down from the mountainside. So in St. Anne Parish, about 15 or so miles. It's hard to tell exactly how far because of the roadways make a lot of winds and bends here. But all that water that is coming down off of the mountains, just going into these communities and inundating these homes. I mean, the pictures that we saw were homes where literally the water was almost above some of the roof lines. And the problem is that all this water's got to go somewhere. For example, I mean, I'm standing on a slope here, probably hard to tell with the camera shot, but I can look to my left, to your right, and see water beginning to rush down this roadway. There's a sewer right over here. I won't be able to walk over there because the camera is tucked deep in this garage, but the sewer is actually handling it okay. That is incredible news. But at some point in the coming hours, it's likely that sewer is not going to be able to handle it, and we may see maybe a foot of water move down this hill and head toward the Caribbean. And that's another issue, is that roadway that goes into Montego, the inundation from all this water slide, so to speak, will have real problems for structures as well. So it's not just the wind field, it's the water that can bang up against the structures and deteriorate the base and the infrastructure at the bottom. And then you have a wind field that can take roofs off as well. So there's just so many variables and so many dangers out here, and it's terrifying for all the locals. I just pray that people that needed to evacuate the southwestern shores did so and got to higher ground, went into the shelters that the country of Jamaica created for them. And if not, I just don't know what the outcome is going to be.
Yeah, Ray, Robert, I can hear it in your voice. I mean, it's hard for me to concentrate even knowing that you're in that area right now. I want you to obviously stay safe for sure, but it's just the fact that already houses are getting inundated, and it's only half the storm that's come in rainfall-wise. There's still another half to go. I mean, this is going to be a story that's just going to be epic, Robert.
And let me just say one other thing, guys, if I could. I mean, darkness comes here. We're an hour behind East Coast time. Darkness really starts to come around 5 o'clock, okay, local time. And honestly, we're going to be in it hardcore at that time. And then the backside, even after the storm, heads off of the island. It may continue to be a Cat 5 the entire time. But that backside tonight in the darkness, and you'll hear transformers blow, and and you won't be able to see debris flying through the air because it's pitch black. There's no power. It's very scary. So anybody watching, and by the way, I know a lot of Jamaicans are tuning into Fox Weather. Everywhere we've gone the past few days, we've seen Fox Weather up in a gas station, convenience stores, restaurants, hotels, and so many people streaming us as well to get the information from our reporting, this team. But if you're watching this and you're in Jamaica, do not even think about going out tonight. You don't know what's going to fly through the air. Please just hunker down and wait till morning until the light comes up and you can assess. Please take that guidance.
You know, Robert, you talked about a lot about the rain and the flood threat, and you just mentioned the wind. And I kind of want to ask you what your plan is, because where you are in respect to the storm, you're kind of in that northeast quadrant where we see the worst of the winds. What does that plan look like for you heading into tonight? I know things aren't as wild as they can be in terms of winds now, but that's going to change.
Well, I tell you what, and I know it's fluid right now. Do you, someone get in my ear, do we have access to the second camera that we have? Because what I can do is I can grab that second camera. You do? Okay, stand by.
Listen,
It's frozen.
Robert, there's nobody
Okay,
better than
I think
you. I trust you. What's that?
So here's what I wanted to say. Here's what I wanted to say, and Kiana and Bob. So our Wi-Fi is done because of the power. So that camera is frozen. We won't be able to get a signal. But I will tell you this: the home. Here, you know what? I got a picture of the home, and I want to show everybody. I'm going to come close. Pete, come here. I'm going to pull up my iPhone, and I want you to see the home that we're in and the situation that we're in. This is the home. Okay, hang on. Stand by, guys. 1 second. Here you go, Pete. This is the home that we are in. As Pete tries to get in there, it's fortified. We are safe in this home, although we're taking water and everything like that. And in that garage is where Pete is and Jared. And so that gives you an idea of why we picked this place. This is a home owned by someone in Atlanta, and we came upon it on a very lucky situation yesterday. So we think we're good, but anything can happen.
Yeah, Robert, in my opinion, you're the best out there. I love watching. I love talking to you about it. You always do such a great job. You, Jared, and Pete, we will check back in with you as long as we can. We know it's a fluid situation. Try to stick with us as much as you can, Robert. Yeah. Great stuff, my friend. Dude's awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's a dream team out there.
Yeah, you guys do such a great job. And Fox Weather is being streamed in Jamaica for a reason, because we're out there with the boots on the ground. Robert Ray is always there. Kiana, you're here too.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to also mention a lot of folks in the Lesser Antilles watching us too. I've been getting a lot of direct messages about that too. They just love our coverage, all of the deep dives that we've been doing.
Listen, there's nobody better. We're doing it for you because we're going to be here the entire time. It's a Category 5 storm directly over Jamaica right now, and it's going to be there for the next several hours. We've got more reports coming up after the break. We are Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ, and it's not just Jamaica. It's going to be Cuba. It's going to be the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, and then up to Bermuda. We've got a cover for you guys coming up right after the break. Welcome back. If you haven't seen this video, some of the newer video we've seen, we're going to continue to get new videos in throughout the afternoon. Hopefully, this is just some of it. That's right before the eye wall made a direct hit by the Black River in Jamaica. So we had a landfall from this hurricane officially at 1 p.m. Eastern Time right by New Hope, Jamaica, which is close by the Black River. It had 185-mile-per-hour sustained winds at the time. The pressure was just ear-poppingly low in the 980s. I mean, 892, I should say. It's just absolutely amazing. 892. Something else. Now the pressure's gone up just a touch. Here to take us through it, we got another crack with Brian Norcross. And Brian, I'm looking at the satellite imagery right now, and it's not the same looking storm, even though it hasn't come down powerful-wise that much. It dropped, like, windfall, but it's still Category 5.
Well, yeah, and now it's over the mountains. You know, this is really a whole different phase of this storm. We watched it crawl along and crawl along and crawl along for so long, even yesterday, and then last night, it looked like, is it going to turn? Is it going to turn? And then finally it turned, and then it got picked up by that dip in the jet stream, and now it's kind of on its horse and moving pretty quickly across Jamaica. Here you can see it. This is last 12 hours. And you can see right in there, look, it was just this pristine, called annular or circular hurricane. Just you rarely see a storm like that in the Atlantic. Just generally isn't enough time, but the tremendous amount of heat in the water down here and just the atmospheric conditions it needed to crank up like that. And here it is moving over Jamaica. Now, as of the 2 p.m. advisory, 165-mile-per-hour winds are the estimated peak winds. Pressure coming up as the storm just generally weakens. You can see it on the satellite. Watch it kind of, a lot of dark in there because of the interaction with the mountains there. Now moving at 8 miles an hour to the north-northeast as compared to 2 or 3 tomorrow. It's 3 or 4 times as fast, and it is going to speed up even more. Here on the close-up, we can see the track kind of wobbled around right as it was making landfall, which is often the case, especially on islands that have a lot of high terrain on them. And watch closely here and watch the amount of kind of black in there showing the disruption in the winds. It just is not that perfectly oiled machine that it was. Let's look at the super close up here. I have this on a 2-hour loop. You can see it going right over New Hope. Let's go back to the landfall time, which was right about 1 o'clock, backing up to 1 p.m. here, and there we are. So at that time, the eye was just starting to fill with clouds. So you can see that the eye is sort of up here. So there's the circle, and that's why they called New Hope the landfall point. That's the center of the circle. But the top part of the eye, because of the friction with the land and bumping into the hills and mountains there to the north, was already beginning to get disrupted at that point. A little wider view here, you see where it is now. It's already almost halfway across the island. So this is going to move quickly here. So this is the worst part of the storm, right in there. And then all over here, the winds are all coming onshore. So we're still putting storm surge into Black River there on down to Treasure Beach, maybe on up to New Hope there. Then this is a fairly unpopulated part of the coast here, and some water is being pushed toward Kingston Harbor, but the winds in Kingston are not terrible, but just the water coming into the harbor is going to hold some of the water from running off the mountains from getting out. So on that whole south coast, as long as the wind is onshore, that's going to exacerbate the flooding from the fresh water that's coming down the hill. So we'll take a look at all that in one moment, but let's look at where this thing is and when it's going to be over. So there it is, still Category 5 hurricane. Here are the winds coming around like this, the strongest winds inside the hurricane force winds right here. So in Montego Bay, they're not probably in the core, but boy, it's close. And when the storm gets a little farther along, then it's really going to push Caribbean water up against that coastline right there. Here come the winds up this way. In Mandeville, 2,000 feet up, and we were talking about earlier, the hurricane hunters measured 250-mile-an-hour winds, about 1,000 feet up, maybe a little less than 1,000 feet up. So just fearful for what's going on up there in those mountain communities. Mandeville is a pretty decent sized city there, but obviously not at the coast. By about 4 p.m. today, according to the Hurricane Center forecast, the storm is right at the coast. At that time, the maximum push of water would be coming back around toward Montego Bay, but the storm is going away, so it's not the maximum push like you get on the south coast. But at this point, that's close to high tide, so the Montego Bay Airport right there on the water, not sure if that berm around it is going to be able to hold back that tide. Where Robert Ray is over here in St. Anne's Bay, that's in the hurricane force gusts, right on the edge of the hurricane force winds. Ocho Rios just out of it. And you see there's still going to be onshore winds coming around this way at Kingston at high tide, even though the tides don't fluctuate a whole lot there in the Caribbean. But still, that's going to be holding the water in Kingston Harbor to some degree and prohibiting water from running out, which could exacerbate the flooding over the land. So at 8 p.m. tonight, there are the hurricane force gusts just departing the north coast. That's Eastern time. Take 1 hour off for Jamaica local time and then moving away. So 2 a.m. in the morning, the winds should be dying down below tropical storm strength. And then we just have to wait until sunrise because I doubt there's going to be much power in Jamaica here once this storm is over. Maybe in the eastern part, they'll be able to see exactly what has happened in terms of the flood. So the flooding is the issue once the wind is gone because it takes time for the water that falls in the mountain to come down. And so the flooding can continue and can increase actually after the winds go by. You see there's the bullseye up in there, and we're talking up in the foot, maybe isolated 1.5 foot range left to go there. Another bullseye over here outside of Kingston. So that water is all going to come down through the Kingston metropolitan area there that falls on those mountains up there. Looking at Black River, now Black River is right down from the landfall place. So the wind was coming around like this in Black River and pushing the storm surge into this bay here. So boy, just wonder what in the world happened along the waterfront there. And then this is all kind of a beachy kind of area here with houses along the coastal road. I bet all that is all pushed in, or something bad is likely happening from Treasure Beach on up here. In between Black River and Treasure Beach, you can kind of make out that cliffy thing there. So this area right here is very, very low. So the water, storm surge water can go way in here. And also that's where the water drains out here and into the Black River out from the mountains here. So what exactly is happening in terms of the flooding, both from fresh water and from storm surge? I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see. We are seeing some video out of the town of Black River, which is elevated some, but there is a coastal component to it, and also the river and that low-lying area just to the east. So we'll just have to, we'll wait and see what happened there. In the Kingston metropolitan area, so this kind of valley here in front of the mountains is where Kingston is over here, and then you have Portmore in here, and Spanish Town up in here makes up the Kingston metropolitan area. We've seen an incredible video coming out of Spanish Town of the water rushing out of the mountains. So we'll just have to see once we get all video and all that water does start coming down. In terms of the storm surge, so the winds come around like this, and they're pushing it into this Black River over to, this is Portland Point here, this coast. Probably the maximum is right there in, this is St. Elizabeth Parish right there, probably maximum on that coast. Black River over to Treasure Beach, including maybe the New Hope area where the landfall was. So just into Westmoreland Parish over there. That's where the worst of the storm surge is, but some kind of elevated water all along this coast. And again, high tide comes this afternoon yet. And then as the storm exits on the top side, coming around this way, up to 4 feet above normal high tide. So exactly how that berm, how high that berm is, protecting the airport, not sure, and the coastal road as well. So again, this is going to be a close call for impacts from storm surge unrelated to freshwater flooding and wind on that northern coast of Jamaica. All right, once it's past Jamaica, then moves on, of course, and this is eastern Cuba, Guantanamo Bay included, and the U.S. base there included, and also southeast Bahamas and central Bahamas, all under hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings here, Haiti and Turks and Caicos. I didn't mention Haiti at the beginning, but those poor folks, I mean, they're still getting outer bands of this with still significant rainfall, maybe another foot of rain in Haiti. It's just they have really suffered, and we haven't really talked a lot about them, obviously, with what's going on in Jamaica. So here's the forecast for Cuba. The forecast, Hurricane Center is forecasting a Category 3 storm. Santiago de Cuba is a big city. There's Guantanamo Bay right there, Holguin up here, all another good-sized city, all in the way of this storm. And along the coast, they're going to get quite a bit of storm surge. Then it moves on to the Bahamas and eventually to Bermuda. And everybody going to have to pay attention, obviously, closely, even though the storm will be weakening, still a significant hurricane. Bob?
All right, Brian, thank you very much, because things are pivoting around just a little bit. Now we're starting to see you go over land, little interactions, like you said, and then it's on into Cuba later on this evening. Brian Norcross, our hurricane expert, thank you so much. He's our specialist with hurricanes, and nobody better. Well, coming up, we've got some pictures out of Kingston, Jamaica. 81 degrees, gusty winds right here. But I'll tell you what, we've got a full core of a Category 5 storm west of there on land. It's unreal. We've got more videos coming up. We've got another live report with Robert Ray. We're going to hang on to him as long as we can until a shot goes down. That's all on Fox Weather. We are your Hurricane HQ. Welcome back, everybody. Some updates coming in. 2 o'clock advisory. Remember, this thing made landfall an hour and a half ago, and it was in the lower part of Jamaica, right there by New Hope. And now it's starting to unwind just a bit, but the fact that it's lost 20-mile-per-hour sustained wind storm and it's still Category 5 is just a testament to how strong this beast was. Now, hurricane-force winds still extend out about 30 miles from the due center, and the eye itself looks like it's contracted a little bit, right? You guys are watching it with me, just south of the Montego Bay banner right there. So it has begun to shrink just a touch, but the wind field is still huge. You're still looking at a Category 5 storm right on the western edge of Jamaica. Where does it go from here? Back into the water, ultimately back into Cuba also. So here's what we watch, and you've got the pressure starting to go up again. Anytime the pressure starts to go up, it means it's losing some intensity, but the fact that it's still below 900 millibars is pretty insane since it's been over land now for about an hour and a half. The core started coming in about 3 hours ago. That's what you're looking right there, 165-mile-per-hour winds with higher gusts. Now, the National Hurricane Center says in the higher elevations, you could tack on 30% more winds on top of that when you get across the hilltops and the mountains. So that's more like 200-mile-per-hour winds at this point, highest elevations. It's going to be just a disaster. We're talking about trees down, power outages, communities isolated for who knows how long. Here's the official hurricane landfall stat. October 28th, today at 1 p.m., near New Hope, Jamaica. Category 5 storm, one of the most intense storms we have ever seen, one of the most intense storms we have ever seen make landfall. 892 millibars, that was the pressure, 185 miles per hour, max sustained winds with higher gusts. Where's the fall on the list? And this is just not what we're talking about landfalling. You can see what it looks like. 185 mile per hour winds wouldn't have made that landfall. Tied for third for the lowest pressure ever recorded. And that happened to be when it was coming on shore in Jamaica. So let's go up there. We've got Robert Ray. He's camped out across the northern part of Jamaica. This video right here is a little farther to the west from where Robert is, but it's a testament to the wave action that's moving onshore along with the winds. And you can see the wavy nature right here of the trees and gusting. And now we've got the winds that are starting to pick up. We're going to see hurricane force winds there shortly within the next few hours. In fact, we were watching Robert Ray all morning long. It was not bad to start the morning. We had cloudy skies, rain was in and out, but the winds were not a factor. Yeah, Robert, now it looks like you're starting to get the outermost rain bands picking up in intensity, the winds as well.
Yeah, we are, Bob, and it's been a very consistent rain for the past hour here, and yeah, every once in a while, a pretty good wind gusts. Nothing at this point where, you know, you got to start going and bracing yourself. I expect that to happen at some point, but right now, we are good. And just so you know, I just lost IFB, Bob, and I'm going to continue to talk right now. I just heard it in my ear go off. You know, last time I talked to you, I was talking about how we're in this community where the roadway, we're on an incline here, about a quarter mile from the Caribbean Sea, and how with this persistent rain, we would start to see that water come down off of the mountains here in the distance and move pretty steadily into the sea. It's beginning to look like that right now. The sewer is still handling the water, but as this continues to go, it will not be like that, unfortunately, and that's where we'll see the inundation. But you're right, you know, so these really outer bands of after landfall are starting to make their way in here into north central Jamaica, where we are in St. Ann Parish, about 50 miles from Montego Bay, Montego to the west of us. You go out of this neighborhood that we're at right now and you get on the roadway, 2-lane roadway, and it's flanked the entire time, or almost the entire time, with businesses, shops, and homes that are pretty much right on the Caribbean Sea. And all those resorts in Montego Bay, about 25,000 tourists are hunkering down and bracing for the impact. That is according to the Minister of Tourism Department, sent me a note earlier, and they're doing their best to ensure the health and safety of all those people that help feed the economy here, people from around the world that love this great island of nearly 3 million people. But the problem is that this Category 5 Hurricane Melissa is, you know, it's weakened to a 165 now from its initial 185 mile per hour landfall, but 165 mile per hour winds, and even if it weakens to 150 by the time it makes it to Montego, you're going to see destruction on the infrastructure. You're going to see a lot of flooding, and you're also going to see some surge in that area. Remember the counter twist that's coming across the island, and it will go out into the Caribbean Caribbean Sea and move that water onward. It'll be a push into the land and into some of those structures I just mentioned on that 2-lane road. And so you'll have water hitting on the lower end of the structures, and then you'll have a wind field that's coming in and ripping off roofs, which we've already seen down in the southwest. Montego Bay Airport will likely have some serious issues. So we can only hope and pray at this point that Kingston Airport, the city of 1 million people, the capital to the southeast of where we're at, about 60 miles, that the structures and the fundamental aspect of keeping that airport together, hopefully that is maintained, because that at this point in the aftermath of this is where aid will have to come into that will help people, because the power outages are mounting. We have no power at this point, and communications are going, and perhaps that's why what we call in the business IFB. So I can hear you, Bob, of our viewers watching. I can hear Bob Van Dillen in New York, and we can talk to each other. That is gone right now, and I'll have to call and click back in. But Bob, I can't hear you, but that is the current situation right now, and these winds and the rain will just continue to get worse in the hours to come.
Yeah,
Bob?
It's all good, Robert. I know you can't hear me, but thank you. All right, let's get into it real quickly, show you what it looks like, because I want to show you exactly where Robert is located relative to where the storm is, the center of it. And you can see right there, St. Anne Parish is where he's located. Here comes that eye. That's that circle moving in right around the Black River right there, going into the western part. So he's not going to get the direct core of it, but the entire core of the storm. We're talking about the eye wall. The entirety of a Category 5 eye wall is over western Jamaica right now. And those winds are screaming. You're talking 165-mile-per-hour sustained winds with higher gusts. You start talking about the mountains on the east side, the west side. You're looking at these winds gusting to over 200 miles per hour currently. I mean, that's right now. St. Anne Parish right there, you're outside of the major wind field for sure, but the heavy rain has been a big issue. Robert was talking about all the rain that's coming cascading down the mountains where he is. So some of those houses have already been covered up, he was saying, up to the eaves on those roofs. That's the freshwater flooding. On the other side, talking about Montego Bay, you're looking at the storm surge coming in. That's the saltwater flooding as the wind blows right over the water and pushes that wall of water into the bay itself. Going for about a 6-foot storm surge is a possibility right here. But that's the core of the storm, and you can see where it is. And I'll put it on the last frame just so you can see what we're talking about, because last frame, you can clearly see it. That right there is the entire part of the eye wall. That's the Category 5 eye wall over western Jamaica. And that's the eye right there. There's no winds right here. It is a calm eye. But you go 30 miles out in either direction, that's where you have the hurricane force winds. That's where it is right now. And you get a little farther out from the eye wall, say about 5 miles or so. That's where you're getting the sustained Category 5 strength. It is coming down just a little bit right now. The pressure is going up. Obviously, it's over land. It's not over the feeding mechanism, which would be that warm water, but it's going to get back out there shortly. And when it does, it's going to sustain its strength and then edge towards Cuba later on this afternoon through the evening hours. So later this afternoon, give it another 1 or 2 hours, you're going to start seeing tropical storm conditions on the eastern part of Cuba. And then later on this evening through the overnight tonight, they're going to turn into hurricane force winds. And they're going to be major hurricane force winds, close to Category 4 status, possibly. That's what it looks like right there with that satellite imagery. That's visible satellite. It doesn't look as intense because you're just looking at just a clogged up area with cloud cover. It's tough to discern exactly where that eye is. You can see when it comes on in, but yeah, it's starting to fill just a little bit. But the infrared satellite, you can really see it nicely, right? So that's it. You can see the core of the storm itself right over the western part of Jamaica on the way out to sea later on this afternoon. But the damage is done. It's being done currently, and it's not going to let up for another few hours. And then you're talking about a drastic amount of rain, a terrific amount of rain coming in. It's going to be a drastic change from what you've seen for the entire summer, where it's been essentially on the dry side. So the rain is coming in, it's coming down in sheets. We have the hurricane warning still in effect for Jamaica, for the eastern part of Cuba, also for the southeastern parts of the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos. Don't want to leave you out. Got tropical storm warnings and tropical storm warnings for the entire country of Haiti, calling for at least a half a foot of rain to a foot or more in the higher elevations of Haiti, talking about mudslides, flooding concerns there as well. All right, coming up, we got more live reports. We've got the entire region under control. You're looking at this right here from Kingston, Jamaica. All right, the visibility's gone down right there, right? I mean, look at this. That's another sheet of rain coming in right up the Caribbean. That will be the story. Very heavy rain now transitioning into the northern part of the country. Bermuda, you have to watch this as well. That's on Thursday. We are your Hurricane HQ, everybody. We're going to be right back.
Weather is part of the American story. Under stormy skies, down snowbanks, even at Little League. From the first heat wave to the first frost, Fox Weather is there for you when the storm breaks.
Just wreaking havoc here.
And after it passes,
There is a lot of work to get done, but there's hope to move forward.
we're with you every step of the way.
I'm going to go see if I can help this lady out.
For all seasons, for all America, Fox Weather.
Welcome back. If you haven't seen this video, some of the newer video we've seen, we're going to continue to get new videos in throughout the afternoon. Hopefully, this is just some of it. That's right before the eye wall made a direct hit by the Black River in Jamaica. So we had a landfall from this hurricane officially at 1 p.m. Eastern Time right by New Hope, Jamaica, which is close by the Black River. It had 185 mile per hour sustained winds at the time. The pressure was just ear-poppingly low in the 980s. I mean, 892, I should say. It's just absolutely amazing. 892. Something else. Now the pressure's gone up just a touch. Here to take us through it, we got another crack with Brian Norcross. And Brian, I'm looking at the satellite imagery right now, and it's not the same looking storm, even though it hasn't come down powerful-wise that much. It dropped like windfall, but it's still Category 5.
Well, yeah, and now it's over the mountains. You know, this is really a whole different phase of this storm. We watched it crawl along and crawl along and crawl along for so long, even yesterday. And then last night, it looked like, is it going to turn? Is it going to turn? And then finally it turned, and then it got picked up by that dip in the jet stream, and now it's kind of on its horse and moving pretty quickly across Jamaica. Here you can see it. This is last 12 hours, and you can see right in there, look, it was just this pristine, called annular, circular hurricane. Just you rarely see a storm like that in the Atlantic. There just generally isn't enough time, but the tremendous amount of heat in the water down here and just the atmospheric conditions it needed to crank up like that. And here it is moving over Jamaica. Now, as of the 2 p.m. advisory, 165 mile per hour winds are the estimated peak winds. Pressure coming up as the storm just generally weakens. You can see it on the satellite. Watch it kind of, a lot of dark in there because of the interaction with the mountains there. Now moving at 8 miles an hour to the north-northeast as compared to 2 or 3 tomorrow. It's 3 or 4 times as fast, and it is going to speed up even more. Here on the close-up, we can see the track kind of wobbled around right as it was making landfall, which is often the case, especially on islands that have a lot of high terrain on them. And watch closely here and watch the amount of kind of black in there showing the disruption in the winds. It just is not that perfectly oiled machine that it was. Let's look at the super close up here. I have this on a 2-hour loop. You can see it going right over New Hope. Let's go back to the landfall time, which was right about 1 o'clock, backing up to 1 p.m. here, and there we are. So at that time, the eye was just starting to fill with clouds. So you can see that the eye is sort of up here. So there's the circle, and that's why they called New Hope the landfall point. That's the center of the circle. But the top part of the eye, because of the friction with the land and bumping into the hills and mountains there to the north, was already beginning to get disrupted at that point. A little wider view here, you see where it is now. It's already almost halfway across the island. So this is going to move quickly here. So this is the worst part of the storm, right in there. And then over here, the winds are all coming onshore. So we're still putting storm surge into Black River there on down to Treasure Beach, maybe on up to New Hope there. Then this is a fairly unpopulated part of the coast here, and some water is being pushed toward Kingston Harbor, but the winds in Kingston are not terrible, but just the water coming into the harbor is going to hold some of the water from running off the mountains from getting out. So on that whole south coast, as long as the wind is onshore, that's going to exacerbate the flooding from the fresh water that's coming down the hill. So we'll take a look at all that in one moment, but let's look at where this thing is and when it's going to be over. So there it is, still Category 5 hurricane. Here are the winds coming around like this, the strongest winds inside the hurricane force winds right here. So in Montego Bay, they're not probably in the core, but boy, it's close. And when the storm gets a little farther along, then it's really going to push Caribbean water up against that coastline right there. Here come the winds up this way. In Mandeville, 2,000 feet up. And as we were talking about earlier, the hurricane hunters measured 250-mile-an-hour winds, about 1,000 feet up, maybe a little less than 1,000 feet up. So we're fearful for what's going on up there in those mountain communities. Mandeville is a pretty decent-sized city there, but obviously not at the coast. By about 4 p.m. today, according to the Hurricane Center forecast, the storm is right at the coast. At that time, the maximum push of water would be coming back around toward Montego Bay, but the storm is going away, so it's not the maximum push like you get on the south coast. But at this point, that's close to high tide, so the Montego Bay Airport right there on the water, not sure if that berm around it is going to be able to hold back that tide. Where Robert Ray is over here in St. Anne's Bay, that's in the hurricane force gusts, right on the edge of the hurricane force winds. Ocho Rios just out of it. And you see there's still going to be onshore winds coming around this way at Kingston at high tide, even though the tides don't fluctuate a whole lot there in the Caribbean. But still, that's going to be holding the water in Kingston Harbor to some degree and prohibiting water from running out, which could exacerbate the flooding over the land. So at 8 p.m. tonight, there are the hurricane force gusts just departing the north coast. That's Eastern time. Take 1 hour off for Jamaica local time and then moving away. So 2 a.m. in the morning, the winds should be dying down below tropical storm strength. And then we just have to wait until sunrise because I doubt there's going to be much power in Jamaica here once this storm is over. Maybe in the eastern part, they'll be able to see exactly what has happened in terms of the flood. So the flooding is the issue once the wind is gone because it takes time for the water that falls in the mountain to come down. And so the flooding can continue and can increase actually after the winds go by. You see there's the bullseye up in there, and we're talking up in the foot, maybe isolated 1.5 foot range left to go there. Another bullseye over here outside of Kingston. So that water is all going to come down through the Kingston metropolitan area there that falls on those mountains up there. Looking at Black River. Now, Black River is right down from the landfall place. So the wind was coming around like this in Black River and pushing the storm surge into this bay here. So, boy, just wonder what in the world happened along the waterfront there. And then this is all kind of a beachy kind of area here with houses along the coastal road. I bet all that is all pushed in, or something bad is likely happening from Treasure Beach on up here. In between Black River and Treasure Beach, you can kind of make out that cliffy thing there. So this area right here is very, very low. So the water, storm surge water can go way in here. And also that's where the water drains out here and into the Black River out from the mountains here. So what exactly is happening in terms of the flooding, both from fresh water and from storm surge? I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see. We are seeing some video out of the town of Black River, which is elevated some, but there is a coastal component to it, and also the river and that low-lying area just to the east. So we'll just have to, we'll wait and see what happened there. In the Kingston metropolitan area, so this kind of valley here in front of the mountains is where Kingston is over here, and then you have Portmore in here, and Spanish Town up in here makes up the Kingston metropolitan area. We've seen an incredible video coming out of Spanish Town of the water rushing out of the mountains. So we'll just have to see once we get all video and all that water does start coming down. In terms of the storm surge, so the winds come around like this, and they're pushing it into this Black River over to, this is Portland Point here, this coast. Probably the maximum is right there, and this is St. Elizabeth Parish right there. Probably maximum on that coast. Black River over to Treasure Beach, including maybe the New Hope area where the landfall was. So just into Westmoreland Parish over there. That's where the worst of the storm surge is, but some kind of elevated water all along this coast. And again, high tide comes this afternoon yet. And then as the storm exits on the top side, coming around this way, up to 4 feet above normal high tide. So exactly how that berm, how high that berm is protecting the airport, not sure, and the coastal road as well. So again, this is going to be a close call for impacts from storm surge unrelated to freshwater flooding and wind on that northern coast of Jamaica. All right, once it's past Jamaica, then moves on, of course, and this is eastern Cuba, Guantanamo Bay included, and the U.S. base there included, and also southeast Bahamas and central Bahamas, all under hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings here, Haiti and Turks and Caicos. I didn't mention Haiti at the beginning, but those poor folks, I mean, they're still getting outer bands of this with still significant rainfall, maybe another foot of rain in Haiti. It's just they have really suffered, and we haven't really talked a lot about them, obviously, with what's going on in Jamaica. So here's the forecast for Cuba. The forecast, Hurricane Center is forecasting a Category 3 storm. Santiago de Cuba is a big city. There's Guantanamo Bay right there, Holguin up here, all another good-sized city, all in the way of this storm. And along the coast, they're going to get quite a bit of storm surge. Then it moves on to the Bahamas and eventually to Bermuda. And everybody going to have to pay attention, obviously, closely, even though the storm will be weakening, still a significant hurricane. Bob?
All right, Brian, thank you very much, because things are pivoting around just a little bit. Now we're starting to see you go over land, little interactions, like you said, and then it's on into Cuba later on this evening. Brian Norcross, our hurricane expert, thank you so much. He's our specialist with hurricanes, and nobody better. Well, coming up, we've got some pictures out of Kingston, Jamaica. 81 degrees, gusty winds right here. But I'll tell you what, we've got a full core of a Category 5 storm west of there on land. It's unreal. We've got more videos coming up. We've got another live report with Robert Ray. We're going to hang on to him as long as we can until a shot goes down. That's all on Fox Weather. We are your Hurricane HQ.
Day and a long night and a long few days. Nobody can prepare for a Cat 5, and there's very little, if any, structure that can sustain a Category 5. Whether it is block and steel, whatever it is, it just doesn't have the capacity. So we expect major devastation of infrastructure and of life and livelihood.
Right now on Fox Weather, violent, life-threatening Category 5 Hurricane Melissa is pummeling the island nation of Jamaica. The storm roared ashore today at noon local time on the southwestern coast with historic intensity by any modern measure. 185-mile-per-hour winds at landfall, a minimum central pressure of just 892 millibars. Melissa is now officially tied for the most intense Atlantic hurricane at landfall on record. This is an especially dangerous all-time storm. Intense impacts are continuing to rage across the island. This is expected to be the most destructive storm in Jamaican history. We have a team live on the ground, and Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross standing by with his analysis. It's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good Tuesday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. Right now, 3 o'clock on the East Coast, noon out west. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. Stunning scenes, what we've seen play out with a landfall just over the past couple of hours. Landfall was officially about 2 hours back. That's the new update, as Melissa is still on shore in Jamaica, touch weaker, still a Category 5. Maximum sustained winds of 160 miles per hour, motion north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. That minimum central pressure still down at 906. That a live look out in Kingston, Jamaica. That whole harbor, we've watched that churned up. The visibility obviously down. That trend to the west was a better scenario for the eastern part of Jamaica where Kingston is, but that is not the case at all for areas farther off to the west. The landfall was near New Hope. This is bringing worsening conditions right now to places like Montego Bay. Let's bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, as we've been watching this, I know your career is like a library of tropical systems. Some of the verbiage that the NHC has been using, it reminds me of when the Storm Prediction Center issues a tornado emergency, just telling folks to get to cover and stay there until this storm is passed.
Yeah, it sounds exactly like that because the winds in this storm are like a tornado, and they're the same as a top-end tornado. As a matter of fact, especially at elevation, when you talk about tornadoes winds. So what's the maximum tornado wind speed on record? It's over 300 miles per hour. But that's a gust. The ranking of tornadoes is by their gust, not by their sustained winds like in hurricanes. So this storm had over 200-mile-per-hour gusts. That's equivalent to an EF5 top-end tornado. And then at elevation, measured were 250-plus mile-an-hour winds. And those mountains, of course, go up in elevation. So very fearful of what's happening in the communities and the cities that are up in the mountains, although it looks like the core of this is missing the larger city up there. So anyway, this is all bad. I mean, we don't really have any idea how extensively bad it is. As of 3 o'clock, as Ian was saying, 160 miles per hour is the estimate on the wind. Still Category 5, 906 millibars, and moving north-northeast at 8. When you look at the satellite, you see the eye is shrinking, and normally when you say the eye is shrinking, that means that it's intensifying. In this case, I don't think that's what that means. I think what's happening is because of the disruption with the higher elevations, the clouds are filling in the eye, so we're just not seeing it like we were, that the eye is still a reasonable size as it moves north. But obviously, it's moving north to getting near the north coast with the circulation coming around like this. So that's going to put water to the left side of the eye from the Caribbean down against the coast here. That includes Montego Bay. Montego Bay opens north, and that means that water is going to get trapped in there, and that means there is a threat of storm surge flooding along that coast as well. And the storm surge flooding continues here on the south coast, all the way on the south coast, including to Kingston. Now, the winds aren't as strong in Kingston, but still still, they're persistently tropical storm force winds from the south or near tropical storm force, especially in gusts from the south. So that's pushing water into Kingston Harbor and just kind of keeping it there. All right, here's the very close-up loop, and I made this during the landfall period. Let's see if I did the right thing here. Let me see if I go back here to 1 p.m. Well, it's kind of caught under the cone because the cone shifted because of the new update. But anyway, there you can see the eye. So trace it here and here and here. And that's why New Hope was the center of the eye when it came ashore at 1 p.m. Eastern time, noon Jamaica time. It also was getting deformed already. You can see the northern part of the eye here being filled with clouds, and that's because that the circular winds get deflected by the elevation there, and it's just by the land, and the eye kind of fills in, so we don't have that pristine eye anymore. Here you can see it when we look at the visible picture of the last 2 hours. You can see it just is filling in completely. We still have the eye there, but it's obscured in terms of what we can see with the satellite, but it tells you very well where exactly it is, and here's where the worst of the storm, and we have the hurricane force winds out to probably including Montego Bay. In fact, we can actually plot that out here. According to the Hurricane Center, that's where the system is right now. Here are the hurricane force winds, including Montego Bay, and then here are the hurricane force gusts. So you see that, remember, the wind is coming this way over here, pushing water toward that northwest Jamaican coast where Montego Bay is. And over here, this is where Robert Ray is. If you're watching his reports from St. Anne's Parish here, this big parish there is St. Anne's, and he's in St. Anne's Bay is the name of that community there. So he's going to be in the hurricane force gusts there. And Ocho Rios is outside of it. Kingston here, remember the wind is coming this way, and so it's still pushing the water against the coast there, as I said, in Kingston. All right, let's go ahead to what is approximately when this center is going to move offshore, about 4 p.m., maybe a little after, it looks like now. So this is the time that we're going to get the kind of maximum push of water here in Montego Bay. And we're right at high tide here this afternoon during this time. So not that the tide goes up and down very much, but we are at high tide, so that's not going to help the situation. There's the airport there in Montego Bay is along the water, and then there's a berm there, so we'll see how what happens there. And then by 8 p.m., the hurricane force gusts are leaving. By 2 a.m., they're all gone all across the country. Ian, did I hear you pop in there?
No. No, we were listening.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay, I just heard something, and I just wanted to be sure that maybe I misstated something or something. Okay, all right. Anyway, let me just finish this up here, because this is still going on. This heavy rain on the top of the mountains here. When you rain on top of the mountains, that has to come down, and that takes time. So we have the wind disaster today. We have some flooding from the rain, and then we have all the rain at the very high elevations on both ends of the island that still has to come down the hill. So that's going to take some time. In the U.S., we have that all plotted out, and we have those charts to tell you, okay, it looks like the water is going to peak through that town, 2 days from now. We don't have that for Jamaica, but the idea is still the same. And here is Black River. Now, if you remember the map I showed you where the system made landfall, I can move this over a little bit. So up in here is where New Hope is, up in there. So, but the right side is in here, where this is where the maximum storm surge is going to be. So this is going to be around the Black River area. And when we move over here, you can see over toward Treasure Beach, this is all a resort area here, so I'm very fearful what happened there. Over in Jamaica, or in Kingston, Jamaica, which is the capital, obviously, here's Kingston here, Portmore and Spanish Town all make up the metropolitan area. The main thing here is how the water drains. It drains down here, and it drains from all of these mountains all down into the area between Portmore and Kingston. So, Ian, the disaster part of this is not going to be over today, because there's going to be this continuous flow of water down the hill, and exactly how the drainage systems that traditionally work will handle all this. Of course, we don't know, but it would seem that no place can handle a foot or 2 or 3 of rain up the hill all coming down at once.
Yeah, no question, not with the terrain like that. And we see the scenes, what it looks like right there in Kingston. We know they still have a ways to go, both there and across the entire island. Brian, I think you might have heard our team getting back in contact with Robert Ray. He's been live there on Jamaica. We're going to go there next.
Oh, great.
We'll be checking back with you, though. That's our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. Thank you. Yeah, this monster hurricane, a major, made that disastrous landfall in Jamaica. We got a ways to go with this. You see him now. That is our correspondent, Robert Ray. He's live in St. Ann Parish, Jamaica. Robert, you've been hanging in there. Ways to go with this. Great work to you and the team. What has the scene been like? It looks like the rain is picking up, and you've got the core of this storm still inching closer.
Yeah, indeed, Ian. We are seeing excessive winds beginning to come in, and yes, rain that is beginning to pound. In fact, about 15, 20 minutes ago, probably the most intense that we have experienced. And I just want to warn you and our viewers and give you a scenario that we're going through right now. We have lost all power, and our communications are dwindling. And what I mean by that, let me explain to you. I have 5 mobile phones on me, okay, with 3 different service carriers, all of which are out of commission at this point. It comes back for a second, but then it goes away. So we have set up a Starlink. We are trying to keep that protected. And the issue with that Starlink is that the more these winds come in and the actual hurricane, cloud covers move in, we'll lose that signal as well. So we're doing our best to keep signal and keep comms. And if I happen to lose the comms in my ear right now, which is allowing me to hear what you just said, then I'll just keep going. And for our viewers unaware, I will bring it back to Ian. And we're going to just continue to have this very fluid situation. It is what it is. And that's what happens when you have an historic landfall at 185-mile-per-hour winds to the southwest of us. Obviously, those winds have diminished, but we're still sitting at a powerful Cat 5 as this makes its way up, headed toward Montego Bay area. We are 50 miles from Montego Bay to the west here, about a quarter mile from the Caribbean Sea in St. Anne's Parish, Runaway Beach, not too far from here. This is in a very serious situation right now, as so many areas in Jamaica, especially on the west side of the island, are out of power and losing communications. And you see the wind gusts beginning to pick up, and you see the vegetation blowing and the rain driving right now. This will only progressively get worse as the minutes tick by and the hours go by. As Brian Norcross was just saying, around 8 o'clock tonight, Jamaica time, an hour behind Eastern time, is when we should start to feel a little bit of relief. But remember that backside, there's always the variables of that, and then the push of water from the Caribbean Sea into the Montego Bay area. They should expect some storm surge at that point, and flooding. Clearly, we're seeing water come down roads at this point. The sewers that are at least in this area, this community, are handling that rain thus far. But again, to Brian Norcross's point, and what you all have been talking about as forecasters and meteorologists, these mountains in the distance, the water has to come down. And there are some mountain communities in this parish area that we've already seen images where the homes have been inundated, and roof lines where the water is up to the roof lines. And that will be the ebb and flow for the following hours ahead. The biggest concern, as we are going through right now, the biggest concern for first responders and officials here in Jamaica of nearly 3 million residents is communications and power, and then the roadways. When these wind fields destroy the vegetation, rip across roofs, take down structures and power lines, it may be impossible to traverse some of these 2-lane roads that wrap around the island. And then you have the 4-lane highway, which is actually not too far from where we're at and why we picked to this location so that we have the ability to get on that 4-lane highway and perhaps get some of our reporting out and transmitted. And we may be only able to do that down in Kingston. We hope that the power grid stays there, and we hope that the situation is not too serious with flooding, but it may be because of how long that water will take to come down the mountainsides. Thankfully, Kingston not going through these hurricane force winds like we are about to endure, and like the people to the south and the southwest are going to go through. Amazing to think that this Category 5 is going to come up the island, which is moving right now, and then potentially leave Jamaica as a Cat 5 still, or a strong Cat 4. And look at that. See, you got that counter twist. There it is right here. And the Caribbean Sea, a quarter mile, the counter twist, and that's exactly what is happening right now with the rain making its way in and some of these winds beginning to pick up. The escalation is happening quickly. This is what we expected as we've been monitoring this and reporting since before the light came up. And if we can keep a signal up, we'll keep reporting as the light goes down. But that is the current situation right now, Ian. I'm not sure if you can hear me. If you can, give me a little talk.
Yeah, Robert, we can. And I was just looking at your location. We've got the satellite up. I know obviously you can't see it.
I can hear you.
But just over the last 20 minutes, Robert, a little bit of a jog off to the east, and that is going to bring the core just a touch closer to you. I know the plan was kind of always we have you until we have you.
In and out, Ian.
What's that? You got me still? You lost me? Just like that. I think we just lost him. So Robert was doing a great job explaining that. Logistically, this is a major challenge. He said he's got 5 cell phones, 3 different carriers. They're all down. They've got the Starlink up, so they're relying on satellite connectivity and a battery. I think they may have a generator with them. But when you consider that receiver, you've got the satellite receiver for Starlink, but you've got these winds that are cranking up, and it becomes very challenging to be able to maintain the equipment and maintain that signal. So basically what Robert was saying, him, Jared, the whole team, they're doing everything they can to get us the latest pictures and the latest information. Robert, it sounds like we might have you back. That's the case. I was kind of talking about your logistics. You're doing everything you guys can, but this is awfully challenging to maintain a signal.
Yeah, it is, Ian. It's in and out, but I can hear you. Whether or not I can hear you in 5 seconds or 10 seconds, I don't know. But I did hear you talk about our power structure right now, the generator we have. You know, we are going to essentially run off of a 3,000-watt generator, which is at about a 97% battery charge right now. But we can't charge that anymore because we have actually no ground power, and that is a problem, right? So that's what we're up against, and that is also why in the coming days, after the storm passes, we may have to head, or at least part of our team, we have 2 vehicles here and a security team. We may have to send part of our team down to Kingston to charge equipment, to get video out and get our reports out, and then make our way back up. And part of the team will stay here, likely heading into Montego Bay, where we're going to see destruction. The issue is we're head down to the southwest coast where the landfall occurred. I can tell you right now that those roads are likely going to be impassable for some time. I know that already because of my coverage of Hurricane Beryl in July of 2024, which was not even hurricane force winds per se, and not a landfall. It was high tropical storm winds battered the power structure and the roads. There was vegetation down everywhere. So there's a lot of moving parts here, but I can tell you there's 25,000 tourists down the road in these resorts in Montego Bay that are hunkering down, and the Minister of Tourism here and the country of Jamaica is making sure that they're okay. We've heard from them. We hope that everyone's going to be okay. But I got to tell you, if these winds and that circulation really continues the way it is and goes into those high rises and some of those resorts, they're going to be in serious trouble. Windows are going to blow out and roofs are going to peel, and there's going to be a lot of very terrifying moments for so many tourists, first responders, and residents. So the ebb and flow here as we speak, these winds, I mean, and the rain, it's just going to get more intense as the hours go by, Ian.
Yeah, no question. It's amazing to be able to communicate with you at all at this point. So we appreciate the hard work. You'll be showing us these scenes, doing the important reporting both during and after this storm. That's Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. Stay safe. We'll be checking back with you. Thank you. That's amazing. He described it. They basically have a big battery and a satellite signal, and that's how they're doing it. And we'll be maintaining that coverage as long as we can. Hurricane Melissa now tearing across Jamaica as it heads north toward Montego Bay. As Robert was telling us, we're checking in with an official on the ground when Fox Weather Now comes right back. Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now as we continue to track major Hurricane Melissa, now among the most intense storms on record to make a landfall anywhere in the Atlantic. Depends on the measure, but for maximum sustained winds, it's tied right there at the top. Labor Day storm back in 1935, Dorian in 2019 in the Bahamas. This is the latest, the 3 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Still a Category 5 storm. Its motion north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. Minimum central pressure up a bit now to 906 millibars. We just talked about this with our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. The eye has filled in some. This is likely due to the land interaction, the higher terrain, still 2,000, 3,000 feet across the western half of Jamaica. We know the higher peaks are in eastern parts of the island, but this is enough to have some influence on that inner core, and you can clearly see that taking place right now on the infrared satellite. Interesting, though, if we eyeball the center, that's where the National Hurricane Center has the center of circulation, that core. It's probably about halfway across the island now, about 55 miles or so, top to bottom and through here. If we're halfway, we had landfall that was at 1 o'clock East Coast time, maybe another 2.5 hours or so. We'd be talking about 6 o'clock East Coast time, that this would be emerging off the northern shores of Jamaica, back out over water. And we're expecting this to be a very powerful storm when it makes a landfall in Cuba tonight. We'll talk about that coming up. But yeah, there's a lot left to tell with the story of Melissa. And in the short term, none of it is good. There you go. The forecast from the NHC later on tonight, still at 150 miles per hour. That's a top-end Category 4 storm as it rolls into the southeastern shorelines of Cuba. Tomorrow morning, it's emerging off the northern shores. May still be a major hurricane at that point. From there, it'll be moving into the Bahamas, where this will still represent a high-end, very dangerous Category 2 storm. So here we go. This is what it looks like on future radar. That's later on tonight. So sometime 11 p.m., midnight, maybe just beyond, this is making a landfall on the southeastern shores of Cuba, where there is more high terrain that's going to squeeze out more of this tropical moisture. And also, we've got the surge coming in, which may be up into the double digits. Then as we move through the next few days, we talked about that passage across the Bahamas into tomorrow. By Thursday morning, it's starting to clear north and east, but we'll still have to talk about Bermuda. We'll get into that coming up in a few minutes. We got some new video coming in from Jamaica via megaphone. I'm just seeing this for the first time myself. That's St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, sent in from Nicole, showing some of the higher wind gusts there. The storm, as we talked about, let me get a look. They're in a safe spot taking, this is in Black River now. Okay, so this is one of the places that took one of the hardest hits. They're in shelter, and you could see what's going on outside. Part of the reason why it was so important to get a safe spot, get into it, and stay there until this storm has passed. So, yeah, scary scenes looking out into that parking lot. You can see some of the debris that's down, too. We were just talking about it. The storm won't be done after it hits Cuba tonight. The Bahamas, the Turks and Caicos, they're bracing for some powerful impacts tomorrow. Fox Weather's Kiana Lewis here with us with what's next for Melissa. Kiana, I mean, we've got a hard hit happening right now in Jamaica. We're expecting something awfully similar in Cuba, but from there, more problems.
Yeah, more problems, even extending well into the end of this week. So all eyes will continue to be on Melissa. As Ian mentioned, this is working its way halfway through Jamaica now, and the nation is still prepped and ready for all that's still to come. We have flash flooding that still will be a big problem in the hours ahead. Now, beyond that, we will watch this move to the north across parts of Cuba. But notice that we have the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos under a couple of alerts as well. So these tropical alerts do extend well to the north. We're going to be focusing on the Bahamas as the cone moves right over some of the more, say, eastern islands. And as we get through the middle of the week, we watch this continue to move to the north, maybe even impacting an area like Bermuda, which we know has been in several hurricane cones so far this season. So there's still a lot ahead of us when it comes to what's next for Melissa. Looking at the models, this will continue to move into that general direction. Keeping a close eye on the Bahamas right now, it looks like by the time this pushes over Cuba, moves into some of that higher terrain that kind of eats away at some of the energy, this will likely be a Category 2 storm by the time it moves over Cuba, and then weakening on approach for an area like Bermuda by the time we get into the end of the week. That's about Friday. So for the next several days, we will continue to talk about this storm system in itself. Notice that we do have a good chance of seeing and feeling the impacts of at least a tropical storm force wind all the way up into Bermuda. You'll notice that deeper shading of maroon there, that's about an 80 to 90% chance. So still hanging on to that intensity well through the end of the week. In terms of the rain, we watch it continue to flourish over parts of Cuba. It's that higher terrain that starts to take away at it. Notice that we have our isobars that get very close to each other. So big winds, a lot of heavy rain. It could lead to more flooding across the mountainous region there in Cuba. And then eventually pushing north of that, we start to lose some of those deeper shades of red, looking at more of that green trying to enter into the forecast for the future radar. And then as we head north of that, we watch that continue across Bermuda too. A couple of big storm surge activity, or at least opportunities, I should say, is still quite possible, especially for the Bahamas. Up to 8 feet of storm surge will be possible. Ian?
Kiana, we've got Melissa tearing its way across Jamaica right now. The verbiage from the National Hurricane Center, as we said, sobering. It's what you would hear from the Storm Prediction Center talking about a tornado. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge ongoing. You're seeing some of those scenes right there. They're expecting major impacts and damage to the infrastructure there. We're going to head back out to Robert Ray on the ground for the latest. We got more Fox weather after the break. Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver as we continue to watch a historic storm, a monster hurricane in Melissa. What we've seen play out over the last couple of days, going back into the weekend too, with the rapid intensification, this made the most of what was a prime situation, both with the ocean heat content and the atmospherics above, to become an all-time storm, truly, depending on what measure you use. For minimum central pressure, we're up into the top 3 in the Atlantic Basin. For landfalling, the winds at landfall, at least, this is up at the top, tied with a couple in Dorian and the Labor Day storm back in 1935. 3 p.m. advisory on Melissa. Winds are at 160 miles per hour. You notice its motion north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. It did make a little bit of a jog to the right over the past half an hour to 45 minutes. That will bring this inner core a little bit closer to the gentleman we've been talking with. Let's check in with him. Our correspondent, Robert Ray, he's been live out in the middle of all the action. Robert, any updates since we last spoke? I know that the winds were starting to pick up. It looked like the rain had gotten a whole lot heavier, too.
Well, here's the thing. The wind gusts are picking up. And about 10 minutes ago, a really serious one came through, and we did see some flying debris in the wind. That's why I've put the helmet and the glasses on. I just do not trust it. And I'm going to pull my cell phone out, guys. I had it here because we're connected to the Starlink, and I wanted to see if I could keep and maintain the cell phone to the Starlink. That's the only way that we're getting service out of here right now is via Starlink on Wi-Fi for the phone. That's how I'm talking to you, and that's how we're getting this transmission out, Ian. But yeah, indeed, this is picking up. And at any point, we expect the wind gusts to really increase to hurricane force wind gusts, and that will be a dangerous situation for this area in north central Jamaica right now, 50 miles to the east of Montego, which is at this point, that area really a bullseye for the track at this point of Hurricane Melissa that came in at 185 miles an hour, downgraded to 165, and we'll see what happens in this next update, whether it maintains its Cat 5 strength or it dips below 165 and goes into Category 4. But, you know, you can see some of the vegetation starting to move around, and the rain and anything that comes down off of this mountainside, vegetation or parts of a structure. It could be a tiny leaf. If the wind gust is big enough and it hits someone, even in the cheek, believe me, it can cause issues. Again, that's why the glasses and the helmet. Not trying to exaggerate this at all, just trying to be safe. And that is why the team right now doing an incredible job, Jared Maloney and Pete behind the lens, tucked into this garage and keeping everything safe, scurrying around, trying to get our shot up on Starlink, which we hope we can maintain, but you never know. It might go down with the cloud cover and these winds, so we're going to have to see. Power is out and so many areas across the island. Latest numbers are upwards to 50% of the island of nearly 3 million people. Also, 25,000 tourists hunkered down in these hotels miles to the west. Katie Byrne, our correspondent in Philadelphia, great person, sent us a bunch of information from a press conference that she was watching because we don't have access to that. And we've also have a lot of roof damage across the region. The emergency commands for Jamaica is set when they can to go up in the air and on the ground to assess and help and get people out of harm's way. But that may be an issue based upon the damage. So there's a lot of moving parts and some big wind gusts right now. This is what happened about 20 minutes ago, and here it is starting up once again as the rain kind of whips. And by the way, power lines, I don't know, Pete, if you could just completely zoom out. We want to show the power lines if we can see them. Some of these wires may collapse and we may hear pops from transformers, but the power lines in this neighborhood, the actual poles are concrete. I don't think we're going to have an issue with those falling, but we may see the wires pop. That is a concern. Now, you know, what happens after this passes and heads into the Caribbean Sea toward Cuba and Turks and Caicos and the Bahamas. The communication and the power will still be an issue. We hope that Kingston to the southeast capital, about 1 million people, can maintain their power, or at least some semblance of it, and also maintain cell phone service. That will be a huge help for the aid afterwards and how to get to some of these affected places. Also the Kingston Airport, we hope that stays online. Montego Bay Airport, I just don't foresee that airport being in good condition, unfortunately, just because of the strength and the circulation headed toward there right now. We will be in this for many hours ahead as it treks to this part, this northerly part of Jamaica, the island, the meandering aspects of Melissa over the course of the past week, and really just coming ashore historically several hours ago. Ian?
Yeah, Robert, we're just taking a look at the structure of this, the overall wind field. It looks like the center is maybe just south of due west. It's just about a beam to your location. And you're something like 32, 33 miles away from the center of that core. hurricane force winds extend out about 30 miles. So you're right on that boundary now where those hurricane force winds will start to become effectively holding steady in your zone. Does it feel like it is getting more steady last 10, 15 minutes?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no doubt. And I'm just looking up at the mountainside up there, and I can see a lot of vegetation, moving around. And by the way, somewhere out there, about 15 miles away in St. Anne Parish here, there is a community that is inundated with water. We've seen visuals impossible to get to. And I think we'll see more of scenes like that, especially up in the mountainsides, and the surge that will come in off the Caribbean Sea on this two-lane road that heads into Montego Bay, with, by the way, dotted with businesses and homes and people's livelihoods that may be in jeopardy as this moves in. But yeah, we are right on the cusp. We put ourselves here on purpose, though I will say this. When we came up from Kingston yesterday, we did not expect the system to go continue to go as west as it did, and we also expected a little bit more of a northeastern cut across the island. So it's just anytime we expect something out of Hurricane Melissa, well, those expectations usually go to the side. One of the most brutal, horrible, terrifying storms to predict, and we're still going through it. We're not even remotely out of the woods yet. And remember, after Jamaica, Cuba and Turks and Caicos and parts of the Bahamas are really going to be in for it, unfortunately. Ian?
Robert, you had me thinking when you were pointing up to the mountainsides. I know it's kind of a sin to compare tropical systems because they're all unique and they all present different hazards, at least to different levels. But I'm thinking back to Helene last year, and we were talking about how that was truly two separate storms. What was happening at sea level, the coastal impacts down in Florida, everywhere in between. But then when you got up into the high terrain, a completely different scenario. What we're seeing with Melissa, with the terrain as it is on Jamaica, it's both of those things in a much, much smaller proximity. Did you see folks that maybe live in some of those communities higher up, where we were expecting winds that were 20 to 30% higher, actually moving lower to hide from the wind in a safer place, a little bit lower elevation?
That is a great question. It really is. And, the thing is, I think there was some misunderstanding of how the storm would work. I think most people thought, oh, well, let's get it to higher ground. But the problem is that this is such a rainmaker that getting to higher ground sometimes maybe is not the best path. And that's a major issue, So I guess here's really the headline. You can't beat Hurricane Melissa. You can't win against the storm, whether you head to high ground or low ground. There's very few places on the island at this point, perhaps, that is a safe spot. And again, the information that Katie Byrne, correspondent, sent to us as well from the press conference here. Did you know this? I found this amazing. Over 800 shelters opened up here in Jamaica. About almost 400 of them are occupied across the island, and roughly over 6,000, I believe it's 6,000, somewhere around there, people that they're counted in the shelters. When you think about that, it's actually not that many people, considering the fact that there's nearly 3 million residents here. So I pray that people up in the mountains understand the slow-moving aspect of the water that will hit them, and then obviously come down. And by the way, quick aspect too, quick water flooding in that one community here in St. Anne Parish. So it's a double fight. It's a double battle here. It's like you have two forces coming at you. You have the flooding and the surge and the water component of this, and then you have the wind component. And you're just, I don't know how you battle both those, especially on an island nation like this. It's fragile. The ecosystem here, the vegetation, the mountains, and a historic wind field coming in. There's not a place on earth that can handle 185-mile-an-hour winds, and now we're down to 165. And that is the complexity of Hurricane Melissa and what everyone here is going through and will experience in the aftermath.
Yeah, it is complex. It's complicated, and it makes for challenging decisions as folks are all making your plan to be safe through a historic storm like this. That's Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. Robert, great reporting. Stay safe. We'll check back with you in a little. Jamaica is riding out Hurricane Melissa. This is a Category 5, again, an all-timer, making history as the strongest storm on record to hit Jamaica, or anywhere in the Atlantic for that matter, by measure of maximum sustained winds, 185 at landfall. That's the scene over in Kingston, which is displaced from the core of the storm. The worst of it is in the western part of the island, and you see how much rain pounding those areas, tropical storm conditions, devastating impacts unfolding across the island. We'll have much more on Melissa when Fox Weather returns. Welcome back. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ. All eyes are on now Major Hurricane Melissa as it tears across the island nation of Jamaica. It's hard to imagine any place in the world that's fully equipped to handle a Category 5 hurricane making a direct landfall. This does represent a worst-case scenario for these areas, particularly right there across the western part of the island. The Jamaican Minister of Water, Environment, and Climate Change, the Honorable Matthew Samuda, joins us now. Minister Samuda, thank you for being here with us. I know how challenging of a scenario this must be. What can you tell us about how the island is faring, particularly out west, where the core of this monster storm is moving right overhead?
So the entire island is facing significantly deteriorating weather conditions. even on the eastern end of the island, we're facing the equivalent of tropical storm conditions, right? And as you move westerly, it gets more and more severe as you move towards the eye of Melissa. As you mentioned in your introduction, when you have 185 mile an hour winds come on shore with 17-foot storm surge in areas like St. Elizabeth and 30 to 40 inches of rainfall already in some areas, you're going to have flooding, you're going to have infrastructure failure, and unfortunately we're likely to have some deaths. The reality is the storm is now over St. James, which is in the parish of Montego Bay, which many of your viewers will be familiar with, and it is heading towards our northern coastline. But in its wake, it would have left significant destruction. We are waiting until we have the all clear to get the full assessment of the level of damage. But the videos and the pictures and the calls we're getting are truly heartbreaking.
Minister, part of what makes Jamaica such a beautiful place, part of the reason why folks that are lucky enough to live there, Jamaicans or folks that visit, tourists, you have beautiful beaches, areas down at the coast, but also the high terrain, some of these mountains, which exacerbate some of the challenges that you were just talking about with the winds even higher at the high elevations and those winds too. What's it been like managing the fact that you have surge at the coast, you've got the rain and wind across the entire island?
So you have to understand the highest mountains are on the east. And the storm didn't approach through the highest mountains. So there hasn't been the sort of protection that we do tend to get from the Blue Mountains. 70% of our population, 70% of our population live within 5 kilometers of the sea. So you understand the gravity of the situation and the scale of the challenge when you have that sort of storm surge backed up with that sort of rainfall. Low-lying areas near to the sea, that's where the population is, right? So getting people to higher ground and to safety has been a challenge. Maintaining our drains and clearing those drains over the last week when we could, it was obvious that this storm would come, has obviously been a challenge. We're just hopeful that the storm's forward movement increases so that it leaves our shores as quickly as possible, so that we're able to do first our humanitarian evaluation to see what it is our people most need fastest. Obviously, we're going to have significant challenges with shelter, and we're going to have to get food to our people as quickly as food and medicine as quickly as possible to our population, especially in the southwest and in areas with proximity to where the eye would have hit.
Minister, it's been truly awful watching how this has developed over the past few days, knowing the implications for your country. So our thoughts are with you, as we know you are still right in the thick of this. And we'd love to check back in with you moving through the event and beyond as the recovery starts to take place there in Jamaica. That's the Honorable Matthew Samuda, Jamaica's Minister of Water, Environment, and Climate Change. Thank you. We're watching the effects of this terrible hurricane in Melissa in real time as it slams Jamaica. Both tourists and native Jamaicans alike trapped under the power of this Category 5 hurricane, at least for now. The NHC urging people to stay where they are, whatever their safe place is where they've been riding out this storm. Many who were planning to leave the island now sheltering in place as the airport shut down before the storm, a number of them. Deborah Shields is one of the visitors trapped now in Lucia, Jamaica, and she joins us from there. Deborah, this is off to the west of Montego Bay. This must be a terrifying experience for you and your group. I was reading about your story. I know you're a Houstonian, familiar with tropical systems, but what's it like when you're away from home? You're not even in your home country, and you're watching a historic storm approaching.
It's really scary. I know people are like, you're from Houston, you're familiar with hurricanes, but it's a lot different because we're in a Caribbean island, we're surrounded by water. This one feels completely different from the worst hurricane I've ever experienced in Houston, which was Harvey. This feels completely different. Yeah,
well, when you're mentioning the name Harvey, and this feels different, we mentioned it's historic for a different reason. What's that like when you're staring down a Category 5? At what point did you realize, hey, we might be stuck here. We have to figure out a plan to stay safe?
So Saturday, when we all came from the spa, we started getting cancellation emails of everybody's flight canceling, and we all came in on different airline carriers. And we were like, what do we do? So we started calling around. We were making phone calls. We were on the internet trying to book different flights, and we couldn't find anything. No matter the price, we were willing to pay it. We just want to get out of here. And then we realized we're absolutely stuck, especially when we started hearing the airports were shutting down. We were like, we're going to have to ride it out here. And yeah, it's been not so fun.
Yeah, that's as scary as it gets, truly, especially as you're watching, as we've been reporting, what played out here as this developed into an extremely intense hurricane, one of the top storms on record. We understand you're staying at the resort now. What's that been like, the communication? I'm sure they're doing their best to keep you and your group safe.
The communication has not been so great, and I don't want to go into too much detail because I'm still staying here, so out of fear of like maybe retaliation, but it hasn't been great at all, to be honest. And I think that strikes even more fear in people's hearts because we're not from here. We don't know what to do. We don't have a plan. There is no plan. All we know is to hunker down in our rooms.
I hear you. It's a tough spot to be in, and again, you're in a different country. You're way out of your comfort zone, dealing with a life-threatening scenario. Have you lost power there yet? What have the impacts been like?
No power lost. We have power, Wi-Fi, all of that's still great. The impacts are really the wind. The wind is the scariest thing. You know, I'm used to the rain, but I've never experienced wind like this. The wind is so bad, we actually have a crack in our door because it sounds like somebody's trying to get in the door.
Wow.
That's how bad the wind is. And if you look out the window, trees are broken, shingles are coming off the roof. Parts of the building are now hanging down. It's pretty bad.
Deborah, that's, again, a terrifying situation. Glad you're in a safe spot. You got to stay there, ride out what's going to be a little while to go here as this monster storm moves through. Deborah Shields, thank you. Stay safe. We'd love to check back with you again. Be safe moving through this. We'll be thinking of you.
Thank you.
That's going to do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Don't forget, we've got continuing coverage of Hurricane Melissa. We'll be right back.
But it's going to be a long day and a long night and a long few days. Nobody can prepare for a Cat 5, and there's very little, if any, structure that can sustain a Category 5. Whether it is block and steel, whatever it is, it just doesn't have the capacity. So we expect major devastation of infrastructure and of life and livelihood.
Right now on Fox Weather, violent, life-threatening major Hurricane Melissa pummeling the island nation of Jamaica. The storm roared ashore today at noon local time on the southwestern coast with historic intensity. That's by any modern measure. 185-mile-per-hour winds at landfall, a minimum central pressure of just 892 millibars. Melissa is now officially tied for the most intense Atlantic hurricane at landfall on record. This is an especially dangerous all-time storm that we're tracking. Intense impacts, those are continuing to rage across the island. This is expected to be the most destructive storm in Jamaican history. We have a team live on the ground, and Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross, he's standing by with his analysis. It's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good Tuesday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. Right now, 4 o'clock on the East Coast, 1 p.m. out west. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. A stunning day, truly, watching what's gone on with Melissa, that rapid intensification, multiple instances of it that took place over the last few days, the top-end intensity of this storm making what we just mentioned, a historic landfall at 185-mile-per-hour winds, a Category 5 at that point. We just got the 4 p.m. advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. This is now a high-end Category 4 storm. We've been watching some land interaction, weakening Melissa a touch. Winds are at 150. Pressure is up a little bit to 914 millibars. Its motion north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. But that core, that center of circulation, won't be north of Bermuda for a few more hours still, which means we've got some big impacts still to go. We're going to check in with Brian Norcross about what we're seeing with this new update from the NHC. But first, we want to get out into the storm as Hurricane Melissa is continuing to bring disastrous impacts across Jamaica. This has been an extremely dangerous, a life-threatening situation for the residents there. That's Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray, live in St. Ann Parish, Jamaica. Robert, I'm not sure how much you could hear. We just got that bulletin. High-end Cat 4 now. It's almost due west of where you're standing, about 30, 35 miles.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. We just saw that as well. Our team just got that alert as well. So, look, as the system begins to slow down as far as the winds a little bit, at least that's some positivity. But regardless, 150-mile-an-hour winds at this point, approaching a place that means a lot to Jamaica, which is Montego Bay, and it's about 50 miles to the west of us, and that is going to be a major issue as it makes its way through that pocket and then heads out to the Caribbean Sea. I mean, Ian, there are 25,000 tourists that are there that could not get out on planes, and they are hunkered down, bracing in these hotels that are boarded up, taped up, and in lockdown right now. On top of that, where we're at, which is basically north central, we are expecting, some hurricane force wind gusts to start to come through here. And that is why I have a helmet and this eyewear on. Believe me, this is not an exaggeration at all. Any kind of debris off of a tree or anything can fly and hit you, and there you go. Not good. So we're taking all the precautions that we can. Our team right now is tucked into a garage, broadcasting simply from a Starlink. Our cell phones are out here. Power is out. We have a 3,000-watt battery-operated generator, and that is how we are getting this signal out. But the details coming out from around the island, especially in the southwest, are really quite terrifying. We have inundated communities, roofs that have been ripped off, structures demolished, power out, and people in harm's way. Many people who did not evacuate from the South Shores could be in some very serious trouble right now. We are told by the government that there are over 800 shelters that they opened, and about 6,000 people Jamaicans are in the shelters, and occupying at about 385 to 400 of them. That's really actually not that many people that went into the shelters, considering the fact that there's nearly 3 million people on the island here. So I hope that people are staying safe wherever they may be. And I worry about the road into Montego Bay. It's a 2-lane road. It's dotted on the sides with businesses and homes. It's right on the Caribbean Sea, of which we are just a quarter mile from there. And when the winds really start to torment that area, and then also the rain and the surge that is going to get pushed in on the backside of this, major issues. We already have communities that are flooded out in the mountainsides. And the hope at this point, certainly from a government standpoint here in Jamaica, is that the airport in Kingston, which is about 60 miles to the southeast of us, that the airport there maintains its integrity so that they can get aid into the island and also get some tourists out of here and anybody else that needs to leave. Because Montego Bay Airport is likely in big trouble at any point right now, as we have a heavy wind gust beginning to kick down off this mountainside, and some of the rain starting to get fairly heavy quite again. Power poles are an issue. My eye is up here, though these poles that are around here are concrete. There's no way, I don't think that these are coming down with the wind field that we'll get here. We're not getting 185-mile-an-hour wind gusts or even 150, though we could see the lines come down and could see transformers explode. That is always a possibility. The worry, Ian, as we try to get through this and the impacts after, Melissa leaves this island, is the backside. What will happen tonight when the sun goes down? What will that create? Situations where you don't know if there's flying debris. Perhaps people will think it's over, but it is not. The backside of hurricanes are always. And to your point, last time we talked, not comparing hurricanes by any means, but Hurricane Helene that made the landfall in Florida and then came in and devastated parts of Georgia, the Carolinas, certainly western Carolinas, the high altitude mountains, and it took time for all that water to come down and ruin and devastate communities, killing people. It's in a sense equatable to the mountain ranges here and how long that water will take to come down and head into major municipalities, parishes, and Kingston, surrounded by those mountains, but on a harbor, some of the highest elevations over there. It may take a while for that water to move into Kingston. We shall see. Nonetheless, the structure that we're in has taken water, but I think we're going to be okay, certainly with the wind field here. And I think we made the right move to not head to the southwest, where we wouldn't be able to at least give information and broadcast. And certainly Montego Bay is going to be tough to get into. I just know it is. It was tough in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl in 2024. We're continuing to monitor. We expect conditions here to deteriorate even more than they already have in the next couple hours. Ian?
Robert, I'm curious. You talked about, which I agree, a really good decision. Oh, we lost him.
Yep.
I'll ask him next time.
I have lost you. Let's see if I can walk closer, and you may come back.
We'll give it.
I got you.
You got me?
I got you.
Great, Robert. I wanted to ask you. I was saying I completely agree with the call you guys made to get to a safe spot where you'd actually be able to report, show us some of these scenes, and then mobilize to show us what's going on in the aftermath. My question, as that picks up there, what was that journey like? Did you see a lot of people out and about? What was the overall energy like as folks were bracing for this monster of a hurricane?
Ian, you are in and out. I think you were going to ask what was it like to come up here, I believe. Yep. If not, I will answer that, and hopefully, yeah, okay, good. I heard you say yeah. So when we made the decision yesterday in Kingston, we were watching the track as it was, heading more west. It's just so complicated as the system. And thank God Jared Maloney, who's a meteorologist, is with me, and we went over it and we discussed and we went back and forth. And what we decided to do, is leave Kingston, drive the 50 miles up the 4-lane highway up here. That is really a very strong fortified highway. I hope that maintains its structure, because that's going to be a thoroughfare for aid to move up and down the island, especially if Kingston Airport can maintain its stability. But coming up there, you're surrounded by hills and mountains in that area, and there could be rock slides and mudslides. But then you get here, you go through the high elevation and you come back down and you see the Caribbean Sea in the distance and the 2-lane highway that leads into Montego. So when we made the decision yesterday to put ourselves here, we also did not realize that Melissa was going to continue even more west overnight. And then when it made its northerly turn, the idea was, it was going to cut a little bit more to the east across the island. And so the impacts would be a little bit closer to where we're at. We were hoping and praying that would happen, because Montego is an economic center and full of all the tourists that come in. Unfortunately, it's just not wobbling as far east as we anticipated, and really going to cause very bad scenes in Montego Bay. So the decision-making process has been grueling and fluid, but nothing compared to what residents here of Jamaica are going through right now and will go through in the aftermath. I mean, you got to feel for this island nation. They're such proud people, such good people. They take care of each other, and now they're going to go through a generational moment, historic, that will be talked about forever, that may change so many aspects and components of the way life is lived in Jamaica, especially in some of these mountainside towns, definitely in southwest Jamaica, and certainly in Montego Bay, which, by the way, a lot of resorts are under construction right now, and there's a lot of building. And so when that wind field comes in, which it is right now, but when it really starts to take hold, you might see debris off of some of those construction sites. And that in itself is another danger. The dangers are just never stop on a system this large. Ian?
Yeah, Robert, well said. It's awful. It's a scenario where it was this late season tropical wave, came out of the MDR. We hadn't had a storm this season at all at any point in the Caribbean, and now this happens. So, Robert, great work. We'll be checking in with you. That's Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. Thanks for the report. Stay safe. Let's get more into what's going on under the hood. We talked about, look at that video. That's from St. Elizabeth Parish in Jamaica. This is what Robert was just explaining to us, and what we talked about with some of the officials there on Jamaica. There's really no way to be fully ready for a Category 5 storm making landfall. This was one of the strongest on record, and it brings all of those hazards. It has come down some in intensity. We think that's related to the land interaction that's taking place. Let's bring in Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, man, we had talked about this pristine setup that clearly Melissa took advantage of en route to Jamaica. What have you been seeing since landfall, leading to a little bit of a drop in the intensity? Still a formidable Cat 4.
Yeah, the core of the storm was completely over the higher elevations, the mountains there up to about 2,000 feet. So any hurricane is going to be disrupted by that. Even what's called an annular hurricane, when you have a hurricane that does not have bands coming into it, or outer bands and spiral bands, it's a different form of storm, and it's just kind of circular, and this was like perfectly circular. This is probably the most pristine, perfect, looked like AI made it kind of hurricane that I've ever seen. And of course, that's why it was at the very, very top end of the scale. And then now it's moving over those mountains, so the center is getting disrupted and it's wobbling around, and we'll look at that more in just one moment. Here's the 4 o'clock update: 150 mile-an-hour winds and the pressure up to 914. These are estimates from the National Hurricane Center, unless they have some kind of something on the ground there that we don't know about, and we'll find that out here within the hour with the 5 p.m. advisory. North-northeast at 8 miles an hour, but it really is wobbling. Look at it close up here, and you can see how as it came up to the coast, kind of moved this way and then back that way. Very often happens when the winds first start interacting with the coastline, and then kind of went this way and this way. Now, just take a look at it. It looks to me like it's made a move this way now since they did the analysis for the 4 p.m. update. So again, this wobbling is a totally normal thing because the position estimate at 4 p.m. Eastern was right there, 10 miles south of Montego Bay. Now, the town of Montego Bay, now that's really bad for Montego Bay because that means that if it does wobble this way, which it looks like it has wobbled that way some, that puts this back side of the eye wall right over Montego Bay, where you have all those people in those hotels, and you have the airport sitting right on the water. There is a berm that protects it, but if what storm surges are going to get, it's going to be pressed in right there. So it's hard to tell as long as you get fooled by this infrared satellite imagery. Sometimes you get what's called a sucker hole because you have a place where the circulation disrupted. It looks like that's the center, but the center is really somewhere else under some clouds. But we'll see. You have to kind of let it go for a while, and when it gets back out of the water, we'll see. By the way, Robert Ray is right up in here in St. Anne's Bay, and that's St. Anne Parish over there. So, wow, this is for Montego Bay. This is a little surprisingly bad. By the way, Ian, I measured this here across the island. It took the shortest path, only about 30 miles. So it's right on the coast now. It made landfall here in this place called New Hope, up the road from Black River. Well, the worst part of the storm is around the eye, right over Black River. I think they took the 185-mile-an-hour hit right there. New Hope it was hit hard, I'm sure. As a matter of fact, we know there's a town up here that have had reports coming out that was on the other side of the eye wall, and that was hit very hard. So this is the wind we're talking about now. The water is a whole different situation, and there's all kinds of video now coming out of Jamaica, which we're accumulating, and of raging rivers of the water already coming down the mountain. So there you can see it going over New Hope, making landfall at 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Jamaica time. Now, here are the last 2 hours. And I want you to, it's hard to make out the eye here because it is getting obscured, but there it is there. You see it? There. And it kind of looks like the trend now is to move to the right of Montego Bay, to my eye. But again, sometimes you get fooled by satellite. You really need to have the observations on the ground to know exactly where the wind is turning. But this development of it really going to the north and then maybe like this is really going to be rough there in Montego Bay. So there we are. Here's the idea. The hurricane force winds leave the coast about 8 p.m. tonight Eastern, and then by 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Jamaica time, the winds should be dying down significantly, and I don't know if people are going to be able to go out and move around in the middle of the night, but at first light tomorrow, they should be fine there. Ian?
Yeah, we'll be watching this as it emerges back over water. You said that measuring the shortest possible distance, this gets back to its fuel source and still expected to be a formidable storm tonight moving into Cuba. So looking ahead and looking forward to that 5 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. We'll go through that with you when it comes out. That's Brian Norcross. We'll be checking back next hour. Thank you.
Okay.
Hurricane Melissa tearing its way across Jamaica. Brian was just showing us only over land by 30 miles, maybe a touch more than that. It's moving north, just off to the east of Montego Bay. We're going to check in with an official on the ground when Fox Weather comes right back. Welcome back to Fox Weather Now. That is the track of Melissa, a hurricane now among the most intense storms on record. We got that 4 p.m. advisory, and it's a touch weaker. I hesitate to say that. It's still a big Category 4 monster bringing these impacts across Jamaica. The western part of it dealing with the core, but heavy rain, tropical storm conditions across the entire island. This was the landfall that took place 1 p.m. Eastern time earlier this afternoon near New Hope, Jamaica, southwestern part of the island, a Category 5 at that point. 185 mile per hour maximum sustained winds at landfall. That ties it with Dorian back in 2019 in the Bahamas, Labor Day storm of 1935 in the Florida Keys as the most intense storms on record at landfall, at least, by maximum sustained winds. 892 millibars, the minimum central pressure, a top three, tied for top three by that measure. This is the 4 p.m. advisory. I mentioned the winds down to 150 miles per hour, which is incredible to even say that. North-northeast motion at 8 miles per hour. If you've been with us, Brian Norcross, he had mentioned it does look like it made a little bit of a jog to the right just over the past 20 minutes or so. A minimum central pressure is up to 914 millibars. We mentioned that landfall, the first landfall, but it won't be long until we have another in Cuba. That'll happen into the overnight hours tonight. You do notice how the eye filled in a little bit, a land interaction of that inner core. Although the highest peaks are in the eastern part of Jamaica, there are still mountains 2,000 up to 3,000 feet in the western part of the island. So that is disrupting the inner core, no question, and we can see that on satellite. That was a look at the visible satellite as it moved into those areas. We've only got maybe a couple more hours of that center, maybe if that, across the northern part of Jamaica. Then we're back out over the Caribbean, and this is forecast. We'll get a new one of these coming out half an hour's time from the NHC, closer to the top of the hour. But you do notice what I was mentioning. Later on tonight, the early part of the day tomorrow, this is still expected to be a Category 4 storm, charging into southeastern parts of Cuba with life-threatening impacts, very similar ones to what we saw playing out down in Jamaica. We got some new video in showing extensive damage and some flooding. This is at Black River Hospital in St. Elizabeth Parish. That's close by to where the storm made its landfall. Yeah, you look outside, you can see a piece of a roof, some metal, tin roof, sheet metal at this point now, wrapped around that column. And those winds, just incredibly intense. Power lines coming down right there. So this shows the fury of the storm. There's more, another part of a roof going by that vehicle. So some scary scenes. I hadn't seen this part of the video either. It looks like some of the debris being blown into the hospital, and folks there are just huddling to be safe, to have shelter from some of the worst of what Melissa brought ashore there in Jamaica. We talked about what's going to happen in Cuba later on tonight. The Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, they're also bracing for powerful impacts tomorrow. We got Fox Weather's Kiana Lewis with us. Kiana, I know we had showed that video once. I hadn't seen all of that. That's as terrifying as it gets, a Cat 5 making a landfall. It's a very scary situation, especially when so much is happening. I mean, you're in a hospital in itself. That can be pretty scary. And then you have this huge monstrous storm aiming towards you at the same time. So a lot unfolding there in Jamaica. We'll continue to watch the latest details that come out of Jamaica with Melissa moving across the island. But yes, looking forward, we watched another landfall possible across Cuba where we could see 10 to 20 inches of additional rain pour out of this across Cuba here too. And then beyond that, we take it all the way up through the Bahamas, back towards Turks and Caicos, where the Bahamas are looking at an additional almost half a foot of rain. Turks and Caicos could see more on the lighter side, 2 to 4 inches of rain. But again, flash flooding could be caused by this as this pushes to the north. Once we get through the Bahamas, Melissa isn't done just yet. While it will start to weaken heading on approach up towards Bermuda, it has so much room in between the Bahamas and Bermuda that we watch it still take a slow approach at that weakening. So as we head into Thursday evening, we're still looking at winds up to 100 miles per hour, and that's going to be moving closer and closer towards Bermuda, who's yet again in another tropical cone so far this season. We've seen it several times already. I was looking at
the forecast model shifted a bit to the east, which would put Bermuda more on, say that, shifted a bit to the west, which would put Bermuda more on that eastern side of the storm. But still, we're seeing a good consensus that we will be feeling these impacts in terms of tropical storm force winds, as well as a lot of heavy rain that could be pushing in here too. When we look at the percentage of those wind chances across Bermuda, they're still significantly high, actually sitting at about 90%. So while we will see maybe the main core of the system off towards the west a bit, we are looking at some of those impacts still being felt all the same. When we put it all together, we look at the future radar here. You'll notice that we see a lot of heavy rain aiming towards Cuba. That's where I mentioned we could see about 10 to 20 inches of rain. Beyond that, Ian, I think once we get to the Bermuda area back towards Turks and Caicos, we shave off some of those inches, but still looking at significant flooding on the table.
Yeah, we got a ways to go with some of these life-threatening impacts. This, as Melissa is still tearing its way across Jamaica, massive amount of rain leading to flooding of those high winds, generating considerable damage. Infrastructure expected to take a big hit too. We're going to head back out on the ground to Robert Ray for the latest when Fox Weather Now comes right back. Welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. It's been a stunning day tracking what's been playing out, a terrible day, truly, with what's happening down in Jamaica. We're going to go there on the ground to Robert Ray in just a moment. Did want to get you an update. It just popped up into our Fox Weather alert system, a confirmed tornado, a radar-confirmed tornado in East Texas. There was a level 2 out of 5 threat today from the Storm Prediction Center for the region from Texas moving over across the Sabine River and into Louisiana. There it is, Gregg and Rusk counties. Kilgore is included. That's probably just now just southeast, where we have this hook on it, and through there. That's where the tornado was confirmed, the debris signature that showed up. By the way, this is the origins of the storm that will slide its way off to the east and eventually become an impactful one over toward the mid-Atlantic and up into the northeast come Thursday, early part of Halloween. We get some heavy rain in the forecast. Just know that right there, just south of Interstate 20, that's a dangerous storm, a radar-confirmed tornado, and more broadly speaking, not just that particular supercell, but you look north of it, you look south of it, a bunch of these have developed. That it appears to be an overall scenario that is supportive of some strong storms. Some could turn severe, and a few may produce tornadoes. So just a quick heads up with what we're following there in Texas. Man, yeah, scenes like that coming in at Montego Bay in Jamaica. We had feared that it would look just like that. In fact, I believe, to my knowledge, it's the first video I'm seeing, at least on our air, out of Montego Bay. We know that that jog off to the west, at least more broadly speaking, that trend west over the last 24 to 36 hours, better for the capital in Kingston, but a very poor scenario, a poor solution for Montego Bay. Let's get back out into this. We'll check in with our correspondent, Robert Ray, who's live in the middle of all of this. Robert, what have you been seeing? I just saw some video there out of Montego Bay. Obviously, this is an especially brutally hard hit.
Absolutely. Yeah, and wind gusts kicking up right now. Heavy rain, and if I lose you, Ian, because I just did a second ago, yeah, it's just the way it goes. We are operating on a Starlink right now. It's the only way we're getting the signal out, and on a Wi-Fi calling on the Starlink. So indeed, I'm seeing the same thing. Whenever we can get service, we're seeing videos out of Montego Bay and that area that are just horrible. And there are 25,000 tourists in those hotels and resorts as I speak right now. And you know, it's probably very, very scary for many of them right now. And I know that, you know, we saw something where people were kind of arguing about food and things like that. That is what people go through, and the anxiety of these systems, and so many people packed together, hunkering down in the resorts. They can't go anywhere, and the target just headed there with these winds and these rains. I mean, we expected a more easterly track when Melissa went into the made that turn to the north, and it just really has not come to fruition. It's a bit of a wobble to the east, but not enough to spare the economic heart of Montego Bay as far as tourism goes, with all the resorts, and by the way, all the businesses on the sides of the two-lane road, the cultural area, which leads you know, basically into Montego Bay, and so many people love to see that on the Caribbean Sea. So where we're at, you know, essentially in north central Jamaica, 50 miles away from all that is occurring right now in Montego, you know, we are getting strong wind gusts and rain. It is not consistent hurricane force winds, but nonetheless, you know, some tiny particles of debris off trees and vegetation. Thus, the helmet and the glasses, you have to do this if you're going to stand out here and try to document what is happening. The sea is a quarter mile down the road, and I would love to get in a vehicle and drive down there and see what's happening, but we simply can't do that because of down power lines that we're hearing about, and some debris that is on the roadway, and the darkness is upon us in about an hour and a half, and so we're in a position where we couldn't even report live if we wanted to leave, because we have a Starlink set up in a certain position that the incredible team is sitting in a garage garage, deep into a garage, and protecting the equipment right now, trying to get this reporting out there. It's very difficult to have live transmissions in this, but I worry about what is happening in Montego. And, you know, when we can, when the day breaks, we will make our way over there. And hopefully we can get into some of these affected areas. But you may see roads that are just impassable. And the floodwaters because of all the rain as well. Some of the images from the southwest area of Jamaica that are coming out are just terrifying. The backside of this storm, after it makes its way over Jamaica and clears the area, you're going to see a push of water as well from the sea into the cause destruction. So there's so many variables. You know, Ian, we've been talking about this for the past couple of hours. There are over 800 shelters that were available to residents of Jamaica, and nearly 3 million people live here. What we're told by government officials is that almost 400 of them are occupied, but only about 6,000 people in total from their head count so far in the shelters. And that really is not a lot when you think about it, when there's almost 3 million people here. So I hope that people found a safe place, whatever they could do. And high ground at points may not be the best place because of the water in the mountains and some of the flooding we're seeing in communities at high altitudes. A pretty good wind coming through here right now off the mountainscape here. We're on a bit of a slope here that leads down, though the rain is not as intense as it's been earlier, but we expect that to pick up. It's the ebb and flow essentially of the east side of the storm, but the core, you know, is just really compact. And so it's just not going out as wide as anticipated, and especially because it didn't cut as east to this area. Unfortunately, gosh, it just made a line toward Montego Bay. So this is not going to be good for that part of the country. I hope that the Kingston airport is okay so that aid and supplies can get in there, and you know, we can get some people off the island that were here visiting this great place with so many incredible people and great culture as well. It'll be interesting to see also how the flooding occurs in Kingston, with, you know, surrounded by those mountains and some of the water that might take time to come down and inundate roadways and create flash flooding. But I think right now, you know, we're in the thick of the impacts to the west of us, and certainly to the southwest, where it made landfall at 185 miles an hour. Ian?
Robert, you got me thinking as you were talking about some of the numbers with the shelters. I know amongst native Jamaicans, there was a little bit of frustration with some of the messaging of folks saying, hey, we're an island nation. We know how to deal with tropical impacts. But watching how this has played out and what you were just telling us, where this hit in Jamaica, that might be the spot where that would be the fewest number of people where that's the case. These are people coming in from all over the world to visit beautiful Jamaica, but they don't come from tropical settings, and they're dealing with high-end tropical impacts. Did you come across a lot of tourists that maybe have no clue how to handle something like this?
Yes, Ian. I caught part of what you're saying, because again, we're in and out. I can only hear you because of the Starlink right now, but indeed, yeah, when you think about it, look, I mean, this team, we go into places like this so we have an understanding of how to handle it, but the average person has no concept and no ability to prepare for something like this, especially when you book a vacation in advance and, you know, you come down to paradise and you expect to have great moments with family and friends, and then all of a sudden you're stranded. And you're stuck with, you know, hundreds and thousands, quite literally, in resorts and hotels, and you're hungry and you're concerned, and there's no power and there's no air conditioning, and you can't get a cell phone signal out to let your loved ones know that you're okay, or even speak to anyone around the world that wherever you're from. So I think the level of anxiety that's probably going on with the 25,000 tourists on Montego Bay who are stuck, quite literally, and trying to do their best is something that, you know, you wouldn't wish on anyone. And it's going to be a long road after, you know, Melissa leaves this island, because again, the cell phone service may not come back as quick as everyone thinks it's going to. The power grid is compromised, especially in the biggest impact areas with those winds, and it's going to take time for officials to get in and clear those roads with chainsaws and just sheer manpower and equipment. That is not going to be easy. I mean, I witnessed this during Hurricane Beryl July 2024, and that wasn't a landfall, and there was issues. And I drove literally from Montego Bay all around the west end and down into the southern pockets where exactly the landfall of Melissa occurred. And look, that's the breadbasket of this island. It's rural, it's agriculture. There are some resorts down there, but not like there is on Montego Bay. But those roads are fragile, certainly. So not an easy situation right now. There's a pretty good wind gust coming down here and rain definitely picking up. Ian?
Yeah, Robert, we're not even close to that point, but we know when it's safe, and for that matter, even technically possible with what you were explaining with your overall setup. You'll be showing us some of those places. I'm scared to see what some of these hardest hit places even look like. Yeah, we lost them, but we'll be checking back with them. That's Fox Weather's Robert Ray. Stay safe. Yeah, for context there, if you haven't been with us, the crew down in Jamaica, they basically have a big battery, a generator, an electric one. They're conserving that in between live shots, all that goes off. And they've got the Starlink, the satellite for connectivity. Only way we're even able to communicate with Robert and the team down there on Jamaica. That's the scene out of Montego Bay. We haven't seen a ton of video just yet, and our whole crew here at Fox Weather are working to gather that and show you it as we get it. One of the places where we mentioned the highest number of tourists coming in from all over the world, maybe have no experience dealing with a tropical system. It's like going from a bunny hill up to a double black diamond in a ski setting, but with the highest of stakes. This is as dangerous as it gets when you're dealing with a Category 5, now Category 4 hurricane in Melissa. There's a new, that's a live picture. This is out of Kingston. This camera is still bouncing around. Keep in mind, the core moved onshore in southwestern parts of Jamaica. Kingston is in southeastern Jamaica. We've been talking about the core because that's where the extreme hazards have been in place. But tropical storm conditions have been happening across the entire island of Jamaica and into the higher terrain over on Kingston side of the island, the east side of the island. That's where we were expecting some of the rain totals to become very dangerous and especially problematic, leading to some of the flash flooding as that rushes downhill with the landslide potential too. So this is where we stand right now. Coming up in maybe as early as about 10 minutes, we'll get that 5 o'clock, a complete advisory from the National Hurricane Center. We'll see what that looks like. We'll dig through it with our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. Motion north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. We've got maybe another hour or so, maybe a little less than that until the center of that core gets offshore, but you still have the southern hemisphere of this storm that's going to be crawling its way across the island of Jamaica. And with the winds on the backside of that, that's actually going to be the point where we see the worst surge there in Montego Bay, which could be up to about 4 feet. We'll be watching for that. So a ways to go for folks down in Jamaica. Later on tonight, we're expecting landfall as a major, a Category 4 storm up into Cuba. Let's get you an update with what's going on stateside. Those storms that have been popping up across Texas, they'll be moving over into Louisiana with time. It's a live picture right there in Houston. Kiana, it looks like that tornado warning was allowed to expire, but there are some new alerts that have come out.
There are. We do still have a couple of severe thunderstorm alerts up. This is an area that I think, Ian, as we get deeper into the afternoon, going into the evening commute, could still see a lot of that activity. We still have that tornado threat that will be quite possible across northeast Texas into eastern Texas and Louisiana. We also have back across the southeast some active weather that we'll talk about here too. Very dreary look for folks there in North Carolina. But let's get you started here in the Lone Star State, just off towards the north in Tyler, Texas. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up It mainly is for the large hail, and you can see a little bit of a V-notch starting to kind of get set up here for Tyler County. So that's what we'll be watching most of the activity. This is going to be an area, as I mentioned, that has a lot of storm energy. And going through the latter half of tonight, this area moving over the state line into Louisiana will actually see a tornado risk quite possible. I'm sure Steve Bender will be on top of this as it's unfolding in real time. So we'll watch that kind of play out, a 2 out of 5 threat along the I-10 corridor, I-49 through parts of Louisiana as well. Houston, you are included in that. Now, across the southeast, we're watching for this threat, a coastal low here that has been continuously pushing a lot of heavy rain throughout parts of North Carolina, Virginia, the mid-Atlantic once again. We know all too well what happens in this area of North Carolina, those barrier islands, the Outer Banks, where we have those homes that are still on those structures, a little bit on the weaker side. If we get a good wind coming through, we could see more of that unfolding going through today as well. So we have this onshore flow, a number of coastal flood advisories and warnings up for the Outer Banks, including Hatteras. We'll watch as we get into Wednesday to see if this kind of winds down, Ian. But we know those homes closer to home are a little bit more on the a little bit more of the unsettled side.
Yeah, Kiana, we'll be watching that moving through. Well, first the severe weather you showed us, and then the impacts moving through what's left of this week. All the while, Jamaica is riding out Hurricane Melissa, still dealing with some of the worst of this. It was a Cat 5 at landfall, making it one of the strongest on record. It is the strongest to hit Jamaica, tied for the tops across the period of record as we look back to Dorian, the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, a historic in the worst way. We'll have much more on Melissa when Fox Weather returns. welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Hurricane Melissa made landfall near New Hope, Jamaica today, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Winds at 185 miles per hour, a Category 5, a top-end Category 5 as it did so. That's the 4 o'clock advisory down to 150. This is a high-end Cat 4 still. We're waiting on the 5 o'clock advisory. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to dig through the details of that. It's a complete update from the National Hurricane Center. We'll bring in our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. He's standing by to go through the details of that. As we move forward through the next several hours, yes, we had the historic landfall in Jamaica. We got another one coming up tonight. That'll be in eastern Cuba. A lot of high terrain here that will squeeze out more of that tropical moisture. And you look at the intensity, this is still expected to be a 4 when it makes landfall in Cuba tonight. We'll see if there are any adjustments to that with the new update that comes out at the top of the hour. And then into the Bahamas. It actually just came in right there. Okay. Tomorrow morning, 140 miles per hour. This is still a major expected to be as it moves across the Bahamas through the second half of tomorrow. So we've got a lot of the dangerous chapters of Hurricane Melissa still left to go. Yeah, winds are down to 145 miles per hour. That's the 5 o'clock update. As I mentioned, we'll go through that in its entirety with Brian Norcross coming up top of the hour.
And Hurricane Melissa making history as the 3rd strongest Atlantic hurricane and the strongest on record to impact Jamaica. The monster's Category 5 hurricane, it made that landfall around 1 p.m. Eastern Time near New Hope, Jamaica, along the island's southwestern coast. You can see and hear all of that unfolding here with this video. The scene coming in from Treasure Beach in Jamaica around noontime, so just before that landfall. Treasure Beach was in the direct path of Melissa as the eye wall moved on in. The reduced visibility, the heavy rain, and the ferocious winds, all of that unfolding right before our eyes. And we also have the Black River, which is along Jamaica's southwest coast. Roofs were torn off of their buildings as Melissa's winds reached max up to 185 miles per hour at the time of landfall. The Black River Hospital is facing some of the worst impacts right now, which you can see in this here video. Fox Weather's very own Robert Ray, he was there earlier. Here's what he had to say about Melissa.
No, I will never experience anything, I don't think, like this, maybe again in my lifetime. I hope I don't, certainly. I mean, I've been in a lot of storms dating back to, 2004 season with Charlie, and then 2005, the hell of Katrina. But I think this may take everything, guys.
And Robert Ray's comparing some of the worst storms from the season of 2004. Melissa now being added to that list for its intensity, its ferociousness. The northwest portion of the island is starting to feel the worst impacts of Melissa's impacts right now. We have strong winds, this curtain of rain that continues to move on in as we still have visitors and natives there of Jamaica hunkering down in the island. This is a look at some of the resorts there. Flash flooding is going to be a huge concern with Jamaica's mountainous terrain. This will lead to catastrophic flooding. I want you to take a look at this video because it is very interesting. This is a look at one of the bridges, the Flat Bridge in St. Catherine, Jamaica. At one point in time, this was earlier in the year, you can see the entirety of the bridge. But as we push forward, this is after, Melissa came in with its impacts. Take a look at this. All of the bridge completely covered in debris and heavy rain. You would think, without any context, without looking at that bridge there that I showed you beforehand, that this was just a raging river. That is a bridge that was over that body of water, and now it's completely gone, crumbled to ruin. So we'll see how things kind of look once this water recedes. But the river, it reached major flood stage, and unfortunately, that live camera is down, so we can't show you what it looks like right now. Of course, we're still dealing with all of the impacts of Melissa, but Ian, just devastating images coming in out of Jamaica.
Kiana, no question. And still so much of this to go. That's a lookout. The Bahamas, 83 degrees, dreary skies, but you have Melissa inching closer. Hurricane warning is up for the Bahamas. We're expecting that to still be a powerful storm as it moves on through. And something new with the advisory from the National Hurricane Center, or the 5 p.m. advisory, we've got Bermuda in a hurricane watch again. Folks in Bermuda I know, saying, you got to be kidding me. That means that the tropical storm force winds will be arriving within about 48 hours. So an indicator here that, yes, we've got the potential, high likelihood, in fact, an almost certainty of tropical storm conditions, but hurricane conditions are possible. So we'll be watching this. We've got that second landfall that'll be occurring during the overnight hours, the early morning hours tomorrow in Cuba, a day of hurricane conditions there in the Bahamas, and then still impacts expected beyond that. We'll watch that for Bermuda later in the week. That does it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Stay with us here on Fox Weather for our continuing coverage of Melissa.
But it's going to be a long day and a long night and a long few days. Nobody can prepare for a Cat 5, and there's very little, if any, structure that can sustain a Category 5. Whether it is block and steel, whatever it is, it just doesn't have the capacity. So we expect major devastation of infrastructure and of life and livelihood.
Right now on Fox Weather, a violent, life-threatening major hurricane Melissa is pummeling the island nation of Jamaica. The storm roared ashore today, noon local time, on the southwestern coast with historic intensity. That's by any modern measure. 185-mile-per-hour winds at landfall, a minimum central pressure of just 892 millibars. Melissa is officially tied for the most intense Atlantic hurricane at landfall on record. This is an especially dangerous all-time storm. Intense impacts, they're continuing to rage across the island. It's expected to be one of, if not the most destructive storm in Jamaican history. We have a team live on the ground there, and Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross standing by with his analysis. of the 5 p.m. update. That just came out from the National Hurricane Center. It's all right now on Fox Weather Now. A good Tuesday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. Right now, 5 o'clock on the East Coast, 2 o'clock out west. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. This has been a very challenging day, a stunning day. What we've seen, what Melissa was able to do there in the Caribbean in the days and the hours leading up to the historic landfall that it made. 5 p.m. advisory came in, 145-mile-per-hour winds. It's still a Cat 4. Motions north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. Pressures up to 921 millibars. We'll talk about what's happening with this now and what to expect moving forward with Brian Norcross in just a moment. Yeah, that's new video out of Treasure Beach, Jamaica. Monster hurricane in Melissa. That's what a Category 5 hurricane looks like. This was described, some of the messaging by the National Hurricane Center. I know it's something we've been talking about this afternoon on Fox Weather, but the verbiage used is an awful lot like what you would see in a tornado warning or a tornado emergency, because that's effectively what hit southwest Jamaica, a giant tornado. When you're talking about a Category 5 of this magnitude, extremely dangerous and life-threatening for the residents. Let's get back out to Jamaica. We want to bring in our correspondent, Robert Ray, live in St. Ann Parish, Jamaica. Robert, this looks like it's worsened considerably since last time we checked in.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Yeah, these are the strongest winds so far that we've experienced here. And again, I have to stress this for our viewers. If I lose you, we are operating solely on a battery power generator and Starlink right now, including how I'm listening to you via Wi-Fi. But yeah, we've got some pretty good strong wind gusts coming through here with driving rain as well. Vegetation everywhere just swaying back and forth. And right now, at least the structures that I can see are holding up, and that's a good thing. Quarter mile down this roadway is the Caribbean Sea. That may be a different story as the wind continues to kick around and move through that 2-lane highway and a lot of smaller structures. A little bit of a lull here from just a second ago when you came to us. That's just the way it goes when you have these bands that are coming in. And clearly, Hurricane Melissa that we know made landfall at 185 miles per hour to the southwest of us earlier today, and now just making its way through Montego Bay and ravaging that area. I can tell you this, all the reports that we're seeing out of Montego and that area 50 miles to the west of us are not good. Big time wind gusts right now coming through here like a train, and you can hear all that wind howling off the mountainsides and down these roadways. It's just, I don't know if you can actually get that in your ear, if it's coming across, but that's what's coming through, whipping through my ears. That's why the helmet and also the glasses, any kind of vegetation off trees, it feels like BBs on your face and your body. And God forbid power lines and other structures start to rip apart. But what I was saying about Montego Bay is that, our security team, who is from Jamaica here, incredible men that we've been with for the past 5 days at this point. One of them is from Montego Bay, and he lives there, and so he's getting reports about how bad the situation is unfolding there. And 25,000 tourist visitors in the resorts, an economic engine, that pocket of Jamaica, and so many people that are hunkered down and trapped and going through no power, no cell phone service, probably a race for food and water, because we've seen some of that that's been posted on social media earlier before the power and the cell phone service went out. Shelters, about 800 of them open here across the island. We're told by officials that nearly 400 of them have people in them, and the total amount earlier, the head count was about 6,000. It's not really that many people when you consider there's nearly 3 million people here that live on the islands of Jamaica. Wind gusts beginning to kick up yet again, and you can see it all behind us as the rain is creating mud. I'm standing in mud, quite literally, right now, and everywhere I look, including the mountainside up there, it's just ripping. I mean, trees are kind of on their sides at this point, and rain whipping through this community here. These are fortified houses where we're at. That's why we picked the house that we're broadcasting from right now, and the team is tucked in that garage, again, operating off Starlink and also a 3,000 watt generator because we have no power and our communication, our cell phone data does not work at this point. So Starlink is taking us into this, and we're able to give you this information, thankfully. You know, we know that there are deaths here in Jamaica. There were deaths over this past weekend in Haiti and Dominican Republic. And this system, even after it exits as a Category 4,
I'm going to show a little bit of flooding. Please hang in there. I looked it up on Twitter. Yeah, I'm going to show a little bit of flooding coming out of Jamaica. I interrupt this broadcast to bring you this breaking news. Flooding in Jamaica. I hope we're still live. Hurricane Melissa torrential rains have triggered catastrophic flooding, submerging homes and roads in Montego Bay and beyond. Cat 5 at 185 mile per hour winds. Stay safe, Jamaicans. Sending prayers and support. Catastrophic flooding in Manville, Jamaica. Emergency units hard at work as Hurricane Melissa dumps several inches of rain.
Growing about this on next house that we can't even see. Yeah, man, you can't see. You can imagine. What you want? The move on 360 man. Give some clothes, water avenue, look. Water to roof height. Fireman up here do rescue work. People get trapped in a house.
Hey, Copycat, how you doing? Catastrophic flooding in Jamaica. Scenes from Daft, St. Thomas, Jamaica, where roads have become impassable as rising water river water from Hurricane Melissa have flooded and damaged a lot of infrastructure. People leave when I start showing these flooding videos.
First part of it. And now, as we stand here and we see what is happening, people, once that is removed, then it's heading straight into the community of Bottom Yard. Look, there are people, see the cars going, people, the guide post. Look at people. I told you it's going, people. The whole community is going to go, people. Look at it. Look what's happening now, people. Top up the live, people, and share the live, people. See, that's a car. It's leaving now, people. See there, people? See what's happening on the car. So, people, there's an opening now. There's an
Catastrophic flooding. The storm has caused severe flooding along the island's entire southern coast, according to the Jamaican Observer. Looks like these people are hanging on for dear life in Jamaica. TikTok video on X. Y'all keep Jamaica in your prayers, for real. It is sad. Laura K.
Jesus have mercy, God. Look on the road. I rode that now. I rode that people. I rode that. That is the road. Have mercy, God. The whole of in front of my gate, that. Jesus have mercy, God. Look on the road. I rode that now. I rode that people. I rode that. That is the road. Have mercy, God. The whole of
Let's see if I can find a few more, and I'll go back to the other broadcast. I understand, folks. Laura K., Mike Smith. It's evening time. I know you have things to do. that one a minute ago. That's why I thank the Lord here in South Carolina we didn't get hit this year, because I know we don't have major flooding normally, just the low-lying areas like in Charleston. In Columbia, we had at a 500-year flood. We had a lot of localized flooding in the rivers, but we don't have major flooding like that. I don't care what anybody says. The land is flat in South Carolina, but yeah, it was like 4 feet deep down in valleys off Garner's Ferry Road, you know, down in valleys running from the river. Yeah, most of South Carolina don't get affected. I believe this is much of the flooding videos. It's like we're coming to the same thing over and over. I may even let this run all night, y'all.
Or into the Caribbean Sea shortly. The backside of this will create a tremendous amount of energy and push of surge that will move into the Montego Bay area.
I don't know if that's a green screen behind him. You might have a point there, Laura K, earlier. Can you make the screen of the video bigger? What's on here now? What I see on my screen is pretty large at the top of the live stream.
And all of this roadway that goes 50 plus miles into Negro on the southwest, far southwest corner. And there will be major issues with that push of water on top of the rain that is falling and the wind. There are resorts that are under construction that I saw the other day coming in as I flew into Montego Bay. And many of them, you know, I hope that they shored up some of that construction material, because that's going to be projectiles. On top of that, the airport likely going to be in a compromised position, unfortunately, because of the wind field. And, you know, we hope that Kingston stays in place, the capital. About 1 million people live there, because that airport will be a lifeline for aid to come in here and also to get people off of this island. World Food Organization is here. Other aid groups and other aid groups will be making their way in. Have to think at this point tomorrow when the sun comes up and we can have some sort of semblance to be able to traverse a little bit, we're going to run into a lot of roadways that are impassable, not only in the southwest where the hurricane came on shore, but also the roadway into Montego Bay. There will likely be debris fields quite everywhere, and that's going to cause a lot of issues for first responders and officials to try and assess. But the Jamaican government, we know, is ready when they can take off with helicopters and also get on the ground and try to help people. And the 25,000 plus tourists that are on the island over there are going to be wanting some help, I can tell you. Certainly being locked down and without cell phone service and no power, very uncomfortable. And there is a big wind gust, just kind of took me off my feet. Had to land a little bit there. I have to think we are approaching perhaps hurricane force wind gusts here. No question about it, just from feeling and standing in these in the past right now. Ian, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, just give me a little holler. I don't know if our Starlink is staying with us right now. Ian, is there?
Robert, we got you, and I was fascinated watching this. I hope you can still hear me. I wonder if you've been talking about this with Jared. About 25 miles off to your south, they're not the tallest mountains on Jamaica, but they are tall. They're up to about 3,000 feet, a little bit more than that. Most of this afternoon, with where the storm has been, you've effectively been on the leeward side.
I just saw significant debris in the distance behind the house fly off of a structure. Obviously, it was. I don't know if it was plywood or aluminum, and I'll wait maybe for the Starlink to come back. Can you hear me, Ian?
We can, Robert. I'm thinking that you've lost that shield. The mountains, effectively, the wind direction is turning. Robert,
I'm down, guys.
Okay, we lost him.
I am disconnected. Let me dial back in, and perhaps you guys can come back to us as these winds are coming in. Let me dial back in and see if I can get a connection, guys. Stand by.
Yeah, let's work to get him back. What I was saying was he had those mountains to block the wind that was coming in from the south. Now that center of circulation, though, is north of where he's at, the wind direction's turning more southwesterly or westerly, so it's blowing right down the northern coast of Jamaica, and he's lost that shelter he had, in a sense, by some of these mountains in through here. So I'm wondering for Robert, if he's entering into a stretch here, next 1, 2, 3 hours, where a backside of the storm for Robert probably going to be a lot worse than what he experienced so far this afternoon, even though that Melissa's inner core was a touch closer to him, just based on the topography of what we're saying there in Jamaica. If we can, while we're working to get Robert back, if we could take maps up, we can make that point a little bit with what's been going on right there. A little bit of context as far as where he is. So he's about 50 miles. Is my telestrator working? Yes. Okay, great. He's about 50 miles east of Montego Bay. Point I was making is that in through here, the tallest mountains on Jamaica are about here. They get up over 7,000 feet, but the mountains in through here, something like 3,000 up to about 3,500 feet. So you consider the counterclockwise flow, violent counterclockwise flow around this hurricane. He had for a period of time some of those mountains blocking the highest winds. Now that the center is up through here, you've got winds like this. They're running right down some of that high terrain. Robert, I think we got you back. If you can hear me, you've got these winds turning more southwesterly, eventually westerly, and you get no shelter from the terrain there. Part of the reason why you're getting beat up. We may have lost him again. We had him for a moment. I know it's hard. You got to consider what's going on here. Power is out. It's been out where he is. They have an electric generator. At this point, it's just a big battery, and they've got a Starlink. If you've been with us over the last 10 minutes or so, that was the worst we've seen with what our crew in Jamaica has been experiencing. So I know they had a spot to get the Starlink receiver. It was a sheltered spot, but as those winds cranked up, they may be in a scenario where it's getting a whole lot harder for them to keep their signal up. Plan with the crew was safety first and report as long as you can. With the logistics of the situation as they are, it is not an easy thing. So yes, to the point we were talking about in through here, you've got the center of Melissa doing this. Now the winds are wrapping around more westerly on the backside, and where Robert is especially exposed. What was that, guys? Do we have him back? We're checking him in, so we're working to get him back. Okay, we got him back. Robert, can you hear me?
It just dropped. I'll tell you what. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to call back in and get a signal. I don't know if somebody could talk to Pete, our photographer from the control room, and give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me as I try to dial back in.
If Pete can hear you, give Robert the thumbs up. We can hear you.
Can you guys get me back in if you can hear me? Yes, that's the logistical situation here, guys. We're trying to get a conversation in my ears, but on Wi-Fi calling on the Starlink. I'm just going to continue to talk. Perhaps the connection will go back in, but with the heavy winds, the Starlink has an issue bursting through this cloud cover and these winds and making it up to that satellite in order to get a transmission for on the phone. But I have to say, I mean, this is what we've been expecting as far as these heavy wind gusts that are coming through, fairly sustained as well at points. But definitely, I believe that we are approaching hurricane force wind gusts. At least we did moments ago, and I would probably bet we'll get some more of those coming. And I'm not sure if anyone can hear me. Someone just get in my ear, perhaps producer Matilda in New York or anyone. You're good. You can hear me. Thank you, Matilda. And Pete just put his thumbs up. So did Jared. Very fluid. Again, everybody, we are operating off of the Starlink that's attached to a 3,000 watt battery operated inverter, and that is the only way we're even getting this signal out. Power has been out for about 3 hours here, and sustained winds coming through. Again, moments ago I saw debris flying. It was not vegetation. It was clearly off of a structure of some sort, and you see the trees in the distance behind me. And Pete, you know, I don't know if you can, we can't leave being tucked into this garage where we're broadcasting because none of this would hold up. But what I'm seeing to my left is a hill that goes up into this neighborhood, and then the mountainside. Can't even see the mountains anymore over there because of all of this wind field and the driving rain. The rain feels like little tiny BBs hitting you in the side of the face, and that's why the glasses again and the helmet. You have to be incredibly careful out here, and I continue to look around behind me for debris. I want to make sure that there is nothing flying. I got a tree to my right that is partially collapsed. We'll see that all over the place, not only in the southwest where landfall was made, but on this roadway into Montego. I can't imagine what Montego is going through, Montego Bay and all those great communities with the force. They are getting the worst impacts beyond the 185-mile-an-hour winds that came in the southwest. The track of Melissa again went so far west and then did not come back as far east as anticipated. Instead, made that northerly line for Montego, and that is so horrible and dangerous for all the people that are in those resorts and hotels and all the people that live here, the great Jamaicans that welcome the world here to this fine country all the time, where people get married, where people celebrate anniversaries. Big time winds right now. Wow. Oh boy. There's debris flying across over there. As a garbage can down there moving, and I can tell you right now, little tiny pieces of vegetation just hitting the cheeks, and I can feel it on my back even. Not a good feeling here, and I keep looking around, and the reason I keep looking around is because I want to make sure that there's nothing huge, a huge projectile coming on the way. Power lines above. Here's the deal with the power lines. These are concrete power poles. These will not fall. Power lines could go down, but the way the wind is moving right now, they will go that way, not toward me. We have a transformer right there. That may pop, that may blow. In the distance, an incredible wind field on the ground, low to the surface. It is just a stunning scene all of a sudden here. It's what we expected, and I, again, cannot imagine with the higher wind speeds to the west of us what Montego is going through right now. I know we are disconnected. I just heard it in my ear, buds, that I'm disconnected, so I do not have the ability to talk to you, Ian. I will try to call back in once again. If you guys can just give me a moment, let me get into the garage if possible, and let me just try to get a connection closer to the Starlink. Just bear Bear with us, and we'll be right back. Ian, back to you.
All right, that was Fox Weather's Robert Ray reporting. In the most challenging of circumstances there, great work to Robert, the team, Jared and Pete included. They're going to work to get resituated, as boy did that situation worsen quickly. Soon as the wind direction shifted more southwesterly, it started ripping through the northern part of Jamaica, St. Ann Parish, where Robert is. And as he said, the concern all the way along the coastline there over to Montego Bay. We're going to talk with Robert when we reestablish connectivity. We're going to dig into the 5 o'clock update as well with our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. This, as Melissa, is still bringing considerable impacts island-wide, truly. Again, we're going to check back in with Brian and Robert when Fox Weather comes right back. Keep it here for our continuing coverage of Hurricane Melissa.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do this, Ian. And I have to say, what we're experiencing is nothing compared to what the landfall region in the southwest experienced and what Montego, 50 miles to the west, is going through. And this is really brutal and tough conditions. And clearly, we're seeing the degradation of structures by the fact that our windows are all blown out. And I'm seeing debris that is flying, mostly vegetation, though I did see some structural debris in the distance. But the 25,000 tourists that are in those resorts and hotels hunkering down have got to be just terrified as what is going on with the sounds and the fury of all this as well, with the wind whipping down and howling through these roadways. A quarter mile is the Caribbean Sea. As I look over there, trees are just back and forth, and the driving rain and it just pelting on your face. And your extremities, and you can feel it even if it's not hitting your skin. I could feel it earlier pounding into my back. It's just a terrible situation here right now, and I know what we're going to see tomorrow when we try to head into Montego. If we can make it down the two-lane road lined with businesses and homes, we're going to see just destruction in all places. And when we get to all the areas where people have been staying, I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of panic because there's still not going to be power and there won't be communications. And people who are not used to these scenarios, who would be used to something like this, right? Unless, you're with Fox Weather and you're out here covering these. And the reason we're doing this, the reason we're standing here and showing this is historic. We need to document it. And we also need the world and Jamaican officials and first responders. Wow. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you could hear that glass shatter. That is significant what just fell over there. My God. But this is why we're doing this. And at some point, if this continues, we're going to have to move closer in, but I am quite literally about 15 or so feet from the garage, so I can run in there. But the windows above me are already gone, and that's shattering over there. You know what, Pete, follow me. I'm going to be careful. I just want to see what exactly just crashed over here. Take a look if I can. Part of the porch and the glass completely collapsed on that side of our structure. Getting back to what I was saying, Ian, about Montego Bay, when we try to head in there tomorrow to try and get the visuals out and information to try to help first responders and officials and also aid groups that can potentially make their way in to help, they need to see what has occurred so that the proper supplies and information and aid can be brought into these areas. It's just super important. We're going to have a serious crisis on our hands, especially with the airport in Montego Bay. It's going to be offline. That will not be operational. Now, down in Kingston, we hope that that airport is operational so that the aid can come into there and we can get maybe the State Department with the United States and other countries to come in and help, because this side of the island is getting ravaged as we speak right now, Ian. It's a very scary situation for everyone here, and I hope that if people did not go to a shelter, if they were in a compromised structure, that they are okay and they are trying to find safety with loved ones. Ian, it's a bad scenario right now.
Yeah, Robert, if you can hear me, we could hear that play out as clear as day. And with that wind, we know it must have been loud. It sounded like a chandelier was coming down. While you were reporting, too, Pete was also showing us right behind you that there are shingles coming off the top of the home right behind you. Have you seen much damage to the structures right around you?
Yes, I mean, before I came on with you, I noticed that structure right over there was beginning to degrade up top. There's no doubt, and it looks like there's now debris just kind of flying down the streets all over the place. I wish we could move a little bit, but we can't. We're just in a position that we only have a limited viewing area because of the dangers here and the fact that we have to broadcast off the Starlink and get our signal up. But, you know, just looking in the distance as the sun is going down here, well, there is no sun, but the light, rather, is eroding. Now I can at least see the tops of the mountains up there and the cloud cover, whereas before, a half hour ago, when these hard impacts began, I couldn't see that. Maybe it was the driving rain, and maybe it was just the circulation. Unclear at that point because it was so intense. I guess, you know, if there's anything that's good about this right now is that these power lines have not fallen, but there's no doubt in this area there are power lines that are down. Again, these power poles are concrete, so they will not fall, and we have no power right now, so they're not electrified, they're not hot. That's a good thing. More sound in the distance of debris and destruction. I'm not sure what that was either at this point, but you can see pieces of roof now getting wrapped into parts of trees, wrapping around it. You've been talking about the tornado aspect of all this and how, you know, some of the warnings from the National Hurricane Center were almost like tornado warnings. And that is kind of what we're seeing. Pete moving his camera right now to try and get a different position. That's the fluidity of all this. So we're just going to keep hunkering down here and assessing the damage inside the home that we have rented, which is going to be rough. It's going to be a long night, but nothing compared to what some of the other people, the residents and the tourists are going through. Godspeed to all of them, everyone on the island, especially the western side and where we're at in the north central part of Jamaica. Great people. This is a terrible scenario happening. I hope the world comes and helps this island nation of nearly 3 million people. Yeah.
Robert, I know we're very thankful because you said a lot of the hotels were booked up, that you were able to get that spot and put yourself in a safe position, at least for now, to be showing us these scenes. What did the owners of that home have to say about this? Were they just hoping for the best moving through, Melissa?
Well, I mean, when we rented the home yesterday, the owners are in the United States. It's a company, but you know, based I'm not sure, based out of Atlanta. I'm not sure if it's privately owned, but an LLC, obviously. And you know, they were surprised that they were getting an inquiry for their home because of, you know, the ensuing hurricane. But they were nice enough to allow us to come in here and rent it. And I hate to say it, I mean, they're going to have issues, obviously, in the aftermath of this, unfortunately, as the windows just couldn't take it, and we'll have to assess what's going on inside. As we've had leaking water as well because of the driving rain. It's just a tough situation, but the structure will be okay. It will be standing. It's well made, but when you have winds like this and glass and debris flying, you can't fight that, unfortunately.
Yeah, Robert, I'm wondering too, as you get just off to your south and you start gaining elevation, you get a little bit higher up into those mountains, how those places are faring, because we had heard from the National Hurricane Center, higher you go in this scenario, stronger those winds would be, up 5, 10, up to the highest peaks 30% higher. I know the visibility is poor, but can you see up the hill at all how things are playing out?
I could see the tops of the mountains in the distance. I definitely can. So I'm not sure. I mean, I have to imagine that the winds are as intense or more intense up there as they blow down. I'm getting a very strong gust right now as well, and they also have been having inundation of flooding because of the rain here in St. Anne Parish. Also, it's just been terrible. A town about 15 miles or so from here just submerged in water, with images of homes with the water all the way up to the rooftops, and then you add the wind field then coming in. I hope that people are okay. I just pray that they are. Though, when you have a system this strong, there's going to be casualties, unfortunately, Ian.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when you consider that all of the different aspects of this storm, catastrophic across the board, the wind, the rain, the surge, that's the effect of a Category 5 storm at landfall, and still a powerful Cat 4, one that we're expecting to make another landfall off to Robert's north up in Cuba, moving into the overnight hours tonight. Robert, great work out there. That's Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. Jared is out there as well, and his photojournalist Pete capturing a historic storm in Melissa. Robert, we'll be checking back soon. Thank you. A new video out of Montego Bay. First time I'm seeing this too. Looks like a marina. The visibility poor, obviously. Robert was just talking about Montego Bay, the concern. So many tourists in this part of Jamaica caught off guard by this. Folks coming in from all across the world, places that never in their wildest imagination would consider that they'd be dealing with a top-end tropical threat. This person, I'm not sure when this was taken, but they were trying to secure their boat. That was a ship captain on his boat in the bay there. We know that Melissa will be one of the most devastating hurricanes on record in Jamaica, probably the worst. Gilbert back in 1988, the storm of record. This one coming from a different angle, more powerful, as you could see all that debris there in the marina. That's the lookout from Kingston. Spared the core of Melissa. That was considerably farther off to the west. But they've been dealing with tropical storm conditions all day today, and an extreme amount of rain. More of that. They've got mountains north and east of Kingston. And if you've been with us, we were talking about that with Brian Norcross. That's a longer fuse hazard, as all of that rain still has to make its way out of the higher elevations, out of the mountains, into the creeks, the streams. In Kingston, their stormwater removal system. They've got ditches that they've been working to make sure have been cleaned out to work to their absolute capacity, because they'll need it when we're talking about the numbers of rain up into the feet that have fallen, especially in some of those high elevation areas where the terrain has squeezed out more of that tropical moisture in Melissa. So here we are, a 5 p.m. advisory, a Category 4 hurricane with winds at 145 miles per hour. It appears as though we'll get another update coming out at 6 o'clock. We'll see if the new position from the National Hurricane Center, where they're calling it, we'll see. It's always the center of the inner core, that center of circulation. It appears as though that's now lifting north off the northern shores of Jamaica. We'll see. It's the NHC that calls that. But we've been talking about that jog to the right. The core got closer to Robert, and the wind direction shifting more. It was southwest and now westerly. We've got a whole half of this storm still to go for so much of Jamaica. Stay with us right here on Fox Weather as we continue to cover what was a monster Cat 5, still a very powerful Category 4 storm. Another landfall expected later on tonight up in Cuba. That'll be happening during the overnight hours. We'll have more on Melissa when Fox Weather returns. Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. We're going to get back out into the field. We'll have the latest on Melissa coming up in just a moment. Wanted to get you updated with what's happening down south. We had a tornado watch issued both sides of the Sabine River, Texas and Louisiana, all the way up to Shreveport. The tornadic threat just off to the north and east of the Houston metro area. Beaumont is included, out I-10 over to Lake Charles. So we've been watching these supercells that have fired up. A cluster of 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Then you head south. There is one active tornado warned storm. We'll get zoomed in on that and show you what's happening. It's Hardin, Jasper, and Tyler counties. So down south of Spurger, that's the tornado warned storm right there. We did have a confirmed tornado earlier. Radar confirmed they saw the National Weather Service a debris signature. This one has rotation and could produce a tornado. Yeah, that's a well-formed couplet here. So areas farther off to the south and east, be aware that's a supercell that could produce damaging winds, hail, and a clear tornadic threat with that one. Then you move farther off to the east. That's Sabine Parish over on the Louisiana side. And this one has TOR possible. There's rotation clearly happening here, and also a big hail threat. That was up to almost the size of ping pong balls. So just know through about 10 p.m. local time, you've got the potential for more of these powerful storms. That's the look right there with future radar. We'll keep you updated on the severe threat moving through this evening. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ. All eyes are on now Major Hurricane Melissa as it tears across the island nation of Jamaica. It's hard to imagine any place in the world that's fully equipped to handle a Category 5 hurricane making a direct landfall. This does represent a worst-case scenario for these areas, particularly right there across the western part of the island. The Jamaican Minister of Water, Environment, and Climate Change, the Honorable Matthew Samuda, joins us now. Minister Samuda, thank you for being here with us. I know how challenging of a scenario this must be. What can you tell us about how the island is faring, particularly out west, where the core of this monster storm is moving right overhead?
So the entire island is facing significantly deteriorating weather conditions. Even on the eastern end of the island, we're facing the equivalent of tropical storm conditions, right? And as you move westerly, it gets more and more severe as you move towards the eye of Melissa. As you mentioned in your introduction, when you have 185 mile an hour winds come on shore with 17-foot storm surge in areas like St. Elizabeth and 30 to 40 inches of rainfall already in some areas, you're going to have flooding, you're going to have infrastructure failure, and unfortunately we're likely to have some deaths. The reality is the storm is now over St. James, which is in the parish of Montego Bay, which many of your viewers will be familiar with, and it is heading towards our northern coastline. But in its wake, it would have left significant destruction. We are waiting until we have the all clear to get the full assessment of the level of damage. But the videos and the pictures and the calls we're getting are truly heartbreaking.
Minister, part of what makes Jamaica such a beautiful place, part of the reason why folks that are lucky enough to live there, Jamaicans or folks that visit, tourists, you have beautiful beaches, areas down at the coast, but also the high terrain, some of these mountains, which exacerbate some of the challenges that you were just talking about with the winds even higher at the high elevations and those winds too. What's it been like managing the fact that you have surge at the coast, you've got the rain and wind across the entire island?
So you have to understand the highest mountains are on the east. And the storm didn't approach through the highest mountains. So there hasn't been the sort of protection that we do tend to get from the Blue Mountains. 70% of our population, 70% of our population live within 5 kilometers of the sea. So you understand the gravity of the situation and the scale of the challenge when you have that sort of storm surge backed up with that sort of rainfall. Low-lying areas near to the sea, that's where the population is, right? So getting people to higher ground and to safety has been a challenge. Maintaining our drains and clearing those drains over the last week when we could, it was obvious that this storm would come, has obviously been a challenge. We're just hopeful that the storm's forward movement increases so that it leaves our shores as quickly as possible, so that we're able to do first our humanitarian evaluation to see what it is our people most need fastest. Obviously, we're going to have significant challenges with shelter, and we're going to have to get food to our people as quickly as food and medicine as quickly as possible to our population, especially in the southwest and in areas with proximity to where the eye would have hit.
Minister, it's been truly awful watching how this has developed over the past few days, knowing the implications for your country. So our thoughts are with you, as we know you are still right in the thick of this, and we'd love to check back in with you moving through the event and beyond as the recovery starts to take place there in Jamaica. That's the Honorable Matthew Samuda, Jamaica's Minister of Water, Environment, and Climate Change. Thank you. That's a lookout. The Bahamas, 83 degrees, dreary skies, but you have Melissa inching closer. Hurricane warning is up for the Bahamas. We're expecting that to still be a powerful storm as it moves on through. And something new with the advisory from the National Hurricane Center, or the 5 p.m. advisory, we've got Bermuda in a hurricane watch again. Folks in Bermuda I know saying you got to be kidding me. That means that the tropical storm force winds will be arriving within about 48 hours. So an indicator here that, yes, we've got the potential high likelihood, in fact, an almost certainty of tropical storm conditions, but hurricane conditions are possible. So we'll be watching this. We've got that second landfall that'll be occurring during the overnight hours, the early morning hours tomorrow in Cuba, a day of hurricane conditions there in the Bahamas, and then still impacts expected beyond that. We'll watch that for Bermuda later in the week. That does it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Stay with us here on Fox Weather for our continuing coverage of Melissa.
And welcome inside Fox Weather Live. I'm Steve Benner. Of course, we are tracking the historic Melissa as it tears through Jamaica, dumped back out into the Caribbean, and now is barreling towards Cuba, the Bahamas, and then towards Bermuda. This is just beginning of the life cycle. Look at the vicious winds that are tearing through Jamaica, a Cat 5 storm that had 185-mile-per-hour winds. It's the strongest storm Jamaica has ever had as a landfall, and truly ties as the strongest storm ever in the Atlantic basin. Let's talk more about what we are seeing with all of this here. Melissa right now stands at the latest advisory, 145-mile-per-hour winds. It's a Cat 4. Notice that the core and the eye of that did erode away when it moved over land, but now it's dumping back over water. We're going to talk with Robert Ray any moment now. He is just south of where that core is, but bringing it back stateside down into the Toledo Bend area, East Texas to Louisiana. Over 2 million people in a tornado watch. We have active warnings that are ongoing. Right now, there's severe thunderstorm warnings. We did have multiple tornado warnings. So we are watching what is happening in the tropics, but also what's happening stateside. And we'll continue to work with you. I'd mentioned Robert. It seems like we are going to be efforting to get him a little bit later in our show. And here's why. By the way, getting somebody and even having communication is almost impossible in this type of environment when you look at the violence that ensued with this 185-mile-per-hour wind and a Cat 5 storm tearing through. We have new video that's coming into the Fox Weather Forecast Center. We will be passing that along, but let's get you updated on everything that we are seeing right now as this unfolds. What's important to note is it's back out over water. It's still a high-end Cat 4. It has water that's untapped, and as it approaches Cuba, will strengthen and likely to make landfall overnight tonight. And we're looking at very, big rain totals, strong wind gusts, everything that Jamaica went through. Eastern Cuba is looking at potentially too. So before we get into that, here's that latest advisory. Of course, you can see how broad this system is. By the way, when you look at the width of Jamaica, it's only about 50 to 60 miles wide. Why is that important? Or north and south? Because it doesn't spend much time over land, and it went over the western side of Jamaica, which only has 2,000-foot mountains. I say all this because when you look at the hurricane force winds, there's Montego Bay. We have a guest that's going to join us, an Oklahoma couple that is effectively trapped there because they couldn't get out as early as last weekend. They couldn't get out. And now they're trapped there in Montego Bay. We'll listen to what they have to say. They're still dealing with hurricane force winds as we speak as of right now. Here is Robert right in this area, St. Anne's Bay. I was listening to his shots, watching him. If you're just joining us, he was talking a lot with Ian Oliver over the last several hours. And as we got towards the latter half of the 5 o'clock hour, the homes behind him were starting to really get noticeable damage. Glass was starting to get blown out. You could hear it in the background. The shingles were getting torn away. Look below. There's other areas, though, that are dealing with significant damage. There are roofs that are getting ripped off right now in Jamaica, and that's what was happening earlier. As we zoom in, this is St. Anne Parish. That is Robert's locator. He got kind of the outer edge of that eye wall as it was moving in, and that's where we want to take you right now. And so as we take a look at this video, this is Kingston, Jamaica. That's on the eastern side. The opposite side of the island on the southern side, they had significant rain and wind. But let's get you to the ground truth. Let's bring in Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. Robert, what a brutal past couple hours. Walk us through what you're experiencing right now.
Yeah, Steve, it has been unbelievable. The fury of Hurricane Melissa that has come in here into north central Jamaica. And I can't imagine what's going on in Montego Bay, 50 miles to the west, but extremely heavy hurricane force gusts, blowing rain and debris flying everywhere. The home, the structure that we're in, the upstairs sliding glass doors and windows have been blown out. We have video of all that. We actually had a video going for time lapse, looking upstairs and out one of the closed glass doors, and it blew out in front of our time lapse. And we're going to try to get that to you so you can see the fury of all this. But everything is a mess. It's falling apart.
And so what you're hearing right now is, of course, Robert Ray's. There's that interference oftentimes with these storms, that connection issue. What he was talking about is the fury of Melissa. We're going to effort to kind of reconnect with them if we can. I just want to show you the wind forecast from where we stand right now over the next 24 hours. Notice that wind gusts, they have now shifted in a different direction. It's coming derived out of the southwest. That's why he's on the backside of this system. And you see the gusts are still 70 plus. Hurricane force winds are still being felt where Robert is on the northern side of Jamaica. I will say this, because of the direction of the wind, the storm surge does not seem to be the threat now for the northern side of the island. Notice this, though, as we start to see maybe people get out to look at the damage either later tonight or hopefully tomorrow when we get some of that daylight, there's still going to be active rain tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. We have some new video that we
also need the world and Jamaican officials and first responders. Wow. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if you could hear that glass shatter. That is significant what just fell over there. My God. But this is why we're doing this, and at some point, if this continues, we're
gonna have to move.
All right, so that was earlier, roughly about a half hour ago, where you could hear that moment where the glass gets blown out. And the concern Robert had, you have to have your head on a swivel. That's why he has all that protective gear. We're going to continue to show you some of the visuals, not only from Robert's location, but throughout all of Jamaica as we continue to look at some of these impacts that are coming in. I think it's important to note, though, that this is only the beginning chapter. Notice the cone. It is a Category 4. It still has at least a couple hours over warm water, looking at another 6 hours, and then the potential for this to intensify and impact eastern Cuba. So that's what we want to do now, is kind of bring that awareness ahead to what Cuba can expect. We are expecting landfall to be overnight, roughly noon or midnight to anywhere in 2 a.m. Here's some of those visuals from Monday, where you're looking at, of course, families that are preparing. You see small children, of course, that are just trying to figure out what's going on. They're probably feeling that tension, of course, as everybody prepares. Another thing to note, this just coming in at the top of our show, Haiti has actually canceled school for tomorrow in preparation of Melissa. So yes, Haiti, which took the initial impacts before this intensified to the absolute monster that it is, now is getting a secondary impact. It just shows you how, as this fans out and now starts to carve its way to the east, there are still areas here that are going to be impacted, but it's really towards Guantanamo, Santiago de Cuba, and those spots on the southern shores that are bracing for the worst of it, and absolutely at the worst time frame. Overnight, you don't have the vantage point, of course, of seeing anything that's unfolding in front of you. You don't know how high the water is rising in those areas. This is an extremely mountainous portion of Cuba where you could have 6,000 to 7,000 foot mountains, and then it moves into the Bahamas tomorrow into Thursday. The jet stream starts to get impacted and sweeps this up, and you'll see this acceleration while you only see one bar on the cone, and then we get to Bermuda. And by the way, we have Mike Seidel that is going to be in this as well. He's going to join our coverage starting tomorrow for Bermuda. But there's a lot of focus on Cuba. We had Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross. He was on earlier to stress the expected impacts and how significant it could be. Take a listen to what Brian had to say.
Santiago de Cuba, which is a major city, and of course at Guantanamo, U.S. interests at Guantanamo. Hopefully everybody is hunkered down there because this is going to be a significant hurricane hit. But there is high ground on those islands. The Bahamians know how to deal with it, but still it is going to be a significant storm.
All right, good insight from Brian. Let's dive deeper into this. Okay, so this is the Fox weather model, and you have future radar. We're starting off really in the next hour. Look how tightly wound this is again. The black bars, the pressure millibar, the closer they are together, the stronger the wind field. You're looking at another healthy core that's coming back and reemerging north of Jamaica. It's a small strip of water, but it's in the mid to upper 80s. It's fueling it yet again. So high Cat 4, high-end Cat 4, can't rule out maybe something greater than that. Notice the timestamp now. It's already moved inland, and it's 3 a.m. Now, this is one model of many iterations, but it gives you the window of time from midnight to about 2 to 3 a.m. is expected landfall. And thankfully, the difference between this for Cuba than for Jamaica is the speed at which it decides to get out of here. Jamaica has been dealing with this for a significant amount of time, days, right? We're looking at by tomorrow afternoon, this is now over the Bahamas, releasing out of Cuba by Wednesday evening, and then you're watching this speed even further because of the jet stream interaction. Now, because of that speed that it's moving, hopefully it limits that amount of time that it can squeeze out rain. But as we just talked about, the mountainous areas, orographic lift, tropical moisture, and a powerful storm, still looking at 2 to potentially 3 feet of rain for these areas just outside of Santiago de Cuba, Bayamo, and those areas that you are seeing in central Cuba for overnight. So we're going to dive more into that, of course, as we continue to track Melissa. Fox Weather, we are your Hurricane HQ, Jamaica's worst hurricane on record, still leaving some catastrophic impacts. Up next, I'll be speaking with one couple stuck on the island as they hunker down to ride it out. Plus, bringing it back stateside, keeping eyes on Texas and Louisiana. Here's Texarkana. They're on the northern side of the threat. They had some tornado warnings not too far to the south of them a little while ago. We'll talk more about what tonight's threat could be like and the rest of the week as Fox Weather Live returns. And welcome back to Fox Weather Live. Melissa is breaking records. We have seen that there are so many superlatives to be attached to this storm, and we want to go over some of those records that you may hear and that you have seen. These are the storms that have made landfall in Jamaica since 1988. And what's important about this is really when Robert was out days ahead of time, many of them equated it to this, right? Gilbert, 1988, was a very powerful storm. It's the strongest one they ever had. You could see that intensification as it moved just outside of Kingston, and it was a Cat 4 at that time frame. Well, today, now we have a different, strongest storm to ever hit Jamaica. As you look at this area where it's a Cat 5 for Melissa, the rapid intensification. But a reminder, this actually was beyond just that threshold of barely getting to a Cat 5. Notice this, 185 mile per hour winds. That ties the strongest Atlantic hurricanes at landfall in recorded history. How far back you have to go to? Well, you got Dorian back in 2019 or Labor Day in 1935. What's important about this, though, is the nuance not only to the wind, because remember, with this, that's going to be how it's categorized on the Saffir-Simpson scale, but there's other aspects to it as well. We'll get to the pressure millibar here in a moment. When you look at the wind speed, and with these years, these are the top Atlantic hurricanes. By the way, this is not speaking of just landfall. We just showed you the ones that landfall. At times, they can strengthen over water, and they reach that threshold like Allen back in 80. But you'll notice this ties for number 2 strongest storm to ever form in the Atlantic basin. It was in the Caribbean. And then you go to that pressure millibar, which was impressive as it dipped to 892. Last night, when we were talking, I did this segment, The Record Bender, and it was at 906. And it was the lowest that this pressure millibar had ever gotten this late in the season. Now, you're talking about 24 hours later, or really 12 hours later, it dipped to 892. So not only did it make the list for the lowest pressure millibar, but how late in the season. And by the way, a reminder, this area of the Caribbean, or really of the Atlantic basin, has seen no activity all season long, and they had this absolute monster that formed. So we'll be talking more about the nuances of this. But how does that data and those superlatives translate to the actual ground? We dedicate to give you the ground truth. And here we have Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray, who's been in the thick of it really all day long, and he starts us off in St. Ann Parish again. Robert, we know it's chaotic out there. Kind of walk us through, my friend, again, what you're experiencing.
Steve, brutal conditions right now. Absolutely intense hurricane force winds whipping through here as we are losing light. We have darkness, and you know, we may lose signal here shortly. I know we did earlier moments ago with you, and that's what happens when you have incredible winds like this and driving rain. It feels like BBs on the face. Structures are falling apart around us. Unfortunately, the second floor of the home that we're in, glass doors completely shattered, windows gone. It is dangerous. We have wind whipping through the structure now, unfortunately, as so many buildings are like that. And yet the worst of these conditions are to the west of us and to southwest, obviously, with the landfall that came in earlier. 185-mile-an-hour winds, Cat 5, and then moving up into the Montego Bay area, which is about 15 miles to the west of us. Roads are going to be impassable if they're not already. We haven't been able to see it, but some of the video we've been able to see on social media and through Fox Weather is not good. So many of those resorts, over 25,000 tourists stuck, stranded inside those resorts with no power and no cell phone service, and there's got to be a lot of fear going on. Shelters across Jamaica, we are told there are 800 of them open, but only about nearly 400 of them have people, about 6.
And again, Robert doing his best to keep us informed and, of course, try to keep that signal up. What's important for everybody with this is when you look at a storm like this, just because it's lifted north of Robert, counterclockwise rotation still brings in the backside of this where you have hurricane force winds. So everywhere that you see in that reddish to orange color, that is where you're still getting the wind gusts 75 miles per hour if greater. You could hear that in Robert's shot. And that means they're still battling the core of Melissa, which likely could be even strengthening again because it's over warm water. So just because it's left Jamaica, it truly hasn't left because the system is so large and powerful. Another component to this is the safety for Robert. At times, we've had to pull him inside. You saw and you heard the video before where the glass shattered. And there are things that you can prepare for, which is staying inside the structure, and then there's that moment where there could be debris, and you take that opportunity to get back inside and figure out, okay, what is going to be safe. So this is going to be something that's very fluid tonight as you're with us on Fox Weather. We are efforting to get you video from Jamaica, from what we have known out of the latest. We do have video we can show you, and then at times bringing you those live elements, not only of the powerful winds, but when does it start to improve for those areas as well. Notice St. Ann Parish, that's highlighted. That is where Robert's at. If you look just to on the left-hand side or on the western side of Jamaica, there's Montego Bay. Montego Bay is where we have a couple that's from Oklahoma that had a vacation there, and they were trying to return back, and they effectively got trapped, and they've been hunkered down. Now, we've been talking to them throughout the day. Then they lost power. We lost communication. Then we were talking to them again, and we're efforting to get their story to you as well, because it's one thing to battle out a storm and you're in familiar territory and maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable. It's another one when you're, in a place that you're unfamiliar with and you're talking about a historic storm. A reminder, Melissa is actually tied for the strongest landfalling hurricane in history. So you can imagine how concerning this would be for those in Jamaica. But it doesn't stop there. Let's continue the conversation about where it goes next, because we talked about, obviously, it's going to hit Cuba overnight tonight. Then it goes into areas like the Bahamas. And then this is a good question from Kim. This comes from Peoria, where it says, is it possible for Melissa to re-strengthen before Bermuda? So let's go through that process. And if you want to ask us some questions, you can go over to foxweather.com/connect. At times, we'll have the QR code on our screen, and you can scan that to get us the question. So let's look at the overall path of this in the forecasted cone. By the way, we have Robert in Jamaica, as you saw. We do have Mike Seidel that will be joining us starting tomorrow from Bermuda. So we'll have live coverage for you. As you'll look here, it's 145-mile-per-hour winds right now, likely by Thursday, now weakening down to a Cat 2, but still a powerful storm. What's important about that, did you notice the shape of the cone and how narrow this is? And when you bring out the spaghetti plot, why there's a lot of confidence on where it's going to go. That's because it's now guided by the jet stream. So, Kim, to answer your question, when you're talking about the strengthening, there's different components of this. It's not me evading the question. It's the component of, as a tropical system, I don't think it's going to strengthen. But because it's accelerating because of the jet stream and it's moving faster towards the northeast, there's still going to be major impacts for Bermuda. So when you look at Bermuda, likely to be north of there, but the dirty side of the storm is the right front quadrant. It's moving to the northeast, so they are smack dab in the right front quadrant, and why you see a 90% chance of tropical storm force winds, if not greater. Mike Seidel will be there to verify that. Now, how do we distinguish? Where do we have that jet stream? Look at that dry streak that comes through. This is what's shielding the East Coast and the Southeast, and why it never turns back towards us, but is what's also guiding it into Bermuda, looking at this staying as a Cat 2, but with that forward acceleration, a little extra oomph, maybe it has a bigger impact than just what you would see with a typical Category 2. Something else we're going to talk about later in our show is this tongue of moisture that rides from the western Atlantic to the north, combines with this low that's moving over the Great Lakes, will have impacts for Halloween, but what type of influence will that have for the New England region? We'll dive deeper into our show about that, but you'll notice as it moves to the North Atlantic, even this late into the season, you're looking at a Category 2 storm. So timing it out for Bermuda, you can see it emerges on the screen by Thursday evening, starts to come in. Again, it's overnight into Friday, and then Friday morning is when it goes passing by. Bermuda's tiny. We've talked about this in recent storms. You're not looking at a direct landfall, but even if you're on the eastern side of that and it curls around the island, you are on the dirty side, the worst side of the storm, and something that we'll be watching for. Kim, though, with your question, I know you're looking and strengthening before Bermuda. Before we even get to Bermuda, we have to worry about Cuba. And my concern tonight is how strong does it get over that narrow area of water from Jamaica to Cuba? Because right now, we have seen that explosive process where it can re-strengthen, but there's that wind field as it moves past Bermuda late Thursday into Friday morning. All right, Melissa, of course, is still tearing through Jamaica as we speak. Visibility dangerously low during the worst of it. Look at this, Montego Bay, Jamaica. You wouldn't know where it was until you see that boat. You can see the violence there. More on what's to come in the Caribbean and beyond when we return. Stick around. And welcome back into Fox with Live. I'm Steve Benner, and of course, we're tracking Melissa as it tears through Jamaica, now entered into the water north of Jamaica, backside of the system, though, impacting the northern side of the island from Montego Bay out towards Ocho Rios and those areas like St. Ann Parish, where we have Robert Ray at times. We've tried to talk to him, of course. Really difficult conditions right now. Here is the latest advisory, 5 p.m. Still a powerful Cat 4 storm. Notice the speed has picked up north-northeast at 8 miles an hour and the pressure millibar at 921, but it's back over warm water and now concerned for Cuba. So walk with me. Let's get into real quickly. If you're just joining Fox Weather, maybe coming back home from work and you're saying, hey, I know there was big concerns about Jamaica today. Well, it made landfall earlier this afternoon, and it was now tied for the strongest storm to ever make landfall in the Atlantic Basin. For Jamaica, this is your strongest storm you have ever experienced. And you look at this, New Hope, Jamaica, on the southwestern side of the island, just outside of Black River, 185-mile-per-hour winds, 892 is the pressure millibar. And that just shows you historic nature. Here's what we got. Right in here is where we have that core. What I'm going to actually do is I'm just going to pause it and put it at where it's at now. This is the core. It's over water, but you'll notice the vicious winds and still the cloud tops that are very cold, which means the instability in the thunderstorms on the backside of this system. Sadly, and as a Floridian, something we were told even growing up, the worst part of tropical systems at times and powerful hurricanes, when you get that eye, everything calms, everybody starts getting outside, looking around. The backside of that system comes in real quick, and it's violent in nature. Hopefully everybody's still hunkering down because you can just see some of the images that have been pouring in. Let's talk more about what we have seen throughout the day in areas of Jamaica. This is Kingston, Jamaica. Of course, this is on the other side of the island, but it was an absolute buzzsaw and dangerous in every type of way. It was life-threatening for people in Jamaica. Fox Weather's Robert Ray has been in the thick of it all day long, and he caught the worst of it earlier in St. Ann Parish. Take a listen to this.
This system, even after it exits as a Category 4 into the Caribbean Sea shortly, the backside of this will create a tremendous amount of energy and push of surge that will move into the Montego Bay area and all of this roadway that goes 50-plus miles into Negril on the southwest, far southwest corner. And there will be major issues with that push of water on top of the rain that is falling and the wind. There are resorts that are under construction that I saw the other day coming in as I flew into Montego Bay. And many of them, you know, I hope that they shored up some of that construction material because that's going to be projectiles. On top of that, the airport likely going to be in a compromised position, unfortunately, because of the wind field. And, you know, we hope that Kingston stays in place, the capital. About 1 million people live there because that airport will be a lifeline for aid to come in here and also to get people off of this island. World Food Organization is here. Other aid groups and other aid groups will be making their way in. Have to think at this point tomorrow when the sun comes up and we can have some sort of semblance to be able to traverse a little bit, we're going to run into a lot of roadways that are impassable, not only in the southwest where the hurricane came on shore, but also the roadway into Montego Bay. There will likely be debris fields quite everywhere, and that's going to cause a lot of issues for first responders and officials to try and assess. But the Jamaican government, we know, is ready when they can take off with helicopters and also get on the ground and try to help people. And the 25,000 plus tourists that are on the island over there are going to be wanting some help, I can tell you. Certainly being locked down and without cell phone service and no power, very uncomfortable. And there is a big wind gust, just kind of took me off my feet. Had to land a little bit there. I have to think we are approaching perhaps hurricane force wind gusts here. No question about it, just from feeling and standing in these in the past right now. Ian, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, just give me a little holler. I don't know if our Starlink is staying with us right now. I just saw significant debris in the distance behind the house fly off of a structure. Obviously, it was I don't know if it was plywood or aluminum, and I'll wait maybe for the Starlink to come back. Power has been out for about 3 hours here, and sustained winds coming through. Again, moments ago I saw debris flying. It was not vegetation. It was clearly off of a structure of some sort, and you see the trees in the distance behind me. And Pete, you know, I don't know if you can, we can't leave being tucked into this garage where we're broadcasting because none of this would hold up. But what I'm seeing to my left is a hill that goes up into this neighborhood, and then the mountainside. Can't even see the mountains anymore over there because of all of this wind field and the driving rain. The rain feels like little tiny BBs hitting you in the side of the face, and that's why the glasses again and the helmet. You have to be incredibly careful out here, and I continue to look around behind me for debris. I want to make sure that there is nothing flying. I got a tree to my right that is partially collapsed. We'll see that all over the place, not only in the southwest where landfall was made, but on this roadway into Montego. I can't imagine what Montego is going through, Montego Bay and all those great communities.
So that was Robert Ray. Earlier, we have talked to him at times tonight. He's still out in all of this, and he had referenced Montego Bay. Look at some of the visuals that we are coming in with now, and it just shows you how terrifying a historic storm can be. The vicious winds that just tear through this, and a big component in all of this is the longevity of the event. This doesn't go away in just a quick 5, 10, 15 minutes. This is hours long, and we're going to stay with Jamaica. I want to talk about the progression of this. This is the water vapor satellite. There's so many different views of watching this, but what's fascinating is looking at that dry core as it moves over land that erodes away. But look at the high availability of moisture that's still coming down in the mountainous areas and on the northern side of Jamaica, actually truly throughout all the islands. So even though it's lifting to the north, you still have considerable threats with the flash flooding that's ongoing. And so what we're looking at is beyond that, we get into Cuba and those spots like the Bahamas where they will have significant impacts. We will have that forecast in just a moment. Looking at this, the wave heights continue to be extremely large for those sides on the northern side of the island. Now, Southeast Regional Health Authority in Jamaica, they've been urging people to watch out for crocodiles. So they've been talking about even that type of threat. Unusual things. Now imagine this. You're hearing all of this and you're a vacationer that's been stuck in Jamaica, and they talk about how this is the worst that any hurricane she's experienced from her home state in Texas. Take a listen to this.
People are like, you're from Houston, you're familiar with hurricanes, but it's a lot different because we're in a Caribbean island, we're surrounded by water. This one feels completely different from the worst hurricane I've ever experienced in Houston, which was Harvey. I've never experienced a wind like this. The wind is so bad, we actually have a crack in our door because it sounds like somebody's trying to get in the door.
Wow.
That's how bad the wind is.
And so we'll talk more about Jamaica, but now we have to do the preparation ahead for Cuba. You're looking at what's happening earlier in the week on Monday where people are starting to prepare. And you look at families kind of gathering around and hunkering down. And overnight tonight is when we're expecting that secondary landfall for Melissa. And this thing is still very powerful. Now, when you think about landfall, if you're familiar with tropical events, normally once that core hits land, it erodes away, falls apart, and you see a weakening. Well, we went from a historic Cat 5 to a still high-end Cat 4, and now it's back over water. And you have this narrow stretch of the Northern Caribbean that is very warm. It's been untouched, and so you're looking at temperatures in mid to upper 80s. What that is telling me is that it can strengthen as it lifts into Cuba and the Bahamas. So looking at this is future radar. Using one of the model runs here. This is the Euro model, and you'll look at that tight pressure gradient, the northern eye wall that emerges yet again, and that significant rain event and the brutal wind that's expected from central to eastern Cuba. All of these areas, and there's some mountainous areas, so that does protect you from potentially the rising water with flooding or with that storm surge that could be greater than 9 feet in areas like Guantanamo. But you start worrying about, as you gain elevation, you also gain in intensity with the wind gust. Looking at this here, looking at about 1 foot to 1.5 foot wide spread. Then you have some isolated spots that could be 2 to 3 feet in Bayamo and those spots more towards central Cuba in the mountainous area. So as we take a look at this, it's the southern shores. Now, with this, not only are you going to get that orographic lift and that rain, but you're also going to kind of break apart Melissa's structure a little bit more than what we had seen in Jamaica. And on the leeward side of that, maybe a storm that isn't as significant or strong for spots like the Bahamas. Still a powerful system. We'll be watching this as we time it out. This is when we're looking at that landfall. Landfall is expected overnight, anywhere from really midnight to 3 a.m., more towards the 2 to 3 a.m. window is what we're watching for Cuba. We do have our eyes, of course, on the tropics, but we want to bring it back stateside for a moment because we do have some severe storms in Houston. One of those spots that's on the edge of all of this, and there was that concern about, of course, what could unfold for those areas in Texas and out towards, Louisiana. It's the Toledo Bend area. So it's a 2 out of 5 overall threat from the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, but embedded in that is a tornadic risk. And you have this cold front boundary that's going to dive into this humid environment that you see there. And in that tornado watch that goes until 10 p.m. local time, you have roughly 2 million people. Now, for Houston, I think thankfully the worst of it is already pushed to your east. This is a widespread damaging wind event. So you'll see all of those states that are removed even from the Gulf all the way up into the southern plains that are dealing with that wind advisory as well. Here's where we stand on radar as of now. Sam, I don't know if you can help me out. We'll zoom in on some of those active warnings. When we look at this is the northern side, widespread rain, but that should stay subsevere. As we look, this is considered the Toledo Bend area where you have Texas and Louisiana meet. This is the big Toledo Lake. On either side of that, straddling it, you have severe thunderstorm warnings. Notice in that the tornado possible tag is embedded. That's the northern cluster of severe storms. Then look at this, Beaumont towards Lake Charles, I-10 corridor. And with that, look at the amount of electricity embedded in that. You got a tornado possible. You got that hook signature on the backside. So Lumberton and those spots just north of Beaumont. Then you go out towards Boona and those areas got level 2 on this as well. This is actually going to be out towards Calcasieu. That's Parrish. So that's going to be Louisiana. This is Hardin, Jasper, and Orange counties as we get in. So this one is actually straddling the state line. What we're looking at is the velocity coupling. You would try to find green and red meeting each other. You don't see that. So maybe there's some mid-level rotation. So you're seeing a lowering of the wall cloud while they have a tornado possible tag. But you're not seeing any of that connecting down to the surface for a tornadic threat. Here's that South Toledo Bend area. Now you're starting to look at back towards Texas, Sabine and St. Augustine counties, Highway 96 corridor. Embedded in that is a tornado possible. You do see green meets red, but it was not bright and there's a gap. So it's broad rotation, does not look like it's going to lower. And then you go out towards these areas of now into Louisiana, Vernon Parish. That's what we see right now, a cluster of storms. We'll be watching that. That's the beginning of the Halloween storm for everybody as we push towards the latter half of the week. We'll have more on that. But first, of course, we're going to revisit what's happening in the tropics with Melissa. Some video coming in from Montego Bay. And you could tell this was earlier in the day. The wind's starting to pick up. And along with that, some significant rain. And then the concern of when that rain meets the sea, the storm surge and that freshwater inundation. We'll be watching for that. Plus, bringing it back stateside, coastal storm. We've had significant rounds of rain for areas in the southeast and the Outer Banks. But what does that do as we push towards Halloween? And will Melissa have an influence? We're going to tie all of that together on the other side of the break. Stay with us. And welcome back into Fox Weather Live. Melissa still has a lot of power. It's already left an incredible mark on Jamaica. We have some video they want to show you that's unfolded so far. This is a roof being blown off earlier in this event. This is in Black River, Jamaica. When you think about where Black River is, that's on the southwestern side of the island. Just outside of there is where it made landfall. But it was actually to the west of Black River. It was in Key Cove at 1 p.m., which means they got the right front quadrant. They got the worst part of the eye wall, and you can look at what that means to those that live there. Now, let's show you some other vantage points all across the island. This was winds howling on the camera as the worst of it came through. This is Kingston. Think about how far away that is. The island's 160 miles long, and that's about roughly 100 miles to the east, and you can still see that wind whipping across the screen. It's that pressure washer effect. If you heard us talking with Robert earlier, he was saying, when I'm standing out here, I feel like I'm getting hit with BBs right now. Like, it's just brutal. It's tearing away at your skin. That's what it's like when you stand in rain and wind at this intensity. Now, a big component of all of this is the power grid. And notice power lines sparking as Melissa triggers widespread power outages. Sadly, this is where many fatalities can be reported in these type of events, is when that comes down, and you have to treat like every single one of those is live. And you can't restore power until the winds are usually less than 25 to 20 miles an hour. And that doesn't look like it's going to happen until overnight. So this is going to be something that they wait till tomorrow morning to start cleaning up. We have some other video. Look at the bridge before the flooding took it over, because then you're going to see the aftermath. This is in Spanish Town, Jamaica. This was on Monday, right? We're looking at the bridge. So this is the day ahead of time. And then now we look at what it looks like. There doesn't even look like there's a bridge, right? And you could see that water raging over that, along with it, some debris. And you have to think, okay, that's a small bridge, but there's a reason why it's there. Communities could be cut off right now because of that being compromised and taken over. We show you some more video coming in where tourists, they're stranded. And that's coming through to us. We had a guest last night that was on their honeymoon. They have been stuck at that same resort near Montego Bay. We had another couple from Oklahoma that have been stuck. And you can see how many different vacationers are there. And imagine being stuck in an unfamiliar location, and you have the strongest storm to ever hit the island is what you're going through. And you're told, hey, you're going to be able to fly out later this week. And you start looking online, trying to gather more information, and you're seeing all the damage that we just showed you. And you start feeling that vulnerability of, can I actually get out on Thursday or Friday? Will the airports be open? That's why we are going to continue on with this story beyond it leaving Jamaica and giving you those updates in the aftermath. I want to talk more about what could unfold beyond what we are seeing in Jamaica. We'll keep you updated. Of course, we've been checking in with Robert and Jared, our team that's there, right? You can see Robert here. Jared is his producer. You saw him last night if you were on the show. They've had a chaotic day today, and at times glass shattering. And a lot of you at home have reached out to us saying, are they okay? They are okay. And so we have been talking with them. We have another team member, Mike Seidel, that's going to be getting out into Bermuda now as you start looking at the potential of them being impacted as well. Let's talk more about other threats that are embedded in this, right? We want to hear the questions from you at home. When we look at this threat, many people are talking about, well, there's so many layers of this. So here's a question from Abigail from Ohio saying, do we expect tornadic activity from this storm? And so we will be looking at that as well. Now, what we are looking at right here is we have actual information coming in from our teams that are out there. As of 5:41, the team here in Jamaica is physically and mentally strong. We, like the Jamaican population and tourists stranded on the island, have experienced extreme wind, rain, and power outages. Cellular service is out across much of this island. So Godspeed to all. We will continue our mission of documenting history, relaying the facts, shooting the impacts of people, animals in the great island of Jamaica. Hard days are ahead for all here, but we need to get through these impacts tonight. This is all courtesy of Robert connecting with our team behind the scenes here, letting us know that he's okay. He's in talks with people nearby, and he's there to talk about the history of this event, but to share the story of so many in Jamaica and those impacts that they are not only feeling tonight, but in the days ahead. It shows you that commitment and the heart of our Fox Weather team here, especially Robert and Jared. Let's talk more about what Abigail was alluding to. And Abigail, I think it's important what you bring up, because this storm is an M-named storm. Think about the M-named storm from last year, Milton. And as it impacted Florida, became a big tropical tornadic threat. I'm speaking to you candidly because my childhood home was hit by a tornado out of Milton. They are fine. They were able to rebuild. As we look at this, though, what it's moving over right now, as we start looking at beyond Jamaica into Cuba, into Bahamas, and into Bermuda, all of these are island chains. So as Milton, before we move on, Milton came out of this direction, hit Florida, and it took the entire width of Florida, right? That's why they was able to get that frictional difference, and a tornadic threat ensued. Each storm is different. Now let's get back. What we are seeing here, very small island change limits that potential for tornadic threat for Cuba, the Bahamas, and of course for Bermuda. Now that doesn't spare them from every type of impact. We talk about the damaging wind, the flooding risk, and the storm surge. All of those are still on the table. If you have a question, right here's the QR code. Scan that or go to foxweather.com/connect. We're here to answer your questions, to continue the conversation that we are hearing at home. It was you at home that was asking us what's happening with Robert, and he was able to give us that update, and so we are listening as well. I want to bring you back stateside. A lot of course, focus, rightfully so, on what's been ongoing with the tropics, but we do have more information coming in out of the Outer Banks. We have 2 more unoccupied homes in North Carolina that fell into the ocean earlier this morning, bringing the total number of homes that have collapsed to 13 in less than a month. Now, I want to show you, Melissa, and I want to show you this low pressure that's moving in between and right in between into the Great Lakes. And in between all of this, you have a volatile wind field yet again. And so that's going to be another impact for those spots in the Outer Banks. And so what we are looking at is the overall impact of what they have seen throughout the day today as those homes collapse into the surf. When we look at this, this is a waning threat. Thankfully, it's exiting and getting out over the water. But for those spots of coastal Carolina, they had 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. That's all it took for that repetitive surf to claim 2 more homes like you see below. Now, we do have the coastal flood alerts that are in place. That's going to go all the way through tomorrow, so we'll be watching this. But we're going to keep it stateside now, and we're going to talk more about the threat for the South tonight and how that's actually married and is the beginning of the Halloween threat as that storm emerges later on this week. So let's dive deeper into what we are seeing overall with all of this. So our top story and our big focus is, of course, Melissa. But notice the timestamp. We have now fast forward to Friday, where it's moving just outside and making some impacts towards Bermuda. You have this low that has moved here and that combination effect of what could happen in New England. But before we get to this moment, what happens tonight? Well, tonight we have a level 2 threat for those areas like East Texas and Louisiana. With that, a tornadic threat for I-49, Natchitoches down towards Alexandria, I-10 from outside of Houston to Beaumont to Lake Charles. In total, we do have roughly 2 million people in that threat. That's tonight's threat. Then we start to see it move into the Tennessee Valley region tomorrow as a sub-severe threat, maybe some isolated threats. By Thursday, it's parked over the Great Lakes, getting that influence, that lake enhancement of rain. So we'll be watching that, and that's why we're playing this out for you, that we're going to have widespread rain from the Midwest to the Ohio Valley region over the next several days. And then into Friday, you're going to be looking at this lifting into the northern tier, and there's that Halloween storm that starts to emerge. So our focus is, of course, on the tropics, but we aren't forgetting about what's happening stateside. You're seeing that widespread rain, maybe an isolated rain flash flood event for Jonesboro and those areas of northeastern Arkansas. And then we get into Friday. It's Halloween. Many people are getting outside. A lot of people are going to be traveling as well. And there is still that remaining impact for the Great Lakes and the Northeast. And so we'll be talking more once we get into this event, what that can do for your Halloween and your holiday, but also what that could mean if you are traveling, not only on Friday, but Saturday and Sunday. We have some new video that we want to show you in camera angles and vantage points of what's ongoing with the tropics right now. Melissa is a violent storm and still making impact even here in Kingston, Jamaica. You can see the rain and the droplets on the water screen. Those are moving around. You can see that there's some wind here. They're going to be scanning. The good thing to notice here, the camera is operable, right? So that is a sign, but it looks like maybe, I can't tell. It looks like they may have power in this region. I know there are a few lights, but I can't tell if that's a generator because most of this is dark, right? So you would assume that many people are without power. So we'll be looking at this from this vantage point. This is on the southeastern side of the island. The northern side of the island, a very different scenario. They're dealing with hurricane force winds. Here is a different vantage point of Kingston. Thankfully, as we look at the street level view, it looks like the drainage system and the flash flooding threat from this vantage point is coming to an end. You just see a vehicle driving through there. So there does seem like there's some improving conditions for the eastern side of the island, but this event is not over. Not only for Jamaica, Cuba, the Bahamas, and Bermuda. We'll have much more coming your way after the break. Stay with us. And welcome inside Fox with Live. I'm Steve Benner. We had the strongest storm to ever hit Jamaica happen earlier today at New Cove, Jamaica. And you're looking at this as video coming in. We have new video that's coming in from the island there. We also have Robert Ray and Jared that are out there. We're efforting to talk with them throughout the evening time if it's safe. Because even though Melissa has moved back out over water, it's a powerful Cat 4, and the backside of this system is impacting the northern side of the island where they are at. So we'll get you updated with everything that's unfolded in Jamaica. Latest advisory, still 5 p.m. advisory, looking at 145-mile-per-hour winds, north-northeast at 8 miles an hour, pressure millibar 921. That in and of itself, still impressive. But we, throughout our show, are going to dive deeper into that number and just where this ranks all time. But a reminder, this is the 5 p.m. advisory. At the top of this hour, it's 7 p.m. Eastern time, 8 p.m. Eastern time, we do expect a new advisory, and I'm curious to see ultimately what it looks like with Melissa. Because as it moved over land, you could see the eye erode away. There's still a healthy core, but it's back out over water. And at the very end of this, you're seeing signs of life. We'll dive deeper into that here in a moment. I do want to bring you back stateside. We do have a tornado watch. This is for Texas and Louisiana. And so you're looking at really the I-10 corridor. This does not include Houston. So it's Beaumont to Lake Charles, up towards Alexandria, Natchitoches, I-49. Right now, you see the bright yellow polygons. This is severe thunderstorm warnings. But we've had tornado warnings. We'll be watching that as well stateside. I know there's been a lot of talk, rightfully so, about Melissa bringing that awareness of what's unfolding. It's historic, but it's also tragic when you listen to the chaos that ensues here and the concern now about the videos that we are getting and the damage. We start looking at not only was it a violent wind event, but the amount of rain they saw, and then, of course, now building that awareness about what's next, because this is only the beginning as we look at Cuba expecting a second landfall, or the second landfall of Melissa, overnight tonight, very early tomorrow. And so what we have as of right now, we talked about the stats. We look at this core right now, and it still looks healthy. By the way, here is this, if you're just joining us and you're saying, wait, what happened ultimately with Melissa? Around 1 p.m. Eastern time, New Hope, Jamaica, that's just outside of Black River, a Category 5 hurricane, the strongest they have ever experienced in Jamaica, but also tied as the strongest landfalling hurricane anywhere in the Atlantic basin all time. So that puts in perspective what this storm was, 181-mile-per-hour winds, and this number stands out as number 2 all-time, tied for the lowest pressure millibar, down to 892. Now, I want to give you satellite imagery. There's Black River. Remember, we talked about New Hope somewhere in here. I want to zoom in and to show you what this eye looked like from satellite imagery and how eerie this can be. Because everything I've been talking about, you look at the visuals below and the violence of these storms, but yet the calm, and you can even see all the way to the surface, the Caribbean and the waves that are forming, that eerie silence as the core starts to move in, not only at landfall, but as it marches its way across Jamaica, likely overnight tonight in Cuba, the Bahamas later on tomorrow, and then towards Bermuda. There's so much to this storm, but this was one Copernicus satellite that we wanted to show you, a unique video. Now, this is visible satellite. Why it looks black right now, but I also wanted to distinguish it that even though it's moved out over water, the hurricane force winds extend 30 miles per hour, or 30 miles from the center, which means the backside of this is still whipping around for those areas like Montego Bay, St. Anne's Parish, where we've had Robert Ray. This is what it looks like on enhanced satellite as it swirls through. I want to actually pause it here at the very end of this. We're going to zoom in. And what I want you to see here, of course, the ring of gray that shows you that you have a healthy core again, which means the entire quadrants, they're filled back out. Cooler cloud tops means more instability. But what this is a signal of is maybe is there going to be another eye that starts to emerge again over this short strip of water as it moves between here and Cuba. We time it out roughly. You look at, you're looking at about 6 to 7, maybe 8 hours over water, where it's extremely warm for all of this to be refueled yet again. I'm going to back out and actually want to measure the distance from what we have from this, where it's at, to roughly about 104 miles outside of Cuba right now. As we mentioned off the top, we are expecting to get that update from the National Hurricane Center, and we will have more on that. Let's talk more about Jamaica and what this means for them as we start looking at, their conditions, because they've had a brutal day today. Here is Montego Bay. This is on the northwestern side of the island. They've had brutal winds throughout the day today, but notice in the hourly report, maybe the next hour, having tropical storm force winds and then just a consistent wind gust that's wind sustained into the teens, gusts into the 20 and 30s. But that's so important because if you have power outages, this number has to be below 25 or 20 miles an hour for them to get the crews back up to work on that. St. Anne's Bay, that is actually where we have Robert Ray and Jared, and they are expecting still hurricane force gusts over the next hour, and then likely to see potential improvements overnight later on tonight. By the way, that's just in regards to the wind. When we start looking at this in activity, there's still rain expected tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. Nowhere near the intensity that we have with Melissa, but still something, of course, to watch over the next several days. Let's talk about what's happening next, and that's going to be Cuba, where we start looking at the concern for that second landfall overnight. You can see the families and the communities there that are gathering their supplies, hunkering down in advance. And I don't know, when we saw that child at the end, you can almost see that sense of like curiosity, but what's happening right now, right? That sense of tension. Now, for Cuba, all the airports have been closed and transportation has been suspended. As you're looking at this, we've talked about the overall structure. They are getting rain already for Cuba. Speaking candidly to you, information is extremely limited in this country. So it would be difficult at times. We can talk about what we are seeing on satellite data. Even the hurricane hunters have to fly around it at times. So there's limited knowledge, but there is still, by our experience and expertise as meteorologists, knowing what this ends up doing with the terrain and just the meteorological aspects of a powerful storm hitting the islands. And we don't do this alone. Of course, we have a big team. We had hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. He was on earlier, and he stressed the impacts expected that will be significant for those in Cuba overnight tonight. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Santiago de Cuba, which is a major city, and of course at Guantanamo, U.S. interests at Guantanamo. Hopefully everybody is hunkered down there because this is going to be a significant hurricane hit. But there is high ground on those islands. The Bahamians know how to deal with it, but still it is going to be a significant storm.
And so now about that overnight threat and where it goes next, you'll see this is advancing it forward slowly. How tightly wound the pressure gradient is, a signal of another very powerful hurricane. Really did not slow down. And then when it makes potential landfall, notice the timestamp. This is the Euro model. This is just one of many models you can use. But what we're showing you is the overall time frame. And so anywhere from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. is likely when it could make landfall. It doesn't necessarily matter the exact time, but it tells you the time of day. And you're not going to have daylight on your side. This is overnight. You have the mountainous areas. You have significant flooding. We'll talk more about the rain expectation of this, but you can't trust line of sight. You don't know the depth of the water, and it makes it very difficult to perform rescue missions if that is needed in these type of events. And sadly, likely that is oftentimes what is needed. So looking at this, it does move through the Bahamas throughout the day tomorrow. By Thursday, it is now lifting north of there. So notice the difference for Cuba and the Bahamas is the speed at which this event happens. For Jamaica, they've been dealing with this for days, and it happened through the entire day today. Cuba will start to see improvements by late afternoon, evening tomorrow, likely if this forecast holds true. For those areas like the Bahamas, a very short window of time. But notice even for Duncantown, they have 2 to 3 feet of rain expected there. For Cuba, there are portions of the island there that are expecting 2 to 3 feet of rain as well. And so that's all attributed to the terrain. 4,000 to 6,000 foot mountains creates that orographic lift. You have plenty of tropical moisture. That is why you're expecting that significant rain. And then along with it, the brutal wind conditions that will be widespread hurricane force as it comes in, likely to lose power. One thing about this, too, it's going to be over land for a longer duration. It's going to deal with taller mountains. That may overall disrupt the structural integrity or overall structure of Melissa on the other side of Cuba as it barrels towards Bermuda. Now, Fox Weather, we're your Hurricane HQ, and Jamaica's worst hurricane on record was still leaving the impacts. Up next, we're going to be talking about those impacts and exactly when they could expect relief for those in Jamaica. One more on that, plus bringing it back stateside. Severe storms, they're firing up all across the south. This is actually Fort Smith, Arkansas. That's on the extreme northwestern side of the state, and they're dealing with that significant rain throughout the Ozarks. But south of there, Toledo Bend area, potential severe storms overnight. We'll have more on that throughout our show. Stay with us. And welcome back to Fox Weather Live. Melissa is breaking records. We have seen that there are so many superlatives to be attached to this storm, and we want to go over some of those records that you may hear and that you have seen. These are the storms that have made landfall in Jamaica since 1988. And what's important about this is really when Robert was out days ahead of time, many of them equated it to this, right? Gilbert, 1988, was a very powerful storm. It's the strongest one they ever had. You could see that intensification as it moved just outside of Kingston, and it was a Cat 4 at that time frame. Well, today, now we have a different, strongest storm to ever hit Jamaica. As you look at this area where it's a Cat 5 for Melissa, the rapid intensification. But a reminder, this actually was beyond just that threshold of barely getting to a Cat 5. Notice this, 100 wind, because remember, with this, that's going to be how it's categorized on the Saffir-Simpson scale, but there's other aspects to it as well. We'll get to the pressure millibar here in a moment. When you look at the wind speed, and with these years, these are the top Atlantic hurricanes. By the way, this is not speaking of just landfall. We just showed you the ones that landfall. At times, they can strengthen over water, and they reach that threshold like Allen back in 1980. But you'll notice this ties for number 2 strongest storm to ever form in the Atlantic basin. It was in the Caribbean. And then you go to that pressure millibar, which was impressive as it dipped to 892. Last night, when we were talking, I did this segment, The Record Bender, and it was at 906. And it was the lowest that this pressure millibar had ever gotten this late in the season. Now, you talk about 24 hours later, or really 12 hours later, it dipped to 892. So not only did it make the list for the lowest pressure millibar, but how late in the season. And by the way, a reminder, this area of the Caribbean, or really of the Atlantic basin, has seen no activity all season long, and they had this absolute monster that formed. So we'll be talking more about the nuances of this, but how does that data and those superlatives translate to the actual ground? We dedicate to give you the ground truth. And here we have Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray, who's been in the thick of it really all day long, and he starts us off in St. Anne Parish again. Robert, we know it's chaotic out there. Kind of walk us through, my friend, again, what you're experiencing.
Steve, brutal conditions right now. Absolutely intense hurricane force winds whipping through here as we are losing light. We have darkness, and you know, we may lose signal here shortly. I know we did earlier moments ago with you, and that's what happens when you have incredible winds like this and driving rain. It feels like BBs on the face. Structures are falling apart around us. Unfortunately, the second floor of the home that we're in, glass doors completely shattered, windows gone. It is dangerous. We have wind whipping through the structure now, unfortunately, as so many buildings are like that. And yet the worst of these conditions are to the west of us and to southwest, obviously, with the landfall that came in earlier. 185-mile-an-hour winds, Cat 5, and then moving up into the Montego Bay area, which is about 50 miles to the west of us. Roads are going to be impassable if they're not already. We haven't been able to see it, but some of the video we've been able to see on social media and through Fox Weather is not good. So many of those resorts, over 25,000 tourists stuck, stranded inside those resorts with no power and no cell phone service, and there's got to be a lot of fear going on. Shelters across Jamaica, we are told there are 800 of them open, but only about nearly 400 of them have people, about 6.
And again, Robert doing his best to keep us informed and, of course, try to keep that signal up. What's important for everybody with this is when you look at a storm like this, just because it's lifted north of Robert, counterclockwise rotation still brings in the backside of this where you have hurricane force winds. So everywhere that you see in that reddish to orange color, that is where you're still getting the wind gusts 75 miles per hour if greater. You could hear that in Robert's shot. And that means they're still battling the core of Melissa, which likely could be even strengthening again because it's over warm water. So just because it's left Jamaica, it truly hasn't left because the system is so large and powerful. Another component to this is the safety for Robert. At times, we've had to pull him inside. You saw and you heard the video before where the glass shattered, and there are things that you could prepare for, which is staying inside the structure, and then there's that moment where there could be debris, and you take that opportunity to get back inside and figure out, okay, what is going to be safe? So this is going to be something that's very fluid tonight as you're with us on Fox Weather. We are efforting to get you video from Jamaica, from what we have known out of the latest. We do have video we can show you, and then at times bringing you those live elements, not only of the powerful winds, but when does it start to improve for those areas as well? Notice St. Anne Parish, that's highlighted. That is where Robert's at. If you look just to on the left-hand side or on the western side of Jamaica, there's Montego Bay. Montego Bay is where we have a couple that's from Oklahoma that had a vacation there, and they were trying to return back, and they effectively got trapped, and they've been hunkered down. Now, we've been talking to them throughout the day. Then they lost power. We lost communication. Then we were talking to them again, and we're efforting to get their story to you as well. Because it's one thing to battle out a storm and you're in familiar territory and maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable. It's another one when you're, in a place that you're unfamiliar with and you're talking about a historic storm. A reminder, Melissa is actually tied for the strongest landfalling hurricane in history. So you can imagine how concerning this would be for those in Jamaica. But it doesn't stop there. Let's continue the conversation about where it goes next, because we talked about, obviously, it's going to hit Cuba overnight tonight. Then it goes into areas like the Bahamas. And then this is a good question from Kim. This comes from Peoria, where it says, is it possible for Melissa to re-strengthen before Bermuda? So let's go through that process. And if you want to ask us some questions, you can go over to foxweather.com/connect. At times, we'll have the QR code on our screen, and you can scan that to get us the question. So let's look at the overall path of this in the forecasted cone. By the way, we have Robert in Jamaica, as you saw. We do have Mike Seidel that will be joining us starting tomorrow from Bermuda. So we'll have live coverage for you. As you'll look here, it's 145-mile-per-hour winds right now, likely by Thursday, now weakening down to a Cat 2, but still a powerful storm. What's important about that, did you notice the shape of the cone and how narrow this is? And when you bring out the spaghetti plot, why there's a lot of confidence on where it's going to go. That's because it's now guided by the jet stream. So, Kim, to answer your question, when you talk about the strengthening, there's different components of this. It's not me evading the question. It's the component of, as a tropical system, I don't think it's going to strengthen. But because it's accelerating because of the jet stream and it's moving faster towards the northeast, there's still going to be major impacts for Bermuda. So when you look at Bermuda, likely to be north of there, but the dirty side of the storm is the right front quadrant. It's moving to the northeast, so they are smack dab in the right front quadrant, and why you see a 90% chance of tropical storm force winds, if not greater. Mike Seidel will be there to verify that. Now, how do we distinguish? Where do we have that jet stream? Look at that dry streak that comes through. This is what's shielding the East Coast and the Southeast, and why it never turns back towards us, but is what's also guiding it into Bermuda, looking at this staying as a Cat 2, but with that forward acceleration, a little extra oomph, maybe it has a bigger impact than just what you would see with a typical Category 2. Something else we're going to talk about later in our show is this tongue of moisture that rides from the western Atlantic to the north, combines with this low that's moving over the Great Lakes, will have impacts for Halloween, but what type of influence will that have for the New England region? We'll dive deeper into our show about that, but you'll notice as it moves to the North Atlantic, even this late into the season, you're looking at a Category 2 storm. So timing it out for Bermuda, you can see it emerges on the screen by Thursday evening, starts to come in. Again, it's overnight into Friday, and then Friday morning is when it goes passing by. Bermuda's tiny. We've talked about this in recent storms. You're not looking at a direct landfall, but even if you're on the eastern side of that and it curls around the island, you are on the dirty side, the worst side of the storm, and something that we'll be watching for. Kim, though, with your question, I know you're looking at strengthening before Bermuda. Before we even get to Bermuda, we have to worry about Cuba. And my concern tonight is how strong does it get over that narrow area of water from Jamaica to Cuba? Because right now, we have seen that explosive process where it can re-strengthen, but there's that wind field as it moves past Bermuda late Thursday into Friday morning. All right, Melissa, of course, is still tearing through Jamaica as we speak. Visibility dangerously low during the worst of it. Look at this, Montego Bay, Jamaica. You wouldn't know where it was until you see that boat. You can see the violence there. More on what's to come in the Caribbean and beyond when we return. Stick around. Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Live. I'm Steve Benner. Of course, we're tracking that monstrous storm, Melissa. It tore through Jamaica, strongest storm to ever hit the island. And as we look at it right now, when I say monstrous, notice that it's north of the island right now. Counterclockwise rotation still brings in that brutal impact to areas like Montego Bay, out towards St. Anne's Parish, and then out towards Ocho Rios. We're going to be watching not only for Jamaica, but Cuba, expecting that secondary landfall overnight tonight. Here's the latest advisory. The next advisory comes out in about 30 minutes. So we'll be looking at, does this change at all? I mean, this is a high-end Cat 4 going to the northeast at 8 miles an hour. Pressure millibar still impressive at 921. Let's get you caught up on everything that has unfolded. If you're just joining us tonight and you're wondering, okay, you said this is the strongest storm to ever hit Jamaica. How bad was it? Well, we look at the landfall stats before we talk about where we stand presently now. This was around 1 p.m. Eastern time. New Hope, Jamaica, southwestern side of the island, outside of Black River, 185 mile per hour winds, 892. This is not only the strongest storm for Jamaica in history, this is tied for the strongest storm to ever make a landfall in the entire Atlantic basin since we have been keeping records. That puts in perspective how brutal this storm has been and how powerful it is. Now, I do want to show you a little bit of satellite data here as it lifts to the north, and you'll notice that areas on the northern side, as we had highlighted before, actually are still dealing with hurricane force winds. Here is that visible satellite, and what I want to bring up is actually Robert Ray's location, because what's important is when we look at Robert Ray and where he stands, this is where he was. He got the outer edge of the eye wall, and now he's getting the backside of the eye wall that's coming through again. And earlier on through the afternoon, we had a moment that was a big concern when you had damage all around it. Listen to this as we watch what was unfolding. This was St. Anne Bay in Jamaica. You have the patio glass door that shattered and collapsed, and Robert was reporting during this time frame. And as he was talking with Ian Oliver earlier, he was actually, stopping in his tracks, looking up, putting his head on a swivel, and looking for where this glass is. Because that's the concern, is you have the damage, and then you start looking at where the glass is. So we heard from Robert, and Robert said this: the team here in Jamaica is physically and mentally strong. We, like the Jamaican population and tourists stranded on the island, have experienced extreme winds, rain, and power outages. Cell service is out all across the island, or much of it, and Godspeed to all. We will continue our mission of documenting history, relaying facts, and shooting the impacts of people, animal, and this great island. Hard days are ahead for all here, but we need to get through these impacts tonight, end quote. So we want to hear from you at home. You're watching, you're staying in tune with all of this. Do you have questions for Robert Ray and the team while they are in Jamaica? Scan that QR code and ask us. We'll answer them throughout our show here. Another way you could do that is going over to foxweather.com/connect. So we showed you that moment where we had that brutal condition for Robert Ray, but he had said something. We got to get through tonight. Hard days ahead. Tomorrow's that day where a lot of people get outside for the first time and survey the damage. Here's the concern. Isolated showers continue for the next 3 days consecutively. Nowhere near the intensity of what we just experienced with Melissa, but when you have rain and active weather for an area that just dealt with a powerful storm like this, any amount of rain or wind gusts can create some additional damage. Let's continue on with what we have seen with those areas of Jamaica, as Melissa was an absolute buzzsaw earlier. It was extremely dangerous. There was life-threatening situations for everyone across Jamaica. Fox Weather's Robert Ray, we just saw some of his video. He was in the thick of it throughout the day, and he caught the worst of it earlier in St. Anne Parish. Take a listen to this.
this system, even after it exits as a Category 4 into the Caribbean Sea shortly, the backside of this will create a tremendous amount of energy and push of surge that will move into the Montego Bay area, and all of this roadway that goes 50+ miles into Negril on the southwest, far southwest corner, and there will be major issues with that push of water on top of the rain that is falling and the wind. There are resorts that are under construction that I saw the other day coming in as I flew into Montego Bay, and many of them, you know, I hope that they shored up some of that construction material, because that's going to be projectiles. On top of that, the airport likely going to be in a compromised position, unfortunately, because of the wind field. And, you know, we hope that Kingston stays in place, the capital. About 1 million people live there, because that airport will be a lifeline for aid to come in here and also to get people off of this island. World Food Organization is here. Other aid groups will be making their way in. Have to think at this point tomorrow, when the sun comes up and we can have some sort of semblance to be able to traverse a little bit, we're going to run into a lot of roadways that are impassable, not only in the southwest where the hurricane came on shore, but also the roadway into Montego Bay. There will likely be debris fields quite everywhere, and that's going to cause a lot of issues for first responders and officials to try and assess. But the Jamaican government, we know, is ready when they can take off with helicopters and also get on the ground and try to help people. And the 25,000 plus tourists that are on the island over there are going to be wanting some help, I can tell you. Certainly being locked down and without cell phone service and no power, very uncomfortable. And there's a big wind gust, just kind of took me off my feet. Had to land a little bit there. I have to think we are approaching perhaps hurricane force wind gusts here. No question about it, just from feeling and standing in these in the past right now. Ian, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, just give me a little holler. I don't know if our Starlink is staying with us right now. I just saw significant debris in the distance behind the house fly off of a structure. Obviously, it was, I don't know if it was plywood or aluminum, and I'll wait maybe for the Starlink to come back. Power has been out for about 3 hours here, and sustained winds coming through. Again, moments ago I saw debris flying. It was not vegetation. It was clearly off of a structure of some sort, and you see the trees in the distance behind me. And Pete, you know, I don't know if you can, we can't leave being tucked into this garage where we're broadcasting, because none of this would hold up. But what I'm seeing to my left is a hill that goes up into this neighborhood, and then the mountainside. Can't even see the mountains anymore over there because of all of this wind field and the driving rain. The rain feels like little tiny BBs hitting you in the side of the face, and that's why the glasses again and the helmet. You have to be incredibly careful out here, and I continue to look around behind me for debris. I want to make sure that there is nothing flying. I got a tree to my right that is partially collapsed. We'll see that all over the place, not only in the southwest where landfall was made, but on this roadway into Montego. I can't imagine what Montego is going through, Montego Bay and all those great communities.
Was Robert Ray, the fury of Melissa, but we know that tonight it's Cuba that's watching how this takes form and shape as it emerges back into the northern portion of the Caribbean. Very warm water, and could actually organize itself again as it barrels towards Guantanamo and those areas like Santiago de Cuba and those areas. So this is what we have seen so far throughout the day with the storm surge for Jamaica as it lifts to the north, up to 12 feet of storm surge for Cuba. Then look at the Bahamas, up to 8 feet as it moves on through the latter half of Wednesday. So looking at this overall, it's an overnight landfall. That's what we're anticipating. Timestamp here. This is on the Euro model, 3 a.m. Really anywhere from that 1 to 3 a.m. window is when we're expecting. There's Guantanamo way over here, but that long lever arm still bringing significant rain. Then it moves over Cuba, spills back out. Now it's in the Atlantic, and you're looking at by 10 a.m. So a short amount of time over land, and you're looking at maybe improving conditions for those areas in Cuba by into the evening time and then moving through the Bahamas, all the while could be making a landfall as a Category 4 high end, or could it get stronger? We're looking at that advisory that will be coming in. Notice here's the rain totals, widespread 1 foot to 1.5 feet. Isolated spots by Almo where you could get up to 2 feet of rain. As we move up towards the islands, Duncantown, 2 to 3 feet of rain. Flash flooding is a dire threat for this, along with the wind. As you look at the mountainous areas, the cities likely to get hurricane force winds, and then you could actually look at the mountains getting a little bit greater, 10 to 20 mile per hour greater along the southern shores of Cuba. Looking at this is Guantanamo. Yes, they're talking about impact overnight tonight. Thunderstorms throughout the day tomorrow, but even on Thursday into Friday, another round of rain in the aftermath of this powerful system. Let's shift our focus now back stateside and talk more about what is happening in areas down south. Here is Beaumont, Texas. That's the I-10 corridor, and that is where they kind of have this, looks like almost like a shelf cloud that's moving overhead. You have to get a different vantage point. Maybe that's just the underside, the belly of the beast. Notice there is our Fox weather alert system. Happy to say that we only have a watch that is active right now. Through much of the day, we've had warnings, I should say much of the afternoon into the early evening. We've had some warnings that have been isolated. A level 2 threat, I-49, Natchitoches, Alexandria, I-10, Beaumont, which we just showed you, out towards Lake Charles, expanding beyond that as this frontal boundary moves through not only the Midwest, Southern Plains down into the Gulf Coast states. We do have a wind advisory. Embedded in that, this is the greatest risk for a tornadic threat. We do have an active tornado watch until 10 p.m. local time, and that's for roughly, it's roughly 2 million people. I want to back it up real quickly because it looks like we just got a warning that popped up. Notice this is the leading edge of that front. With that front that's coming through, that's where you'd have most of the instability. As we zoom in on that, we are, of course, in Louisiana, south of Monroe, I-20 corridor. These are different parishes. So you're looking at Caldwell, Grant, LaSalle, and out towards Wynn Parish, Georgetown to Ola. You can see that there's that hook mechanism on the backside. Even in here, multiple areas of vortices, or a rotation, I should say. What we're looking at is in between Tulos and Georgetown, Highway 165, actually relatively moderate rotation. Rochelle would be that area where, again, it's not married to it. It looked like maybe they had that rotation. Why they issued that warning as we got previous scans, looks like maybe it's starting to broaden out. This is a sign of mid-level rotation. The reason why I don't think that we actually would have a tornado is because we're still looking at a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. But something that we'll watch is in that line as it comes through, the potential for isolated storms to pop up. But as I said, the greater threat in all of this is going to be the damaging wind event. We did have quite a few storm reports coming in from East Texas, just outside of Tyler, Texas, Lindale, where they had trees and homes that were damaged because of this powerful cold front that's coming in. By the way, this is all intertwined, that this is actually the leading or the beginning phases of the Halloween storm that we are expecting for the latter half of the week for the Great Lakes and into the Northeast. We'll have more on that. Notice this is your available storm energy. As we talk about that diurnal pattern, we have earlier sunsets. That starts to wane and dissipate a little quicker, and we're already seeing the beginning of that. So hopefully that rogue cell that we were just talking about is the last warning that we get for the evening time, but we'll watch it. We're going to talk more about this aspect later in our show, where we have this actually as part of the Halloween storm. Getting back down into the tropics, of course, we're tracking Melissa and those conditions in areas like Montego Bay on the northern side of the island there, the new videos and information that's come to us, but also the preparation ahead for Cuba and those spots like the Bahamas. We also have a coastal storm stateside that claimed another home in the Outer Banks. We will have more on that when Fox Weather Live returns. Stay with us.
It's time for Fox Weather Deals, where we bring you exclusive discounts on fantastic products just for you. To start shopping, scan the QR code on your screen or head on over to foxweatherdeals.com. And join me today as lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen to introduce us. Courtney, great to see you.
I am so excited to be here, and I never thought I would say that from an air compressor alone.
Right?
But step aside, ladies and gentlemen, because this is wonderful. It's called Never Go Flat. It's from Limitless. It is your air compressor for when you get stranded on the side of the road, which is so scary. It's a power bank in case you need to charge your devices, and it's also your flashlight. Now, I don't know about you. I have no idea what the correct PSI is for anything in my life.
Right there with you.
This has the directions on the bag in case you lose it, but you're basically going to turn this on and then cycle through. Do I need to inflate my car tires, my motorcycle tires, bikes, sporting equipment, and of course you can set your own PSI. It's got overinflation protection, so you're getting just the amount that you need. Everything is stored on board, and when you talk about peace of mind, you use this one time, worth the investment, $89.99, saving you $70
One
off.
and done. Courtney, thank you. I love this product. And of course, if you want to purchase what you saw today, you can scan that QR code on your screen, or you can head to foxweatherdeals.com for more.
And welcome back into Fox Weather Live. Melissa still has a lot of power. It's already left an incredible mark on Jamaica. We have some video we want to show you that's unfolded so far. This is a roof being blown off earlier in this event. This is in Black River, Jamaica. When you think about where Black River is, that's on the southwestern side of the island. Just outside of there is where it made landfall. But it was actually to the west of Black River. It was in Key Cove at 1 p.m., which means They got the right front quadrant. They got the worst part of the eye wall, and you can look at what that means to those that live there. Now, let's show you some other vantage points all across the island. This was winds howling on the camera as the worst of it came through. This is Kingston. Think about how far away that is. The island's 160 miles long, and that's about roughly 100 miles to the east, and you can still see that wind whipping across the screen. It's that pressure washer effect. If you heard us talking with Robert earlier, he was saying, when I'm standing out here, I feel like I'm getting hit with BBs right now. Like, it's just brutal. It's tearing away at your skin. That's what it's like when you stand in rain and wind at this intensity. Now, a big component of all of this is the power grid. And notice power lines sparking as Melissa triggers widespread power outages. Sadly, this is where many fatalities can reported in these type of events, is when that comes down, and you have to treat like every single one of those is live. And you can't restore power until the winds are usually less than 25 to 20 miles an hour. And that doesn't look like it's going to happen until overnight. So this is going to be something that they wait till tomorrow morning to start cleaning up. We have some other video. Look at the bridge before the flooding took it over, because then you're going to see the aftermath. This is in Spanish Town, Jamaica. This was on Monday, right? We're looking at the bridge. So this is the day ahead of time. And then now we look at what it looks like. There doesn't even look like there's a bridge, right? And you could see that water raging over that, along with it, some debris. And you have to think, okay, that's a small bridge, but there's a reason why it's there. Communities could be cut off right now because of that being compromised and taken over. We show you some more video coming in where tourists, they're stranded. And that's coming through to us. We had a guest last night that was on their honeymoon. They have been stuck at that same resort near Montego Bay. We had another couple from Oklahoma that have been stuck. And you can see how many different vacationers are there. And imagine being stuck in an unfamiliar location, and you have the strongest storm to ever hit the island is what you're going through. And you're told, hey, you're going to be able to fly out later this week. And you start looking online, trying to gather more information, and you're seeing all the damage that we just showed you. And you start feeling that vulnerability of, can I actually get out on Thursday or Friday? Will the airports be open? That's why we are going to continue on with this story beyond it leaving Jamaica and giving you those updates in the aftermath. I want to talk more about what could unfold beyond what we are seeing in Jamaica. We'll keep you updated. Of course, we've been checking in with Robert and Jared, our team that's there, right? You can see Robert here. Jared is his producer. You saw him last night if you were on the show. They've had a chaotic day today, and at times glass shattering. And a lot of you at home have reached out to us saying, are they okay? They are okay. And so we have been talking with them. We have another team member, Mike Seidel, that's going to be getting out into Bermuda now as you start looking at the potential of them being impacted as well. Let's talk more about other threats that are embedded in this, right? We want to hear the questions from you at home. When we look at this threat, many people are talking about, well, there's so many layers of this. So here's a question from Abigail from Ohio saying, do we expect tornadic activity from this storm? And so we will be looking at that as well. Now, what we are looking at right here is we have actual information coming in from our teams that are out there. As of 5:41, the team here in Jamaica is physically and mentally strong. We, like the Jamaican population and tourists stranded on the island, have experienced extreme wind, rain, and power outages. Cellular service is out across much of this island. So Godspeed to all. We will continue our mission of documenting history, relaying the facts, shooting the impacts of people, animals, and the great island of Jamaica. Hard days are ahead for all here, but we need to get through these impacts tonight. This is all courtesy of Robert, connecting with our team behind the scenes here, letting us know that he's okay. He's in talks with people nearby, and he's there to talk about the history of this event, but to share the story of so many in Jamaica and those impacts that they are not only feeling tonight, but in the days ahead. It shows you that commitment and the heart of our Fox Weather team here, especially Robert and Jared. Let's talk more about what Abigail was alluding to. And Abigail, I think it's important what you bring up, because this storm is an M-named storm. Think about the M-named storm from last year, Milton. And as it impacted Florida, became a big tropical tornadic threat. I'm speaking to you candidly because my childhood home was hit by a tornado out of Milton. They are fine. They were able to rebuild. As we look at this, though, what it's moving over right now, as we start looking at beyond Jamaica, into Cuba, into Bahamas, and into Bermuda, all of these are island chains. So as Milton, before we move on, Milton came out of this direction, hit Florida, and it took the entire width of Florida, right? That's why they was able to get that frictional difference, and a tornadic threat ensued. Each storm's different. Now let's get back. What we are seeing here, very small island change, limits that potential for tornadic threat for Cuba, the Bahamas, and of course for Bermuda. Now that doesn't spare them from every type of impact. We talk about the damaging wind, the flooding risk, and the storm surge. All of those are still on the table. If you have a question, right here's the QR code. Scan that or go to foxweather.com/connect. We're here to answer your questions, to continue the conversation that we are hearing at home. It was you at home that was asking us what's happening with Robert, and he was able to give us that update, and so we are listening as well. I want to bring you back stateside. A lot of course, focus, rightfully so, on what's been ongoing with the tropics, but we do have more information coming in out of the Outer Banks. We have 2 more unoccupied homes in North Carolina that fell into the ocean earlier this morning, bringing the total number of homes that have collapsed to 13 in less than a month. Now, I want to show you Melissa, and I want to show you this low pressure that's moving in between and right in between into the Great Lakes. And in between all of this, you have a volatile wind field yet again. And so that's going to be another impact for those spots in the Outer Banks. And so what we are looking at is the overall impact of what they have seen throughout the day today as those homes collapse into the surf. When we look at this, this is, a waning threat. Thankfully, it's exiting and getting out over the water. But for those spots of coastal Carolina, they have 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. That's all it took for that repetitive surf to claim 2 more homes like you see below. Now, we do have the coastal flood alerts that are in place. That's going to go all the way through tomorrow, so we'll be watching this. But we're going to keep it stateside now, and we're going to talk more about the threat for the South tonight and how that's actually married and is the beginning of the Halloween threat as that storm emerges later on this week. So let's dive deeper into what we are seeing overall with all of this. So our top story and our big focus is, of course, Melissa. But notice the timestamp. We have now fast forward to Friday, where it's moving just outside and making some impacts towards Bermuda. You have this low that has moved here and that combination effect of what could happen in New England. But before we get to this moment, what happens tonight? Well, tonight we have a level 2 threat for those areas like East Texas and Louisiana. With that, a tornadic threat for I-49, Natchitoches down towards Alexandria, I-10 from outside of Houston to Beaumont to Lake Charles. In total, we do have roughly 2 million people in that threat. That's tonight's threat. Then we start to see it move into the Tennessee Valley region tomorrow as a sub-severe threat, maybe some isolated threats. By Thursday, it's parked over the Great Lakes, getting that influence, that lake enhancement of rain. So we'll be watching that, and that's why we're playing this out for you, that we're going to have widespread rain from the Midwest to the Ohio Valley region over the next several days. And then into Friday, you're going to be looking at this lifting into the northern tier, and there's that Halloween storm that starts to emerge. So our focus is, of course, on the tropics, but we aren't forgetting about what's happening stateside. You're seeing that widespread rain, maybe an isolated rain flash flood event for Jonesboro and those areas of northeastern Arkansas. And then we get into Friday. It's Halloween. Many people are getting outside. A lot of people are going to be traveling as well. And there is still that remaining impact for the Great Lakes and the Northeast. And so we'll be talking more once we get into this event, what that can do for your Halloween and your holiday, but also what that could mean if you are traveling, not only on Friday, but Saturday and Sunday. We have some new video that we want to show you in camera angles and vantage points of what's ongoing with the tropics right now. Melissa is a violent storm and still making impact even here in Kingston, Jamaica. You can see the rain and the droplets on the water screen. Those are moving around. You can see that there's some wind here. They're going to be scanning. The good thing to notice here, the camera is operable, right? So that is a sign, but it looks like maybe, I can't tell. It looks like they may have power in this region. I know there are a few lights, but I can't tell if that's a generator because most of this is dark, right? So you would assume that many people are without power. So we'll be looking at this from this vantage point. This is on the southeastern side of the island. The northern side of the island, a very different scenario. They're dealing with hurricane force winds. Here is a different vantage point of Kingston. Thankfully, as we look at the street level view, it looks like the drainage system and the flash flooding threat from this vantage point is coming to an end. You just see a vehicle driving through there. So there does seem like there's some improving conditions for the eastern side of the island, but this event is not over. Not only for Jamaica, Cuba, the Bahamas, and Bermuda. We'll have much more coming your way after the break. Stay with us.